Chapter 101, Body Enhancement Surgery, 1. Previous chapter table of contents. Next chapter. Translator, Ekdud. Proofreader, Koyot 508. TL check, Kobato Chandaisuke. Chapter 101, Body Enhancement Surgery, 2. It eats those. Sophia frowned as she looked at the creature called Margoth in the distance. Though it looked rather timid, it towered over multiple kilometers. How vicious and giant does one need to be in order to live by eating up those? Hansu just shrugged his shoulders at those words. Don't worry. We can definitely kill them. If they follow his plan step by step, then in the end they will get to the point where they can kill the Tyradus. There's no need to catch it at this moment. They had to go through a lot of steps before that anyway. And get the thing they could gain here. Let's do the most urgent things first. What is it? Hansu smiled at those words. There's a specialty here. The biggest reason why Hansu wanted to recover this place, the Orange Zone. Tekelin was dumbfounded. You want to receive the body enhancement surgery. The combined efforts of the Akarans who envied the powerful bodies of the Gragos that withstood and even drank the lava. Hansu nodded at Tekelin's words. If curing the Gragos was for the people coming over from the previous world, then the body enhancement surgery was like a preparation for the next world. Humans are too weak. There's no point in comparing them to Margoths or Gragoses. In short, the physique of humans was too weak. The fact that they could die randomly was only seen in humans out of all the races. Even Elvenheims had resistances, stamina, and bones that were numerous times stronger than those of humans. Even without the help of the world tree. A powerful body that is strong even without the help of the runes is needed. They would lose their battle strength by simply not eating for a few days and would die if unable to breathe. This couldn't be solved with runes. The abyss was as harsh as the sea of lava, Harrington, was. There were places where meteors fell and places where lightning struck down every time one took a step. Some places didn't have any air and some places had gravity that was several tens of times stronger. Though they could withstand them with skills, this meant that they were using energy which should be used as battle strength into surviving instead. They could be at ease when fighting with the races of the abyss because of this. We need to reconstruct the body of a human as a whole before we advance. Enhance the bodies of billions of humans who would come up. It wasn't just any body. The Akarans would gain powerful bodies that could even fight against those giant Margoths. And if Hansu was to acquire this, then it'll be of great help from now on. The pressure from the racial metamorphosis will decrease tremendously immediately. Tekelin nodded as he looked at Hansu. Your race wouldn't be able to get as much of an effect out of it since you aren't the same as our race, but there is still a possibility. But we would need to find the temple. Temple. The house of the priests to worship the divine beast, Gragos. The great patriarch who had united the whole Akaran, Mekido, chose the temple as the location of enhancing the body. The temple was located where the most amount of essence from the Gragos flew by. And because of this, it was the most suited location for the body enhancement surgery, where they pulled out the essence from the body of the Gragos and integrated it with one's body. This is not the place where we used to live. Tekelin had looked around the surroundings when they had risen to the sky. This was not one of the 27 colonies they had lived in before. But there were traces of their race. Thank God. They must have crossed over here. If their race had escaped from the colony and had crossed over to this Gragos, then they would have definitely raised a temple and set up the things required for the surgery. Though their race had been destroyed after the body enhancement surgery had been invented, the worth of this technology was too high for them to give it up. No, the worth of the body enhancement surgery was even higher since most of the Akarans had died. The problem was that they didn't know where the temple was. The Gragos was humongous in itself and they all had differences, so it was hard to guess where the most essence was flowing though. It might be deep within the body or between the two horns. It could be near the heart or the stomach which swallowed the lava. Their race had only found the places where the essence was overflowing after countless years above the Gragos, expanding their numbers and searching every corner of the Gragos. Of course they could build multiple temples in places where the essence flew by in smaller amounts, but the priests did not allow this. The temple must be placed in the most important and core location of the divine beast, Gragos. If not, then it is the same as defiling the divine beast. Those damned bastards. They weren't that favorable to Tekelin, who was sided with the tribe. He wanted to ignore and trample upon them all, but then he couldn't ignore the specialty powers of the priests. The priests that served the Gragos weren't normal people. Within the system of the Akarans tribe, where the patriarch and the priest had similar authority, the power of the priest and the patriarch weren't that different. And this was the same for the great patriarch, Mekido, so they had used the temple as the location for them to have their bodies enhanced. And this was still a huge amount of yielding from the priests. At first the great priest, Carbanum, had gone on a rampage that they were dirtying and sucking out the essence of the divine beasts. Though he didn't know whether the population of the tribe was higher than that of the priests, there was a high chance that only one temple was built. First we need to find that temple. It would be easier if we find members of my race, but there's nothing I can guarantee. It might have been different if the owners of this place were the Akarans, but it didn't even seem like that was the case. Tekelin couldn't guarantee that he could find the temple in a short time in such a situation. Hansu pondered for a moment and then nodded. There's a place that might have one. He wasn't sure. Since the depths of the Gragos was a world of mystery to the humans. The reason why they had found out the existence of the Akarans was not because they knew about every part of the Gragos. It was that there were fights between the Akarans and the humans within the Gragos. Tekelin mumbled with a tone of worry while looking at Hansu. But it seems like things might get a bit troublesome. It might be different if those on the tribe side were there, but if those from the priest sides are in power, then they won't let us use the temple. It wasn't that he labeled those from the priest side as bad guys just because he was of the tribe side. The priests were people who emphasized that the Akarans who were higher up on the power scale had to receive the body enhancement first. Why would such guys allow a human, who was of a different race, to use the temple? There would be a clash. Tekelin looked at Hansu and spoke. I'm saying this just in case, but let's be cautious when we act. You are strong, but our race is very strong as well. The who protected the temples were very strong especially. Those who fought in order to erase the enemies of the temples for their whole life. Their strength cannot be questioned since they were warriors who were already powerful but had received the blessings of the temple and the body enhancement. Nothing much to say since the requirement to be a guard barong was to be able to kill a Margoth single-handedly. They would be given the rights to protect the temple and the body enhancement set up above it only when they can kill off the parasite living upon the divine beast, the Margoths. Hansu nodded. It was good to decrease unnecessary clashes. But that was something he would need to worry about after finding it. First I need to get some help. It was hard for him to search this humongous Gragos by himself. He needed to borrow the strength of an already existing power. Where shall I go? The Gragos had numerous powers sectioned in different locations since it was so large. A bit of time would be needed just to find nearby information since they didn't know where they had landed. Sophia, who was listening quietly on the side, poked at Hansu. My trait is telling me to go towards a direction. Hansu nodded. Let's go. Is it alright to choose that easily? When Tekelin asked with a worried expression, Hansu shook his head. It's even hard for me to make a decision better than Sophia. Just believe her. Him choosing a direction was heavily influenced by his knowledge of the future. But the things he knew about were only important things, he couldn't learn of small details like this. On the other hand, the library supplied them threads of clues that told them about the quickest route. Sophia, who had gotten happy from Hansu's compliment, flew her body towards the direction her trait was telling her. Phew. We barely survived. Damn. They all ran away alive. Why did the charge have to come now? Ken grinned at his teeth. He couldn't do anything since the clash was something that could happen at any time, but the result this time was the worst outcome possible and it was hard for him to not lament. It was too late for him to find those who had ran away in all directions. And after this those guys would understand the danger and bunch up with their clans. Then it would be almost impossible for people like Ken who moved around in small numbers to look for another chance. And it's different from before. Ken looked at the Margoths in the distance. The surviving Margoths were constantly puking out the adventurers from the red zone. Those who would usually come once a month. The reason why they could do something like this was because the Magoth would puke them out once a month. Setting up camp in front of this constantly was the same as being crazy. Since it was the same as the slothing around that they all avoided. Actually spending one day out of the 30 in a month was still a huge investment. Since their competitors will get stronger during that day. Damn it. Ken made a dispirited expression. Did this mean it was impossible for him to get revenge on Amilstiden? At that time a chill ran down Ken's spine. And Ken knew what the sensation meant too well. Danger. At that time a jade-colored marble cut across the skies and flew towards him. Damn it. Ken hurriedly gathered a black-colored light within his hand. A skill which had turned the scout from lighthouse from the red zone into a rotting puddle in an instant. The thing that was good about the black deconstructing light was that it could be applied to every object and creature. Everything that got swept by this black light will get the structure broken down and then melt down into a thick puddle. But this was only when they were at similar levels or when he was stronger. Chuchuchuk. The jade marble that had smashed into him had frozen his whole body. Ken's black deconstructing light tried to melt down the ice, but the mana and the mastery of the skill on the ice was definitely a level above him. This is about 5th year. No, almost 6th. Damn. Ken then gave up resisting. Since they have frozen me, they don't have thoughts of killing me. If they wanted to kill him then he would have died already. It was better to listen than resisting and be forced into listening. But Ken regretted this decision after seeing the face of the person who had frozen him that was walking towards him from the distance. He should have resisted harder. It's been a while. Fuck. Ken made an uneasy expression after seeing Sophia approaching him from afar. Seeing the gleeful expression, his earlier thoughts had been exposed. Since she wouldn't be making such a happy expression while coming over to beat him up otherwise. Ken hurriedly shouted. I don't think you know since you just got here, but do you even know what clan I'm from? This isn't a place where you can act however you want. You will regret this. Sophia laughed as she approached while clenching her fists tightly from the urgent shouts of Ken. I know. I can see it clearly. Rirarari. Huh. Rather gaudy. The thing which he belonged to that was seen above his head. Hansu laughed as he heard Sophia's mumbles. She's never wrong. Rirarari. Though the name was a bit crappy, their strength and influence were real. A huge clan which had influence over 28 areas out of the 118 areas that the humans had made up on the Gragos. If they follow this guy's guidance then they would be able to find some hints. Well. It seems like that guy will get beat up a bit first. Since he had intentions of killing another human being, he should have expected at least this much. Hansu shrugged his shoulders as he looked at Ken, who was white from fear. Chapter 102, Body Enhancement Surgery, 2. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Chapter 102, Body Enhancement Surgery, 3. So you're telling me that you can give us that answer, huh? Sophia looked at Ken with an extremely suspicious expression. This guy was not somebody who was high up on the rankings even at a single glance. How would a guy like him know the path to a place like the temple? Is it in a location that everyone knows of? It didn't seem like that was the case. If it was in a place like that then it should have come up on the library first. The fact that no intel came up meant that it was in a place even she couldn't get to. And according to this guy's words, she was around the level of a 6th year. If it was a place where someone like her could not approach easily then it will be quite a dangerous place. Ken pondered for a moment of those words but quickly made a decision. His life would get in danger if he told people about clan information, but getting out of the situation was more important. Damn it. It's the same whichever way you die. He didn't want to say anything but he had a strong feeling that he will become a pile of grinded up meat. Since the people in front of him looked crazy. The person holding the spear seemed somewhat sane and the female only beat him up and did not emit any bloodthirst, but the normal looking man was completely different. The moment that man heard that he had a hint, he immediately started torturing him as if something was urgent. Damn it. I didn't care about him since he was so quiet. The calmest one was the most crazy one. Ken opened his mouth after giving up. I haven't been there, but I know of people who've been there. Where is it? Ken shook his head. It's not hard to tell you, but... Are you really going to go? Those people have been captured. Captured? Yes. They are trapped deep within the body of the Gragos. He had only come out for the meeting, but the surface of the Gragos was not a place where humans could live on. They had gotten on while expecting quite a lot of danger. Though the charge where a Gragos attacked another Gragos like before was not a common thing, the unlucky people who had been up here during that time may get killed. Or they may get attacked by roaming Margoths. And there wasn't much to eat around the surface since the Margoths sucked up everything and caused everything to get dry. Because of this, the stronger people dug tunnels on the inside and moved through those. The humongous artificial structure that tens of millions of superhumans had created for ages in order for their survival. These ant tunnels, which were still being expanded, were the location where most people on the Gragos lived on. The chances of being attacked by the Margoth decreases tremendously in here, no chance of getting into lava even with the Gragos shaking its body, and they could gain the bodily fluid safely without fighting with the Margoths. Of course it doesn't mean that it's safe. The ant tunnels were dangerous for different reasons. But Ken kept those words for himself. Since there was no need for him to give information to people who had just come up. Anyways, the jail was located in a hidden place deep within the ant tunnels. Hansu asked Ken. Why are they jailed? There was no need to ask who they were being jailed by. Ken shrugged as he spoke. I don't know. Go ask them directly. I just manage the people jailed and go there to give supplies. Hansu frowned at Ken's words. Clan, Reincarnator. It was the clan which expanded their power the fastest within the Orange Zone according to his knowledge. People who didn't make useless actions and only moved to get results. There was no reason why these guys would keep them hostage if there was no need for them. Which means that they were being held hostage because they were useful. And if they were being held hostage, then they wouldn't be easily let out. Ken cautiously asked them. Please release me since I've told you all. Didn't I just need to tell you of the location? Hansu shook his head at those words. Wouldn't he just send a carrier pigeon if he were get released here? He needed to penetrate through them while their defenses aren't set up properly. Guide us there. Damn. Then it's just a plain betrayal. I'll really die. Sophia made a cold expression as soon as his words ended. Even after hearing his explanation, the location of the jail wasn't being caught in her specialty. Which means that it's a place that's a bit hard for her to go with her current power level. There are probably defenses set up. Anyways, they needed him since the navigation didn't pop up, but if he didn't want to guide them, then he had no use. Yeah. If you have no use, then there's no reason to keep the guy who wanted to kill me alive. As soon as those words came out, something appeared on the end of Sophia's hands. Ken freaked out after seeing that. This crazy bitch. Ken quickly shook his hands and his head. Damn it. Okay. Don't kill me, I'll guide you there. Damn it. I really don't want to go to that side. But Ken had his own thoughts. I just need to buy time. A bit of time. He had already sent the carrier pigeon saying that he had found Sophia. If they had found out that something had happened to him, then they will send out a scouting team. Ken hid his intentions and then pointed towards a slightly different direction. In order to buy time. As soon as Hansu saw that direction, he grabbed that guy's neck and quickly moved. Shwayak. Sophia and Tekelin quickly caught up as they made confused expressions. Why are you in such a hurry? They had already set it up so he wouldn't be able to communicate in any way. Why was there a need to hurry if the people at the jail weren't going anywhere? It was better to find out the location and then proceed after proper preparations. There was never enough preparations. And the people at the jail aren't going anywhere anytime. Hansu shook his head. There's no time. Sophia and Tekelin didn't know, but Hansu knew that there was an emergency contact between these guys. Hansu looked towards Ken and spoke after finishing his thoughts. I give you 30 minutes. If we don't arrive within that time, then we are just going to leave. What? We will give up. There's nothing much to say about what would happen to you after that. According to his calculations, there was a high chance that those guys will intercept them in about 30 minutes. If he were calculate numerous other things, then he needed to complete it within 30 minutes. It would be better to leave then, get stronger, buy some time, and then look for another chance. Fuck. How did he find out? Ken freaked out at Hansu's words. 30 minutes was almost the same as his clan's reaction time that he calculated. Finding out that he had laid a trap was one thing, but how did he find out the time? Ken, whose expression had turned white from Hansu's threats, pondered for a moment and then moved the direction of his finger. 30 minutes was a bit tight to reach there from here. If he were to buy time and that guy really did follow his words, then he would just be finished here. Sophia made a shocked expression after seeing this. They had blocked all ways for him to do anything but for him to still lay down a trap. Look at this. This bitch. He remembered the torture he had endured earlier after seeing Sophia and Tekelin's expressions freezing up. No, Ken felt like breaking his finger, which had tricked them since the current situation looked even worse. Carlson, the person who had been entrusted with the 21st area of the Reincarnator clan, frowned. Damn it. Why was the clan name said like this? There wasn't much to say about it since the manager of the 19th area next to his had made fun of him for that name. I will chose the clan name as this. If you want to know why, then it's because I like that comic. That crazy author. But he could only confirm the clan leader's strength. It had been over 10 years since clans of similar size to theirs had been set up. On the other hand, they had started with the clan leader as the center, gained territory through battles within just 4 years, and had grown to similar sizes as them. The clan leader was an amazing person just from the fact that he had raised such a clan in just 4 years from nothing. Anyways, I wonder if the meeting is going well. Carlson thought of the meet that would be going on up there. A clan couldn't control and suppress every clansman. And because of this, the meets weren't that bad in their perspective. Since the clansmen would get rid of the future rivals with a reason of revenge. Because of this, many clans would fairly combine their strengths during times of meets and then separate up again. But this was all in name. How could they completely trust other clans? The massacre up there was a perfect setup to get hit from behind. During the olden days it was quite common for one to go to another clan's territory after hearing from them that their enemy from the red zone was there, only to be killed off by other clansmen who were waiting there in ambush. And because of this they would set up a minimal amount of safety procedures for those who participated in this. At that time one of the thousands of voodoo dolls in front of Carlsen's eyes made a loud noise as it rang. Beep. Beep. Carlsen frowned as he looked at the voodoo dolls in front of him. A sound which would be rung when a person participating in the current meet had escaped the area they were supposed to be at suddenly or had died. Carlsen read the letters upon the voodoo doll. Last reported area, location Z11. Reported information. The 21st area that he managed was further divided into 3 more areas. Since the size of the area was too big for one to control like that. Even though it had been divided into 118 areas, the size of the Gragos was so big that every area was bigger than most cities. Carlsen checked the location and the information of the carrier pigeon that had been sent to him. There's not really much of a reason why he would leave the current area. Carlsen frowned. Though there was a slight commotion from the clash with the other Gragos, this guy had been waiting in the area he was set on. There was no reason for him to get out from that area like this. No. No. Carlsen focused his thoughts on the final carrier pigeon that he had sent. Sofia Vergara. He said that he met one of the 7 departed souls. I guess I'll need to check it out. From the report it said that there were 2 more companions along with Sofia. Well. They're just scrubs so I can ignore them. Who would be stronger than the departed souls? Anyways, they don't even have any notion of fear. To act like this the moment they get up. Sofia was strong but there was a few people in his clan who were at that level. And a few would be already there in the nearby ant tunnels. Let's see. Who shall I send? Actually this was a good thing. Someone as strong as Sofia was a tiger cub. It would be hard to find her if she had hidden herself but killing her off here before she got strong and joined another clan wasn't that bad. Soon Carlsen thought of the best candidate for this. Someone who had a strong sense of revenge against Sofia Vergara. A person who had been waiting for 2 years in this orange zone after putting up Sofia's name on the list. 5th year, horny mad dog, Kale Dawson. Though he's a maniac he does have some skill. The fact that a 3rd year tried to rape a 1st year, failed and had been chased to the upper orange zone was a funny story whenever he heard it. But this had made him even stronger. Since he had polished his strength in order to revenge. Though he had a lot of talent from the beginning, his growth had been slowed down because of lazing around. Well. Though it seems like he hasn't given up his habit. The fact that this guy hadn't died despite Enbyron searching around in order to kill him proved his strength. Somebody who was far above a normal 5th year. Thankfully this guy was madly rushing towards that location after hearing Ken's carrier pigeon. Others were quite far away and were doing something else so they might take a while but this guy would get there with plenty of time left. It was good if he took care of it and still good if others did while he held them back. Carlsen sent a message to him immediately. Chapter 103, Body Enhancement Surgery, 3. Previous chapter table of contents next chapter. Chapter 103, Body Enhancement Surgery, 4. Kududuk. Hansu madly rushed towards the direction Ken pointed to. We have to get them out before the time runs out and then back off. It'll be troublesome if they got caught in a place like this. They finally arrived at a location after a long while of running. A huge underground tunnel. There were numerous buildings around the tunnel that seemed to be made of cut down trees. Checkpoint. One of the hundreds of entrances into the ant tunnels. And the place where the people who managed those entrances lived in. It might be different if they were at an area in which a clan didn't have control over but all the ant tunnels within the area of a clan's influence had checkpoints set up like these. In order to stop mysterious people from causing chaos within the ant tunnels. Since the ant tunnels were so complex that even the ones who managed them didn't know all about them so if somebody who was quite strong went inside and caused a ruckus then it will become very hard to catch them. The checkpoints were built in order to prevent such situations. The clansman who was standing upon the checkpoint poured numerous skills towards Hansu as he shouted. Hey. What are you doing? This area is off limits. 13 5th years. One who has just reached 6th year. There weren't any weak fellows. A system where the weak ones were set up at the entrance and the strong further in the back was only possible in a game. The people who had been sent out to get rid of invaders and protecting the ant tunnels were like the castle doors of the clan. Of course they would send out strong people. Sofia cannot beat them at that level. He had to act. Instantly a yellowish light started to gather up at the end of Hansu's spear, the forked lightning. Not the light of the demonic dragon's reinforcement but Pandemic Blade's yellowish light. Cheek. Just enough so they don't die. What did these guys do wrong? He was merely an intruder from their point of view and they were just doing what they were supposed to. But I still cannot waste time. Hansu had tested numerous things with the spores of the Pandemic Blade on the beasts before he had come up. And the result was very satisfactory. It's not that I can only grow out one strand of spores or molds. As the mastery of the Pandemic Blade rose he could use spores that had more fascinating results. The fact that he can control a germ with various effects was a very strong point. The amount of types he could use currently right now were 3 in total. Hansu sent out the second type out of those. Pang. The yellow powder spread out in all directions through the spear. The Rirarari clansmen flinched for a bit while looking at the powder flying at them. But then laughed at Hansu. To use poison this blatantly. One would receive a great amount of harm if they couldn't block poison type skills. But that was merely the reward for them being hard to use. A poison would show its might once it got inside the body or touched them but if that didn't happen then it was the same as throwing flour at people. This was why the people who were good at using poison type skills were hidden weapon experts or very proficient at throwing them out discreetly. It might be different if it was liquid or a solid but for him to throw the powder form so bluntly. The weak 6th year, Anderson, quickly used his skill and then covered the 14 of them. One of the lowest tier skills that collected air and created a wall. He had learned it in the tutorial and had never used it since the effects were so crap but it was good enough to block powders such as these. Throwing out all their skills in fear to defend just because the enemy used a skill was something only a beginner would do. Using the skills in the most efficient way possible with experience as the base was one of the basics of the basics. It's just wasted mana. At that moment a change occurred. Pajajajek. Chiik. The yellow powder that had been thrown into the air covered something transparent for a moment and then started to eat up the mana wall. Anderson freaked out as he saw this. Yuck. Devouring demonic poison. There was a very nasty poison among all different types of poison. Poison that ate up everything including skills made of mana. They had separated these poisons into a different type and then gave them the title of devouring demonic poison. A powerful poison that even ate mana and skills. A poison that ate up mana. But Anderson made an expression of disbelief. No way. That's not a devouring demonic poison type. Why would Anderson have only used air wall if he knew that it was a devouring demonic poison type? The devouring demonic poison types were very intimidating but they were extremely rare. There were a total of 6 types known throughout all of the tutorial, red and orange zones combined. And they all had bright and vibrant red color. He had never heard of a yellow poison like this. But during the time when Anderson had been shocked, the yellow spores that had broken through the mana wall shrouded over them. Puak. Hup. But they weren't easy to deal with either. I need to prevent it touching the body no matter what. They, the 5th and 6th years, used that short amount of time to use reinforcement skills to create a mana wall around themselves. Same for Anderson. 7 colors of mana reinforcements quickly shrouded Anderson's body. Ta-da-da-dak. The yellow spores had burned off 2 of the 7 mana reinforcements after going through the air wall but it couldn't get to Anderson's body and only stayed around the outside of the mana reinforcement. The same for other people. Everyone had a silly look of being covered by yellow flower but Anderson sighed in relief. Since he had stopped the poison from touching his body in the end. At that time Hansu spun his hand around. Swing. The mana codes within the spores that were spread between the 14 people that had the Nirmaha ring's power, embedded within them acted up. Kududududk. Udududk. Yuh. Yuk. The spores that were stuck on their body quickly sucked up the surrounding moisture and air as they increased their size. At the same time the powder form spores that were perfectly suited for flying quickly turned into a sticky liquid form. The 14 people instantly got covered within the mucus-like liquid and turned into a cocoon shape. Eek. Eek. Kudududk. Anderson used every strengthening type skill he had and tried to rip apart the mucus around his body but they were extremely tough and wouldn't get ripped apart. Damn it. What is this mana composition? What is this skill? The spore's elasticity and viscosity wasn't simply the problem. The concentration of mana within it was extremely high and the mana composition was very strong as well. Usually the strength of the mana structure changed depending on the level of the skill but for a skill to have the hardness of this then it needed to be at least 3 levels above his. Or have reached the pinnacle of mastery. Fuck, we're screwed. He's at least at the level of the ability. Anderson sighed. If he had been given some time then he would be able to break apart these things. Since the amount wasn't that great despite the thickness of the mana concentration. But the problem was the strength of those who will attack him. Ability. One of the parasites that roamed around the ant tunnels and sucked up the body fluids of the Gragos. If there were Margoths up above then Biladies existed under the skin. Of course the Biladi weren't as strong as the Margoths but they freely roamed around the ant tunnels and enjoyed ambushes so they were quite troublesome. A strong person at the level of a Biladi meant that person could beat down the Biladi in a one-on-one. A title that only a few top % of the 6th years could achieve. Of course there was a huge range of Biladi levels so differences in strength were made up in there but still the weakest of the Biladi level people were stronger than him. Death awaits. Anderson clenched his eyes but against his expectations, nothing happened. The moment they opened their eyes the 4 invaders had disappeared already. Wawak. Go damn it. What is this? And sounds of things crashing constantly rang out behind them. Including the entrance of the ant tunnel behind the checkpoint. This is bad. If those guys go into the ant tunnels then things will become hard. At that moment a voice came down from above. Really Lame? You checkpoint defenders. Where did they go? Those guys. It was formal speech but was full of contempt. Anderson made an expression that had a mixture of relief and discomfort from that voice. The reason why he had made an expression of discomfort was because he didn't like this guy. This rapist bastard. The reason why he had made an expression of relief was because he was sure that this guy could solve this problem. Kale Dawson. A strong person of the Biladi level. Anderson quickly ripped apart the golden mucus as he pointed towards a direction with his chin. It's satisfactory for now. Hansu nodded as he saw the effect of the second spore. He could seal down the movements of 5th and 6th years to a degree. There wasn't an effect like the first spore which even burned up mana protections but since this could be covered up with Nirmaha's ring, power destruction, it was much more efficient in terms of mana usage. The first spore just eats up too much mana. Hansu left behind the checkpoint defenders who were struggling with their body as he jumped into the ant tunnels. If one thought that it was a tunnel where only one person could fit in because it was called the ant tunnel then that is a huge mistake. A giant cave entrance that was tens of meters in diameter. It needed to be at least this much when it had been created by superhumans. This is bad. The reason why Rirarari had been able to expand so quickly was because they were able to use all their strength sufficiently without wasting anything. They had only used blades to kill chickens when they were killing chickens and blades for killing cows when they killed cows. They had been able to increase their power at a super fast pace because they always kept a slight advantage over people and had battled in numerous places at the same time. The area manager who had heard his report would probably have sent somebody who was just a bit stronger than Sophia. Then the chances of failure would increase tremendously. Since the person who he had judged to be useless was extremely strong. If they had created a tracker team with Sophia into their calculations then they were likely to get destroyed. Fuck. He had thought of changing the direction slightly but then he would immediately cross over the 30-minute mark. The moment Ken gave up and started to raise his hand to point towards a direction a change occurred. Jia-ying. Ken's finger distorted into a strange direction. To be precise it wasn't that Ken's finger was distorting but rather the space around it. Ken's face brightened up after seeing this. A dimension type skill. For them to have such a mastery over a rare dimension type skill. Only one person came up to his mind after connecting it: Sophia. Cale Dawson. Soon the ant tunnels had disappeared and they had been transported into a different location. The place they had first gotten to when they had come over to the other world. The space where they were surrounded by rubbles and were next to the train station. While Hansu was frowning while looking at this scene, something rose up from the ground and tried to smash onto Hansu. Towards Ken, who was being held by Hansu to be precise. Boom. Green worm. A beginner mob that could be seen at the bottom of the train station during the tutorial stage before. But their strengths were not similar. Hansu frowned after smashing the charging green worm with his hands covered by demonic dragon's reinforcement and feeling it get numb. A human speech surprisingly came out from the green worm's mouth after it had come out from the ground. There's a limit to how much you can betray. Why would you tell the exact coordinates to the enemy? There's a limit to being lame. Huaf. Ken made an expression of his soul having been stripped off from Cale Dawson's voice after almost having his heart penetrated through. But you have still done well. I found her, thankfully. It's been a while, Miss Sophia Vergara. Sophia remembered where she had heard that annoying voice and then frowned. Chapter 104, Body Enhancement Surgery, 4. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Chapter 104, Body Enhancement Surgery, 5. Hansu meticulously checked the formation. Sophia made a slightly surprised expression and Hansu looked at Sophia with an understanding expression. It's a skill that doesn't appear in the red zone. Actually, it was hard to acquire in the orange zone as well. But it was indeed a very useful skill. The user would be able to create an environment that is more suited for him since he is the one using the skill. And as the mastery kept on increasing, he would be able to continue to change that environment. He was basically creating his own zone. As long as somebody got stuck in it, then he would be able to gain an upper hand in the battle. Quajaduduk. The attacks in the form of green worms were constantly pouring in. And the carnivorous beast that Hansu had killed before for the Nirmaha's ring was rising up in the distance while making loud noises. The strongest point of the formation was that the people would only be able to get out if they find the core that is connected to the user. And they would need to search around for that core, but here there wasn't a need. Since the blue marble was located above the destroyed building in the distance as if Cale was showing it off. Hansu made a surprised expression. The fact that he could show the core like that meant that he had some experience with formations. There's no need to drag it out. The longer one stayed within a dimension type skill, the worse it was for them. If they waste their energy randomly from skills, then it'll only be better for the user. Hansu poured strength into the forked lightning in his hands. At the same time he used the from Nirmaha's ring. Boom. A transparent light surrounded the tip of the forked lightning. Next was Pandemic Blade. There was no reason to go easy. Hansu poured in the strongest and most vicious spore, the first spore, onto the forked lightning. A yellowish light covered over the transparent light and shrouded the forked lightning. Lastly, Hansu strengthened his entire body with the demonic dragon's reinforcement and then poured the dark golden light of the reinforcement right over the spear. A strike that was prepared for a one-shot kill. If you block this, then you win. Boom. Hansu then threw the forked lightning towards the core, the blue marble, in the distance. The ant tunnels that towered over tens of meters. A marble of 1 m diameter was floating in the middle of the ant tunnel while radiating red light. The dimensional structure created from the dimensional skill. Cale Dawson made a content expression as he looked at the circular red marble. Sophia. It seems I'll finally be able to pay back what you've done to me. He had hurriedly ran into the orange zone after losing his left arm after trying to go against her. And he had struggled intensely in order to get stronger before she came up. I wouldn't be able to kill her otherwise. Cale Dawson, who had been making a content smile while looking at the marble that shone red light as if it was made of blood, suddenly frowned. The person inside it had suddenly thrown the spear into the air. The moment Cale Dawson got surprised, the spear flew through the air and then headed towards the top of the Gangnam building where the core was located on. And Cale made a content expression again as he saw this. He fell for it. An attack that had all of his strength poured into. The aura of the spear that was flying was not normal. If that spear penetrated through the core, then it would be dangerous for him too. Since the blue core inside the dimension and the red core in front of him were connected. The moment the spear hit the core, it will come out from the core in front of him and then hit him. But that was only if he were to hit. I don't know why they all act the same way. He had purposely put the core in a place where it could be easily seen. When he set up the dimension in the past, he would often hide the core with utmost care in case it might get broken if it was hit, but he found out that it was more effective to just show the core. If he hid the core, then the people inside will calmly deal with the surrounding attacks, but once the core was shown, then they will ignore the attacks from around them and only go for the core. Though that was the trap. Move. Cale slightly moved the core located above the top of the Gangnam building. Whoosh. The insides of the dimension trembled slightly due to him moving the core, but Cale didn't care. Since it was a move for which he had taken into account the durability of the dimension. A situation where one used all their strengths to prepare an attack and send it towards the core, but the core disappearing in front of their eyes. At that time they will got shocked psychologically and then get swept over by the attacks from around them. They wouldn't give up that easily if they knew that there was a limit to moving the core, but not many people knew since dimensional skills were quite rare. Even more so for those who had just come up like them. Let's see. Cale looked inside the dimension with a happy expression. Since he wanted to see the expression of that guy's face once his attacks failed. But Cale suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Since the guy who had thrown the spear was laughing. At that moment the spear that had been thrown started to turn in an impossible angle. Kugugugug. The spear that had turned in a 90-degree angle didn't slow down a single bit as it started to fly into the depths of the rubble in the distance. Towards the location he had moved the core to. Godamnit. Cale quickly changed the environment of the dimension, blocked the trajectory of the spear and then started to pour defensive skills all over himself in reality. And he also used the special skill of his reinforcement, to turn his body into a steel-like material. Boom, boom, boom. The spear penetrated through tens of carnivorous beasts and hundreds of green worms as it smashed into the blue marble. Crack. The moment the spear smashed into the extremely hard blue marble, a transparent light shone out from the spear. Then the core rippled as it swallowed the golden spear. As if it couldn't handle it anymore. And the golden spear that the blue marble had swallowed came out from the red marble in reality as it flew towards Kale Dawson. Towards his heart to be precise. Kale Dawson hurriedly grasped the spear that was flying towards his body by activating. Kudududk. The transparent light had disappeared but the power of the spear was tremendous. Kale Dawson clenched his teeth as his reinforcement got shredded apart by the dark golden reinforcement. But I survived it? The spear that had charged towards him started to lose its strength. At that moment the yellow energy surrounding the spear spread out into the air. Kale Dawson smirked as he saw this. His metallic jade reinforcement had a tremendous amount of resistance against poison. Since he was basically turning his entire body into steel. But Kale could only stop laughing. Since tremendous amounts of pain started to pour in from all over his body. Cheek. Uaaaaak. Some yellow thing started to gnaw into Kale's body as it sent in a burning like pain all over his body. Clank. The spear that had smashed into him lost its strength and got dropped to the ground but Kale couldn't even care about this as he screamed while he rolled around on the ground. Suyuk. At that moment he saw the hands of a person picking up the spear that had dropped next to him. Kale woke up despite struggling in pain when he saw this. This is bad. There was no way Sophia would let him live if this continued. No. It'll be worse if she let me live. Kale, who had understood that the situation was dangerous, used both his metallic jade reinforcement and the dimensional skill as he used his most powerful skill. Kyuyoong. A reddish gold-like metal box surrounded Kale Dawson in an instant. The user himself wouldn't be able to do anything either but it was Kale's last resort that had tremendous amounts of defense. The reason why Kale Dawson didn't use this from the start was because it wasn't really effective. If he used this then he wouldn't be able to do anything for 30 minutes. But a person who forced him to use this could easily break through it in 30 minutes. But these guys are aiming for things unknown to them. Kale Dawson hurriedly shouted as he thought that he had bought time. Wait. You aren't thinking of killing me, right? You know who I am. They would have sent down more people from the Reincarnator clan already. You should run. Hansu smirked inwardly from those words. No way. Those guys were famous for not going overboard. He didn't know the identity of the guy in front of him but if they had sent a guy of this level to kill Sophia then they have done enough. They would not send additional members. Sophia's expression turned white at that moment. Since her trait, library, was ringing out warning alarms. Hansu and the person in front of her were both strong. But the person coming right now couldn't even be compared. Damn it. It's real. Something's coming. No way. But there was also no way that Sophia's trait could be wrong. Hansu squinted his eyes and focused after hearing Sophia's words but he couldn't catch anything in his senses. Which means that something was approaching from outside his range. I wish I had a long-range perception skill or two. Even if he were to increase his perceptions with the demonic dragon's reinforcement, it would still not be able to compare to long-range perception skills. There are a lot of skills I need to fill up. One needed a strong attack skill, a defensive skill and a perception skill. But he wasn't in a rush. Hansu sharpened his perception even more. In order to read the airwaves coming off from the existence rather than the existence itself. You can hide aura or force waves. But you can't hide the ripples in air that were caused by the shape moving through it. A result which he had found out after countless battles. At that moment Hansu felt slight ripples within the air. After calculating the speed, aura, and the distance of the existence closing upon them, Hansu made a helpless expression as he looked at the person in front of him. It's a Margoth level. Is this guy that important? Baladi level. And then the Margoth level which existed above that. An extremely strong person who could beat down a Margoth in a 1 versus 1 situation. There shouldn't be many of them within the Reincarnator clan. This guy. I thought he was just some useless guy. He didn't know what had happened in the 2 years this guy was separated from Sophia but if a Margoth level was running over then that meant that this guy was somebody really important. There's no time. He could probably get through the defensive skill in front of him. It would take about 1 minute. But then he would clash with the person charging towards them. I can't win yet. A Margoth level would be hard to deal with even after his racial metamorphosis. No, he had a higher chance of losing. Only those who are extremely lucky and have a huge amount of talent reach the Margoth level. Like Kangti or Keldian. It was the same as winning the lottery but there were always people who won it. People who resided at the top of the orange zone which consisted of hundreds of millions of people. We have to get. At that moment he frowned at the countless amounts of Reincarnator clansmen who were getting caught within his senses. At this rate he would get caught. At that time a red carrier pigeon flew in from the distance. This way. Run this way. MMM. Hansu frowned at the sudden carrier pigeon that flew in from somewhere within the ant tunnels. And then asked Sophia. Is it okay to follow this? He asked her to figure out if it was a trap or a safe route. Sophia touched the red carrier pigeon and then nodded. Her trait was telling her to follow this carrier pigeon. At that time Hansu and Sophia held onto Ken and Tekelin as they quickly moved their body towards the location the red carrier pigeon was telling them to. Kale Dawson made a surprised expression after seeing this and then laughed out loudly. Wahahaha. Did you really fall for that? That's some next level stupid. He had gambled that last part as a last resort but for them to believe him and actually run away. Kale Dawson laughed, grinned at his teeth and then told himself he would get revenge next time. I'll get you for sure next time. They were strong but if he gathered around 2 more people his level then they would be able to win. Kale Dawson, who had added another person to his blacklist other than Sophia, looked at the crimson metal dimension surrounding him and made a content smile. I guess this is still helpful. It was a skill which he called the stupid box because it only had a high defense, it didn't allow one to run and also reduced one's perception within it but for it to save his life like this. But Kale Dawson suddenly felt something weird after laughing for a while. The Reincarnator clansmen who had gathered in order to catch the intruder had started to run away in all directions. Kale Dawson was flabbergasted as he looked towards the direction the ones running away were looking at. And then his expression turned around 180 degrees as he looked up into the sky. Wah-wah. Wah-wah-ay-ay. Kale Dawson started to subconsciously smash onto the red-colored wall surrounding him. But of course that didn't do anything to the crimson metallic dimension. Ko-you. At that moment something landed in front of Kale Dawson like a missile. Kale Dawson tried to stick out his tongue and bite it off after seeing the person who had walked out from the dust cloud. Since it was better to just suicide. At that time the person who had landed struck their hand out like lightning. Clash. The crimson metallic dimension that even Hansu had given up on and ran away from broke apart like glass. Tuck. Koo, you. Kale Dawson trembled in fear as his chin was grasped even before he could bite down onto his tongue. Then the female, Aaron, looked at Kale and mumbled with a calm expression. I've heard well of what you've done to my younger sibling. Q. Kale Dawson wanted to shout out. That he wouldn't have done it if he knew that it was her sibling. Aaron looked at Kale Dawson who was covered in germs and then clicked her tongue. Let's see. Why are you so hurt? There's a lot to do, let's heal you up and start afterwards. Q. Kale Dawson realized the moment he saw the soft healing light on Aaron's left hand. That he would not be able to die easily. Kale made an expression of despair. Something's bugging me. Hansu had a nagging feeling while following the carrier pigeon throughout the complex ant tunnels but shook it off by shaking his head. Since the person who had sent the carrier pigeon appeared in front of his eyes. They don't look hostile. Who are you guys? Hansu looked at the 3 males and 3 females who were hiding in the corner of the extremely complex ant tunnels. At that time the man who was standing in the front pointed towards Ken within Hansu's hands as he spoke. Give us that guy. Hansu squinted his eyes as he heard the man's words that told him to let go of his guide. Chapter 105, Body Enhancement Surgery, 5. I don't think that will be possible. Hansu was thankful that they had helped them in a dangerous situation but he couldn't let this guy go. Then Tears, the man standing in front of him, sighed. He couldn't win with strength. Since he had seen Kale Dawson who was hard to deal with even among the strong people get smashed by this guy. But he couldn't back off. Tears asked him with a nervous expression. Why do you need him? I don't know why you guys need him but he's a necessity to us. Why? Since that guy knows where our comrade is being held at. Hansu squinted his eyes as he looked between Ken and the 3 males and 3 females. Then he finally understood why they were asking him to give Ken to them. So these guys are also looking for the location of the jail. Hansu pondered for a moment and then spoke out. Why is there a need to go separately? Let's go together. I have some business with those guys too. If he were to go with the people here then it will be much easier to find out the location of the temple from them. And even if it was borrowing a cat's hand, it was better if there was support. There was no reason to go separately if they had the same destination. The 3 males and 3 females made suspicious expressions but then nodded. There wasn't much time. The surrounding defenses would increase by a level from the recent chaos. It might have been different before this guy had come but even if they knew the location it will still be hard to get to it with their own strength. ALLA. Wait for us. Tears clenched his teeth as he thought of their friend who would be held there. Crunch. Tears gulped as he saw the parasite Matiron get smashed through in a single strike. He's really strong. They were currently using the ant tunnels that the parasites had dug and not those which the humans had dug. From the fear of the human-made ant tunnels swarming with clansmen searching for them. Of course there was a reason why people didn't go through the ant tunnels dug out by parasites. Since other than eating the body fluids of the Grados, the parasites loved to feast upon humans as a special treat. But Hansu and Sophia who had recently joined them were smashing apart the parasites as they headed in the direction Ken was pointing to. But why are they keeping our comrade hostage? Ken squinted his eyes at the words of Tears. This weakling. It might have been different for Hansu but he could only get annoyed as these weakling asked him. But there's nothing he could do. Since he had been caught. Ken shrugged his shoulders and spoke. What would it be? It's to figure out the location of the temple that they know. Damn. Tears frowned at the expected answer. It was quite a well-known story. Another race lived in the inner parts of the Gragos. A race that was the object of fear from their powerful body, beast-like ability to take on hits and secretiveness. But one day, a rumor came in. That race didn't have that strength from the start either. If you visit a place called the temple then even humans can gain that strength. Everyone tried to convince themselves that those words weren't true but they couldn't after seeing the person who had started that rumor. Since he went up from the Baladi level to the Margoth level. A powerful muscular structure and vitality that exceeded humans and even ignored skills. Humans tried to search every bit of the Gragos from that point onwards but that wasn't possible. The numerous other parasites along with Baladis were burdensome enough. Even though it seemed like they had dug around like it was the humans' territory, it was dug around in the safest spots. And even if they got through the parasites, the unknown race was still the problem. Because of this the location of the temple fell into the depths of mystery. And of course they would ask people like Alan who would have hints towards that place. Wouldn't it just be easy if you put in the symbol instead? There was no need for torture. Since they just needed to recruit them if they wanted to know. Ken laughed at Sophia's question as he answered. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the symbol works on those who aren't human. Sophia, Hansu, and Tekelin paused at those words. Yeah. If they know about the temple then it's likely that they are Karen. You guys are doing all this for naught. There's nothing you would find out even after all that torture. Why? Tekelin nodded at Sophia's words. All the Akaran clansmen receive a restriction from the temple before they set off. Even if they want to say it they can't say a thing about the location of the temple. Anyways. It seems that kid will go through a lot of hardships. Tekelin clenched his teeth. The thought of his few remaining clansmen having been caught and being tortured had unconsciously made him grind his teeth. Sophia asked back. Why? Tears was the one who answered. The Akaran say that they can't even suicide. One of the 13 rules that had existed after the Third Great War. Every Akaran must die at the hands of someone else. It was one of the rules that had been created since they had so little numbers. It seems you're close to them. That information wouldn't be easily told to other races. The fact that they knew that much meant that they are close. Tears spoke with a bitter expression. That's why we're going to go save them. We will send her back to her home no matter what. But there is no other way, right? It seems like you know something. Tears wasn't really surprised from the thought of Tekelin, who didn't really look like an Ikaran, knowing something. There were a lot of people with strange stories and strange abilities in the Orange Zone, and they were always people that were outside their expectation. They might have heard this somewhere like us. Tekelin shrugged as he spoke. I don't know. The fact that they came outside means that they have the orders of the temple. The temple won't remove the limitations until they complete those orders. Which means that Alan Kid won't know the way to the temple at all. There were countless times when they were suspicious of other tribes before the unification. That was the reason for the method that could keep the location of the temple, which acted as the most important location, secret. The Ikaran who had gone outside from the temple will only have their limitations lifted off once they accomplish their orders, and only then would they remember the way to the temple. Oh yeah, she said that she had orders that she needed to accomplish. Though she didn't tell us. Anyways, it's great having met people like you. We can't save them with just our strength. Tears made a bitter expression. Though they had spent a lot of time together, they didn't get to hear the stories about the orders and the temple. And they were in a situation where they couldn't save Alan because they lacked strength. Kayayak. Hansu asked Ken after killing off the last parasite and collecting up the runes. Are we really there? Where is it? Ken pointed towards the small hole located between the ant tunnels with his finger. An extremely shabby hole compared to the surrounding tunnels that towered over tens of meters. It seemed someone would just run by it if they didn't know about it. There was no way that they could go into every tiny hole like that within the complex ant tunnels just because of suspicion. Hansu spoke towards the surrounding people. Stay here. Hansu jumped into the hole in the distance the moment he finished speaking. This reckless bastard. Tears freaked out as he saw this. If loud noises occur after jumping in recklessly like that, then all the surrounding people will swarm in. Though it was covered up as a small hole in order to hide it from people's eyes, there were 5th and 6th year level people swarming inside there. Since it was a place created by the Reincarnator clan to work away from the sights of other clans. But the more problematic thing was the surrounding patrols. Though this jail was a bit out in the corner, the surrounding area belonged entirely to the Reincarnator clan. The moment noise happened inside there, all the clansmen would swarm here like ants. Befitting of the ant tunnels. But unlike the worries of Tears, the insides of the ant tunnels were quite quiet. What's happening in there? Tears looked at the surroundings, but Sophia and Tekelin were also squinting their eyes. As if they didn't know either. After a long while of silence, a person held onto a thing much larger than his body as he jumped up. Hansu wasn't small either, but the person in Hansu's hands was almost 2 m high. A reddish-brown skin and a tiger-like expression. Tears' expression turned bright as he saw this. Alan. But Tears could only grind his teeth after seeing Alan. Since Alan's body was basically covered with wounds. These fucking bastards. And Tears wasn't the only one who was enraged. Kui. Tekelin made a helpless expression after seeing one of his race being covered in wounds. Why did they send a child who hasn't even received the body enhancement surgery? If she had received the surgery, then nothing would have happened. But his questions disappeared as he saw the wounds all over her body, and he was filled up with rage instead. Humans. There was nothing good about this guy's race. To the point where he didn't understand why Hansu was trying to increase their numbers so hard. Will coexisting with these guys be possible? Tekelin could only question. Hansu spoke towards Tekelin. Let's run away quickly. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. It's about time to run. Flap 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 flap. At that moment, tens of carrier pigeons started to fly in all directions from the small hole Hansu came out from. And Tears made a confused expression as he mumbled. Oh my. Did you not kill them? Hansu nodded. It'll be trouble if they get on our tail. There was a difference between taking one person and running away and killing everyone inside there and then running away. The size of the tracking team will also change. Though this Tears seemed to have personal grudges, there was no need for him to share that. Hansu spoke towards Alan as he continued to run. Since he had saved somebody who knew the road, it was now time to ask about it. Of course, after helping them remember it. Which mission were you trying to do? They needed to complete the mission in order to find the temple. And because of this, Hansu would gladly help with Alan's mission, but he could only do so if he knew what it was. Alan looked at her surroundings and then clenched her teeth. Because she was stuck between either telling them or not. Can I trust these humans? Alan looked at the people as well as Tears while she pondered, but then clenched her teeth. I need their help. She had wasted too much time here and her body condition wasn't good enough to get through this place alone. Alan spoke out after she finished thinking. Please take me to the bloody tube. Tears made a surprised expression at Alan's words. A mysterious tower located at the spine of the Gragos. Though it didn't even go over 5 m above the skin, the reason for this tower being called mysterious was situated deep below it. The depth of this tower that often blocked their path while they dug the ant tunnels couldn't even be measured. A tower that shot past even the deepest parts the humans had been to. The people wanted to investigate this place with more detail, but there were so many bloodies in the area to the point where most people couldn't even approach it. A mysterious tower that shot down deep into the Gragos, which had so many bloodies that it was named after them. The others were confused, but Tekelin's expression turned grim. The humans didn't know, but the ones who set up the structure called the bloody tube was them, the Ikaran. The purpose for that structure was one. The bloody tube that was stuck in the giant spine of the Gragos checked the fluid level that came out from the Gragos using the body fluid pressure. Like a thermometer. If there's plenty of body fluid, then it will be filled up to the brim, and if it was lacking, then it would dry up to the bottom. A mechanism built since the Gragos will roll around if there isn't enough body fluid. Hansu nodded at those words as he flew his body towards the bloody tube in order to get Alan over there. The bloody tube wasn't that far away from where they were. Alan quickly checked inside the tube through the transparent window on the green wall of the tube. Nothing. The body fluid that should have been filled up was gone, and only a dark hole could be seen below. Alan clenched her teeth as she fumbled with a few places on the tube as she opened the door and shouted. I'll be right back, so wait. Alan fell down the tube and checked the height of the tube after leaving behind the people's shouts. Though we expected this, but for it to be this much. Aelin clenched her teeth as she looked at the dried up tube. If the body fluids were at the green areas of the tube, then it was safe. It meant that more Icarans could live. There was no need to clash with the Margoths either. Aelin fell for a bit longer as she started to fall past the yellow area. Yellow was warning. A stage where, though there wasn't a need to clash against the Margoths yet, they should have a look at controlling their population. It's not even filled up to this yet. Soon Aelin dropped past the yellow and started to fall into the red part of the tube. Red was very dangerous. Now, one of two things will happen. Either the Margoth will die or them. They needed to wage war against the Margoths. And reduce the rate at which the body fluids were being drunk. There's nothing here either. The moment Aelin was shocked, the red tube ended as well. At that moment Aelin made a splashing sound as she crashed into the body fluids of the Gragos. Bubble bubble. Her whole body had been smashed with a huge amount of force, but that wasn't the important part. Aelin quickly looked at the surroundings. Black. Oh my god. How did it get down here so quickly? The body fluids were barely filled up to the dark tube. Aelin clenched her teeth at the much more worse situation than it had been expected. She had to quickly go to the temple and tell them. I must get out without them finding out. The limitations were coming off and she could remember the location of the temple. The words of her returning were lies in order to lose those guys. The rules told them to not lie and repay kindness, but the human race was too dangerous for that, as well as the current situation not being good. The moment Aelin was about to escape through the secret tunnel on the side of the tube, a splashing noise was heard from behind. Somebody jumped in after me. While Aelin was shocked, Hansu's voice was heard from inside the liquid. It's a bit troublesome if you go alone. Hansu also made a serious expression as he looked at the black walls. It's too fast. It should happen at least a year later. Anyways, it doesn't seem like this girl would take us that easily. Hansu frowned as he looked at Aelin, who was being very cautious of him. Chapter 106, Akaran, 1. The future changed. Hansu made a grim expression. A few huge incidents existed in the other world, and there were cases where hundreds of millions of people had died. One of them. The Gragos lava bathing incident, which will happen 1 year from now. Though the Gragos had simply spun around a single time, the result that had brought was horrific. The incident which had one of the most casualties with over 300 million deceased while not counting the wounded. The Dark Mad Lord was cute compared to this. The him of the past came up to the Orange Zone 1 year after that had happened. And could only get shocked. Since the remains of those who had died from the lava were still around. The people in the ant tunnels burned up from the lava that flowed in there and then petrified like fossils. The Gragos, which had traces of hundreds of millions of people living in it, was just slowly being filled up from the people who were just coming up from the red zone. But Hansu wasn't focused on this. If he were to cure the Gragos and complete the next stage as well, then there was no chance for the incident that would happen in a year. But this changed everything. I knew a change would happen, but this is too fast. Akardion, the person who was dealing with skills relating to time, had spoken to him before he came here. The fact that you're going to the past alone is a change. A lot will change from what you knew. Hansu's greatest point was not his strength but the knowledge he brought from the future. Of course that strong point will crumble as the future changed more and more. But Hansu and the others believed something while planning this out. The 7 zones that were separated by a dimensional wall. They believed that these walls will reduce the butterfly effect as much as possible. Since the amount of the lower zones being affected was low, since they couldn't see it from above. But for them to have this big of a miscalculation. It wasn't that he had made a mistake, and it was too short of a time for somebody to have a huge effect after climbing up. Hansu frowned. Since he had almost no information regarding this incident. There was barely nothing that was alive above the Gragos after this incident. Only the extremely strong and a lucky few. And a few Margoths who had extremely strong stamina that could withstand the lava and had dug into the skin. Because of this there wasn't much information regarding this. It shouldn't be the fairy. There should be more. Where did the change happen? So that Kong Hansu did something that amazing? Mr. Kim Guanyi, the patriarch of the Rirararari clan, mumbled after hearing the story of the person in front of them. And Zhongsang, one of the 7 departed souls, smiled as he looked at that Guanyi. Yeah. Amazing, right? Zhongsang had immediately gotten caught by some mysterious people and was dragged here. He tried to resist, but he couldn't even handle the people who were called Bloody level here. And here the person who he had seen before in the past was sitting as the boss. Kim Guanyi. A person whom he had saved the life of in the past just for fun. Well, I knew he wasn't a simple guy, but he has really become a monster. Guanyi was treating him extremely well. Others might look at Guanyi treating the savior of his life and say he's a very good person, but Zhongsang, who knew a bit about this guy, knew why. The reason why this guy was being nice to him was not because he had saved his life or because they were both Koreans. That guy just wanted to show off to him. Towards Zhongsang, who had a tremendous amount of influence which he couldn't even chase after. The result of his work which he had accomplished in the Orange Zone. He is a guy who was this way since back in the past. Damn. The things called the 6 pillars wouldn't even exist if I had come up earlier. A person who was always shouting that there would only be 1 pillar instead of 6 if he had come first. He had looked over every corner of the world tree and just left along with his followers. After throwing away the patriarch position of the Hecarim clan that had been set already. The environment here isn't good. Those calamities things bug me too much. It had already been 4 years ago. He should be quite pissed. Zhongsang laughed as he looked at Guanyi laughing as well. A person who lived on the taste of his own greatness. That guy couldn't even muster up the courage to even touch the calamities and just moved himself away. And had actually grown after showing his true strength after getting to the Orange Zone. But somebody had dealt with those calamities from below and then came up. Though it was laughing on the surface, he would probably be extremely pissed inside. Yeah. What are you going to do? Guanyi shrugged his shoulders after listening to Zhongsang's story. Well. Thank you for the story. But I had a plan for something like this already. What? Zhongsang frowned as he heard Guanyi's words. Mister. You saw what this thing looked like, right? Who do you think will be stronger if you compare with the calamity? Then Zhongsang spoke as he saw Guanyi asking him while pointing towards the existence called the Gragos that they were standing on, and then replied without even a need for thinking about it. Of course this thing is much stronger. The calamities lived up to their name as calamities, but these Gragos were on a different level. Guanyi giggled as he spoke. You think so, right? Wouldn't it be so much more amazing if I kill this? What? Zhongsang thought that he had heard wrong as he got suspicious of his own ears. If somebody had said this he would have thought that they were crazy, but this guy was not somebody who just said random words. Since he had created a giant clan which had carved up their spot in the orange zone in a mere 4 years. No, where is he planning to live after killing this thing? At that time he kind of understood what this guy was thinking of. Keldian. Ares. Kim Kangti. Pao Ren. The owners of the 6 pillars. And the amazing feats that these people had left behind. This guy was trying to accomplish something that couldn't even be compared to those things. Something that everyone will look at and respect, a feat that would become a legend in the other world. Only for his own pride. This guy is also a lunatic. Guanyi spoke towards that Zhongsang. I was going to do this in a year actually. But wouldn't that amazing guy just go up in just a bit? He needed a year for perfection, but he could do it at any time. No, he had already sent carrier pigeons in all directions and the plan was already on the way. You can't just go like that. See it first and then go up. A show would only have meaning if there were audiences, and a proposal will only have its worth if there was somebody to make it to. That guy had gone up to the next stage within just a month of coming up. Which meant that this guy wouldn't even take 1 year to go up to the next stage. No, he might even go up in just a bit. So he had to show his hand before this guy went up. That he had done something even greater than him. This is a show just for you. Guanyi thought of Hansu, whose face he didn't even know of, as he laughed. Hansu mumbled as he looked at ALLA, who was unconscious and hanging in his hands. I need to find out the reason for this first. If it was this much, then somebody had intervened. It hadn't been long since the liquid's level had descended to the black zone. This amount is still fixable. He might be able to fix the problem if he removed the originator of this. But going to the temple was also important. He was stuck in a situation where he had to find the reason for the change as well as finding the temple. So Hansu made a red carrier pigeon. *PR, remember, he was given an earring with that skill from the clans back in the red zone. He should have come up by now. Hansu pulled out the carrier pigeon and threw it towards a direction. Guanyi thought of Hansu, who was going to be his audience, and then asked because the other departed souls came into his mind. But where did the others go? Mister? Wasn't it 7 including you, mister? It was better the more audience there was. Departed souls who were high and mighty in the red zone would be great audience. He was already feeling good from the thought of people who acted high and mighty in the red zone looking at him with surprised expressions. Zhongsang frowned at Guanyi's words. I don't know what happened to one. One followed that Hansu guy. I don't know where the other 5 are. They aren't replying to my carrier pigeons. Anyway. Did Miyamoto really die? Then it's a bit of a pity. His skills and artifacts are quite precious. The skills they had were amazing, but the core part was Miyamoto. Because of this he had searched around all of the World Tree area, looking for traces of Miyamoto while Hansu was hunting for runes. The result was a failure. It didn't seem like Hansu moved during that time. Where did he go? While Zhongsang squinted his eyes while thinking of Miyamoto and the other 5 departed souls, they were surprisingly all in the same place. Boom. Arkmariang, one of the 7 departed souls, grinned at her teeth as she looked at the purple mana reinforcement exploding towards her. Though she had just been slightly grazed, her own mana reinforcement created by the golden reinforcement was getting shredded apart rapidly. Arkmariang shouted out after getting pushed to the corner. This crazy bastard. Why are you doing this? 10 years since she had been tied down by the Akuma below. And because of this, she hadn't stayed with the other departed souls and had separated. She needed to enjoy her life a bit now. Though it was a new zone, Arkmariang had complete faith in herself. That she would be able to find her place quickly with her skills and experience. But to meet a crazy bastard like this the moment I get up. Why was there no rumors when a guy like this existed? And Arkmariang knew instantly of what happened to Miyamoto, whom Zhongsang was searching for. Miyamoto's skill, Miyamoto's artifacts. Since the guy in front of him was using all of these to smash her around. Theirs were high level, but Miyamoto's was a level higher. And what the hell is that purple reinforcement? Where did he get it? She had never even heard of something like that existing. Sangjin smiled while attacking Arkmariang. I kind of need an underling, but having a good one is better. The moment these words ended, Sangjin's purple reinforcement burnt up all the remaining reinforcements surrounding Arkmariang's body. And the golden spear that had shot up from the ground like lightning smashed onto the stomach area of Arkmariang. Smack. Kahook. Arkmariang grinned at her teeth whilst breathing out heavily from pain and grabbing onto her stomach. You bastard. You think I'll listen to you because of this? Me. She realized from the attacks. His goal was capturing her alive and not killing. Which meant that he had something to ask of her. Sangjin laughed as he shook his head. The 3 before you said the same thing. I don't know where one went though. What? As soon as his words ended, some people walked out from the trees. Arkmariang swallowed her words as she saw this. You guys. The 3 other departed souls whom she had separated from. This meant that all the departed souls with the exception of Miyamoto, Zhongsang, and Sophia had been gathered here. But they had the symbol of a lord shining upon their hands. Who was able to? These guys couldn't be handled with normal lords. Who had and polished such a powerful trait? While Arkmariang was lost in confusion, somebody walked towards Sangjin. The person who had the title of Dark Mad Lord in the past but had died and revived. Wang Yang looked at Sangjin and spoke while preparing to implant the symbol of a lord. If I listen to you, then my daughter will be safe, right? His daughter, whom they had revived from the cross where he had revived at? Of course it was something Yurine did in order to keep a hostage to control him, but he was still extremely thankful. But she couldn't escape her fate of being a hostage. Now she had become that man's hostage. Damn it. Sangjin laughed at Wang Guiyang's words and spoke. Of course. And I told you that this isn't bad for you either. I told you that I'll help you find your son, right? You just need to listen to me well. Wang Yang clenched his teeth. This was why it was hard for him to kill that guy off. How did he find out that I had a son? A strange aura was constantly being released by Sangjin, who seemed to always be a step ahead. At that moment a red carrier pigeon flew to Sangjin. Ark Mariang sighed at the symbol on her hands as she looked at Sangjin, who was looking at the carrier pigeon with a serious expression. Though she had thoughts of rebelling during the branding process, what meaning did this have? Ark Mariang didn't want to die yet. Damn. To get binded down the moment I become free. Curiosity and loyalty were flowing into her mind as the extremely strong symbol that was beyond her imagination was burning into her. Though a suicidal order would be a bit too hard since she was quite strong on her own, but she would need to keep the lord-to-servant relationship no matter what. Ark Mariang sighed and realized that she didn't even know the name of the person who had made the scene, and then threw a question towards Sangjin. What do I need to call you? Sangjin smiled as he answered. No need for my name since it's rather ordinary. Just call me Dark Mad Lord. Dark Mad Lord. Damn. I've really been caught by a weird one. Why such a childish name? Ark Mariang threw a final question. Why are you doing this? Sangjin shrugged his shoulders. Just because. What? There's a lot I want to do and it won't be boring if we do it together with a lot of people. Let's go. Wang Yang and the others grinned their teeth at Sangjin but then started to follow after him. Chapter 107, A Karen, 2. Grind. Alan looked at Hansu, who had gotten her unconscious before, and gnashed her teeth. You think you'll be able to find a location like this? Hansu sighed as he looked at Tekelin and Tears. In a situation where most of the intel couldn't be shared due to the invasion of the Abyss, he needed to get into persuasion mode. Why would she gladly tell him and cooperate if he were to act aggressively in a situation where persuading nicely would not be enough? That was perfect for being framed as a thief looking for the temple. Please. Persuasion was originally used by emotion and not really by logic. Tekelin started to ponder at Hansu's words of asking him to persuade Alan. Can I really trust this guy? He knew after seeing him. For some reason that guy was as desperate as himself. To save the Karen. And he had heard after coming here. The humans were treating their race like a huge treasure chest. Something that will grant them strength if they found it. And he didn't know, but he could guess that his race didn't really have a good impression of the humans. Since the humans were parasites sucking onto the blood of the divine beast in their eyes. And the tube had already reached the black color in such an edgy situation. It meant that the body fluids were critically lacking. If there was a dispute created between the humans and the Akarans in such a situation for the Gragos, then he questioned Hansu sticking with the Akarans. Tekelin clenched his teeth. There's no point in getting dragged around if he got pushed away at the very end by force. Bit by bit. I need to prepare. Though they had gotten on the same boat now, the directions they were looking at were different. In a desperate situation the weaker one will fall into the water and the stronger one will take the boat to his/her destination. And from the current situation it seemed like their race was clearly stronger than the humans. But since we're on the same boat, I must help. Since they would all die if they didn't go to the temple to report this. The solution when it reached the black zone was simple. It wouldn't be surprising for the Gragos to roll over at any moment. And this was the time when the priest's faction had the strongest power. Tekelin looked towards Alan. The 7 green stripes in between her hair. And the 2 accessories between her fingers. So you are a daughter of the Ontarim tribe. Is Ontarim Tanakam still alive? Alan's eyes quickly squinted down at those words. Since those aren't names which should come out of a different race's mouth. Ontarim Tanakam. The patriarch of the Ontarim tribe who had succeeded in moving 50 years ago along with their whole tribe. Tekelin whispered into Alan's ear while looking at the confused expression. I'm one of the 13 seeds 11th successor to the Kalu tribe, Tekelin Akalu. Alan flinched. It was before she was even born. A plan that was attempted before White Lion, which supported their kingdom, sunk beneath the lava. The 13 seeds. From the first seed El Kadion to the 13th seed Tenor. As Alan made an expression of disbelief at the fact that this human-shaped person was a person who had floated away with only his soul in order to save their race, Tekelin released his transformation. And then the shape and look of the Elvenheim came into Alan's view. He's not human. He knew information that the humans and even most Akarans did not know about. Alan could only recognize this to be the truth. That he was one of the 13 saviors sent to other worlds. Alan made a chaotic expression for a bit and then grabbed onto Tekelin's hands as she went into final confirmation work. A method of conversation used when they needed to not make a single sound, a communication method using muscles. If he was really part of the Akaran, then he needed to understand all of the conversation transmitted by the slight tremblings in the hand muscles. Why have you only come now? Did the work fail? Tekelin thought of their hunting communication at this moment. I should have used this sooner. Tekelin searched around his memories as he used the tens of minute muscles of his hands to return a message. Their language that he almost forgot about since he hadn't used it for hundreds of years. Fail. But. This time. Not going to fail. Our race. To save. Come back. It was an extremely choppy communication, but Alan's expression completely loosened up. She didn't know much about the people Tekelin had brought, but from what Tekelin had said, he must have had a plan. While Alan was cautiously getting up after nodding, a message was relayed at the end of Alan's hands. The humans behind. Don't trust them all. Keep guard up. Alan flinched for a moment but then stood up as if nothing happened as she started to guide them towards a direction in the ant tunnels. Kyo. Alan looked at the 3 males and females including Tears. You're going to follow? Safety. Cannot guarantee. Danger. It is. She was just part of the lower caste in her tribe. She didn't know what would happen to the people here. And they would need to defend themselves. Tears and the others nodded. Don't worry. We can protect ourselves. How could they miss this chance? Alan nodded after worrying over them for a bit. It didn't matter much whether she took one or she took many. The rule of repaying back kindness kept on nagging at her, so she couldn't get herself to kill them. Return the favor. Since they wanted to go this bad, taking them was a method of paying them back. But Tears couldn't hide his thumping heart from Aelin's answer. Finally. We'll be able to go to the temple. He was currently a 5th year. If he received the body-enhancing surgery, then he could probably catch up to Sophia, who showed off a might that was around a 6th year's. Yet, she would give the opportunity to us 6 before the two she just met. While he was making numerous thoughts such as this, Aelin suddenly stopped while running. While Tears was watching Aelin, who had stopped at a location that was similar to the ones they had run across until now, Aelin shoved her fist in her mouth and started to puke something out. Yuwaikuak. MMM. Aelin spoke towards the surrounding people while Tears frowned and looked at Aelin, who had pulled out a small thumb-sized green stone from inside her. Next to me. Get close. MMM. The people slowly gathered around Aelin from her words, and soon after a strange slime-like thing popped out from the wall. Kudududuk. Uhud. Even before they could get surprised, the 10-meter-tall rocky slime swallowed up Aelin, who held the small green crystal in her hands, as well as the others. Kurururu. Hansu made a surprised expression at the rock slime that flowed through the artery towards an unknown location after having swallowed them up. Since it was the first time seeing it for himself despite having heard about it. So these are the defensive stones of the Gragos, huh? A rocky life form that the Gragos let around inside its body in order to get rid of the possible harmful substances it brought into its body while devouring rocks. There were only 4 things that could influence this giant creature. The defensive stones remembered those 4 things, and when it felt that substance getting near an area which could impact it, it would automatically surround the substance and drag it out with it. The green stone in Aelin's hands was one of the 4 substances. If it's green, then it should be graphite. The graphite has an ability of absorbing the bodily fluids of the Gragos. The small green stone would absorb the bodily fluids of the Gragos as soon as it fell in it and then expand tens of thousands of times in size. This was why the defensive stone would come out when it got near the arteries in order to take it out with the purification method and destroy it. Kurururu. After a long while of getting swept down the current, they could see tens of chains hanging in the distance. Aelin spoke towards the surrounding people while looking at the metal chains. Ready. Must. Grab it. As soon as Aelin finished speaking, she swallowed up the green stone she had taken out before. The defensive stone surrounding them shuddered. Since the reason for its actions had disappeared. Since there was nothing to get rid of, there was no need to sustain its form anymore. The defensive stone automatically let loose its body. Yuke. Kurururu. It was only called a liquid, but the bodily fluid of the Gragos was extremely thick and viscous since it was made from grinding up rocks and lava. Tears freaked out as an extremely heavy and thick amount of liquids that couldn't even be compared to water pushed them. Tears quickly tried to follow Aelin, but Aelin was also barely holding onto the chains as she started to head towards the outside. Help me. Sophia sighed as she looked towards Tears. It seems like they value benefactors, taking them will make it easier for us at the temple, right? Sophia rated the fact of helping others in a time of need highly as she used a few skills in order to drag the 3 males and 3 females out. Yuke. Huck. Tears gasped for air after coming out from the arteries, but then was lost in awe after seeing the scene in front of him. But what? It was a completely different world. A huge cave that was hundreds of meters high and was wider than most fields was in front of them. Tens of strange stones in the ceiling were shining moon rays out and lighting up the insides of the cave, as tens of thousands of caves designed for living existed upon the corners of the cave. And a strange structure in the center. 2 towers that seemed to have imitated the horns of a creature faced each other as they rose from the ground to the ceiling. How could anyone find it if they had to come in like this? But Tears could only shut up. Since he saw Icarans charging at them with extremely fierce auras. Aelin's height was 2 m long, but she was a child in comparison to the ones charging at them. Especially the 5 at the front, their heights almost reached 5 m tall. Are those guard barongs? Hansu swirled his tongue around at the fierce aura he felt. An aura telling that they could beat down a Margoth without any skills or artifacts. And a single Icaran came out from in between the guard barongs. Though she was only 3 m tall, he had 7 accessories that symbolized the highest level of power. The priestess. While Hansu was looking at the priestess, Aelin walked up and whispered something quietly to the priestess. The priest made a cold expression at Hansu after hearing the story. You are here to solve our problems. And the person who had brought that guy is the seed. Tekelin tried to greet him using the old ways of the Icaran, but he felt that something had gone wrong. An extremely aggressive aura. For them to have such a reaction even after Aelin verified their identities. At that moment the priestess shook her head and shouted. Those who don't have our body. Aren't a part of our race. You are quite cocky for someone who has failed their task. Kill them all. Use the blood as a sacrifice to the divine beast and finish off the preparations to move. The moment those words ended, Sophia felt her senses getting dizzy. Since a tremendous amount of sirens were roaring inside her head. The library, which would usually tell her a way of survival, couldn't let out a single piece of intel. Which meant that she could not run away no matter what. No, the single massive body walking towards them was more than enough to crush them all. Did you expect the situation too? They only seem to know our language, it doesn't seem like our words got through them. While Sophia clenched her teeth towards Hansu, Hansu threw a red carrier pigeon towards the priest. The information and the legacy left behind by Elkadion, the first seed. There's nothing good about many people knowing such a thing. Boom. At that moment the guard barong approaching them smashed the carrier pigeon and blew it apart. The red carrier pigeon became dust from the fist of the guard barong and disappeared. These blockheads. Hansu swirled his tongue at their attitudes, which told them that they didn't even want to talk. Chapter 108, Akaran, 3. Huong. Hansu pushed Sophia away as he saw the fist flying towards her and took her spot instead. Kudududuk. Hansu raised his spear, plunged it into the ground in front of him and then made a defensive posture as he poured the energy from the demonic dragon's reinforcement onto the 1,000 soldiers' armor. The fist of the guard barong, who had turned a color of oxidized bronze and reached a height of 6 m, smashed onto the top of the spear. Boom. The forked lightning bent to the point where it almost broke just from one smash. The mana reinforcement surrounding the 1,000 soldiers' armor dissipated as Hansu got pushed back. A result from a single fist. Hansu frowned at the oppressive amount of force as he shouted from that spot. Priestess, Elkadian's crown of thorns. The guard Barong flinched while he was pulling back his fist and looked at Hansu in a different way. But not only did the guard Barong stop, the priestess who had turned around, Odion, also flinched and looked at Hansu with an expression of disbelief. He knows about the crown of thorns. Everybody knew about Elkadian, the priestess who had become a seed and departed. She was a symbol of victory of the Second Great War who had united the tribal and priestly sides of the race as well as helping Mekido to create the body enhancement surgery. A promising candidate for the next great priestess, no, a person who had more influence than the great priestess of that time, Karbana. Elkadian. This wasn't just from the amount of fame she had. Her holy powers had long surpassed those of the great priestess, Karbana. To the point where she had departed as a seed in order to prevent her and Karbana's followers from clashing. If she had stayed, it might have been a bit different. And the treasure in which she had poured all of her remaining strength and knowledge and created before she departed. If they had this, then they could reverse this tragic situation which had driven the Akaran almost into extinction. How could she not get tempted? But Odion shook her head off. Humans could not be trusted. The reason why they had hid in this deep place and the reason why the tube had reached black was all because of humans. Those guys will promise them things and then aim for their backs after. It was more dangerous the sweeter it was, and that proposition was extremely sweet. Odion clenched her teeth and then shouted towards the guard Barongs. He must have heard it somewhere. Just kill him. But the guard Barongs didn't move a single step at her shouts. She was flustered at guard Barong's movements as she looked at the great warriors who protected the temple and then shouted. Why aren't you acting? You can't possibly believe his words, right? At those words the first pillar, one of the guard Barongs, shook his head as he spoke. It's not that, but our job is to protect you. The priestess was too important for their race. The job of protecting the priestess had higher priority over everything. Odion made a dumbfounded expression at those words. What? What did that matter in this current situation? The first pillar alone could crush all of those guys. Why would she get in danger? The first pillar looked at the expression on Odion's face as he pointed towards the one whom he had smashed earlier with his eyes. And Odion felt a chill run down her back as she looked at that direction. A man who held a spear towards their direction with extremely calm eyes. Something was clustered upon the tip of the golden spear that could not be identified. And the tip of the spear was pointing right at her. Only one thing came up in her head as she saw the spear. Margot's du Tyradus. A top-tier predator which ate apart the Margoths and had a strong venom. Surprisingly, that aura and the sensation of those sharp teeth were radiating out from the tiny spear in the human's hands. The first pillar shrugged his shoulder as he saw Odion shrug her shoulders. You see it, right? Though blocking that spear isn't hard. The moment that thing at the tip of the spear explodes out, half of the people here who are weak will die along with you. Damn it. Their saplings were too important in a situation where they had a very low amount of individuals in their population. A sweet carrot along with a deadly whip. Odion realized that she had been caught in a trap. It might have been different if you had not been let in here in the first place, but since you're here, let's hear your story. Anyway, you saved Alan as well. It seemed like the first pillar quite liked this person. Odion looked at the people in front of her with a disgusting frown on her face. First, I thank you for saving Alan. Damn. Hearing a single thanks is damned hard. Tears complained quietly from the side. This was reasonable. How could he feel good if he had almost become a grinded-up fish cake when they had brought a person which they had saved? Odion decided to ignore Tears, who was still mumbling, after giving him a cold look, and then started to focus on the man in front of him. Where did you hear about the crown of thorns? Hansu laughed as he spoke. Well, that's not the important thing right now. We should solve the Gragos problem first. That's something that you humans should be worried about. We just need to leave. And their preparations were actually going well. Hansu shook his head. No way. A move would only have a high success chance when they prepared from the red warning. It wouldn't be weird for the Gragos to roll when it was in the black. But for them to start the move in such a situation. Well, they probably don't have another way. They didn't know the reason, and since it was hard to scout outside the temple due to the humans, the solution not being simple was obvious. Hansu straightforwardly told them his situation. I'll speak truthfully. I have received the memory crystal of Elkadian in the red zone below. Of course he had obtained it in the abyss, but there was no need to reveal this. With this much, the invasion of the abyss wouldn't get affected that much. It was good to at least tell the origin of the intel if they wanted to have a good conversation. Odion made a helpless expression as she heard the few pieces of information which came out from Hansu's mouth and could only verify them to be true. These things were things one couldn't know unless they were Elkadian herself. Why did the relic the first seed left behind get to him? Odion looked at Hansu with an expression of resentment but then spoke. If you hand over that memory crystal, then I'll think about our alliance. Sorry to tell you, but I memorized it all, you see. Odion sighed. Though she had expected it, not even a single gesture went through. Hansu then looked at that Odion as he continued to explain this plan. The cure for the other Gragos. And even the plan after that. Oh, Elkadian. Odion made a regrettable expression after saluting to Elkadian's compassion which had found help for her race despite her death as she spoke towards Hansu. If we do things according to what you say, then there's nothing bad for us, it's actually rather good. But there is a problem. What is it? Credibility. She didn't know how much was the truth and how much were lies. The thing he had brought was sweet beyond reason. Which means they had to be even more careful. Since if that sweet thing was a fatal poison and they swallowed it, they will have to suffer the consequences. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. What do you want? Odion spoke as if she was waiting for this moment. This problem was probably caused by the humans again. Since it's only normal for there to be some room according to calculations. So solve this problem and fix the black warning. Then we will help you. We won't butt in on this current incident. The problems created by humans had to be ended by the humans. Only then would they get the basic rights to an alliance. The Akaran had no thoughts of joining and bleeding because of the problem the humans had created. And watch over this guy during that time. Words were light and the only thing that can actually determine a human being are their actions. An idea would be grasped as they see how he deals with this. Hansu nodded. I should at least do this much. Actually it will be quite a bit troublesome for him as well if the Gragos decided to roll. Since he needed to get to the White Tiger Gragos, and meet the Great Patriarch. Hansu thought of a moment about Sangjin and then spoke. Let's receive something ahead before we start. Odion pondered for a moment while looking at Hansu and then nodded. Okay. You and 2 people will receive the body enhancement surgery. The girl behind you. Mr. Tekelin. You should receive it as well. Though it would only take a bit if you were a part of our race. Since your bodies are of a different race it will take about 2 days. You cannot come out during the surgery. The 3 males and 3 females, including Tears, frowned at those words. What about us? Tekelin spoke instead of Alan. It's not something anyone can receive. This is only possible if you have a physical basis that can support it. If you undergo it with the current level of your physique then your bodies will blow up. The expressions of Tears and the others instantly got filled with dejection. It didn't seem like a lie from the sorry expression of Alan. Since there was no need to lie just to fool a few of them. They just needed to say they didn't want to if they didn't. Since they couldn't do anything to them anyways. Tears made a dejected expression as he dragged himself towards the place they would stay at following Alan's guidance. The 3 males and 3 females looked at each other in the cave and whispered quietly at each other. Damn it. Is it the end like this? Takia, one of the 2 males other than Tears mumbled with a depressed expression. For them to only receive a good sight after coming in here through hardships. Of course the temple was not something anybody could see but their expectations had become too big because of this. How did it turn like this? Tears sighed. Helping Alan in the beginning was actually very innocent. He had no form of greed. But the idea of a reward started to come up the harder it got to help out Alan. From then the reward became a focus. They hadn't stayed by Alan to help her but more so because the amount of help they had given her was too regretful to leave behind. The reason why they had stuck around despite Alan telling them that it'll get dangerous and that she'll go alone was because of this. While they were lost in silence, the female in the corner, Miriam, clenched onto the teeth and shouted. So are we done like this? Without being able to get anything. Tears. I keep saying this. You're too soft. It's not weird for us to die at any moment if we continue like this. The fact that they were soft had gotten the 6 of them together. But then it won't be weird for the 6 of them to die at any time if they continue to give free volunteer work. Tears sighed at Miriam's words as she spoke. What do you want to do? Miriam pondered for a moment, cut her pants and then showed her thighs. And then she dug around her flesh for a bit and then pulled something wrapped in leather. Tears flinched after seeing this. That. We denied that deal before. A secret deal that they had gotten a hold of while following around A Island. You're doing well. Get close to her like that. Find out the location of the temple and then tell us. Tears cut them off on the spot. He didn't know their objectives but why would they keep it so secretive if it was something that could be told to the world? He had thought that he denied them completely but it seems Miriam met them separately. Miriam clenched her teeth and then spoke towards Tears. Tears. Decide. I understand you want to be kind to everyone but we can't do that. We need to grab a hold of this deal. Why would such a big chance like this come to them who were ordinary 5th years? They will really receive a big reward if they take this deal at this moment. Enough to get ahead in this other world quite a bit. Choose. Is it us? Or is it Alan? Tears made a complicated expression at the leather pouch which had red light shining off from it. Keying. A man laughed coldly as he looked at the gem that was suddenly shining red. I won right? I told you they'll contact me. The girl next to the man frowned at this. Damn it. That Tears. I thought he was a good guy but he was just this much. There's a limit to being good. You can't ignore the opinions of others around you. Let's go. The man who had won received something from the woman in glee as he looked towards the location the gem was pointing at and slashed beneath his feet happily. Let's go quickly. We need to go with all our strength since they won't be pushovers. Though there was worry in the details there wasn't any uneasiness in the voice. Kyuyung. Chiguk. The man who had split the giant neck of the Margoth beneath his feet in 2 started to send carrier pigeons towards his clan in the distance. Chapter 109, Akaran, 4. Glug glug glug. Hansu, who had his body submerged in a silver liquid, felt the change coming through the liquids as he praised it. The silvery metal was changing his entire body step by step. The metal filled up the holes in the bones as it changed them. At the same time the silvery liquid which had gone out through the walls of the arteries and veins rotated around his body as it started to change up his entire body. The muscle which was made of protein started to get replaced by metals. Hansu poured strength onto his fist as he saw his biceps turn into an artificial muscle of a robot. Kudududuk. He felt a strength which he would only feel after collecting many more runes and reinforcing himself with mana. Tarahal, the first pillar, spoke with a huge voice as he saw Hansu. Yo. It's good right? You'll become a nice opponent after you come out from there. Let's have a go at it after. The liquid shut out most perception from the outside. But Tarahal's shout which was filled with a crushing aura was so loud to the point where it could be heard from the inside. Hansu smiled faintly at Tarahal's shouting as he opened and closed his mouth. Alright. But only after I do what I need to. Hansu felt the currents roaring up and down his body as he quietly closed his eyes. Kurun Krung 0. Miriam looked at the red gem they had hidden deep within their living quarters with a complex expression but then quickly hid it as she felt someone nearing them. This is something that goes very well along with the body of a human. Make sure you take good care of it since it was extremely hard to make it. Miriam remembered the words they had left behind as she made herself more resolute. Soon Alan appeared and then spoke to them. Living. Is it okay? Tears made a complex expression as he replied. It's good. Anyways, is your body alright? ALLA nodded as she spoke. Thank you. Once you get strong. Blessing. I will make them. Dead. Must repay. Tears felt like his chest was being stabbed apart, but he stayed resolute. The priestess who seemed like their boss seemed to hate them extremely. No, it seemed like she despised all humans. They wouldn't be able to flip the priestess's decision even if ALLA were to be on their side. In the end. You can't do anything without strength. Tears made a bitter expression. He wanted to go past the differences in races, but this was not something that could be done by himself. It didn't matter since Hansu seemed to be of importance to them, but people like them were useless to the priestess. If the priestess decided to keep their mouths shut, then they will end their lives in this place without being able to leave. Yet. The only thing we can trust is humans. And they had said it too. That they won't kill. All we want is the secret to the body enhancement. It doesn't matter what their race is. We just need to chase them off. These guys will run away too. The things here were strong. Since one could see just from the 5 next to the priestess. But their numbers were too small, and it seemed like the people who could actually fight seemed to be limited. On the other hand, the people who would be invading are people who had gotten strong over 5 to 6 years while murdering like it was their job. Just from the fact that the Icarans didn't act around in the Gragos showed which side had more strength. If they sense the difference in strength, then they will run away. During this time, when Tears and the others were comforting themselves. Boom boom boom. A huge shockwave was heard as it shook the entire cave. They're here. Tears and the other people followed the surprised ALLA as they looked at the ceiling. And they could see the scene of the ceiling, where countless gems were embedded like stars, falling down. And thousands of people started to pour down from that spot. You guys. Plop. Tears and the others attacked ALLA from behind and got her unconscious when she tried to look behind her. Since the Icarans would definitely figure out who had caused this. They needed to join up with the people up there before that. They didn't kill off ALLA as they left her unconscious and started to run towards them. Boom. What is it? Odion shouted towards the suddenly exploded ceiling. Tarahal and the 4 quickly checked upon the situation at those words. Their extremely honed perception started to gather up the information from all around the cave. But this current situation wasn't hard to figure out even without amazing perceptions. They're pouring in like crazy. The first pillar, Tarahal, clenched his teeth. The people he sensed were easily over 3,000. The problem was that they didn't have anyone useless. There's at least 4 or more people who are at our level. Those bastard. To hit us from the back. I'm going to rip these guys apart. The 4th pillar cried out loudly. Their cave, which hadn't been found out yet, had been found out. The moment the humans came in. The 4 pillars' movements of running up to the temple to rip the 2 humans receiving the body enhancement surgery had been blocked by Tarahal's suppression. Stop. Why would they ask for the surgery if they weren't retards in such a situation? It's the other ones. Damn it. The 4th pillar growled and then looked towards Odion and asked. Priestess. What are you going to do? Odion made a cold expression from those words. We need to escape. Please buy some time with the high and mid-level warriors. I will try to get the seeds, escape this place and prepare for the movement. We shall. The strong had the responsibility to protect their race and the priestess in times of danger. And the priestess had the responsibility to lead their clan and sustain their survival. The moment they started to move after finishing off their strategy, the walls of the cave started to petrify. Chujujujuk. Though it was called a cave, it was still the insides of the Gragos. Odion's expression hardened up as she saw the emergency exit he wanted to escape through the currents, and it turned into rocks. What is this? Odion clenched her teeth as she saw the yellow metal that the people dropping down were throwing. One of the 4 substances that could influence the Gragos. The moment the flesh of the Gragos touched that metal, the flesh would instantly petrify and turn stiff. Kurururu. The defensive stones were rushing over from all around, but they couldn't come in as if it was hard to get through the petrified walls. They prepared well, huh? Tarahal froze his expression as he saw the 4 people slowly walking towards them from the distance. Well. There's no need to rush since we trapped them in. We'll take care of the ones over there. You guys go get the children first. Okay. One of the 4 Margot level adventurers smiled at Tears as he shouted towards the ability levels behind him. Thank you. It's all thanks to you. I'll make sure I keep the promise. But Tears' expression hardened as he heard the conversation. The story was different. Didn't you say you'll let them run away? Why are you going this far? Isn't this too much? Tears clenched his teeth. Isn't it enough to ask them with a few hostages for the body enhancement surgery? Why were they pushing them to the corner and taking all the younger ones as hostage? The man shrugged his shoulders. Sorry. I lied a bit since your personality wouldn't allow us to do so. It's too wasteful to kill them or let them run away. There was an Icaran warrior that they had caught before. The Icaran warrior that they had around gave them information the moment they threatened the kids. They couldn't find out the location of the temple due to the limitations, but they learned about their race's specialty. The greatest catch was the fact that they cherished children extremely. This was why they went for the children first. Which means we can get these guys to fight instead of us. The man, who had been frowning at the crazy people of the Rirarari clan, smiled as he looked at the beast-like man from the other race in the distance. If they were to get these 5 in the front, then they could grind apart the Rirarari clan no matter what. It didn't matter even if they ignored the children and attacked them. Since the fact that they had found the location of the body enhancement surgery alone was amazing. As Tears made a dumbfounded expression of despair, the female standing next to the man growled at him. You bastard. Why are you acting as if you're the only kind person? You think we're doing this because we want to? A lion might seem invincible to a fox like you, but it's tiring for us too. You think you are the only one who has worries. No, the lions even have to keep their pride, unlike the foxes. So it was even harder. Actually, we get scared every time we see it. Your gathering thing. Look. You get rid of the strong people whenever you get the chance. We're at least a different race. You bastards. Isn't Wazir doing a racial cleansing? It was scary, but there was a reason why the strong allowed the gatherings. It was a stimulant. If one gets strong and leisurely, they will get lazy. This was why they allowed gatherings, in order for them to constantly polish and sharpen themselves. While seeing the end of those who had lazed about below, the female, who had gotten worked up from the sensation of battle, shook her head as she spoke towards Tears. I've gotten too worked up. Sorry. Just go hide in the corner until we finish. Though she spoke like this, the battle wouldn't be easy. But we will still win. The female got rid of her nervousness as she shouted loudly towards the 5 Icarans in the distance. Where are you trying to run off to? We've prepared quite well for you. Then the female spun around the necklace in her hand. Tarahal's expression froze up as he saw this. Callum. The necklace of Callum, a warrior who had gone missing while going out for a patrol 6 months ago. And a few of them were purposely turning around and aiming for the children. These bastards. The moment the 5 pillars took a step forward, brilliant lights of skills exploded out from the female and the other 4. At the same time, the countless amounts of Icarans and clansmen started following the example of their leaders. Wyaaa. Wipe them out. Quadjijik. Ududug. A crazy scene of massacre started. The Icarans showed a tremendous battle prowess while fighting desperately in order to save their race, and the humans forgot the idea of keeping them alive to use them as soldiers and instead also fought with all their strength. It might have been different if one side was stronger, but the injuries on both sides started to pile up quickly as the total strength of both sides were quite similar. But it was clear as to which side was winning. The physique of Ocarins were basically like monsters, but they had weak offensive powers. Like only having a close-range tanker in a game. They were slowly getting pushed back by the humans who were assaulting them with various skills from a distance. And the Icarans also had a fatal weakness, the children. This isn't how it should be. Tears made an expression of his soul escaping while looking at the massacre in front of him. This was not what he had imagined. Tears, who had been staring at the battlefield in a daze, clenched his teeth and started to madly rush somewhere. Tears looked at the giant empty tower-like temple for a bit and then ran inside. He then looked towards the giant silver tank on the insides of the temple and shouted. Hansu. Please. We need you. Tears had reached the point where he couldn't even understand himself. The powers of those who had come in was something not a single person could change. It would be hard to flip the tables even if Hansu were to come out. But the moment he thought of helping the Icarans, Hansu came into his mind. This was why he had ran here. Tears slammed his fists onto the calm silvery tank as he shouted. Please. Please. But the tank only did what it was supposed to and stayed calm, nothing changed. Tears made an expression of despair after smashing the wall as much as he could and then crumpled onto the sod. Yeah. There's no reason why he would come out. Hansu could just stand on the side of the humans. Why would he become the enemy of the humans? At that moment the silver tank started to bubble as a human shape came up from it. Tears looked at the man who had come up with an expression of disbelief and then shouted out in glee. You came out. Tears flinched the moment he saw Hansu. Though Hansu had been strong before, his body wasn't top-notch. Since one's body didn't get stronger even if one worked out in this world. Which meant that his body was that of a normal human being, just like when he had come into this world. No, it was worse than a normal human's. Since he was extremely scrawny. But the Hansu who had come out was completely different. His height reached over 2 m and his body was full of muscles that seemed like they would explode. The moment Tears froze from the intense aura, Hansu focused his perception to check the battlefield and then sighed. There aren't any calm ones left anymore. I'm going ahead. Boom. Hansu, who had taken the gear which was next to the tank, started to run towards the battlefield at a speed which couldn't even be compared to before. Boom. Boom. Tears looked at the ground which seemed like it went through an earthquake in a daze and then started to run towards the battlefield as if he thought of something. Chapter 110, Acaran, 5. Dumbass. To call humans in here. Hansu prioritized things quickly as he looked over the battlefield and calculated what he had heard from Tears. First save the children which the priestess should be protecting, then save the others as much as I can. The other Acarans were different, but he had to save the priestess no matter what. Since only then would the priestess be able to use her holy power. Then the children she was protecting. Only if the children were alive would the Acaran stay hopeful and help him. But sadly the 5 pillars and the Acaran warriors were quite low on the priority list. But I trust them. He didn't think that such strong guys would die that easily. And keeping them alive would only make things easier for him in the future. Since his job will become easier the more of the strong warriors survived. Though an incident blew up. It won't be that bad if we hide this current problem. Actually, it wasn't that bad in one perspective. There is a saying which says that danger is a chance. A debt shines brighter in times of danger. If he were to finish this problem well, then he would be able to get the Acarans heavily indebted to him. Since the fact that he risked his life and helped the Acarans when they fought against humans could only bring him benefits. And moreover, while coming out mid-surgery, Hansu frowned at the silver liquid that was rolling around from within his body. He had succeeded in absorbing all of the liquid. But the problem was attaching it. The liquid metal which he had absorbed needed to be attached onto every corner of his body, but was instead just sloshing around his body. And his body had judged the liquid metal as an enemy and had activated the defense system and was attacking the liquid metal. I understand now why they told me not to come out in the middle, HNNG. Hansu frowned at the pain that shook his consciousness. Hansu calculated what he had lost and gained. He had gained an extremely powerful body. The pain was alright, but he had definitely obtained a power-up that he had as a goal. He could now go against the first pillar, Tarahal, or the unknown Margot level person who had flown to them while he was killing Kale Dawson. No, he was a bit above them actually. The thing he had lost was a bit of battle prowess from the intense amount of pain. There was a limit to what one can withstand with just sheer will. If it was somebody other than Hansu, then they would be rolling around the floor in pain the moment they came out. The bit of advantage he would have had been cut down by the pain. I would be even matched if I fought with Tarahal. Hansu hadn't come out from the liquid tank without calculating anything. Since there was a method of getting rid of the side effect in Alcadian's memory crystal. But the pain was one thing, there was another problem. If I use the racial metamorphosis, then the burden on my body will get bigger instead. He had to solve this battle without the racial metamorphosis. I should do as much as I can. Frankly, he would have received everything he needed to once he saved the priestess. Anyways, how should I deal with the guys who invaded? Hansu found the priestess who was heading somewhere with the children and quickly rushed up to her. Don't kill and instead try to capture. But kill a few as an example so they don't notice. Bartreen, one of the shock troopers from the Crown clan, nodded as he received the carrier pigeon. If these guys found out that they weren't going to kill them, then they'll fight with their lives on the line. That'll become troublesome. Bartreen shook his head as he looked at the children who were being escorted away. They reached 2 m tall even if they were children. A healthy man's height. It seems God is really unfair. If they didn't have the runes, skills, or artifacts, then it wouldn't even be a fight. Should I be thankful to the fairies or something? Since they opened a path for us to get strong. But Bartreen quickly reseated his thoughts. To thank those bastards who had thrown them into this damnable land. Damn. I'm getting pissed off. I should finish this up quickly. Bartreen then looked at the Akaran in the distance. Though she had thrown away everything that would tell that she was a high ranker, a strange aura was coming off from her. It was seen that she was a special person with just a simple glance. Is that the priestess? I guess it's all over once we catch her. Bartreen raised his reinforcement and cut off the arm of one of the Akaran warriors in front of him. SSK. UAAAA. Though that guy was strong, he was far from dealing with himself, ability level. Bartreen was just about to charge at the priestess after freezing up the warrior's whole body and kicking him away. At that moment he felt all of the hairs on his back stand up. Something was approaching from behind him. Without even hiding its aura a single bit. Everyone who had felt this stopped charging and instinctively wrapped themselves in skills as they escaped outwards. Since it was that vicious. These retards. Bartreen swallowed down the curses that came up to his throat. Since he understood. He was barely holding on since he was ability level. If he was at their level, then he would have ran away instantly too. Bartreen rolled his head at the same time. It's too late to run. The ones who came here who had enmity against them were only Akarans. It was too late to run anyway. He needed a hostage. Someone important. That one. Bartreen started to madly rush towards the priestess in between the children's in the distance. Though the aura was vicious, there was quite a distance between the unknown Akaran and the holder of the aura. It would be his win if he caught the priestess as a hostage before that. I won. Bartreen's thoughts ended right there as he arrived in front of the priestess. Boom. Something flew in from the distance, punctured through Bartreen's stomach, and this caused Bart to lose consciousness and slam into a corner in the distance. At that time a green spore that came with the spear exploded out as it spread all around. The Crown clansmen who had smelled the spore couldn't handle the smell as they swirled around a bit and then fell down. The sleep spores work well too. Though it wasn't easy to get them down, this result was possible because the strong ones had already run away and the weaker ones had already been exhausted from the resistance of the Akaran. Hansu, after seeing the effects of the green spore that he had used in the jail to free Alan, landed on the ground. Boom. The priestess looked at the suddenly appeared Hansu with an expression of disbelief. 2 days haven't. Don't talk about it, it feels like I'm about to die. Odeon looked at Hansu, who was cracking various parts of his body, with a surprised expression and then spoke out after a moment of thinking. Thank you from the bottom of my heart first of all. It seems like we will be able to have a good relationship from now on. She couldn't figure out Hansu's real intentions just from this. But this was the perfect chance to use them or take them. There was no reason to help them. I would need to repay this debt no matter what. But the situation wasn't going to change just because Hansu appeared. Since their warriors were being sacrificed all around them even if this place was solved. Can you solve this problem completely? Hansu pondered for a moment and then shook his head. That's a bit too much. Margoth levels weren't invincible. Though it seemed like the problem here had been solved easily, the other side would have found out about him and act accordingly. Their side had more power overall. Well, there's a reason why I came to save these guys at least. Hansu focused his demonic dragon's reinforcement and then smashed the petrified flesh of the Gragos that was blocking the emergency exit. Boom. A huge hole opened up as the path to the emergency exit the Akarans had prepared opened up. Hansu pointed to the hole as he spoke. Run. I will try to solve as much as I can here. The priestess had to live no matter what. He would be able to fight at ease if this Akaran were to go away. But the priestess didn't leave as she looked at the people laying around in the distance and then spoke. How about this? Help us a bit more. On the other hand, I will create soldiers for you. What? While Hansu was frowning at the unexpected outcome, the priestess started to pour something into the unconscious people's mouths. Boom. Wow. The 4 Margoth level people the Crown clan had dispatched for this mission. One of them, Bali Roper, shouted out from the attack the Akaran smashed at him. Since the force could be felt through his bones despite the high-quality defensive artifacts one could only obtain at the and various other defensive skills. They're really strong. Roper swirled his tongue around. A super strong body. They were strong even without skills and artifacts. If ability level guys had gone up against them then their bodies would have been ripped apart. This made it more joyous for him. We can now get that strength. Actually victory was slowly being wrestled towards them. Though the other side had one more person, those guys were just strong tankers compared to themselves who combined various kinds of skills. And one more thing. They just needed to sustain this. The ones who were restless were the ones in front of them. Hurry and catch them. Once the people they had sent catch the young ones then their victory would be guaranteed. He didn't know about the guys in front of his eyes but there will definitely be ones who give up. But Roper felt something weird after a long while of clashing against the 5 pillars and buying time. It's taking too long. And there wasn't any communication from the ones whom he had sent. Though he thought it was because they were in a dire situation but it took too much time for that. At that moment. A huge warning rang through Bali Roper's head. A feeling similar to the past when he had gone into the Margothas forest without knowing anything and almost had his body bit apart in two. Bali Roper instantly used the skill he had the most pride in. Chujujuak. A small black marble appeared in front of Bali Roper and started to suck in everything around him. A skill which was related to the dimensional skill he had obtained, a small black hole formed using gravitational waves. Of course it was a bit inferior in comparison to a real black hole, but its might was not to be trifled with. Chuyuuaop. Quaop. Dumbass. Roper. What are you doing? Everything around them was getting sucked towards the gravitational orb. Even their crown clansmen and the skills that were flying towards the Akaran. Damn it. Did those guys not figure it out yet? There was a reason why he didn't use this skill. This skill destroyed team play too much and didn't work well against the Akaran in front of him, who were heavy and large. And the Akarans were actually standing firm with their legs down in the earth. A huge area of effect skill. But this wasn't the time to worry about such things. Since the warnings inside his head were too strong for that. At that moment. Clash. The golden line flew in from the distance and curved as it smashed onto the gravitational orb. The black marble had successfully blocked the golden line but gained cracks as a consequence and blew away all the energy it had been absorbing. Boom. Goddammit. Bali Roper's expression froze up as he barely escaped the range of the explosion. There was still a guy like this left. There was no way. Why would they have saved such a guy until now? At that moment the owner of the golden spear ran up to them and landed. A human. Roper made a helpless expression. He knew about every Margoth level adventurers. Though the orange zone was large, there were barely 20 Margoth level fighters. But he had never even seen or heard of a guy like that. At that time somebody ambushed the crown clansmen who were setting up the formation below. Boom. Boom. This crazy bastards. Why are you attacking us? Hey. Bartreen. I'm Cole, it's me Cole. Are you crazy? Roper saw the third force that was charging into their lines and then frowned. Those guys are our clansmen. The ones whom he had sent had gone crazy and were attacking them instead. And were integrated in the lines of the Akarans. Their movements didn't look normal either. What did they do? While countless unexplainable things were going on one after another, the one who had flown in suddenly spoke. Let's end this. Since there's a lot of things we need to do. What? Hansu thought of the final words of the priestess, Odion. Just leave them breathing after dealing with them. Then I will turn them into your army. This is the repayment for saving us. He wondered what it was since it wasn't in Elkadian's memory crystal, but it seemed like it had been created after Elkadian left. It didn't sound that wicked and didn't seem like it'll ruin his image. Though there were a lot of limits, it seemed very useful for the moment. But Hansu shook his head at the added words of the priestess. I will convert everyone else into your army, but those 6 bastards. Not those 6 bastards. Those bastards will be sacrificed on the flaming altar. Hansu didn't really have anything against tears, since they probably acted in order to survive. But it would be different in the Akaran's perspectives, since all of this damage was due to them. Even if it was an act of survival without any evil intentions. If that action brought resentment into the world, then one needs to prepare to shoulder the consequences. If it was the flaming altar, then there was only one solution for them to survive. They had to solve it on their own. Hansu finished his thoughts and then looked at the 4 in front of them. Organize this place. And then solve the Gragos problem. Bali Roper grinned at his teeth as he looked at Hansu. The situation will change completely because of this. This damned bastard. A human sticks with the Akaran. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. When were us humans that close to each other? Don't worry, we'll get close to each other pretty soon enough. What the hell are you saying? The 4 started to throw skills at Hansu after hearing the strange words, while Hansu just shrugged his shoulders, retreated behind the 5 pillars and placed himself in a safe spot. It's really comfortable when there are tankers. Hansu gathered up all the mana in his body, including the portion he used for defense, as he started to pour it into the pandemic blade, latched it onto the forked lightning and threw it out. Chapter 111, Gragos, 1. The priestess, Odion, looked at the 4 humans in front of her with a cold expression. She wanted to rip them apart, and that would be befitting, but the current status of their race was not very well off for her to deal with things based on her emotions. So she left them alive. In order to make them work for their race. The ones who drank the liquid which was passed down through the priestesses will lose all control of their bodies and get controlled by the scent the priestess let out. A result of the holy powers of a priestess who was talented in this field and the liquid which came from researching the Gragos. It couldn't control them completely, but if they used the 7 different scents which controlled enmity, loyalty, bloodthirst and other sensations, then it wasn't hard to use them like an army. And the priest had already handed over all those scents to Hansu as a symbol of their alliance. Though I want to keep them under me and use them as slaves until they die, this is a gift for saving our race. Take it. Letting them go or dragging them around is all up to you. Not bad. Hansu slightly released the scents and controlled them. Puye. Then the people who had their mouths blocked by the priestess breathed roughly as they glared at Hansu. Hansu spoke to them. Speak comfortably. Since I don't have thoughts of limiting your speech. Damned bastard. Just kill us instead. The result was clear: if they were to act like dolls like this, they would get killed after being controlled by the one in front of their eyes like hunting dogs. Though it was a bit too much to say it with his mouth, it was too frightening for them to stay alive. But Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Really? Though I'm going to let you go after I finish my work. As it seemed the scent only worked in the orange zone. He was going to release them after the work here finished. That's why I told you let's get along. Hansu turned around, leaving these 4 who wondered what Hansu was thinking, as he looked at Sophia walking towards them after coming out from the tank. Hansu, who looked at Sophia with a strange look, asked Tarahal standing next to him. Isn't this a bit sexist? It doesn't seem like Sophia changed much physically. Tarahal nodded his head. Of course. We can control the physique the way we want as well. You see, you seemed a bit too scrawny, so we specially made you as manly as possible. That was the limit due to your human body sadly. We wanted to make you around 3 m tall. That's a relief. It'll be troublesome if his appearance diverted away from the humans that much. Since there may be people sticking behind him in order to kill him after thinking that he is a monster. At that moment the roar of a successful hunt resonated from the distance. Cow! Cow! Tarahal spoke with a cold expression after hearing that sound. They've been caught. You two stay here. Since the flaming altar is only for warriors. I'll be right back. Tarahal then rushed into the distance. The 6 males and females were dragged in front of Tarahal after getting reprimanded by the Akaran warriors. Tarahal looked at the 6, who had their entire bodies bound, as she spoke. We are going to offer you as sacrifices on the flaming altar. Flaming altar. It was simple. Place them on the flaming altar after filling them up with the silvery enhancing fluid. It was painful enough with the silver liquid alone, but a fire will burn them from the outside. They will face the pain of their innards getting destroyed by the silver liquids and their outsides getting burnt off. The worst part was that they won't die. Since the silver liquid did its job even without having to attach itself. The liquid will constantly give them pain as it heals their body at the same time. And it takes 7 days for them to die an excruciating death while that liquid loses its power slowly. It would be amazing if it ended there, but if they decided that the sin was so huge, then they would heal them back up, dump them in the silver liquid and then offer them again. There are countless Akarans who died by your hands. Your sins are too great, but we don't have the time to look after you since we're busy. Be thankful. Being able to die in 7 days is a great blessing. Miriam made a cold expression from Tarahal's words. Though they had done wrong, they still couldn't look at the person who wanted to kill them with a good expression. Tarahal looked at those eyes, pondered for a moment and then spoke. But there is a way to not get offered on the flaming altar. Since this punishment is very cruel, we will give you a chance to live. It's simple. If there is a single Akaran here that wants you to live. If there is a single one, then this punishment will be pushed back. 1 day per 1 Akaran. With this they would usually beg the Akarans in order to live. And the number of Akarans who wanted to forgive them rose as they saw their actions. If they act properly, then the Akarans who wanted to save them will come out, and if they don't, then the ones who wanted to may change their mind. Tarahal finished speaking and then looked at the 6 with a still expression. 10 minutes. If a single person comes out, then you will at least buy some time. Tears hurriedly looked towards Alan from those words. The other Akarans wouldn't even budge. Since all of them were looking at Tears with eyes that wanted to kill. Actually, the priestess was already confidently preparing the altar. Alan was their only hope. Alan. Please. Give me a chance. I'll do anything you ask. Alan made a bitter expression. Hundreds of her race had died because of these people. But on the other hand, if these people didn't exist, then she wouldn't have been able to come back safely from her mission. Since their intentions back then were at least real. Alan slowly spoke out. The thing I can save is 1. My 1 vote is 1 day. I can push back 1 person. Choose between you guys. I will push back 1 person. The 6 looked at each other from those words. They were all friends. Others might betray each other and stab each other in the back, but these 6 didn't even have a single thought like that in 5 years. Betraying the Akaran and then pleading to the Akaran here to save themselves. Tears made an expression of despair. It'll be better to die together than doing this. The thought of all 6 dying and 1 surviving clashed inside his head after weighing them both. Miriam made an annoyed expression as she spoke. I don't care. Even if I live, it'll mean that I'll have to lick their asses for my whole life. I'm done. Takia muttered as well. I'm done too. Even if that happened, if no one else then Alan allows us to live, then I'll have to die anyway. I'm tired of this. As Tears heard this, he stayed resolute and spoke out. He was the leader and all the fault lay on him who had decided to do this. I'm done too. The remaining people are. Takia shook his head at those words. No, you need to live no matter what. And I have a very important favor for you to do, please. Only you can do it. Tears realized what he meant and clenched his teeth. While Tarahal was solving the problem, Hansu and Odion were discussing about what's to come. Are you going to go solve the Gragos problem right away? Hansu nodded his head. I'm almost there. Once he solved the Gragos problem and created the cure by killing the Tyradus, then everything he would need to do on this cow-shaped Gragos would be over. My current pain can only be solved by killing the Tyradus anyway. So he needed to ask him a favor now. I have a favor to ask. What is it? Hansu whispered to Odion. While I solve the Gragos problem, lure this Gragos to your holy land, to Lazar the White Lion. Odion's expression brightened up as she spoke. Are you thinking of curing the White Lion? Hansu nodded. The strongest beast of all the Gragos who had completely been suppressed by the calamity of death and had fallen to the bottom of the lava sea. Though it had the shape of a lion, it was sublime and benign and didn't attack the other Gragos easily. The Lazar was a symbol of their race and a holy land where only their great patriarchs and great priests could live on. But the White Lion can stand up again if they had the cure. To that prideful look of the past. This is why I need your help. This was why Hansu had to save the Akaran priestess no matter what. Priestess. The person who had the power to communicate to the Gragos. Though the priestess didn't have any power like controlling the Gragos, they could use a special material with their holy power to make their Gragos head towards another Gragos. Well, it's actually stimulating their sexual desire. The only method in order to control the Gragos which acted following its own wishes. Though it didn't seem like much, it was a precious power to the Akaran who lived upon it which could flip at any time and they could use this to save their race. This was why the power of the priestess, which could communicate with the Gragos, was always precious and revered more than the patriarch who fought at the very front line. The color on Odion's face changed from Hansu's words. Could he really? If they can retrieve that place, then they will be able to acquire a vast and safe territory. Since Lazar, the White Tiger, was the most powerful Gragos that nothing else could threaten. But Tekelin made a strange expression as he heard the story next to them. He shouldn't be able to acquire space for the humans to live with the Lazar alone. What is he thinking of? Anyways, the conversation proceeded quickly. Then we will take our race and go ahead to control the divine beast. Their locations had been found already. Since there was no guarantee that these guys wouldn't have said anything even if they invaded immediately after getting called. Hansu nodded. He had to move on his own now. Tisk. Though it'll be better if the Akarans helped. Hansu clicked his tongue. It would be better the more forces he had, but the Akarans wouldn't have much to spare either. Since getting through the forest which was swarming with Margoths in order to control the Gragos wasn't a simple task. At that moment a red carrier pigeon flew to Hansu. The hurried carrier pigeon blew apart as it transmitted the message. Hey. You didn't tell me guys like these were here. Get here quickly. On the message there was the reason for the lack of body fluids that Sangjin had found out. Hansu clicked his tongue as he read the news about the origin of the reason. Reincarnator clan. These guys were the problem. Anyways, I should start off right away. The location is a bit awkward. Though Sangjin was quite strong, it seemed like he has clashed with the Margoth level. Hansu spoke towards Odion. I will see you later. Please clean this place off well. Hansu then took Sophia and the other clansmen as he started to quickly head somewhere through the hole on the ceiling. I wish you well. If you do this properly then, we will really be thankful to you. Maybe even to the point where they would fight with the humans alongside Hansu. Odion looked at Tarahal walking towards her with a complex expression after sending Hansu off. How did it go? Tarahal spoke with a strange expression. ALLA excused one person. Then the other 5 get to live. We have to move now. Send the other 5 to the flaming altar and move out. The scenes of Akarans dying off to the invading humans could still be seen in her head. 7 days were far from enough, but they had no leisure when they had to move. But Tarahal shook his head. There's no one to get on the flaming altar. What? Tarahal then thought of what happened earlier. The guy called Tears cut off the necks of the 5 the moment he got released. You couldn't stop it? Tarahal nodded. They were too close and it might have been different for somebody else, but he used a strange technique. It didn't seem like the skills humans spoke of. Is it the thing called a trait? Odion made a surprised expression. Does this mean that we have to take him? Odion frowned. Her most and least favorite humans had come in at the same time. Since one has left, it was now time for them to take care of the other one. If they take him with them, then they will place a simplified formation on him. 1 day per 1 Akaran. The moment he doesn't get the approval of an Akaran, then a silver liquid will pour into his body from the formation and will light him on fire. He will then become a flaming altar on that spot. If you are really trying to repay the sins you have caused against us, then you might live, but the chance of such a thing happening is slim. Though the chances of that guy living was low anyway even if they took him, but she didn't want to leave a single thing to chance during the work that would decide the fate of their race. Though the rules were important, there wouldn't be rules if the race didn't exist. I should kill him. Odion finished her thoughts, gave a signal and then shouted towards the nearby Akarans loudly. We move to. There's not much time. Then they started to head towards the horn forest that was located between the 2 horns. Chapter 112, Gragos, 2. Kurururu. Guanye smiled as he looked at the scene happening in front of him. It's almost complete. Soon he will be able to fulfill his objective. Then nobody would be able to stand above him. Good. Very good. Guanye, who had been checking the numerous carrier pigeons flying in from all around, saw one of them as he smiled and spoke to Zhongzhang standing next to him. The 7 departed souls aren't really befitting of their title, huh? Mr. Did something happen? Guanye explained the details of the carrier pigeon. Following an unknown power who infiltrated the central area. 4 of them seem to be part of the 7 departed souls. Is what's written here. How is that not befitting of their title? It's actually quite amazing. They ransacked your central area and ran away. The central area, where their plans were setting out, had 4 of the 7 Margoth levels of the Reincarnator clan in order to protect it from the other clans. But for that central area to be ransacked by the 7 departed souls, who hadn't been in this place for long, was quite a blow to their reputation. And even more so if they were successfully running around. Is Arkmarayank the captain? Well, that one was indeed the strongest. She's better than me. It was much better than just seeing the time pass by while being tied down by that brat from before. Since it meant that she had gathered a power that was strong enough to charge into the central area. Guanye laughed as he spoke. Mister. Listen till the end. Apparently the 4 of them became somebody's bitches, they're having it real hard. Well, what can they do? They're just like me. Zhongzhang shrugged his shoulders. If they were to charge at them and fight them, then what kind of strength would they be able to resist? They can only get caught. Guanye made a frustrated expression. Would I be like this if it was like that? The one acting as the captain is also someone who just came up apparently. What? It wasn't Hansu. Since that guy had gone off the grid the moment he came up. So who could it be? Zhongzhang made an expression of disbelief and then asked Guanye. Did that guy receive the body enhancement surgery like you? Zhongzhang looked towards the giant tower like Guanye and asked. Since he couldn't think of other factors that could make one that strong other than that. This was the most surprising thing when he saw Guanye. A normal Korean guy who was 175 centimeters tall had become a 2M muscle powerhouse. He knew then that there were strange races other than them in this world and that one would be able to receive the body enhancement surgery if one is lucky. And Guanye was the one who had spread the news about the body enhancement surgery as well. He had saved a few Akarans who were in a deadly crisis and received the body enhancement surgery. This news was a great shock to the humans. Well, this guy did say that the surgery helped him a lot when he first started gathering up his power. The clan was being sustained with complex methods now, but the first reason for the creation of the clan was to find the temple and have everyone receive the body enhancement surgery. Guanye rose from the Baladi level to the Margoth level. Of course, this was the reason why many strong people had flocked to Guanye, who showed them the vision and the possibility of this strength. Well, though we haven't been able to find the temple yet. If the plan he has in mind sets off properly, then we may really be able to find the temple. Guanyi said he had lost his memory after he made the trip to the temple, so he couldn't remember the location of the temple. The objective of finding the temple was part of the plan he had in motion right now. If the plan succeeded, then they would be able to find the temple and maybe even kill the Gragos. But wouldn't they be able to ask someone who had received the body enhancement surgery after catching him? Guanyi flinched at Zhang Seng's words and then shook his head. Don't know. We'll figure it out once we catch him, mister. Just wait. We'll catch him soon. One of the Ursa Major went. Some real naming sense. Zhang Sang clicked his tongue. Boom. Boom. This rat-like bastard. Why did he have to come into the area I was assigned to? One of the Ursa Major of the Reincarnator clan, Gordon, frowned. Ursa Major. Though the name was quite corny, they were the 7 strongest members of the giant Reincarnator clan who acted as the pillars of the clan. Of course all of them could kill Margoths. But Gordon really didn't like the work he was doing currently. Even though the final achievement is just before my eyes. Soon the plan will be finished. Then the likelihood of him receiving that body enhancement surgery will skyrocket. Then I will become stronger than that guy. The patriarch, Kim Guanyi, was a Margoth level due to the surgery. But he, Gordon, was a Margoth level without it. He had stuck beneath him in order to get the surgery. Though one of the reasons why they had stayed under Guanyi was because Guanyi was quite resourceful, but they had all gathered beneath him in order to gain something. How could such a giant clan be created otherwise? They stuck around since there was something to suck. Actually his plan was on a whole another scale and it had been going well, so they followed without complaint. And the time to suck out that sweet fluid was right in front of their eyes, but for a few mayflies to disturb them. Tisk. I have to hurry and get back. But those guys are really cruel. Gordon swirled his tongue around as he saw the ones running away. Sangjin, who had been running away from Gordon, was using the skill he had stolen from Miyamoto, to run away as he checked the situation. Though they had quite a large number, the only people who were at the Baladi level were Sangjin himself and Ark Mariang. The others couldn't quite get to that point. So it was a bit hard for them to go against that guy who was a high ranker even out of the Margoth levels. They could only run. Sangjin spoke towards Wang Yang next to him. Throw another one. You're really going to hell after you die. What are you saying? This is hell. Wang Yang clenched his teeth at Sangjin's orders as he laid down an order using the symbol. Damn. Becoming a noble father is a no-go. The moment he gave the order, one of the 150 clansmen's eyes spun around as he charged towards Gordon. And used the skill, with an expressionless face. Ki-ying. The speed of the clansmen charging at Gordon increased by several fold instantaneously. Boom. Then the clansmen blocked Gordon's road when he had almost reached them and then started to buy time. These fucking flies. Gordon was enraged at these guys who would normally get flung off by a single kick of his, instead just holding down onto his ankles. This crazy guy. To make everyone who he can control learn the limit breaker. None of the clan lords would do such a thing. Who would gather under their clan if such rumors were to be spread? It was easy to get and was quite strong even without raising the mastery of it. It was a skill that only had good points. But nobody tried to learn this skill. The moment one activated the skill, they would gain a tremendous amount of strength by burning all the runes they have. Skills which had masteries around 10% would skyrocket up to 50%, and their physique which lost the limit of the brain showed a battle prowess that couldn't even be compared to that of before. This was quite good enough to use as a lifesaver. Since it was better to lose some runes to live instead of dying. But the problem was that if the skill was used while having great amounts of mastery, then they wouldn't be able to stop it at will. The mastery would only rise if they use it, but if they use it at high mastery levels, then they can't stop it. Of course once they use it, all the runes in their body will be burnt up and eventually it will burn their life as well. The first thing Sangjin had done after coming up was catching weaklings, teaching them this and then increasing the mastery to the limit of control. The reason why Sangjin and his crew had been able to come here without Margoth levels and with only Baladi levels was because of this. Because their underlings ignited their bodies and madly charged against their enemies like suicide soldiers in times of danger under Wang Guiyang's control. It was something only used at the right place at the right time, but they could only reach this place with 30 sacrifices. And 20 had already died while they were escaping. Something strange. Sangjin was always killing off the clansmen the moment before they died. The image of him killing them off even while he was running with a skill or a flying dagger was nothing more and nothing less than that of somebody crazy. Sangjin spoke towards Wang Yang, who was grinding his teeth endlessly. Run well. There's no time to fight. If we stay here in order to fight, then others will get here. This is the best choice. You bastard. What do you mean? I said let's get along. Sangjin shrugged his shoulders as he replied to Wang Yang in a sweet voice. Though he had spoken leisurely, this was not a leisurely situation. This was still part of the Reincarnator clan area and they would be charging at them from all around like ants. They would instantly get surrounded the moment their feet get tied for a moment. Damn it. When are you coming? When? Sangjin gasped for breath as he looked into the sky. Let's go. Boom. Ba-boom. Hansu quickly moved his feet as he heard the explosive sounds in the distance. And Sophia, Tekelin, and the crown clansmen were flying besides Hansu. Tekelin made a worried expression. If there are other Ikaran tribes, then they need to escape before the Gragos spins. Other tribes? Tekelin nodded. Though they might build only one temple. Other tribes might live inside the Gragos. Since the inside of the Gragos is quite vast. From what they had heard from the priestess, their move had been made in a huge hurry. The process of getting to this cow-shaped Gragos, which had been next to the White Lion, Lazar, was not a properly prepared move, and because of this they had not been able to move united and had instead crossed with their lives on the line. Though the tribe with the priestess had found a location where a thick amount of essence was flowing and had created a temple, but there were probably a few tribes who were hiding in the corners of the Gragos. Hansu pondered for a moment and then shook his head. This isn't the time for that. If his work to stop the Gragos from spinning went well, then they would all live anyway. There wasn't time for him to find them and deal with them. Hansu, who had been reading the mono wave from the carrier pigeon, turned his body and then headed towards a different location from the explosion. Sophia made a confused expression from those words. Where are you going? Weren't you receiving the guidance of someone? She had thought that he was going to aid someone since he was following the carrier pigeon. Wasn't he going to save them because that person was in danger? Hansu shook his head. No, our destination is somewhere else, so let's go. The location had been clearly written on the carrier pigeon Sangjin sent. And an additional word. Soon the night will come, so steal the things from the empty house while I distract them. I'll drag them around as much as I can. Good. Hansu laughed as he increased his speed another level. Wow. I haven't been able to catch that guy for a whole 40 minutes. Gordon was flabbergasted. For it to be night already. This meant that his plans of catching this guy, smashing him apart and then returning for a good rest had been broken apart. At that time he could hear that guy muttering while he was running. It's night, you bastard. What? The moment Sangjin mumbled, I'm suffering this hard for you, you better treat me well, quietly, something started to wriggle and climb out of the ground in the shadows. Chapter 113, Gragos, 3. Crackle crack. A large amount of body fluids, that resembled a small sea, was quickly being filled up. By the greenstone, graphite, that the Rirarari clan was throwing. Throw more. You'll get caught in it if you get close. Use skills to pour them in. Crack. The moment one of the four materials that could affect the Gragos touched the bodily fluids, it sucked in the fluids like a sponge as it started to increase in size over hundreds of times. Thanks to this, the sea-like body fluid lake was getting slowly emptied at a visible pace. Zhongsang, who had been watching this next to Guanyi, swirled his tongue around as he looked at the viscera deep within the Gragos. Wow. Amazing. How did you manage to find such a place? It wasn't an easy place to locate since it wasn't within the sphere of influence of humans. Guanyi smiled. Well. I struggled a bit. It should at least be this much, mister. Zhongsang nodded. But there was something he was worried about. But what if it suddenly goes on a rampage while we take over it? Guanyi shook his head at that. Don't worry about that, we're taking care of it somewhere else. If it goes to plan, then an amazing pet will be created. Only 4 of the Ursa Major were here, including Guanyi and Gordon, who had gone to catch the little flies. The other 3 were nowhere to be seen. They were doing something somewhere else. Then we can take over the Gragos and even find the temple, huh? Zhongsang freaked out in the past because he thought that Guanyi was going to kill this thing. Since 2 problems will rise up from that. First, if this guy fell, then everyone above it will die. Second, if this guy died, then the location to acquire the body fluids will disappear, so they will starve. But Guanyi meant that he was going to take control of it. What would it do for us if we kill it? The ones who will come after will just get burnt and not be able to see it. There isn't any audience then. Making this into a pet will be much more amazing. Even Hansu wasn't able to do that right. Well, yet. But how are you going to find the location of the temple like this? Zhongsang looked at Guanyi with an amazed expression. There were a few things that Guanyi hadn't told him, an outsider. In what way the thing they were doing was part of controlling the Gragos. And how he can find the hidden Icarans and find the location of the temple. He has a lot of secrets. He had a few awkward spots and was a bit humane in the past, but the current Guanyi had become a man who Zhongsang couldn't see through easily. Zhongsang suddenly thought of something he had forgotten about when he had first met Guanyi. Anyways, what happened to your wife and your daughter? This guy wasn't alone when he saved him. He had a 13-year-old daughter because he had married early despite being 30 years old. He thought that Guanyi had placed them in a safe spot, but he had never heard of him talk about his family. Guanyi shrugged his shoulders. My daughter died and my wife is next to another man. Though he was talking lightly, Zhongsang felt a chill run down his back. He's not thinking of doing something crazy, right? Though others might not know, but Guanyi was a guy who had given up everything in the red zone due to his family possibly being endangered by the calamities and had gone up. If his family had gone through that, then a corner of his mind might be seriously twisted. It'll be a relief if his actual goal is just taking the Gragos over. If this guy were to let off those twisted emotions, then it won't end in a small scale. Guanyi laughed towards Zhongsang, who was making an uneasy expression as he spoke. I said don't worry. Why would I do something weird when my wife would be in this Gragos somewhere? Anyways, do you want to eat this? It was created by petrifying the body fluids on the graphite, so it's quite good. We named it Green Light. They say sweet things help out in stress relief. Guanyi then handed over a small green candy with a stick stuck onto it. Zhongsang frowned as he tasted the strange taste that he could not discern. Though it was sweet, it was like adding sugar to wastewater. You damn bastard. This would definitely help out in stress relief. Anyways, why are you putting such lame names on these things? Guanyi shrugged his shoulders. Do not get attached to it. What? It'll be annoying if I put an awesome name on something I hate and get attached to it. While Zhongsang was making a strange expression, a carrier pigeon flew towards Guanyi. Guanyi sighed as he looked at that carrier pigeon. Look. There's no way I can like these guys. Damn it. Why are there no reinforcements? Boom. Gordon freaked out at the sudden change. Squirm squirm. The situation changed the moment it turned into night. Endless amounts of soldiers were climbing out from beneath his shadow. Of course that wasn't enough to beat him. Though the skill was extremely strong, it was still a bit lacking to close in the gap between ability and a Margoth level. If only there weren't suicide soldiers who constantly charged in. Boom. Fuck. The black creature which had crawled out from the shadow of the suicide soldier, which had turned into powder by his skill, madly rushed towards him. Gordon let go of the reinforcement while gathering it in his hands. Boom. An explosion that far exceeded what a reinforcement could have created swept the area. The shadow soldier who had its upper body blown off fell backwards towards the ground. Then it disappeared as if it had melted and then absorbed back into the other shadows. Though his attack had destroyed the shadow perfectly, Gordon had no time for leisure. Since that guy will rejuvenate from the shadows, heal up and then climb back up. They only looked a bit black after that. The human-shaped creatures constantly coming back after healing back up no matter what kind of damage they received was tiring even for Gordon, who had gone through a lot of things. Damn it. I have to get the main source. They were obviously being recreated by mana. He had to kill the guy who was just throwing daggers at him from the distance. But there were too many things charging at him. Is he crazy or something? How many have you killed in that short amount of time? The moment he thought that he had cleared quite an amount of shadow soldiers, suicide soldiers with the limit breaker expressionlessly charged towards him. And when he had taken care of those, the shadow soldiers who had gone back to the shadows climbed up again. But I can win. Gordon grinned at his teeth. This much was clearly winnable. Since his mana wasn't endless and there was a limit to the number of suicide soldiers. Once his mana and the suicide soldiers ran out first, then it would be his win. And Gordon was confident. Killing the Margoth alone wasn't child's play. Margoth hunting was something only possible after polishing one's skills, artifacts, and battle skills to the extremes. But the problem laid somewhere else. You retards. Get back. Get the fuck back. Gordon grinned at his teeth as he shouted. The guy who had held him down with the shadow soldiers and the suicide soldiers was killing off the Reincarnator clansmen as they were approaching him. Weaker ones would get killed and supplement to the shadow soldiers. The drop runes would be eaten up and increase the amount of mana. Decent ones would get suppressed, forced in the Lord symbol and then be recreated into a suicide soldier. The clan lord who was acting as a slave below was about to fall down from exhaustion. He could only. He had to constantly give suicide orders, recreate symbols, and accept new clansmen while others died. Even the greatest lords would get exhausted by this. No, the fact that he could do this much was already amazing. Gordon suddenly felt fear. Since he had killed almost 100 suicide soldiers, the remaining amount should be less than 30, but there were still at least 80 left. Though the shadow soldiers had gotten weaker as if his mana was getting drained, but the problem was Gordon himself. At this pace his stamina and mana would run out first. Then he would really die. Damn it. Where are they? It's been a long while since I sent the carrier pigeons. This was the first time he had missed the Ursa Majors and that lame name. If one of them came, then they would be able to rip apart everyone here. But even after a long while nobody came. Guanye, you crazy bastard. Come. Am I a hand which could be thrown away somewhere like here? I'm not. But why? If you took me in, then take responsibility. Gordon shouted out in rage. Mister, let's go. Since we finished everything we needed to here, let's go to the next stage. Guanye, who had been receiving the carrier pigeons that were constantly flying in from all around, sent a few to two of the Ursa Majors who would be protecting other directions as he prepared to leave. Zhongzhang frowned as he saw this. You said that there was another Ursa Major, right? Aren't you going to take him? He said 4 total including himself. But Guanye was going to leave while leaving one behind. Damn it. I can't figure out what's going on. He had no way of knowing since he could only listen to what Guanye was saying. Guanye nodded. Well. He'll figure it out on his own. Getting to the Forest of Horns next is more important. Anyways, there is a large amount of graphites left. The moment Guanye mumbled we were going to leave before it completely froze up anyway. Collected too much for nothing and read the final carrier pigeon, he suddenly stopped as he read it. And then muttered towards Zhongsang. It seems like the ones Gordon chased before were baits. Formidable. Bait. It seems the Crown Clan is invading this place. It was clearly written on the carrier pigeon. That 4 Margoth levels of the Crown Clan were invading this place. Others might have been different, but how could the scouts mistake the faces of the Margoth levels? Normally he would ignore them. Since he had done everything he needed to hear, even if they had sniffed something. But if it's the Crown Clan, then the story changes a bit. You know them? Zhongsang asked. It was quite a stupid question really. Since the Crown Clan was a humongous clan which had 4 Margoth level adventurers other than the clan patriarch himself. Riri clan, one of the top 2 strongest clans. And the Crown Clan, one of the 3 strongest. How could Guanye not know them? But the reason why Zhongsang asked was because a clear emotion started to well up on Guanye's face. Guanye laughed. Of course, I told you that my daughter died earlier. It's a bit rude to go like this. We should leave them a gift. Guanye spat the graphite candy in his mouth, the green light, and then sent a carrier pigeon somewhere. Tisk. They were pouring in graphite. This is why the body fluid was drying up. Anyway, how did they find the reflux organ? Hansu clicked his tongue as he looked at the scene in the distance. Reflux organ. It reorganized the bodily fluids that ran around the Grago's body once, sent the usable ones around the body again, and the ones which ran out of nutrients were sent outside the body. Of course it was a place in the Gragos with the most body fluids since it was an organ created to decrease the waste of body fluid as much as possible. Their falling back though. Was killing the Gragos not their objective? If killing the Gragos was their objective, then they had to pour more. But these guys were hurriedly packing up and quickly heading somewhere else. Then I shouldn't have needed to come here. Why did the flip incident happen in the past? If more wasn't poured in, then the graphites would get swept up by the body fluids and slowly get crushed apart. Bali Roper, the Margoth level expert of the Crown Clan, shouted as he saw the ones running away. What are you doing? Let's go ahead and wipe them out. Their clan received tremendous amounts of stress since that crazy guy over there trying to assimilate them. If there wasn't a power balance between the 2 strongest clans, then a full frontal war would have happened already. So Bali Roper actually liked the current situation. Though I became a slave. It's good as long as the result is good. This guy had clearly said that he would release them if everything went well. And if this guy helped, then sweeping the main headquarters of the Riri clan wouldn't be that hard. Since the clan patriarch, Guanye, always liked to separate the Ursa Major and use them efficiently. There's no way all of them would be here. The 4 of them here and Hansu could deal a serious amount of damage. Kyuyuyung. While Bali Roper was laughing, a rough cry ran throughout in all directions. Margoth. It wasn't just 1 or 2 from the cries he could hear. Damn it. Bali Roper made a frightened expression. They were called Margoth level because they could win a 1 versus 1 against the Margoths. But the cries told them that there were at least 20 of them incoming. Hansu clicked his tongue as he looked at the Margoths charging from the distance. It seems like they are leaving after completing everything they needed to here, but for them to go the extra mile and throw the Margoths here, huh. It seems like they weren't even luring them to this location in order to prevent the crown clansmen being able to chase them. Hansu spoke towards Bali Roper next to him. There's no way that I'm the reason. Did you cause some sins against that guy? Chapter 114, Gragos, 4. Bali Roper looked at Guan Ye, who was personally leading the Margoths to his direction. It's been a while. Tisk. Some bad fate. Bali Roper thought of the incident in the past. He had met that guy, his wife, and his daughter 4 years ago. There aren't many who travel with their family in the other world. And those who came together in the beginning and had even climbed up to the orange zone could be counted on one's fingers. It was one of two incidents. One of the family members was so abnormally strong that they could protect the other members despite them being weak. Enbairen, a powerhouse of the orange zone, was like this. Or that all of the members were decently strong. Guan Ye's family were the latter. And because of this they couldn't win over Bali Roper. Though Guan Ye, his daughter, and his wife were quite strong, they were just at the level of those who came up from the red zone. Though Guan Ye was almost at the Baladi level, he himself was one of the strongest out of the Baladi levels, and these three mediocre ones couldn't go against him. He was extremely happy when he first found Guan Ye and his family. One of Bali Roper's favorite actions was playing around with another family member in front of them. Finding such a family was like plucking stars from the heavens, but for him to bring both his wife and his daughter, how could Bali Roper not be excited? And as if he'd married early, the fact that his wife was still attractive made him quite happy. Damn. I should have killed him back then. Bali Roper frowned. The place where he had lost him was this place. Though Bali had caught the daughter, Guan Ye had taken his wife and fell into this giant reflux organ. I shouldn't have killed his daughter as a mean of anger relief back then. Who would have known that the guy who had come back would have become such a monster? The guy who was barely at the Baladi level came back as a Margoth level. He then used that strength and allure and hope of the body enhancement surgery in order to madly increase his influence and power. Their growth was but instant. Guan Ye seemed like he didn't care much about managing the clan, he just took people in as long as they were strong. The reason why they had let in Kale Dawson, who was being chased by Enbairen, was a tactic as well. Since the decision of taking Kale Dawson in while neglecting the possibility of clashing with Enbairen was very tempting to those in the orange zone who had created enemies everywhere. In conclusion, all the people who were strong but couldn't join a clan and receive their protection because they were such a mess of a character had been recruited into the Reincarnator clan. This was the moment where a group consisting of the worst possible individuals had been created. The Reincarnator clan, which had instantly caught up to the clan Ares and Chaldean had created, became an object of caution to other clans in a moment. If he himself hadn't become stronger, gotten to the Margoth level and hadn't gone into the Crown clan who were against the Reincarnator clan quickly expanding and recruiting in strong people, then he would have been ripped apart. Tisk. To meet in a place like this. Margoths were charging in from all directions. But there was no need to fight with the Margoths here. Though Guan Ye had brought the Margoths here, they could also just back off. They might receive some damage while backing off, but those who should worry about this were the weaker ones and not himself. If Hansu has some sense, then he wouldn't throw me away here either. Bali Roper frowned after looking around his surroundings with leisure. But wouldn't be we able to kill that guy this time? As he'd been penetrated by the horn upon the Margoth's head, Bali Roper looked at Guan Ye, who had a giant hole on his side, and muttered inwardly. Actually, Guan Ye was like fear itself even in Bali Roper's perspective. That strength, that tenacity, and that resourcefulness. If such a guy was alive, then he wouldn't be able to sleep at night in peace. He had to kill the guy who was always looking for a chance to kill him instead, no matter what, so he had targeted the Akarans. Since combining the strength of the Akarans along with their clan would mean that they would have the strength to smash apart the Reincarnator clan. Though everything went to shit. Isn't this a chance? Bali Roper stole a glance at Hansu. The best instance would be the guy next to him and Guan Ye in the distance all dying together. At this rate he will eventually be killed under Guan Ye's hands. Since Guan Ye had been slowly getting to him for the past 4 years. Though he wanted to get to the yellow zone, but once he tried to do this, Guan Ye would block his path even if he had to go on a war against him. It was a crazy act in Bali Roper's perspective, since he had to cross over the Reincarnator clan's territory in order to get to the portal to the yellow zone. But this is quite worth risking a bit of danger. Bali Roper took out and grasped the small necklace that he had saved for an unknown situation after finishing off his thoughts. Hansu looked at the guy in the distance while preparing to back off. It seems like that guy is the leader of the Reincarnator clan. Did he lure them over here himself? Kim Guan Ye. Though it seemed like he had received quite a large injury, that injury was healing at a visible pace. So he received the body enhancement surgery as well. I wasn't the first, huh? The Margoth's eyes were not targeted on Guan Ye who had lured them, but at Hansu and his group who were swarming around in the distance. Margoth du Capuchia. They were smaller than the giant Margoths with a herbivore's physique, the Margoth du Grizios. Just about 1 kilometer. Since they were a bit weaker than the Grizios, a normal Margoth level adventurer could kill around 2 of them. But they were much more dangerous to humans since they had a much worse temper and will kill even if they couldn't eat them if they felt danger. Actually, around 1 Margoth level person would get shredded apart after going into their territory without realizing it and get hunted down by their group hunts. Tisk. To bring 20 of them. Though he might be able to beat them with the new power of the Nirmahas ring he had obtained on the way up to the orange zone and the power of those behind him, but the damage will be substantial. But if he doesn't bother to plug this place up, then there's no reason to fight. Then he didn't have anything to do with that guy. Though there wasn't anything bad about killing him, but it'll be dangerous if they go too far while the Margoths are on a rampage. Hansu made the decision to back off here and help the Akarans as he spread the scent behind him and tried to back off. It doesn't seem like he brought them here to massacre us anyway. Though the Margoths were madly charging at them, there was a limit to how many can come in at a time due to the structure of the ant tunnels. Though there might be small amounts of damage, they would be able to back off. Hansu looked at the Margoth du Capuchios making huge noises as they ran towards the cave that housed the reflux organ and gathered mana onto his hands. At the same time the most fatal pour of the pandemic blade started to gather up at the end of forked lightning. Hansu then used the demonic dragon's reinforcement onto the already enhanced body and whipped the spear out. Boom! The Capuccio that was charging at them started to shake its head. Kayaayak. The Capuccio shook its head from the pain of the skin around its head burning up and then fell, smashed down to the side of the inner walls of the Gragos as if it had become dizzy. It's working. He hadn't put in that much mana onto the pandemic blade. The thing he had put more mana into was something else. Nirmaha's ring. The third power after power destruction and hemorrhage. Kyuyo. The giant Margot du Capuccio smashed its head against the wall as if it was feeling extremely stuffy. No, it even staggered as it crashed onto the other Margot du Capuccio running next to it. Kayaayak. As he saw the row of Margot instantly being smashed apart, Bali Roper made an annoyed expression. That's really unfair. Where the hell did he get something like that? Bali Roper thought of when he had been caught by Hansu. It wasn't that one got blind or turned deaf after getting hit by it. But it was much more annoying. Their eyesight, which allowed them to see objects that were kilometers away. It suppressed their perception rune that was the basis of that and even messed with their balance. And of course such a thing was fatal in a battle where they had to fight madly with all 5 of the senses being honed on the battle. The things over there would feel the same thing at this moment. What are you doing? Let's hurry and get out. Hansu spoke as he looked to the side. It wasn't that they would turn into half of a retard after getting hit once. It took more mana the more effective it was and the duration wasn't that long. Bali Roper made a sad expression at those words and then shook his necklace a few more times. Did he not see it? This was all he could do since he couldn't provoke Guanyi openly when Hansu was looking at him. Bali Roper looked at Guanyi who was looking at his direction with a glare. To have to send him off. Who? Guanyi looked at Bali Roper in the distance with a neutral expression. Though he wanted to rip that guy apart, he had no way of killing him since he had hidden deep within the Crown clan. Though he didn't know why that guy had come here today, but this was a great chance to kill a guy who had climbed up after hiding in the clan for so long. But Guanyi shook his head. It's too much. He could probably do it. But in order to kill that guy he would need to charge in, hold them down and lure the Margoths to crash into them. The next stage was too important for him to risk so much danger. Since the guys, who already didn't listen to him, would be impossible to control if he didn't exist. He had to quickly finish off here, regroup with the Ursa Major members he had already sent off and focus on the work at the next location. Since these guys don't even listen to the leader that well already. Rirarari clan. A chaotic clan full of screwed up people. The pinnacle of this example was the Ursa Major. The Ursa Major members had only joined under Guanyi for profit. Of course they wouldn't participate in such a dangerous work like this. There was a reason why Guanyi, the clan leader, had to lure the Margoths himself. Though I wanted to give them a small gift, but... Is the guy next to him Hansu? Damn. It wouldn't even count as a small gift. He thought that he would be able to kill at least a third of them, but the Crown clan was safely backing off due to the guy who threw the booming golden spear in the distance. I'll let you live a bit longer. If things go according to his plan, that guy wouldn't be able to survive anyway. The moment Guanyi looked back at Bali Roper with a regretful expression, something got caught in his eyes. His eyes, which had been enhanced to supernatural levels, allowed him to identify the thing that was shaking back and forth on his neck. Guanyi made an expression of despair as he saw this. Huh? My daughter's necklace? He had it? The necklace which he couldn't find despite searching for hours from the corpse of his daughter. At that moment Guanyi felt something snap within his head. He saw it. Bali Roper made a content expression as he saw Guanyi's expression. But Roper couldn't see it because he was focused on Guanyi. That Hansu was glaring at him from his back. I wondered who had sinned against that guy. It was this guy, huh? Hansu laughed coldly. Chapter 115, Gragos, 5. Guanyi prepared to go in with a neutral expression. I must take back that necklace. Of course the fact that taking the neck where the necklace was a definite thing. He needed to hurry. The Capuccios will stop chasing them once they get into the ant tunnels and he wouldn't be able to kill those guys by himself at that point. He needed to chase them while the Capuccios could catch up to them. Guanyi touched his waist. I'll use this. If there is an incident where you get entangled with the Margoths, use this. It's a formula that makes the Margoths go crazy. Those things will chase whatever they see until the medication power runs out. Be careful using this since tens of thousands of people will die once you use it. Damn. Tens of thousands. Guanyi's hands flinched. It felt like that he will really go crazy if he couldn't get a hold of that guy in front of his eyes. But the thought of tens of thousands of people dying kept on delaying his actions. While Guanyi was pondering over this problem, a line of voice rang out from an unknown location. Don't forget about the contract. Remember what you paid in order to gain your strength. The living are more important than the dead. Guanyi clenched his teeth at that moment. Damn it. The others would have almost reached the Forest of Horns by now. He needed to go as well. In order to control them. I'll visit there before I go. He needed to calm himself down after getting so worked up. Guanyi looked at Bali Roper with a glare filled with rage for the last time and then flew towards the ant tunnels. Is he leaving? Hansu frowned as he looked at Guanyi backing off in the distance. It's a bit regrettable. Hansu momentarily made an regretful expression. He was going to throw Bali Roper out as a bait if that guy charged at him and then capture him. But that guy somehow managed to suppress down his rage and then backed off. Of course there still was something that he had gained from this short encounter. Bali Roper. Amazing. Looking forward to working with you more. Oh okay. Bali Roper felt strange from Hansu's sudden compliments, but he just thought of it as Hansu praising his skills and just ignored it. It seems like I'll be able to use this guy in the future. I should keep him alive and well. Hansu labeled Bali Roper a useful bait and then looked at his surroundings. Though many clansmen had died, they had maintained quite a large amount of force. He just needed to quickly regroup with the Akarans and help them. Forest of Horns was basically where the Margoths lived in. It wouldn't be easy even for the 5 pillars that protected the priest. At that moment a single carrier pigeon flew towards Hansu. Did everything work out on that side? The Reincarnator clan guys that were here left and headed to a strange location. There was the direction where they had headed towards that Sangjin had scouted written down on the carrier pigeon. Past the 11th region, past the 14th, towards the 19th region. 11th region located above the thorax region and the 14th region that was located on the neck. And the 19th region that was located on the backside of the head of the Margoths. Soon Hansa realized what the destination of these people were. Forest of Horns. They're going to the Forest of Horns. Forest of Horns. The name of the forest located between the two giant mountain-like horns upon the huge head of the Gragos. The destinations of the Akarans and these people were the same. Of course it might just be a coincidence. Though it was called a forest, it was actually extremely wide and vast. The location of controlling the Gragos that the Akaran were headed towards was located in this forest as well. The Forest of Horns was a location that the clans used very frequently due to the high-level skills and artifacts that dropped there. But the destinations and the times overlapped each other too perfectly. These guys. Did they put the graphite in here in order to drag out the Akarans? How did these guys know about this? And how did they know to get to the Forest of Horns? At that moment another possibility was thought of in Hansu's head. There's another Akaran. An Akaran that had gifted Guanye the body enhancement surgery and the intel. An Akaran who couldn't show itself to the other Akarans and was doing this because of a reason. I'm here, you damned bastard. An Akaran who was making an arrogant expression nodded as he spoke. You're still arrogant. I'll allow that much since you're useful. Guanye snorted inwardly. The guy who had all sorts of glamorous artifacts hung around his body despite being holed up in a corner. Akarans couldn't even use those artifacts. The Akaran over there, who called himself a previous great priest, had these artifacts dangling upon his body in order to disguise himself. He's like a king of a fallen country. But his own situation was much worse. Since he couldn't even go against that guy's words. The Akaran seemed like it had guessed his intentions, it laughed coldly as it spoke. Don't act around as you want. You and I made a contract. Guanye clenched his teeth at those words. His chances of survival when he had jumped into the reflux organ 4 years ago due to Bali Roper was actually 0%. Since he had received quite a deep injury and had to take care of his unconscious wife as well. And the reason why he had been able to live was because of the Akaran that was in front of his eyes. The guy who called himself the Great Priest. Right before he fell unconscious, the Akaran dragged him out and then whispered into his ear. Well. You should be content with this much at your current stage. Sleep for a bit. I'll give you strength. And when he had woken up everything had changed. An overflowing amount of strength and a powerful body. To the point where he had thought that he had been reborn at first. But he knew instantly. That this guy hadn't given the surgery to him out of generosity. The Akaran said these words to him back then. Don't worry. It's not much. Just that you need to listen to my words. But for a guy I had rescued to be this arrogant. I gave you a blessing that's only allowed to our own race after scratching up all the remaining materials I had. Do you know how hard it is to perform the surgery without the temple? And as the Akaran in front of his eyes threw a bit of incense, his body forcibly knelt in front of the Akaran. Yeah. This is a good height. Damn it. Guanye clenched his teeth after thinking of back then. Since he had to work crazily since then. In order to accomplish the thing this guy wanted him to. It wasn't hard. Since the intel and the strength that this guy had given him were not just a bit. Guanye calmed down his mind and then spoke towards the Akaran. The Akarans popped out after we petrified the body fluid like you told me to. Yeah. They'll need to move. The Akaran laughed coldly. They needed to get to the Forest of Horns in order to move the Gragos to another Gragos. How could they remain hidden after getting the black warning even if they were hidden so well? We're almost there. Just catch them all. Killing a few is alright as well. Guanye frowned at the Akaran mumbling about how killing his own kind was fine. How could a previous great priest talk about the lives of his own kind with such ease? That's why he got chased out by his own race. What are you trying to do? The great priest laughed coldly. You don't need to know about that. Don't cross the line. Just go finish off what you need to. Guanye grinned at his teeth but he couldn't do anything. Though his body was suppressed, it wasn't perfect. There were many ways he could dodge his control but he couldn't even if he wanted to. Miyang my darling. The only person he could find comfort upon after the death of his daughter. Guanye looked at his wife who was sleeping like the dead behind the Akaran. The Akaran laughed as if it had sensed that Guanye was looking at her. It seems like my words were a bit harsh. It means that you don't need to care about it that much. I'll release your beloved as I promised. I'll also erase the controlling method inside your body. You just need to go to that yellow zone then. Simple right? It won't matter what happens here. Guanye set his mind from those words. Yeah. This is a trade. This is definitely not a bad thing. Though he had to work like a dog for 4 years, the reward wasn't bad. Since he had escaped a lethal situation and had gained the strength to protect his wife. He just needed to go up to the yellow zone after he was done with this. It's almost over. The contract was to lure out the hidden Akarans and to capture them. He had gathered and increased his power and influence because of this. Since he needed to be extremely strong as well in order to capture those strong Akarans. But this was now all over. Seeing the screwed up Ursa Majors and the Reincarnator clansmen was getting tiring. He didn't have any ambitions of finding the temple and taking control of the Gragos in the first place. It was that he needed to put on air like this in order to create the clan. After this he would be able to leave this damned orange zone. One more thing. If you meet those guys later. Guanye frowned after hearing what the Akaran said. He has a real fucked up mind. But he had done what he needed to hear. His mind calmed down a bit more after seeing his wife and felt his sanity returning. Yeah. Right now. I must focus on the living instead of the dead. He had to act in order to save his living wife instead of being enraged because of his dead daughter. Guanye looked at his wife once more, got out of the darkened tunnels and then quickly headed towards the head of the Gragos. Kuo. Tarahal landed on the ground after smashing the head of the giant herbivore-shaped Margot du Gracios with a body full of injuries. Boom. A huge sound wave resonated out and Alan quickly ran up and started to look over Tarahal's body. Tarahal shook his hands and pushed back Alan. It's alright. You go and fight as well. There's a lack of manpower. Tarahal mumbled as he saw the two giant horns in the distance. The path of the forest of horns was much more intense than they had expected. Since the numbers of Margoths had multiplied numerous times. If we don't organize these guys then a disaster will happen. Anyways, we're almost there. They just needed to get through the gap in between the cliff in front of their eyes. The moment Tarahal turned to catch some breath, something flew in from the distance. What? Boom. The skill which had flown in from above the cliff flipped the grounds upside down and Tarahal, who had momentarily dropped his guard, prepared for the ambush. At that moment a large shout was heard from above the cliff. You know I missed you on purpose, right? And behind the woman, thousands of clansmen appeared on one of the cliffs. Tarahal made an expression of disbelief at the human army. They were waiting. The path to the forest of horns was harsh beyond reason for humans. Why were these guys there when there wouldn't have much to do here? The woman above the cliff spoke while looking at that Tarahal. It seems like our friends from the clan will be a bit late. Let's just play around on our own until then. Oh, and our clan leader told us to tell you something to you guys. Then one of the members of the Ursa Major, ALLA, looked at the red carrier pigeon sent by Guanye and made a confused expression. What does this mean? But there were many things they didn't understand that came from Guanye. ALLA just read the message on the carrier pigeon. Congratulations. My clan. You will soon be able to follow me, your first leader, all over again. Tarahal and the priest, Odeon, made an expression of despair at those words. First leader. The only person arrogant enough to call himself the first leader that they knew of was one person. Great priest, Karbana. The person who had fought with Mekido the great patriarch, put on all blame and responsibility onto Mekido who had created the body enhancement surgery when the calamity of death had hit and had run away. He wasn't dead, huh? But they realized that this wasn't the time to worry about such things. Tarahal clenched his teeth at the three Margoth-level adventurers and the thousands of clansmen charging towards him as he went out to meet them. Hurry up, Hansu. I don't know how long I can keep up with this. Boom. Soon a huge shockwave and loud sounds ran throughout the forest of horns. I need to hurry. Hansu moved quickly. It was a race for time. Whether Guanye and the other three Ursa Majors arrive first along with their forces, or him arriving first along with the Crown Clan's forces. If they combine the two forces on both sides then the total strength was similar. This was why the side which receives the reinforcement first will be at a much greater advantage. I must arrive there first. Bali Roper cried out while following behind him closely. Why was he moving in such a hurry? The sensation of his body moving in such a hurry without his own intentions was not quite a good feeling. Let's slow down a bit. Hansu turned around and smiled kindly. Oh yeah, I had a secret weapon. If the thing that could move the enemy leader was not a secret weapon then what would it be? Oh yes. Our Bali Roper is a man who would do great things for us. This feels a little bad for some reason. Bali Roper, who felt a chill, started to run even faster in order to get rid of the sensation. Chapter 116, Gragos, 6. Boom 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 boom. A man was running through the ant tunnels. Guanye finally found his clansmen and the Ursa Major at the Reincarnator clan's main meeting location after a long run. Zhongsang, who had been waiting there, looked at Guanye with a worried expression. Are you okay, brat? How's your side? What do you mean, brat? I'm much stronger than you, mister. This body is amazing. Don't worry around and let's proceed. Zhongsang was probably the only person who called him, the clan leader of the second strongest clan in this place, a brat. Well, we were probably just brats when he rescued us back then. Guanye looked at Zhongsang and then clenched his teeth. Don't worry, mister. The time for me to repay my debt to you has come. Zhongsang rescued his wife and daughter without much thought. Such actions probably didn't excite him or gave him any sort of amusement in the slightest. But Guanye had never forgotten about it. I will take you up with me, mister. He didn't know what that crazy guy who called himself the priest would do. Since a hint of madness could be seen in his eyes from time to time. And Guanye knew what that meant. His hurt pride, want for revenge and resentment. The perfect emotions to drive somebody to the extremes. How would a guy who didn't even care for the lives of his own race deal with the humans? He couldn't leave Mr. in such a place like this. Well, Mr. will probably argue that he's being kidnapped, but there's no time to explain all of this thoroughly. He had prepared all the runes necessary anyway. But there's something I must do before that. Guanye sent messages to the numerous scout teams of the Reincarnator clans who were spread all around and then shouted out to the people nearby. Gather up. There are some guys we need to capture first. There are people who are trying to interfere with our final project. The eyes of those who had been gathered here shined at those words. They knew as well that the other guys were fighting with the Akarans at the place they were going to go to. If they catch those guys then they can finish off the work for the body enhancement surgery. Who would dare to mess up their meal that has been completed already? Zhongsang asked with a confused expression. Who are you trying to catch? Guanye shrugged his shoulders. Those crown clansmen. This is the perfect time since they would be weakened. Huh? You're going to attack them first. Zhongsang made a confused expression. Guanye looked at Zhongsang and then smiled bitterly inwards. Damn. I know, mister. There was no real reason to fight them. But the reason why Guanye was hurrying was because of the final order of the priest. You grouped with your underlings. Good job. Now quickly go catch that Hansu guy. Damn it. Guanye grinned at his teeth at the voice that resonated throughout his head. He could indeed win if they fought. Though they only had 3 Margoth levels and the Crown Clan had 5, there was a huge difference between the Margoth levels of the Crown Clan and the Ursa Major. So much that one Ursa Major can go up against 2 from the Crown Clan. They might get pushed back by numbers but they would still be in an advantage. and their forces had been screwed up by the assault of the Margoths. But it's still a useless fight. There was no need for a head-on collision. It would be much more simple if they grouped up at the Forest of Horns, but why did the priest make such decisions? There was only one reason. Guan Ye thought of the words the priest had spoken to him. I smell a scent on him similar to the method that is used to control you. The people you called the Crown Clan are all held captive right now. It seems things will be really easy. Just go and catch him only. For such a useful thing to appear. The divine beast has given me blessings. The priest looked extremely delighted as it was talking to him. Of course he would be. Guan Ye mumbled. The priest had long been regretting the fact that he didn't have enough materials to control more people than himself only. If he could, then Guan Ye wouldn't be the only one under his control. He would have dragged them one by one and turned them into slaves. How could he not be happy in a situation like this after finding Hansu? Well, he would indeed have more of a use than me. Though he was strong, he had the Reincarnator clan that even he couldn't control. Hansu could control the giant Crown clan with the scents. He asked the priest if he couldn't just use those scents to control the Crown clan, but the priest just shook his head. The scents were the same, but the main part was the divine powers of each priest. It seems that they couldn't control the divine powers of other priests. Well, it would really become chaotic if that was possible. What would happen if there were numerous owners for a single slave? From what he saw, it seemed like the priests bickered with each other in the past for such a thing to have been invented. Guan Ye made an unsightly expression as he thought of Hansu. Though he himself might get released, he knew what would happen to Hansu. It seemed like the priest was going to take out the materials for controlling him and put them into Hansu, but then it was obvious that Hansu would work even harder than himself. It's not really befitting of the hero that saved the red zone. Guan Ye thought of Hansu, who was accomplishing the feats that he himself dreamt of, and made a bitter expression. If Guan Ye left Hansu alive, then he might do something amazing in the orange zone again and save millions of more people. I can be a hero too. Guan Ye chuckled. If he committed suicide at this moment, then he would also become a hero of the orange zone. Since the things that Mad Priest wanted to do would end, and that could cause millions if not tens of millions of people to die. But Guan Ye shook his head. Unnecessary. To him, becoming someone who can protect one person was better than being a hero to tens of millions of people. He didn't know in the red zone, but he realized it now. Capture him. The story was simple. Use all their forces to catch Hansu, who would be heading to the Forest of Horns in a hurry. Then it would be game over. If it was like chess, then it would basically be catching the king. If it was like chess where you only needed to catch the king, then it was clear which side had the advantage. Hurry. If they have given the body enhancement surgery and the sense to him, a human, they would be extremely close to each other. He would definitely be going to help the Akarans, and it would be better to catch him before he groups up with them. The priest reminded him again. Tisk. Guan Ye received the reports from the scouts as he quickly moved. It seems like those guys are heading this way. Gurururu. Bali Roper made a grim expression after running for a while. Though they were the middle of nowhere in the ant tunnels, it was still within the Reincarnator clan's territory. There was no way such a large force like theirs would go unnoticed. They could see countless carrier pigeons flying about around them, and the speed at which they were being sent from each location was getting faster. Which means that they were quickly heading towards them. Hansu laughed as he spoke. We fight here. This crazy bastard. Bali Roper shouted out in shock. There wasn't a high chance of winning if they fought here. Though they had 4 Margoth levels, their individual strength was much lower than that of the Ursa Major. The problem was that the ones in danger were only themselves. This bitch. Is he going to abandon us? But Bali Roper shook his head. No, he wouldn't throw us away that easily. He found out after a bit of observing. This guy had a goal that he needed to accomplish by using them. Hansu himself might live if he runs away in this situation, but the chances of him accomplishing that goal would become much lower. Did those guys who left earlier go to do something? Bali Roper mumbled. Tekelin and Sophia disappeared with Hansu for a moment a while ago. And after that, Tekelin and Sophia were gone, nowhere to be seen. What could those two guys do? Hansu smiled at that Bali Roper and then threw the scent in all directions. Kwayayak. At that moment all of the Crown clansmen, who had been running at full speed, stopped in place. While they were shocked, Hansu laughed as he ran away. Stay well. Hey you crazy bastard. The scents prepared their bodies for a battle without their consent, and Hansu laughed at them as he started to run away. Guan Ye flinched momentarily at the carrier pigeons that were flying in. They want to have go at it? Why would they fight if they knew that they were going to lose? But Guan Ye made an extremely bitter expression at the extra carrier pigeons that flew in. Hansu had shoved all the Crown clansmen in place and was getting out through the side. I'm a bit disappointed. He had thought that Hansu might have acted differently. But for him to throw away everyone who had been following him, though they were under his control, and run away. He had asked the scouts who were hiding in the corners of the ant tunnels just in case, but Hansu was indeed running away. It's a huge miscalculation if he thinks that I'll fight with the remaining guys because of Bali Roper. Of course he wanted to rip apart Bali Roper. But Hansu sadly didn't consider the decisive factor. What are you doing? Hurry up and catch him. All those guys will become my forces. This is the decisive factor. Though he might have bought some time. Guan Ye sighed. He just needed to catch Hansu. Why would they collide in such a situation? Guan Ye sighed and looked at the surroundings as he spoke. Only the Ursa Majors will go. The rest of you stay here on standby. In a situation like this, these guys would only get in the way due to their slow speed. In an instant the 3 from the Ursa Major quickly started to head into the ant tunnels. I'll catch up to you in just a moment. This was their territory. Catching him would be instant if they went through the shortcuts. The priest's mumbles could be heard in his head after a long run. You dumbass. You left behind a tail. A tail. Guan Ye thought of something that he had received as a report a while back. Sophia and a normal-looking guy had escaped somewhere. Are they, perhaps following my scent from behind? But Guan Ye shook his head. Though it wasn't impossible, following them with just the scent was too hard. And there was no reason that the priest would leave behind such trails. So it's Sophia's ability, huh? Sophia's trade was too famous. If they followed that, then it wouldn't be impossible. But Guan Ye sighed. Only two? They're looking down on the great priest too much. The great priest smiled as he looked at the male and female that were approaching him. I don't know how you did it, but amazing. The great priest actually worried about such a thing. Since there were a lot of amazing abilities out of those traits the humans had. But there was a reason why he didn't run away. Good job getting all the way here. But you can't think of me as just a priest. The great priest, Karbana, stood up as the artifacts on his body dangled and clanked against each other. Kurururu. He wasn't any priest. Great priest. His body's abilities were also at its peak. Kudududuk. As he poured strength into his body, the surrounding air trembled. A body that was comparable to the warriors that protected the temple, the guard barongs. Dumbass. Hoo. If that Hansu guy had disappeared, then he would have prepared for it. But he had constantly received reports through Guan Ye. It would barely be enough if a Margoth level came but for him to send these guys. Sophia shrugged as she looked at the great priest, who was making a confident expression as she spoke. I'm gonna back off now. Oh yeah. Give back the earring. There's no reason to hide it after you've gotten all the way here. Tekelin, who had been standing next to Sophia, took off his earring. Thank you. I'll handle it from here. Stand back. Kududuk. Suddenly Tekelin's body started to change. And the power of the runes that couldn't be seen due to the suppression got released. At the same time, the powerful aura of Mana came out from Hansu's body as it started to fill up the priest's residence. Kududuk. This is much more easier to catch the king. Hansu loosened up his body and laughed as he looked at the great priest, who had a shocked expression on him. Chapter 117, Tyradus, 1. Boom. Get over here quickly. Hurry. The guy called Hansu is over here. Guan Ye freaked out at the sudden voice of the priest that resonated throughout his head. The priest cannot die. Actually, the priest's death didn't really matter much to him, but his wife might get swept up in that chaos. The moment Guan Ye was about to move out, a marble that shone with extremely bright light flew through the ant tunnels and into Guan Ye and the Ursa Majors. Zoom. The marble that traveled over hundreds of meters in an instant tried to smash into Guan Ye's head as he was about to set off. Damn it. Guan Ye clenched down his teeth and punched towards the marble. He was in a rush. He would have ignored most attacks, but if he ignored this, then his head might fall off. Whoosh. Guan Ye clenched his teeth and looked at the Margoth levels from the Crown clan who were rushing towards him after smashing away the bright marble. Bali Roper. Damn it. Damn it. Bali Roper was rushing towards him with an extremely scrunched up expression. Of course, the true meaning behind it was not rage but rather closer to fear. Since he really didn't want to go against Guan Ye. This damn scent. Guan Ye's rage finally exploded out after seeing Bali Roper rushing towards him with the dangling necklace in order to disturb with his work. This bastard, until the very end. Soon Guan Ye, who was trying to penetrate through no matter what, and Bali Roper, who was blocking with his life on the line, clashed in the middle of the ant tunnels. Boom. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the Akaran in front of his eyes after smashing him lightly with the forked lightning. I think I know who it is. Elkadian's memory crystal. Though he could read Elkadian's memories, he couldn't know of every single Akaran that was in there. And there was also the fact that most Akarans looked similar from a human's perspective. But the great priest in front of his eyes, Karbana, had quite a deep impression within the memory crystal. A bastard who threw all the responsibilities of the calamity of death to the patriarch and tried to take over his position during the chaos. The people didn't know, but the likelihood of the great calamity a year after that having been caused by this guy was very high. I don't know what you were trying to do, but let me cut you off here. Hansu finished off his thoughts as he pierced with his spear. Chiaik. The location that the forked lightning struck had spores starting to grow on them. Most of the artifacts on Karbana's body were destroyed and his body was in a mess. But why? It seemed like his beast-like instincts still remained whilst his perception was in chaos from the perception destruction skill. The great priest roared as he smashed Hansu the way his body told him to. Boom. Duduk. The king's armor, 1,000 soldiers' armor, made crackling noises as a crack appeared upon it. At the same time, the arm that had been enhanced by the body enhancement surgery creaked. Hansu frowned slightly. The great priest's battle strength was extremely high. At the same time, the liquid metal inside his body, that hadn't quite settled, bubbled up from inside his body. Tisk. I have to hurry and solve this problem as well. Hansu frowned at the pain which felt like his whole body was being skewered. But it didn't matter. While Hansu was about to slowly pinch down on him, the priest quickly backed off tens of meters as he grasped the unconscious woman. And then shouted out loudly. You're here. Kill him quickly. Did he come already? Though he came alone. As Hansu turned around, he saw Guan Ye, who was covered in blood from head to toe. Guan Ye, who was panting despite his superhuman body due to having rushed so quickly, looked at the female within the priest's hands and clenched onto his teeth. Hansu looked back and forth between these two people as he nodded. It seems like she's a hostage. Hansu looked at the priest and then nodded. One couldn't give out detailed orders with the scent. And how hard one worked in order to fulfill the order was still in the control of the one being controlled. Well, at least the hostage will make him work hard. And as Hansu guessed, Guan Ye clenched onto his teeth and charged towards him as the priest laughed coldly towards that Guan Ye and then sighed. Good. The scents work well, but it's a bit problematic. He needed to spread the scent again in order to change the orders of telling him to rush here to killing Hansu, but there was no time. Using a hostage was much quicker. Keep fighting. Kahua. It seemed like Guan Ye had been injured slightly, but that didn't matter. Since slaves existed for their owners in the first place. Since he just needed to change the orders while he fought, rest up and then join with him later. While the priest was laughing coldly, Hansu took a glance at Guan Ye, who was rushing up to him, and just ignored him. And then he gathered up all the strength in his body and struck the spear towards the heart of the priest. Shua. No. Guan Ye, who was charging at Hansu, freaked out as he screamed. His wife would die before the priest at this rate. But Hansu's thoughts were quite laid back. Since he knew that the priest had no room for leisure, he wouldn't be able to even use her as a shield, would be still hold on to her. It seemed like he forgot during the chaos, but that woman had no effect as a hostage against Hansu. The priest seemed to have realized this as he made a demonic expression, threw away the female that he was holding onto and then shouted out loudly. Block. Block him. He then threw the sense towards Guanyi and tried to escape somewhere. Damn. I'll have to look for another chance in the future. Folding after accomplishing the things to this point was quite regrettable, but he had at least succeeded in dragging out the Akarans. Then it was okay. He needed to get out of this place first. At that moment Hansu shouted out. Sophia. At that moment Sophia, who was in the corner in order to not get swept up in the battle, threw her jade marbles towards Guanyi. Chuchuchuchuk. At that moment Guanyi's entire body froze up. Of course this much wasn't even close to giving Guanyi a large amount of damage. Guanyi seemed to have realized this as he broke the ice around his body and tried to smash Hansu. If a line of words from Hansu hadn't been heard. Stay still right there. Isn't that enough? You didn't receive an order that said. Hansu knew of the weakness of the scent more than anybody since he used it himself. Flinch. Guanyi flinched at those words. Oh yeah. The sense that had been thrown to him couldn't get to him due to the ice prison around him. He had indeed accomplished the order for the sense. Guanyi tried to pour strength into his body as a test. And his body, which had accomplished the orders, wasn't being controlled by the sense as he was allowed to move his body. Stay there. Hansu left behind Guanyi, who was making a strange expression as he chased the priest through the ant tunnels. Like a hunter chasing a wounded beast. Sophia slowly walked as she approached Guanyi, who was standing there frozen as an ice statue. This woman is your wife? Girlfriend. Guanyi cautiously moved his body in order to not break the ice. Wife. Sophia shook her head as she saw Guanyi coming to save his wife despite becoming covered in blood. I don't really like you, but this woman has no sins. I'll look after her, so just stay there for a bit. Since the sense will rush up to you if you break the ice. Okay. The moment he came outside the ice, the sense will order him to attack Hansu. Then Hansu may lose the priest. Guanyi stood in within the ice prison and looked at his wife in a daze. Could we go back to how we were in the past even if she woke up? Guanyi, who finally had the leisure to look around, sighed deeply. The priest clenched his teeth after a long run. The situation behind him was clear. A failure. And soon he will be caught. Boom. Carbana, who had smashed off the spear that had flown towards him once more, pondered for a bit. What to do? Is this it? Was achieving the crown of thorns after reaching the top of the Akarans and acquiring the old territory really not possible anymore? The priest realized it quickly. Yeah, it's impossible. This was the end. The guy behind him had no reason to keep him alive, and even if he were to get out from here, there was no point. What would he be able to do alone? Then. There's no point in dying alone. He couldn't acquire the glory. Then the best method at this point was erasing all of history. The entire history of the fallen Akaran. And that was simple. As long as there was nobody to remember it. I'd rather not be remembered by anybody than being remembered as a failed race. The priest laughed coldly as he started to run towards the reflux organ. Dumbass. Is there a necessity to go that far just to call out the Akarans? His plans were quite simple. Go above the White Lion, Lazar, after taking control of the Akaran. And then sink the dirty humans. Who? The priest looked at the giant reflux organ in front of his eyes. Crackle. The graphite was slowly being cracked apart by the flowing liquids in the organ. I remember burying the rest of the graphites around here somewhere. The priest looked around for a moment and then soon found the graphites that were buried deep within the ground. Tens of tons of graphites were buried deep within the ground of the ant tunnels. This is more than enough for the Gragos to take a bath. This was the final chance. The humans weren't stupid. After this chaos they will guard this location like a fortress. Kududuk. As the priest shoved his hands down, tons of graphites were lifted up by the priest. The moment the priest tried to throw the boulder into the reflux organ, he flinched for a moment. Why are there no spears coming this way? That damned spear should have flown towards him and attacked him already. Carbana looked towards the ant tunnels due to his confusion, but then he could see Hansu, who was looking towards the reflux organ in a troubled manner. And realized why he hadn't thrown the spear. Kurururu. Margot tu Caputia. The ones who had been lured here due to Guanyi had remained behind at the reflux organ and were gulping down the body fluids. These things seemed to still be angered as they were still growling out in a rough manner even whilst drinking the fluids. The divine beast is helping me. And as if he had come out from a different ant tunnel, there was quite a distance from him and Hansu. If those things roamed around, then it was obvious that even Hansu couldn't throw his spear around any way he wanted. Since he will attract their attention in an instant. The priest had started to quickly set out a plan. This. I might be able to survive if I'm lucky. He knew of a secret place where he would live even if the Gragos were to take a turn. Except that he would have been caught by that guy before he even reached that location. But if the Margoths were there like that and Hansu needed to work quickly in order to solve the graphite problem, then he might be able to live. Someone at your level would survive if the Gragos took a turn, but let's see if you really can. The priest laughed coldly as he threw the graphite boulder. Whoa. The giant green boulder cut across the air as it flew into the reflux organ. Kurururar. The Margoths looked at that boulder and then ignored it as it didn't pose much threat to them. Since their stomachs were quite full for them to get angry at that. Try blocking it. At that moment Hansu looked towards him and then mumbled something. You can't live. Carbana snorted. What would that guy be able to do? At that moment Hansu applied something onto the spear as he ignored the graphite and then threw the forked lightning. Zoom. The priest looked at the spear and then smiled. Aiming for me. Boom. The forked lightning smashed into his body. Kuduk. The pain made his whole body squirm and scrunch up, but the priest just smiled in leisure. Good. Very good. Kaiaak. The Margoths who were drinking at the organ reacted to the golden spear that flew through the air. They all felt how the spear made them feel earlier. Soon the Margoths smelled an unknown scent that pierced through their noses and then turned around. Same for Karbana. Karbana could only freak out at the scent that permeated out from the spear that smashed into him. Scent. Stimulant scent. Damn. What did he do in order for them to give him a thing like this? The stimulant scent that he had given Guanyin was extremely dangerous, so it was only allowed to be held by the guard barong who protected the temple or the priest themselves. How could they give such a thing to an outsider? What is this? Did he save the entire race or something? Roar. The Margoth's eyes soon turned red as they started to madly charge towards Karbana. Karbana clenched his teeth and tried to run as he saw the scene of over 20 of the 1-kilometer tall life forms rushing towards him. Since the distance between him and them were getting short at a rapid pace. Puff. At that moment something started to puff up from his body. This is... What were these sticky mucus that were covering his entire body? He could see Hansu, who had sat down on the ground as if he had exhausted all his mana. Damn it. Karbana clenched his teeth and quickly tried to rip apart the bundles of spores that were around his body. Doo-doo-doo-dook. Though it wasn't easy to rip apart the binds on his body that were created from a large amount of mana, but he still had a Margoth level body. Though his muscles were in a mess and there were cracks in his bones, it could still show off a mighty strength. Done. But the moment the priest escaped the mucus that held down his body, he felt his surroundings get darker. Rip. At that moment, Karbana got ripped apart along with the graphite that he was standing upon. Kayayak. Hansu, who had been looking at the Margoth du Capuchios who were in a frenzy in order to rip apart a small object even whilst fighting with each other, retrieved the forked lightning as he started to walk back towards the tunnel. Tisk. I wanted to keep him alive and use him. Well, he dropped quite a bit. There were many artifacts that he had dropped on the way. And quite a lot of them were useful as well. Hansu made a confused expression after returning back while picking up the artifacts like Hansel and Gretel. Waya. What is this? Hansu frowned as he looked at Guanyin, who had broken through the ice and was making a ruckus. Chapter 118, Tyradus, 2. Hansu quickly rushed towards where the noise came from after hearing the strange shouts of Guanyin. 3 people could be seen inside the priest's living quarters. The most unique looking one out of those was the woman who was the hostage previously. Aok. Kaya Aok. Please do something about this. The female who looked to be Korean squirmed her whole body and made an expression full of pain. She couldn't even scream as if it was extremely painful. The one screaming was of course Guanyin, who had been looking next to him. Damn it. What is this? Why is this happening? Why? Guanyin was flustered. The moment he realized that the controlling method had been broken apart, he broke out of the ice and woke up his wife, Miyang. It was good up to this point. But why was his wife wringing around in pain like this? Sophia frowned at the sight of these two and then pushed back Guanyin. Move. Crackle. Sophia applied a few more skills onto her freezing jade skill and then froze Guanyin's wife whole. Though she was a hostage, her body should still be at the level of a newcomer to the orange zone. Though her bodily metabolism would decrease, she wouldn't die from this. Hugh. Guanyin made a dejected expression at the sight of his wife, who seemed to have fallen asleep again within the ice and then fell down. Will she be in pain like this from now on? Then letting his wife sleep like this for eternity was the best option for her. Hansu approached behind Guanyin and then swept the woman with mana. And then realized the reason for her pain. He used this woman as a storage device. Liquid metal. He had stored the few remaining silvery liquids that were left over after forming Guanyin's body inside the woman's body. It would not have mattered if she was asleep, but the moment she was awake the liquid had gone on a rampage. It's a side effect of the bodily enhancement surgery. She would be in a huge amount of pain. She wouldn't die since the amount of the liquid was much less than what was in his body, but that was probably the limit. She will suffer from intense pain the moment she wakes up again. While Guanyin was making a pained expression from the explanation, Hansu spoke out. This is good. What? This bastard? Hansu shook his head as he saw Guanyin, who was trying to punch him. I don't mean that it's good for me, but I'm saying that it's good for you. Guanyin growled as he stared at Hansu's mouth. Hansu didn't speak anything as he showed Guanyin his own injury. Guanyin made an expression of disbelief at something silvery that was bubbling like squirming like bugs within the injury on his arm. You this. My situation is very similar as well. Guanyin's expression of disbelief turned even more exaggerated. No way. He withstood through the pain all along. He knew that pain as well. Since that great priest had showed him what happened to his body once it failed. Actually the pain was not something that humans can withstand. And his wife had also screamed out to the point of ripping apart her throat. No, this guy's pain was probably not even comparable to his wife's. Though his enhancement surgery had gone well, he was filled up with the silvery liquid all over his body. What the hell are you? Hansu spoke as he looked at that Guanyin. Work for me. Though the cure for the body enhancement surgery and the cure for the calamity of death were completely different, their core materials were the same. The most powerful Margoth of all. A thing that ate Margoth du Graciases as their main diet and Margoth du Capuchios as dessert. Though it would be hard to acquire it, it'll be like catching 2 birds with 1 stone. Anyways, there's a lot of places to use it. Befitting of the great priest title, there were plenty of rare elixirs that Odion the priestess didn't have. Items of the temple that could all impact the Gragos and the Margoths. Guanyin pondered for a moment while Hansu was searching around the living quarters of the great priest, but he made a decision. There's no reason to not hear it out if there indeed is a method to solve this. My blood sugar level is dropping. Guanyin took out a graphite candy, green light, and then spoke towards Hansu as he threw it. You eat one too? Anyways, what do I have to do? We need more Margoth levels. I hope I could receive the help of those in your clan. Weaklings weren't needed in catching the Tyradus. Since they wouldn't even be able to catch up. Guanyin made a helpless expression. The 4 including Bali Roper had died by his hands. And 2 of the Ursa Major had died during the process as well. Well, they deserved those deaths. If those guys were thrown in Korea, then they'll be convicted with at least 2,000 charges. And only on rape and murder cases. Anyways, there were only 3 left in the Reincarnator clan. Those 3 probably won't listen as well. They don't really listen to my orders that well. Don't worry. You just need to follow my orders. Hansu laughed after sending a red carrier pigeon into a direction as he chewed down upon the green light. What is this? Why is he telling us to stop fighting? ALLA, one of the Ursa Major who had gone into the Forest of Horns in order to chase the Akarans, frowned as she read the carrier pigeon that had flown in. ALLA made an uncomfortable expression as she looked at the 2 giant horns in the distance. I don't want to be here that long. Though ALLA ran around the Gragos as if it was a small playground, if she could pick out a place she didn't want to go to, then it would be this Forest of Horns. Since both the things that she hated were located here. I don't know when that crazy bitch, Byron, is going to get here. ALLA looked towards the other 2 Ursa Majors and spoke. What shall we do? Alterum and Starring pondered for a moment and then shook their heads. Though they had sent them in, it would be quite burdensome for them to fight as them 3. Since 5 of the Akarans were quite powerful. It was better to regroup to finish them off than overexerting themselves. Stand by. We would only receive more casualties if we fight by ourselves. That person should have some form of a plan. He shouldn't be thinking of anything different. ALLA's pretty eyes frowned once more. Since it was a bit regretful. I can't always stay in this lower zone and clean around. Body enhancement surgery. She had been enticed by that strength and stayed around Guanye. The vitality of his body, which mended broken bones in an instant and survived through drinking poison, was too tempting. He could also stay underneath the water without breathing for greatly extended periods of time. This was the reason why she had stayed here and not gone up to the yellow zone despite having attained the Margoth level for 4 years. Waiting here while the goal was right in front of her eyes was making her jittery. There's nothing I can do about this. Hey. My foot. While we rest. Yes. Iro. Puppy. ALLA extended her foot towards a pretty man whom she had picked out personally. Though his strength was just at the level of a 5th year, she had picked him out because of his looks. Well. I would be quite busy if I was in the other zone. I should enjoy this for a bit. She felt good as a man who looked like a handsome actor was licking her foot. Alterum and Starring looked at the scene as they clicked their tongues but then started to polish their weapons, the axe and the nunchucks. Since they needed to due to the excessive amounts of blood. Anyways, we're all grouping here? How long do we have to stay here? The moment Alterum finished speaking, something charged towards them at an extreme speed. ALLA frowned as she looked at the distance. One's the clan patriarch. Who's that person next to him? Guanye had something dangling upon his side as he was flying. A dust cloud was created as Guanye landed. The moment ALLA looked at the person on his side that seemed to have become a hostage to him. Hansu, who had come in with the look of being suppressed by Guanye, also looked over those guys. An expression that wasn't nervous at all. Guanye was covered in blood and their numbers were 2. But they had 3. It was true that they didn't treat him much like a patriarch. Their attitudes told him immediately. Since one woman didn't even bother to get up as she just received her foot massage. Well. Anyways, I gotta let Guanye take care of this from here. Why did he throw me so hard though? Smack. Q. Hansu rolled about on the ground after getting thrown while being tied up by metal chains. ALLA looked at Hansu, who had been thrown on the ground while being completely tied up, and then remembered something. Is that the guy that old man Zhongsang was speaking about? That rookie from the red zone. It seems that he wasn't that much. She could have these thoughts as she saw Hansu rolling around the floor. ALLA coldly laughed at Hansu as she spoke towards Guanye. Our patriarch seems to know alchemy as well. Trading away those 3 crazy guys for a single weakling. Where did he send off those 3 maniacs from the Ursa Majors including Gordon and bring a guy like this? Guanye coughed out blood as he spoke. Who? They're all dead. The 3 from the Ursa Major. They got ambushed by this guy. What? ALLA freaked out. Was this guy strong enough to the point where he could smash apart the 3 from the Ursa Major and even injure Guanye to this extent? Guanye added more words in order to clarify. This brat allied with the Crown clan. He had brought 4 Margoth levels including Bali Roper. Who? ALLA finally nodded as if she had understood. Since the guys from the Crown clan were quite formidable. They weren't there just for show. It seems they had ambushed them perfectly when we had split our forces in 2. Quite formidable. Well, though we won anyway. ALLA clicked her tongue for a bit, kicked away the guy who was licking her foot and then got ready. Anyways, why did you bring that guy? And why did you tell us to stop fighting? Guanye smiled confidently at those words. Don't be surprised. It seems that this guy knows the location of the temple. I heard it personally. Without catching an Akaran. Look at his body. ALLA and the other 2 from the Ursa Major looked over Hansu's body at that moment. And then exclaimed out. As expected. There were clear signs of the body enhancement surgery on this guy's body. Which meant that this guy clearly had a connection with the Akarans and the temple. And even to the point of remembering the temple, unlike Guanye. Then there's not really a need to fight with the Akarans. Their goal was the body enhancement surgery, not war. Guanye smiled at those 3 as he spoke. You understand, right? You've done well so far. Isn't it about time for you to receive your reward? Guanye then whispered very quietly to the 3. Actually, there's only one thing I ask of you. After you get this, just go up. Guanye shrugged at the confused expressions. The moment I learned of the location of the temple from this guy, I wanted to just go and destroy it instantly. Since all the other clans will crowd up in order to receive the surgery if they hear about it. But then there's no way you guys would agree. ALLA nodded. There were a lot of ability levels. For all of them to become a Margoth level. The factor of strength that played a huge role in control would get smashed apart in an instant. And I can't ignore the fact that I found the temple forever. Since you guys won't stay still. But then once you guys get this you will become much more stronger than I am. ALLA nodded at these words. Since he was perfectly correct. To push back finding the temple while not fighting with the Akarans despite being right in front of them. They themselves would not stand still. So let's make a contract. I want to stay here a bit more. You know my plan. I want to tame the Gragos. But if strong people like you exist then it'll be hard to control others. Please just quietly go up. ALLA finally knew of Guanye's thoughts. If they go up then all the Ursa majors will disappear and only Guanye will remain. Then since they can't attack the Akarans, pushing back the search for the temple would be a viable excuse and he would be able to lead the clan the way he wanted to during that time. This guy wants to control the Gragos to that extent. This crazy guy. There are plenty of other things if you wanted a pet. ALLA clicked her tongue but nodded as there was nothing bad about this. They wouldn't have any reason to stick around anyway after they received the surgery. And it was burdensome for them to fight after their forces had been dwindled. Good. Let's get out by ourselves first. They all knew that the Ursa majors' personalities were quite bad so nobody approached them while they rested anyway. So the only people here were the four of them and Hansu who had been caught as a hostage. Why is this guy trembling so much anyway? Guanye coldly laughed as ALLA saw Hansu who was trembling since a while ago without a single word. Look well. This guy tried to fight me not long after the body enhancement surgery took place. Because of this the metals didn't stick and turned him into a mess. ALLA made an expression full of fear after scanning Hansu's body. Oh my god. His whole innards should be destroyed at this level. ALLA instantly dropped a large amount of her guard against this guy. Since she didn't think that he would be able to move with so much pain running through his body. We should be careful after we receive the enhanced body as well. Let's go. The five moved the clan into a safe place and then started to fly towards a direction. And Hansu slightly smiled while being held hostage under them. Well, I didn't really lie. Since they will indeed be successful in enhancing their body. Of course they would fall under his control at the same time since they would receive the controlling treatment. Hansu closed his eyes as he thought of the priestess, Odion, who would be following them from a distance. Chapter 119, Tyradus, 3. Kuyua. Forest of Horns. Trees that grew hundreds of meters tall between the two horns. There were giant lifeforms that moved past these trees as they broke them down. Crackle. Smash. The giant Margoth du Graciases smashed their head down onto the ground and bit off the skin of the Gragos as they always had. In order to drink up the body fluids. Crunch. Kyu. The Graciases made a confused expression while they were biting the ground. Since the liquids that should have been gurgling out didn't come out at all. The Margoths frowned as they growled. They knew why this was the case. This was when the body fluids of the being that they lived upon was lacking. Something like this would happen because of that. Kyu. The biggest Margoth du Gracios that acted as the leader raised its head and shouted. They just needed to move towards a location where there was more fluid if it wasn't enough. Though it was empty here, a more plentiful location would come out once they head towards the tail. Kyu. At that moment a cry that resonated throughout the forest rang out. Soon hundreds of Graciases started to move. In order to find a location where the body fluids will appear. In order to find a location where their group could survive. And the location they were headed to had humans located on it. Bubble bubble bubble. Guanye clicked his tongue at the giant silver container where the work would be progressing. The three who were prepared to jump out the moment anything suspicious happened. The three had accounted for one of them finishing first and causing harm to the other two so they had decided to go in at the same time. Since they just needed to suppress Guanye if he tried to do something weird. But that didn't matter. Since the controlling method was progressing the same time the body enhancement surgery was. As proof of that their wide open eyes were slowly closing. Your excessive greed is going to strangle you in the future. Guanye ignored the three as he looked at Hansu who was pretending to be stuck on the ground without being able to move. And then thought of Hansu's proposition. Tyradus. Tyradus huh? I've only heard about it, for such a thing to exist. Guanye mumbled as he looked at Hansu. He had never actually seen a Tyradus himself. The reason why he knew about the Tyradus was because of a line from a piece of literature. That one of their seniors, Kangti, had left behind as a form of a book. If you go deep within the Forest of Horns then. You will see a true monster. Something that ripped apart the heart of the Margoth and drank the blood of the Gragos. Nobody should ever approach this deep within that place. Even if you say it like that. Who could actually go that deep into the Forest of Horns? Since there were a large amount of strong beasts within the Forest of Horns, it was often used as a hunting ground for high-level clans. There were 3 immediate outposts from the Rirarari clans near the forest and another outpost from the strongest clan, also existed nearby. And 12 other different outposts for hunting were spread around the Forest of Horns and there were also locations where high-level adventurers who weren't in clans visited often. The location where the biggest amount of human forces were concentrated. There were enormous amounts of people as well. But no one would go deep within the Forest of Horns. Since the Forest of Horns was infamous for its swarming numbers of Margoths. There were a lot of food for the Margoths since there were more veins/arteries containing body fluids around the head and if you wanted to exaggerate a little bit, there were so many Margoths here that while you're trying to catch one, another one would be running towards you. If that thing eats these Margoths then. It should be humongous right? He was told that it ate these Margoths that towered multiple kilometers in length. It was probably as large as a small mountain. I don't know how we're supposed to catch such a thing. While Guanye was clicking his tongue, Hansu dusted himself off the ground. Which meant that the 3 people receiving the body modification surgery inside the tanks had fallen asleep. Guanye asked Hansu. What are you going to do? Is it 10 now? Himself, the enhanced 3, Hansu and the 5 pillars of the Akaran. 10 total. Hansu nodded. If we look at a single Tyradus itself then. It's a possible feat. Which means it's impossible. Guanye frowned. If they consider only a single Tyradus then it was possible. Which meant that there was no way to deal with the Margoths they would meet on the way. Since the Tyradus resided within the deepest parts of the forest. How are you going to deal with the other forces we have then? In Guanye's head, They needed at least 15 to 20 more Margoth level people in order to get through the Margoths on the way. Of course it might be enough if they collected everyone in the top 6 as well as the ones that roamed around separately. But he was sure that it would still be impossible to kill the Tyrados even if they filled the numbers of 20 after catching those people. Are you trying to go on a conquest or something? If you want to gather that many Margoth level people, then you would at least need to unify everything under the heavens. Such a dream team wouldn't be possible unless they were to smash down every clan beneath their feet. Hansu sighed at those words. He then spoke towards Guanyin. It would probably be possible thanks to you. Sadly. What? You ate too many graphites. What are you saying? The captain of the shock troopers of the Reincarnator clan, Kench, sighed and wiped his sword while he was resting in the middle of the forest of horns. Where did all those guys from the Ursa Major go? After leaving us behind here. Heh. If you get caught saying something like that you will die. As his comrade next to him rebuked him, he replied in a depressing manner. They might be so incredible, but how could they have a skill to hear things thousands of kilometers away? Anyways, don't we have no way of dealing with the Akarans without them? Kench finished speaking and then gazed through the trees across the forest to look at the Akarans who were glaring at him and his group. Though he was at the peak of the ability level, those Akarans there were Margoth levels. It was too much for them. Where did ALLA and Guanyin run off to? Only after killing those guys would I be able to receive the body enhancement surgery or something and then go up. Where the hell did these guys go? While Kench was frowning and glaring at the Akarans, a ruckus was created in the midst of the Akarans. Run. Hurry and away. Gragos, there. Loud voices that could be heard all the way here. The Akarans shouted at each other and then started to quickly run away in numerous directions. Not towards this cliff, which was their location, but through a completely different path. Kench freaked out as he saw this as he also got up. If those guys run away and hide, then what would happen to everything they have done so far? Kim Guanyin, this bastard. Not even finishing them off and doing your job properly as a clan leader. Kench quickly rose up and then shouted. They're trying to get out from the forest of horns. Create tracking teams, 2nd, 4th, 7th divisions block the way towards area 20 and the 1st division come with me. I need to find out the reason why they're running away. Though Kench grumbled a lot, he had grown quite a lot while roaming around the other world for 7 years. The Reincarnator clan quickly formed tracking teams and then prepared themselves. Good. They're all ready. Kench made a content expression as he looked at the 1st division that was completely armed from head to toe and were standing behind him. A 30-man team only made up ability levels. People who he had dragged under him in order to have some strength within the clan. He would even be able to kill a Margoth level person with this much power. Though all of them were a bit insane, this was actually better. Since the crazier they are, the better they fight. Let's go. Just scout their trails lightly and then group with the tracking teams. Kench then flew into the sky. He was going to scout them from high up. Though he didn't do this often since he would be exposing his location to the other clansmen, but that didn't matter right now. Kench raised his body 500 m into the air and then looked at the trails of the Akarans. And then quickly shouted beneath him. Run away. Get to the 2nd outpost. 2nd outpost. The Gracios are on a stampede. ALLA, the vice leader of the 1st division, frowned as he heard Kench's shouts. The 2nd outpost was in the complete opposite direction of the direction the Akarans were running in. Which means that he had completely given up the Akarans. What the hell? Why is the Gracios coming towards us a problem? ALLA made a confused expression. The Margoths du Gracios, which were the most numerous in numbers, were quite big, but they were slow, so they didn't move that fast. And they didn't really like to chew on humans, so they weren't that threatening. A joke. To kill such things and to call themselves a Margoth level. Others freaked out at Margoth levels, but he was never afraid. And his actual hobby was sliding down the backs of Gracioses. The moment ALLA snorted at this, the ground started to rumble and shake. ALLA suddenly freaked out. Since this wasn't a vibration that happened when the Margoths moved slowly. Qoo. At that moment large roars were heard in the distance. From hundreds of locations at the same time. Then the cliff the Akarans were hiding behind instantly got destroyed. Boom. ALLA freaked out as he started to run away. Qoo. Hundreds of beasts that towered multiple kilometers high were on a mad stampede. ALLA finally realized why the others were afraid of Margoth levels. Those guys killed things like this. There was a huge difference between them standing around calmly and when they were mad. Since the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked apart. The trees that got hit by the bodies of the Margoths flew out like meteors, so the clansmen who were in the way of it turned into a mud of flesh. Why are they in such a hurry? ALLA dodged the wooden fragments as he clenched his teeth. The hundreds of Gracioses were stealing glances behind their back as they were madly trying to get away from something. In the same manner that they were trying to get away from the Gracioses. What kind of existence did one need to be in order to make these things deadly afraid? I've never seen such a creature before. Crack. The moment ALLA made a confused expression and looked behind him. Boom. Something appeared in the air while flapping its wings. ALLA squinted his eyes. Since it was extremely small. No, it wasn't that small. Since the 10 m tall steel angel was much larger than humans and also looked much sturdier. But this was as far as humans went. Compared to the Gracios, they weren't even comparable to the flies that sucked blood from the cows. Is that? At that moment, the steel angel in the air suddenly disappeared. ALLA's eyes couldn't even track it. Kuduk. Kuang. At that moment the giant male Gracios that was in the very back cried out in pain. And then something smashed through the heart of the Gracios as it ran away. The steel angel that had disappeared from ALLA's vision. Udududuk. The Gracios that looked like the leader of them all fell down even without being able to scream. And the thing that smashed through the giant heart laughed as it started to chew down on the thing in its hands. ALLA felt a chill run down his back as he ran in order to get away. Kairuruk. At that moment, the angel frowned as it saw ALLA run away. It pulled out the thing it was eating from within its mouth and then threw it like a projectile. Plukik. UK. Yuwa. Akal made an expression of disbelief at the thing that had pierced through his heart. A very small bone fragment that seemed to belong to the Gracios. And in his blurring vision, he could see a beastly existence that was throwing things in all directions as if it was trying to catch everything. Once the Margoths move out, the Tyradus will come out. Though it would become easier for me. Hansu mumbled. Margoth du Tyradus. It would survive on a single Margoth for a whole year. So this predator didn't really run around much as it stayed asleep in the deepest part of the forest. But there is indeed a time when this guy goes on a rampage. The great move of the Margoths. Once the Margoths come out to the body of the Gragos in search for food, these guys would start killing. Not for food but as a. The target of this hunt was every other Margoths other than the Tyradus. A lot will die. So we need to catch it fast. Focus and let's go. Since their treatment's finished up. Guanye looked into the sky in a daze even while listening to Hansu's words. Chapter 120, Tyradus, 4. The forest of horns that was ablaze. Guanye made a bitter expression as he ran through this place. Since this was the result of him and the great priest. That is why. I need to save as many people as possible. Guanye quietly mumbled as he thought of his wife that was trapped within the ice. He couldn't fail when he had come so far. At the same time he thought of the words that Sophia had told him before. She had the liquid metal within her too long. Her vitality is decreasing at a rapid pace. Sophia told him that they needed to drag out the liquid metal from her body within a week no matter what. He had asked the other priests from the Akarans, they only shook their head and couldn't figure out a different method. Which meant that he needed to catch the Tyradus no matter what and gain Hansu's cure. Catch it no matter what. Guanye clenched onto his daughter's necklace on his neck that he had retrieved back from Bali Roper. His wife, Miyang, was his only remaining bit of hope in this damned world. Guanye furiously clenched down onto his teeth and then chased after Hansu who was running in front of him. Kururu. The Forest of Horns was in flames. To be precise, the clan areas of the Forest of Horns. Wawayayak. Damn. Run towards the portal. The strongest clan, Cross. And Enbairan, one of the people from Cross, looked at the small creature that was causing a massacre as she spoke. What shall we do? Enbairan spoke to her comrade standing next to her. The clan, Cross, that Ares and Chaldean created together. Their clan had worked intensely without a stop in order to create an area in this damned orange zone where humans could at least survive on. They created laws and rules to follow, gave people responsibilities and divided authority and also allowed anyone who was willing to follow these things they had set up to enter their area of control and even become one of them. And then there was this current situation. This fence that they had so painstakingly built up was getting destroyed by a single crazy beast. Since the Cross clan was the closest to the Forest of Horns with respect to other clans since they were the strongest. It's a first, feeling as weak as this. Enbairan looked at the steel angel in the distance as she pulled out a cigarette created from a dried plant in this world. Though there were 6 Margoth level people in the Cross clan, they had no way of stopping this massacre. They might have been able to push it back with numbers if it had a large body, but with such a small body, there was no point of trying to push it with numbers. Since the target area was too small and there weren't many who could follow its movements with their eyes. Only the Margoth levels matter in this fight, but 6 cannot do anything. They needed help. At that moment the carrier pigeons she had sent in numerous directions came back. Carrier pigeons that she had sent to the other Margoth levels in the top 6 clans as well as the ones that roamed by themselves. If they were combine all their numbers, then around 20 Margoth levels would be gathered. But Enbairan started to inhale the cigarette smoke in a much more annoyed manner as she read the replies. The Crown clan has been massacred from colliding against the Rirararari clan, and the remaining Rirararari clansmen are all missing due to some Ikaran issue. They're really befitting of their name, creating such a damned situation until the end. Close to 10 Margoth levels had disappeared in an instant. The remaining Margoth level people could be discovered through scouting and none of them had replied to the Cross clan's messages. Since the danger levels would increase dramatically if close to 10 Margoth levels were to not participate, and since they didn't lose out on anything by not killing that monster. They just needed to go up to the next zone through the portal. It didn't matter if the people here died or not. Ares, Chaldean. I respect your abilities, but it seems you thought of humans in a bit too simplistic way. Enbairan mumbled as she inhaled the smoke. Another aspect of society that had been created due to the rules. Ares and Chaldean thought that their setup would have been able to unify the whole orange zone in an instant. Since the people who joined were able to guarantee their safety with a small amount of work and responsibility. And in truth their Cross clan, though being located in the most dangerous area, had the highest survival rate and was growing strong very quickly. But they had only gained around 10% of the area of the Gragos. What are we going to do? Carlet, Enbairan's comrade, asked her. They were the protectors who kept the people inside the Cross safe for the past 3 years. But Carlet himself was making a bitter expression. Since then 6 going against that thing was basically a suicide mission. Enbairan threw the finished cigarette as she mumbled. There's no need for a win. Let's just buy some time. Save as many as possible, those who should back off just back off. There were too many clansmen within the area of the Cross clan and they cared too much for these people to just let them die. My biggest mistake in my life was becoming friends with you, damned bitch. Let's go. Boom. Even before Carlet could finish his words, the giant tree that they set their base upon got penetrated by something. Kudududuk. Kahook. Carlet held onto his right arm that had been cut as he clenched down onto his teeth. A white spear, which looked like a bone fragment of a Margoth, penetrated through the 10 thick tree and smashed into Carlet's right arm. But if Enbairan hadn't blocked it, then his entire arm would have been gone. Enbairan covered her body with her trait that ripped apart all the criminals that went against her in the tutorial zone, as she mumbled. There wasn't a need for us to go find it. The steel angel was flying through the air at an extremely fast speed and heading towards them. The 6 of them used every skill they could muster up as they started to charge towards it. Oh god. The first pillar, Tarahal, frowned as he looked at the chaotic world. Tyradus. I knew it would act out, but not this early. Tyradus. This thing, which was at the peak of the Margoths, was different from the Gracios, which only acted upon their instincts. It thought about its survival, planned for the future, and even knew how to enjoy. This was why it didn't act that much most of the time, since the amount of food will decrease the more they kill. But there is indeed a time when their savagery is released completely. During the time the Margoths have to great move due to the lack of body fluids, the Gragos. The Tyradus, which knows that the Gragos will have a flip if they didn't decrease the number of Margoths now, will completely release the suppressed savagery. The problem is that it doesn't only kill Margoths. They, the Akarans, weren't exempted from this. While Tarahal was clenching his teeth, Hansu rushed up from the distance. Tarahal was shocked at the three standing behind Hansu. Three who radiated an intensely powerful aura. He enhanced the bodies of Margoth levels with the body enhancement surgery. Though they hadn't risen a whole level in strength, they should be able to show off the power of around 3 Margoths with that much strength. Akalia, one of the three, shouted as she grinned at her teeth at Hansu, who was controlling her body. You damn bastard. Fuck. Hansu ignored Akalia as he spoke to Tarahal. Let's hurry, we need to kill it as fast as possible before the black one pops out. Tarahal made an expression of fear after hearing those words. Black Tyradus. The second form of the Tyradus that appeared only from time to time even during the great move of the Margoths. Hansu checked the gear that he had. Not sure if this is enough. He didn't like uncertainty. So he needed a trump card. Hansu spoke towards Guanye. We're going to fight from now on. Not me. Guanye made a confused expression. They would need all the help they can get, why was he being exempted? Hansu pointed towards a location deep within the Forest of Horns. A deep place within the forest which the Margoths and the Tyradus came out from. There's something you need to bring. This job was dangerous as well as being very important. To the point of him wanting to get it himself. But he had to block the Tyradus. Clever bastard. The Tyradus was only killing the strong ones who would get in the way of its massacre step by step. Since Enbairan's clan was getting attacked by it. The carrier pigeons that were flying in from all around were telling of how dire the situation was. They needed to regroup and block the Tyradus before the casualties rose too much. He's the right guy. Hansu muttered as he looked at Guanye. Since he had forces that he could still control as well as being the most desperate. What do I need to bring? Hansu handed something over to Guanye in reply. Boom. The Tyradus flew around in the skies as it targeted the 6 people. The weakest of them to be precise. As if it was playing with them. Udududk. The Tyradus appeared in front of Karlat in an instant, grabbed a hold of his right hand and then pulled it out. Ayayok. Karlat. Enbairan saw Karlat's right arm being pulled off as she aggressively charged into the Steel Angel. As she felt her strength and agility skyrocketing from her trait. It raised one's physical and skill levels from one's emotions. Mana and magic when one was calm. Stamina and perception when one was happy. Strength and agility when one was angry. Magical and physical resistances when one was in despair. The strongest the emotion, the more power this trait gave her. And the current situation of Enbairan was unprecedented rage. Enbairan charged towards the Tyradus with her agility and strength, which had multiplied to be numerous of times higher than usual, and smashed its face. Goong. Though a fist and a face had collided, a sound of a battering ram and a castle wall colliding resonated out. The laughing face of the Tyradus crumped up slightly. It shook off Karlat as it flew up into the sky. Its movements were so fast that the dried blood on its body got scattered all around. Due to this, the bloody demon-like Tyradus had disappeared as a completely white, angel-like Tyradus had appeared in the skies. Though its sinister smile made it scarier. It seems like it's turning darker. Enbairan gazed at the Tyradus floating in the skies as she freaked out from her current body situation. Her magical and physical resistances were rising. Oh god damn it. Though she was in rage, it seems her subconscious was a bit different. Since the trait didn't lie. Despair was pushing back the rage. Enbairan sighed as she got ready. She had no thoughts of running away. And it didn't look like the Tyradus would let them go anyway. An annoyed emotion that could be seen in behind the smiling face proved this. Run away, my sister. Soon Enbairan and the other 5 aggressively collided with the Tyradus. Boom. The head of the Margoth, which was trying to chew up the running clansmen, blew apart. The road towards it isn't a joke as well. The Margoths and the other high-level beasts started to go on a rampage as they saw the Tyradus being focused on something else as they released their suppressed savagery. Due to this, the casualties were increasing even faster than when the Tyradus was on a rampage. Hold on please. You cannot die there. Hansu quickly ran as he looked at the Steel Angel that was shining with bright light in the distance. Chapter 121, Tyradus, 5. Hansu asked Akalia and the others while rushing forward. Since it's a bit boring to go just like this, do you want to have a bet? I'm not in the mood for it, shut up and just run. It would be beneficial to you guys though. What the hell is he going to say? Akalia and the other 2 Ursa majors who were being forced by the sense to run looked at Hansu as he spoke. If you guys can fight better than me, objectively speaking, then I'll release you guys. Release us? Yes. The Akarans will be our judges. Hansu pointed towards Tarahal standing behind him. Akalia made an expression of disbelief. She understood what he was trying to do. Since it was impossible to pull out all the fighting prowess of an individual with just the sense. He's probably trying to make them fight better. But on what basis? Their battle powers far surpassed Hansu. It might have been different if they hadn't received the body enhancement surgery, but to Akalia's ears it sounded like that he was going to just release them. Akalia replied as she ran. I can't trust you. I don't trust verbal promises. Let's use my trait to make a promise. Akalia then started to explain her trait. A trait which gave a fatal wound to the side that didn't keep the promise. With the difference of her and his ability, he might even die if he were to not keep the promise. Despicable bastard. You probably hadn't thought that I'd go this far. Akalia smirked. She did not think that he would take on this deal. Since if she was Hansu then she would definitely not let themselves go. She just wanted to see him back off with a flustered expression. But Hansu nodded as he answered. Sure. We start now then. Hansu then flew into the Margot du Capuccio that was charging towards them. Inner parts of the thigh bone. The vein that flows next to the third nerve. Boom. 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 Certain locations on the Margoths exploded in order. At the same time the skin exploded, the pandemic blade spores rushed into the wound. The pores took over the skin as well as flowing deep within the Margot through the veins. Koang. Then to the left surface vein, towards the aorta. There were anatomical charts of every Margoths within the memory crystal of Elkadion. And of course he had memorized all of them. All of the weak points on the Margoths got drawn out inside Hansu's head. It was impossible to kill such a huge organism in a single strike. And these surprisingly nimble things were very good at dodging attacks towards their fatal locations. Attack weaknesses one by one, and when a chance for a fatal spot opens up then smash it apart. When its movements started to slow down, Hansu's eyes shone. Found it? As the strength in its legs gave out, the head stopped moving momentarily in order to catch balance. At that moment, the golden spear that flew in between the Margoth's mouth pierced through the ceiling of the mouth and then bored into the head. Kiwufngig. The giant Capuccio stopped momentarily. And then the giant head that was high up above the sky fell down towards the ground like a meteor. Boom. Hansu ran out through the dust cloud that was created from the impact as he spoke towards Akalia, who was fighting in the back. Work harder. You guys would need to combine the results of around 2 people to compare with me right now. The contract was 1 person to 1. I'll only release those who kill more than me. What the hell? Akalia grinned at her teeth as she smashed down the head of the Capuccio that was charging towards her with a pressure wave. She definitely had way more strength, attack power, stamina, and defense than him. But the reactions were different. The Margoths were only making dizzy expressions from her attacks while they were falling down every time he attacked. And another thing. That maniac. Did he receive the body enhancement surgery just to do that? Akalia looked at Hansu, who was bleeding a silvery metal liquid as well as actual blood from all over his body. The only location on his body that was still intact was the 2 legs that were used to charge towards the Tyradus. The other parts of the body had long been turned into a mess due to the tails or the claws of the Margoths that flew towards him like a comet. He solely focused on attacking only where he would trade even blows with the Margoths as he stuck close to them. Boom. Akalia swirled her tongue around her mouth as she saw Hansu withstanding the force from the tail that smashed into him as he started running atop of that very tail. Though his body might not blow apart since he had some defense from gear and the reinforcement skills, but then one still should not receive these hits head on. But then he's not really stepping over the line either. He wasn't crazy enough to strike down one more spear into the Margoth no matter what happened. He calculated the distance to the next Margoths and only received enough damage to heal on the way. Though he looked like a mess all the time, his battle condition was always at the peak when he met a new Margoth. What the hell have I been doing for 7 years? Akalia made an expression of despair. She had to approve of his skills. He was confident, huh? She had thought that fighting after one had gotten strong was the best. Since it would be easy to smash down the opponent with powerful skills and artifacts. So she couldn't even dare to mimic such a battle tactic where one allows oneself to get smashed around. I need to get released. At this rate it seemed like her slave contract would get lengthened. Crunch. Crunch. While Akalia was thinking of numerous things within her head, Hansu climbed atop of the Capuccio's head and looked at the Tyradus in the distance while attacking the cervical nerve after arming himself with the demonic dragon's reinforcement. Almost there. The Tyradus was stealing peeks towards this direction from time to time. Which meant that they, who were steadily making way towards it, were getting on its nerve. Boom. Tarahal and the other 5 quickly rushed to the Capuccio that Hansu had slowed down. Quajaduduk. Though the Capuccio was strong, it couldn't win over the combined strength of 6 Margoth levels. Tarahal was the one to finish it off. Tarahal smashed through the Capuccio's eyes, smashed the core in the center of the brain and then jumped out. Koong. Tarahal praised Hansu as he dodged the Capuccio's skull that plummeted down all the way down to the ground. It seems like you know the Margoths better than we do. And he is using the body enhancement surgery very well. The body enhancement surgery's main purpose was not the powerful strength or limitless stamina. It was the regeneration that allowed one to heal back up even if the whole body was to get smashed apart. The silver liquid that ran around one's body allowed one to regenerate at a rate tens of times faster than usual. Meant ripped apart veins and smashed apart bones. But who would want to test out such abilities? Regenerating meant that one would first need to get damaged. It's like seeing the great patriarch, Mekido. He thought of the brave and valiant great patriarch who fought against the Tyradus and smashed its head apart. After Mekido killed the Tyradus in a 1 versus 1 battle. Nobody could go against him becoming the next patriarch. Tarahal, who had been making a leisurely expression, suddenly spoke with a tint of worry. Aren't we being a bit too noisy? There's nothing good about being seen by others. The eyes of the people who had reached the orange zone were sharp enough to see things tens of kilometers away. It might be different if they didn't do anything, but if they were to proceed while smashing down Margoths then they would get caught in their sights. But Hansu just shook his head. That's the important part, being seen. Ariel, leader of which was one of the top 6 clans, made an expression of fear as she looked at the steel angel that was creating a massacre in the distance. Since it felt like the 3 Margoth levels in her clan would just get smashed apart up in the front. Those guys at the cross are beasts as well. To hold on and be able to fight against such a thing. But they won't be able to hold on that long. Oh no. He only had his right arm left. Ariel shook her head while looking at the battle between the Tyradus and the Cross clan. 2 of the 6 already had limbs torn off of them. And the only one who was still fighting well out of the 4 was Enbairin. They were holding on well, but the results would be shown soon. At the same time one of the lackeys next to her asked Ariel. Boss, why are they fighting so hard? Why are you asking? You know already. They're just like that. Well yeah, but I was just asking in case that thing gave something amazing if one were to kill it. Ariel flinched at those words. If something was strong to that point then it would definitely give out something after being killed. But Ariel shook her head. Dumbass, think about it. What would the cross know about that thing? They're just like that from the start. Retards. Ariel clicked her tongue. There was a reason why they were fighting up in the front. In order to let the other clansmen from Cross run away. At that time one of the people that were looking in the opposite direction from Ariel shouted out. Boss. The Reincarnator clan guys are heading towards the Cross clan's territory. Target is the Tyradus. What? They went to kill the Akarans. As Ariel asked in confusion, the guy shouted out again as he received messages from all around. Reports say that the Reincarnator clan suddenly rushed out after hearing that the Tyradus came out. ALLA and the other two people are currently heading towards it. Ariel and her lackey looked at each other. They could understand the Cross clan's actions. But why were the Reincarnator clan doing this? They're trying to join in on the fight? This wasn't possible. Even more so after taking into account of the personalities of the Ursa Major. The guys who even the clan leader cannot control are trying to join such a dangerous fight. At that time something came up in Ariel's head. The document that Kangti guy had left behind in the past. There were rumors of a second part to that thing, perhaps. If there were information left behind by Kangti, then there would probably be information left behind to the Cross clan that Ares and Keldian, who were of the same time period as Kangti, had left behind. It doesn't seem like we're in that much of a disadvantage. The more Margoth levels there were, the more amount of danger they faced will decrease. At this rate it wouldn't be bad for them to join in and put in a little bit of effort. Ariel pondered for a moment and then shouted out. Contact the other two. We're going as well. Yes. Yeah. This is actually pretty doable. She could just back off if things turned bad. Since the more desperate ones will always lose out more. Ariel muttered quietly as she looked at the steel angel that was shining extremely brightly. It's too hard to throw out human's nature. Hansu laughed as he looked at the people who had been attracted by greed. He would have had to drag the Tyradus around if they hadn't come, but they were coming at just the right time. Boom. Hansu threw the spear into the bright, white Tyradus in the distance. Chapter 122, Tyradus, 6. Guanyi dragged his bloody body through the forest of horns into the deep parts. Thank God the Margoths had run away from the Tyradus, I might have gotten buried here if they hadn't. Dealing with the few on the way had turned his body into a mess. Guanyi, after a bit of running, ran into the giant hole which seemed like the Tyradus jumped out from. Was it sleeping underneath here? The hole that the Tyradus smashed through had been melted and welded together due to the heat created by the collision. Guanyi dragged his sore body as he carefully climbed beneath the hole. Since there would be a trump card to deal with the Tyradus within this place. Guanyi couldn't believe his eyes after he had reached the bottom. What the hell is this? A capsule-shaped machine which resembled a time machine. There were clear signs of the Tyradus sleeping next to the 5M tall capsule-shaped machine. Was it protecting this machine? Guanyi knew that the current situation was very dire, but he couldn't win over his curiosity as he looked over the machine. The ability that the fairies gave, which allowed them to ignore the wall of language, allowed him to even read the mysterious symbols written on the giant capsule. Guanyi realized that something was wrong as he looked over the soul telautograph machine. A small keypad that was located on a corner of the soul telautograph. And a very important looking graph was slowly turning black. Usually, positive things weren't symbolized by the color black. The original white graph seemed to have turned almost half black. Damn. It seems like it's pretty urgent. Anyways. How did the Tyradus have knowledge of an object such as this? Guanyi searched the insides of the soul telautograph for the object that had been drawn on the carrier pigeon that Hansu had gave him. And soon Guanyi found the amber-colored gem as he tied it onto the red carrier pigeon and then sent it towards the Cross clan's area where loud booms were coming from. It doesn't seem like a bomb or something. Why does he need it? Guanyi made a confused expression as he looked at the flying carrier pigeon. Boom. Hansu flung his spear towards the Tyradus which had almost turned black halfway through. Who the hell is it? Enbairen shouted out urgently. 4 of them had created a formation and were suppressing it so it wouldn't get out. She knew that they were approaching from afar, but why did he suddenly do such a thing? Hansu looked over Enbairen. She needs to rest. She shouldn't fight with her condition. Rest for a bit and then join back. Receive some regeneration runes from those guys over there. What? We'll buy some time here. Hansu finished speaking as he stepped forward. Along with the 5 Akarans and 3 from the Reincarnator clan. Enbairen made a strange expression after being pushed into the back. What the hell is that mismatched group? Akaran. And the Reincarnator clan that had targeted them. Some random guy who she didn't even know of. Enbairen couldn't easily back off at the strange group that had appeared in front of her. Since it didn't look like such a group could block the Tyradus. But then Enbairen soon realized that her worries were quite useless. They're blocking it much better than me. The Reincarnator clansmen who she had labeled to be underneath her had returned at a much stronger level than her. The Akarans were also very good at dragging around the attention of the Tyradus with their powerful bodies and well-coordinated teamwork. And the mysterious guy who had talked to her was not normal. But they can't kill it like that. Why are they fighting so passively? Are they really just trying to buy time? Enbairen frowned. And Aaron wasn't the only person who thought like this. Boom. Akalia shouted out in rage after being smashed back by the Tyradus' attack. You damn bastard. Why aren't you letting me attack it? That thing was so savage to the point where her enhanced strength was barely enough to hold on against it. She couldn't hold on for long. Pouring in a large amount of attacks before she got injured or one of the people who formed the defensive formation got killed was the best choice for decreasing as many casualties as possible. But Hansu was controlling her body and even suppressing it whilst attacking the Tyradus himself. The other 2 Reincarnator clan Margoth levels were also being controlled. Fuck. I don't want to fight for prolonged times against that thing. Is he trying to throw us away here? While Akalia was flustered from Hansu's actions, Hansu spoke after getting the attention of the Tyradus by smashing it with his spear. Hold on a bit longer. We have to control the amount of damage we give it. What? While Akalia was in confusion, a red carrier pigeon flew in from the deep parts of the forest. Hansu momentarily escaped the range of the Tyradus and caught the carrier pigeon. He accomplished it in time. Good. Hansu attached the small gem that had arrived through the carrier pigeon onto the tip of forked lightning. Juke. Unlike its gem-like appearance, it was quite soft, so it got pierced through by the spear and remained on the tip. Hansu looked at the gem that had firmly been attached onto the spear as he covered the forked lightning with demonic dragon's reinforcement. Very slightly. Just so that the gem wouldn't fall out while it flew. Ook. He then flung the spear towards the Tyradus that was charging towards it. Ki-ying. The Tyradus made a strange metallic sound as it looked at the spear that was flying towards it, but then ignored it as it focused on the others. Though the spear that was flying towards it was fast and accurate, it lacked a very important factor. Power. With that much power, it couldn't even come close to penetrating its special surface. Kyung. The forked lightning got embedded within the small gap between the plates on the steel angel. But only that far. The spear, which had been embedded into the Tyradus, instantly fell out as it shook its body. This damned bastard. Do it properly if you're going to attack. ALLA freaked out while she blocked the attack of the Tyradus head on. Why would he attack if he couldn't even get its attention? But Hansu simply nodded as he looked at the falling spear. It went in. The yellow gem that was on the tip of the spear instantly got absorbed into the body of the Tyradus. At the same time, the slowly creeping up black light instantly disappeared. Like ink that had been spread on a white surface getting cleaned off. But the Tyradus didn't notice its own change as it still rampaged on, but the outer appearance was clear to everyone there. The suppression stone works properly. Hansu nodded since he had stopped the second phase of the Tyradus, which was the worst part to deal with. If the Tyradus judged that it had gained enough damage from the opponent, then it would use up its remaining energy and go into phase 2. From defensive phase to assault annihilation phase. It would be able to stay in that phase for about an hour. Though it was short, it was more than enough to crush everything that it deemed threatening to itself. Since the black Tyradus, which would then resemble a devil due to its color, should show off a power that was suitable of its appearance. Attacking a lot would cause it to turn black, and not attacking or weakly attacking it weak would cause them to get killed by the white version. It was a very annoying existence in many ways. But since the suppression stone has gone to work, it's all over. The suppression stone forcibly kept it within the first phase. Now they could attack it as much as they wanted and it wouldn't go over to its black phase. At that moment. Kurururark. A giant chain flew through the air and smashed into the Tyradus. Boom. Kayaayak. The Tyradus looked towards the location the chain flew from after getting annoyed. Enbyron, who had been preparing to join back after healing up a bit, also looked at the owner of the chain. Okanelli clan. Ariel. Enbyron frowned. Around 12 Margoth levels had appeared behind that Ariel. These were all the people the Cross clan had asked for help from. Enbyron spoke while frowning with her pretty eyes. Ariel. What a perfect timing. It seems like the carrier pigeon I sent had slowed down because it was feasting on some worms, huh? Ariel, who had been standing in the very front, shrugged her shoulders. No need to back down. Though these guys were strong, she had 12 other Margoth levels behind her. It would be a bit hard to argue just over being a bit late. And the power to decide things aren't in your hand either. What shall we do? We can back out if you tell us to. Ariel smiled in a coyish manner while looking at Hansu. It's a bit unbelievable, but that guy is the leader. Ariel realized this fact after watching the fight for a bit from the distance. Surprisingly, that guy over there who she had never seen before was the leader of the group fighting the Tyradus. He was leading the Ursa Majors and the Akarans. Hansu nodded. They're willing to work. No need to stop them. This moment when the Tyradus had been tied down by the suppression stone. The more people they had to attack, the better it was. Hansu nodded slightly as he started to pour attacks towards the Tyradus. Ariel smiled towards Enbyron and then also started to pour in attacks towards the Steel Angel. Kudududuk. Ariel made an expression full of expectancy after seeing the Tyradus which had fallen from the skies and had gotten embedded into the ground. This was the reason why most of the Margoth levels on the Gragos had gathered. But despite such a large number of people attacking it, it still took a long time to get it down. Even the Margoth levels of the Cross clan, who were famed of being extremely powerful even out of the Margoth levels, had been turned into a mess while trying to block it. There should be some form of reward if this thing was that strong. And there was another harvest. ALLA, you must be feeling good after you got that strong. Ariel looked at the tired-looking ALLA in the distance. Even a monkey would know how ALLA had gotten that strong. Body enhancement surgery. I can't just let the Akarans standing back there go like that either. The current moment was very important. Ariel laughed as she looked at Hansu. The distribution should be fair for everyone, right? Hansu shrugged as he replied. Of course. I don't care even if you divide it evenly per person. He didn't need all of its materials anyway. Since the important part was the catalyst anyway. With that I'll be able to create the cure. He could finally see the end to this. At that time numerous carrier pigeons flew in. Towards Ariel. 5 other clans who she had sent carrier pigeons to while fighting were sending in carrier pigeons as if he had gotten quite close. Ariel laughed as she looked at the carrier pigeons that flew in at the perfect time. Cross clan, Reincarnator clan. You guys shouldn't have retreated your clansmen that far back. The distribution wasn't dependent on who worked harder. It depended on who was the stronger one. And this guy is too dangerous. Cross, Reincarnator, and even the Akaran. If she left the guy in front of her eyes alone, then a force that couldn't even be compared to the Reincarnator clan would appear. Ariel finished her thoughts and spoke towards Hansu in order to start the fight. Good. I have a few more propositions by the way. What is it? I hope you can excuse us and leave the Akarans behind you to us. What are you doing, not even listening to the person speaking? Ariel frowned after speaking confidently for a moment. Since Hansu fumbled over the corpse of the Tyradus for a moment, pulled out something, mixed it with some things from his pocket and had drunk it like that. It isn't much, my body wasn't feeling that well lately. What did you say anyway? Chudududuk. Kudududuk. Hansu replied as he heard the pleasant sound of the liquid metal sticking and calming down all around the inside of his body. Chapter 123, Lazar, 1. Hoodoo-doo-dook. Jennifer, the manager of Okanelli clan's 98th area, nodded as she saw the hundreds of carrier pigeons flying up in the distance. The carrier pigeons flying in and out meant that the upper echelons of the clan that they had to report to were gathered there. Kyle, the vice manager of the 98th area who was standing next to Jennifer, made an uneasy expression as he looked at the joyful Jennifer. Are we really going to have a fight against the Cross or the Reincarnator clan? It doesn't feel that good. 2 strong. 3 medium. 2 weak. These were the clans that existed on the Gragos. There were quite a difference between the levels. And that was why their clan had conceded a lot of things so far. Even if they had the upper hand at this moment, fighting against those guys would bring fear to oneself. Jennifer smacked the back of Kyle's head. Smack. Kahook. Dumbass. When would a chance come by if it isn't now? Reincarnator clan was part of the 3 mediums and had lost most of its powerhouses from the collision with the Crown clan and were spread apart. And even more so since the Ursa Majors had run here in order to control the Tyradus while hunting the Akaran. Same for Cross clan. They had kept the attention of the Tyradus since they were the strongest and their whole clan wasn't able to react to the sudden raid of the Tyradus and the numerous Margoths as their current clan was in shambles. That was why this was the time. Since they knew that those guys had received huge amounts of casualties from this. Though they had been hit strongly and were still in confusion, after some time passed and things calmed down then people will again start to flock beneath Environ or Guanye. They needed to solve it before then. But if we collide then isn't leader Ariel also in danger? Ego, there's a lot you're worried about, huh? Jennifer made a very annoyed expression. Would those guys collide that easily? In such a situation? They would probably stop after dividing the spoils of war. Don't worry that much. We're just going to go for a sightseeing. It might have been different if they roamed around alone, but once a clan size increased in size then a safe zone where they can receive protection from Baladi and Margoth's level as well as having a steady supply of body fluids becomes important. It wasn't that they controlled areas according to the size of the clan. The more area they get, the more people they would be able to gather and sustain and increase the size of their clan. Even more so in the other world where most people in the clan would get switched out in around 3 years. The Reincarnator clan had constantly been disturbing their alliance so a chance hadn't occurred. And thanks to this the Cross clan also benefited. They had to reorganize the area at this chance. The 2 clans would be enraged but there's nothing they could do. Yet. It's been long since the balance should have been broken. If we're lucky we might be able to acquire 3 to 4. Boom. While Jennifer was laughing, a shockwave that shook the entire forest resonated out from the distance. This shockwave, this sound. It was the collision of Margoth levels. Jennifer's expression turned grim as she figured this out. They collided. The story would change if this happened. We can't be late. We have to hurry and help. Jennifer spat on the ground and quickly started to run towards the battlefield. Boom. Kahook. Ariel got dizzy from the powerful force that had smashed into her as she was sent flying backwards. Tuduk. Ariel's comrade from the Okanelli clan caught the flying Ariel as he asked quickly. Are you okay? Damn. Do I look okay to you, Kahua? Ariel grinned as she shouted out. It felt like her whole intestines had turned into a pile of mud. A single spear strike. That single attack had smashed through 3 of the defensive skills she had around her body. At the same time the artifact she had gained in the deep parts of the Forest of Horns, a shield got smashed apart into 3 pieces. What the hell is that? Was there the option of such a thing in the body enhancement surgery? Ariel puked out blood as she looked at Hansu. His whole body had been covered in golden scales. And a dark aura was radiating off above the golden scales. It looked like an evil golden dragon. And the pressure which was radiating from his body made her feel like her whole body was being pressed down onto the ground. It felt like a demonic dragon was glaring at her. If we fight then all of us will die. The reason why they could hold on despite being a bit weaker on terms of strength was because of her. She, who could hold on until reinforcements came. Even if a collision were to happen the reinforcements will still come and she would be able to take this chance to wipe them all away. But at this rate they might all die even before her clansmen arrived. Power was important but that only mattered if she was alive. Damn. I must buy some time first. Ariel threw away the shield she was holding onto the side, stumbled back up and shouted. This crazy bastard. Attacking us without a warning. Hansu smirked as he spoke out. What do you mean without a warning? I told you clearly that it wasn't possible. The one who said I wouldn't be able to leave this place was you. He needed to take the Akarans to the altar deep within the Forest of Horns and control the Gragos. He then needed to head towards the White Lion, Lazar. How could he allow these guys to take the Akarans from him? Ariel breathed in and out. She then looked around at the people around her and then sighed as she spoke. Damn. There's nothing we can do then. Go. Damn bastards. Nothing we can do. It was a bit regrettable to let them go but she had no confidence. The confidence to hold on until reinforcements came. Ariel sighed, made an given up expression as she opened up the path to the deep parts of the Forest of Horns. We're able to get out. Akalia was making a nervous expression in the back but then sighed out in relief. Even Margoth levels weren't invincible. If they were then why would they join a clan? She didn't want to fight with the people who were closing in with the formation while swarming from all around but thankfully Ariel opened up the path. Yeah. Let's go you bastard. No matter how strong you are you will still get held down here if you fight. But Hansu let down Akalia's expectations by a great margin. That's not going to be possible. Boom. Hansu swung his spear and smashed Ariel again after closing the distance between himself and her. Ariel was on guard due to the previous clash and had comrades next to her so she barely held onto her life. Crack. But she couldn't prevent both her arms being broken. Kahook. Ariel clenched her teeth from the pain of both of her arms breaking and shouted as she backed off. Why are you doing this? I told you to go. You can enter at any time but leaving is a different story. This used to be Kangti's catchphrase, it's quite pleasant today. Hansu laughed as he looked at Ariel. The Reincarnator clan and the Cross clan would have a quite hard time to perform, in terms of a clan as a whole, for a while. Since they had gotten smashed apart into too many pieces to patch it up. It would become extremely annoying if other clans ambushed them after forming an alliance. It might be different if they weren't hostile to us, but I should at least make it so they can't act. The carrier pigeon was not something as convenient as a phone. There was a limit to how many people one could send out and receive the messages from. So if he were to smash apart the location where all of the carrier pigeons gathered, then the communication within the clan would get paralyzed for the time being. And why would Hansu let them leave when they were right in front of his eyes? Even more so since these guys would probably create scouting teams to track them. Damn. Ariel looked at her surroundings. They had 13 Margoth levels. But the opponent had 6 from the Cross clan, 3 from the Reincarnator and even 5 Icarans, not including Hansu himself. We won't be able to get out at this point. Ariel made a despaired expression for a moment and then thought of something as she shouted to the Icarans on the back. Icaran. You damn bastards. You said you guys kept honor and didn't attack the weak. And you also said that you wouldn't participate in wars of other races. Are you still warriors? Tarahal simply shrugged his shoulders at those words. Those things are important, but the laws say that we need to help friends who are in danger. No matter how I see it, it seems like my friend is in danger. Tarahal then looked at Hansu. Hansu nodded. That is true. My heart is beating extremely hard right now, my opponent is too strong. Is that so? I shall help you. Bastards. Akalia clicked her tongue at Ariel, who was making an expression full of despair. Because she was in a similar situation. There wasn't much difference between her and Ariel, who both had their lives turned for the worse after getting entangled with that Hansu guy over there. It's a bit sad to watch, but what can I do? I'm not in the position to worry about others. Akalia stopped thinking about the subject as she charged towards Ariel in the way her body was being controlled by the sense. Hugh. Ariel made an expression that clearly showed that she had given up while she was being dragged after having her entire body tied down. Damn. They really hit hard. Ariel frowned at the pain that was originating from every part of her body. The difference in power was too great. She thought that she would be able to hold on to a certain degree, but that was a huge misconception. They got beat down even before their comrades could surround Hansu and his group, as they were now being carried on the Icarans' backs after being tied down towards an unknown location. At that time the Okanelli clansmen appeared in front of their eyes. That damned clan leader. The clansmen who were grinding their teeth while charging towards them. Quite a large number of them were attacking, but Ariel just shook her head. Since she knew what would happen clearly. And they aren't really doing this to save me or anything. Boom. A single spear broke apart the formation of the Okanelli clan. Kwaeaok. The Okanelli clansmen rolled around her floor and shouted out in agony from the spores that exploded out from the spear. The moment the formation was broken, Hansu and his group dashed through. Ariel looked at the scene as she sighed. There's no way they can block these guys. It wouldn't be enough even if they received orders from her and did it carefully, but they were all dashing in individually. They can't do it. Ariel dejectedly spoke to Hansu, who was running in the front. Can't you please just release us? We don't have much value as hostages anyway. And there's no reason for us to chase you down as long as you're still with them. There were probably wide-spoken rumors all around the Gragos. If you receive the body enhancement surgery, then you can gain a tremendous amount of strength. And this solution lies in the hands of the Icarans. Actually, the body enhancement surgery wasn't that widely known until now. Since the only person who had gained it was Guanye and didn't have many opportunities to show off his strength after creating his clan. But this was different. There was a difference between a rumor and seeing with one's own eyes. Everyone knew how that Hansu guy had gotten extremely powerful in an extremely short period of time. And the location of the Icarans had also been seen. If they were just simply searching for them leisurely before, then now they will madly search for them. And there's no way the clan would even treat us as a hostage. The only time the clan would call the clan leader their leader was then the leader could control the clan. Why would the clan feel pressured with their leader being caught as a hostage when that leader couldn't even do anything? I know that you have no value as a hostage. Ariel was confused at Hansu's words. Huh? Then why? At that moment, a deep and magnificent roar resonated from the skies. Qoo! It began. Hansu laughed at the sound that was resonating from the distance. The Gragos was roaring so loud to the point the clouds were dispersing. While Hansu and Tarahal were fighting the Tyradus and getting its attention, Odeon had arrived at the altar and started working on the Gragos. Now they just needed to move towards Lazar. It would take around 1 week to get there. But the Fireflies, the people who would want power of the surgery, would not stay idle during that time. I shall play with you guys for the time being. You shouldn't come this deep into the forest, you know. Hansu laughed at the thousands of clansmen who from the hurry didn't even have Margoth levels leading them as they charged into the forest. Chapter 124, Lazar, 2. What the hell are you thinking? You're going to deal with that alone. Enbyron looked at Hansu with a confused expression. The giant army with people who were throwing hundreds of carrier pigeons between each other as they advanced. This wasn't a normal army. Every one of them were like the sword masters of fantasy stories. Though the other world was a damned world, it was very capable at creating superhumans in just a few years. For him to go up against an army of those people. There was a difference between bravery and arrogance. Though he was strong, the thing he was trying to do was far beyond arrogance. Did he go crazy from eating that strange thing from before? Hansu laughed from those words. Don't worry, it wouldn't be that hard. Damn it. How much damage did we receive from one person? Akon, the person who had become the leader of the Okanelli clan instead of Ariel, shouted out in rage. 5 days. The clan alliance had searched around this forest of horns in order to find them. There was nothing to fear. Since the Margoths had all run away due to the sudden Tyradus and the original Cross clan had also received large amounts of damage. And he was here. It wasn't that they brought some random 9,000 people. They had only brought the capable 9,000 from numerous clans. But soon he realized that he had a huge misconception of the situation. They had done battle so far, but they had never fought a war. HNNG. I didn't know there was this much of a difference. Akon clutched his head. He had experienced numerous fights alone, with 10 people and even with 100 people. But he had quickly reached his limit as he was trying to control thousands of people hand to hand with people from the other clans. Orders weren't passed around properly and their formation was weak. And even more so since the Margoth level adventurers didn't have many people that could contact them since they wanted to have good relations with other Margoths. Amount of people who can save you as a receiver with the carrier pigeons is limited. He couldn't even get a clear idea of how much damage they had received. Damn. He won't amount to much if we fought head on. That guy understood their flaw in communication as he was hitting and retreating constantly. He smashed apart the weak links and left alone large groups. Just kill them. It's even harder since we have to treat those guys. Damn. 15th Legion is falling back. 9 out of 18 wounded. 82nd Legion also falling back. Crap. We can see a Capuccio nearby. Akon grinned at his teeth at the messages that were flying to him. The people who had been attacked by him suffered for an entire day due to the pores that got attached on their bodies. It was intense since regeneration runes and skills had no effect on them. They couldn't leave the wounded in the dangerous forest of horns. Since this place was still dangerous despite some Margoths leaving. Due to this the Akarans which they expected to find in 2 days couldn't be found anywhere. And there was another thing that was making Akon and the clansmen uneasy. The Gragos was constantly crying out and heading towards somewhere. The daily life of the Gragos was usually very simple. Roam around, drink some lava, rest, roam some more. Akon had stayed in the orange zone for 3 years but something like this had never happened. He would ignore most things but he could only feel uneasy since that giant monster was acting this way. The smaller clans had already bored deep within its flesh just in case the Gragos was preparing to roll. Deep enough that the lava wouldn't be able to penetrate even if it rolled. And certain groups within their army were also discussing this matter. A dilemma in many ways. Do we have to give up? He didn't expect to get pushed back this far from one guy but the signs were there. That further chase would be very hard. But Akon strengthened his resolve and shook his head. No, we have to catch him. This was already a huge failure and a blow to his pride. And another thing. What if they ally with the Akarans? Akon actually freaked out after seeing Hansu fight. It wasn't because of the body enhancement surgery. The strange method that could control that powerful ALLA like a slave. If he creates an army with the body enhancement surgery and increase its size infinitely then. It'll be a calamity. This orange zone will become his empire. A slave empire of only his slaves. They wouldn't give up that easily. Hansu nodded at Odion's words. As I thought. Controlling the others like slaves is very risky. One thing that humans feared as much as death was the lack of freedom. Even a lord's trait couldn't control the clansmen the way they wanted. And they wouldn't even if they could. I used them because I needed them but I should be careful from now on. Hansu organized his thoughts, looked at his body which was slowly healing back up as he started to finish off the job he had with the priest. The cure for the Gragos which had been infected by the calamity of death. We would arrive at the Lazar safely if we're lucky but I have to prepare just in case. Numerous materials, medicines from the priest and the great priest bubbled along with the core of the Tyradus. Soon Hansu nodded as he looked at the shimmering white liquid. Enbyaran and Sophia asked Hansu after discussing something between themselves for a moment. By the way, why are you trying so much? There's not much profit for you. They knew how Hansu was trying extremely hard but they didn't know what his true goal was. But one thing was clear. He's not doing this for his own benefit. Due to Hansu hunting from time to time while running around the forest of horns, his runes were quickly being raised up. Even more so since Enbyaran and the others who already filled up their runes helped him. It's extremely fast. Since he almost filled up 20% within a week. But one thing was clear to them. That he could have gotten much stronger than he is now if he focused on getting stronger. Killing the Tyradus or helping the Akaran had no relations to Hansu. ALLA added from the side. Maybe he wants to play king. By collecting soldiers like this. How about taking over the orange zone? It wouldn't be hard. Oh by the way treat me like the queen of a chessboard at least. Even if we're all slaves someone at my level would, Crack. Shut up for a moment. Enbyaran pushed away the babbling mouth of ALLA as she gazed at Hansu. She could not see through him at all. Is that really it? Struggling to do something he couldn't was very weird. Like a normal human trying to fly like a bird. But Hansu wanting to play king was not that weird. Though it wouldn't be that fun. The moment Hansu was about to speak after pondering briefly. Kududududu. A huge vibration shook the entire Gragos. Whoop. Embed yourselves onto the ground. But the Akarans just stood on the ground as they tied their bodies down with the previously prepared tree vines without freaking out. Dududududu. The vibration couldn't even be comparable to a normal earthquake. Damn. Sophia's expression turned grim. Since she had felt something like this before. As soon as she had arrived at the orange zone. You knew about this huh? Hansu nodded at Sophia's words. I didn't say it out loud since you guys would be scared but I did expect it. There's nothing much we can do even if we knew it anyway. White lion, Lazar. A divine beast which had tried to maintain its prideful stature even after getting infected by the calamity of death. Many Gragoses who were still struggling had still stayed around the Lazar. The Gragos who wanted to eat up the living flesh of the Gragos and cure the calamity of death which was slowly eating up their body. The giant Gragoses who wanted to eat Lazar until the end still stayed around the general area. Qoo. The giant bull was crying out a much different sound than it had before. And Enbyaran and Sophia exclaimed out in surprise after seeing the surroundings through the giant eye they had sent up a few kilometers in the sky. Holy mother of. They couldn't see everything clearly since they had sent the eye too far up but this was still enough. Another Gragos was eating the buttocks of the giant Gragos. A leopard-shaped Gragos who had half its lower body blackened already. And that wasn't it? From the distance, giant mountains were slowly approaching them while crossing the clouds. It looked like the end of the world. Numerous types of beast-shaped Gragoses who had numerous dark spots on their body. One resembled a snake and another resembled a bear. One resembled a sloth and another a monkey. The only similarity was that they were all humongous. They were dragging their half-paralyzed body and roared out in pain as they were very slowly heading towards the bull. As if this was the only place where they had hope. You brought the Gragos over here even after expecting this? Are you insane? It doesn't matter even if you have the cure. ALLA cried out as she was watching the same thing. The leopard-shaped Gragos which was biting onto the ubble. Lava fell down from the skies like hails, and every time the two Gragoses collided a shockwave which felt like a giant meteor falling onto the ground shook the entire Gragos. They had to get through this, get on top of that Gragos and directly insert the cure. Even if they had a lot they might not succeed. Since humans will all get swept away even if they were to get hit by the flaming hails. Hansu chuckled. Don't worry about it, you guys stay here and just eat some snacks. Here. Hansu then threw the graphite candies which he had received a lot of from Guanye. You kept some, huh? I kinda put a lot of effort in making it. Guanye, who stayed next to Hansu due to him having no confidence to get through the surrounding formations around the forest of horns despite his wife having woken up, looked at Hansu with a dumbfounded expression. Hansu ignored him as he simply just stared at ALLA and Guanye. And asked himself weirdly. I'm still confused. I don't know if these guys are worthy of going up alive. From the example of the Light Monarch and Dark Mad Lord, there were plenty of humans who would be of harm if they were kept alive. And he would need to wipe those guys off after getting to the yellow zone. The only difference between them and ALLA was the degree of their actions. There wasn't much difference to Hansu since they were both bad. But Ares once told him. The environment is what caused it. This environment turned them vicious and the fairies turned them into beasts. If we can create a positive environment then those people will clearly be able to stay humane. Please, kill as least as possible. Well. Ares, I'm not sure, but since you're almost never wrong, I'll trust you again this time. Hansu finished his thoughts as he prepared a large amount of the cure by his waist. He just needed to insert a single drop into the deep parts into its brain. Then the cure will eat up the calamity of death and spread out through its whole body. It's just that this feat is very hard. Shall I go earn my pay? He had came back alone after leaving behind 3 of his friends. If only counting the ability to gather others, then Ares or Keldian would be much better than him. If Ares or Keldian had been in the same zone as him at this time then he would not be able to beat the clan Ares or Keldian made. But there were certain things they couldn't do, so he had come. Things that were impossible as a human. Kudududuk. The racial metamorphosis which had cooled down and had abnormally increased a large amount in mastery started to fill up his body. The strength which had been enhanced by the body enhancement surgery rose up from the very depths of his body. A strength which wasn't even comparable to the past due to the increased amount of runes. Charuruk. Hansu prepared his spear and then spoke to the others. Hide well. Hey. Are you crazy? You didn't even fill up your runes. You're barely at 20%. Hansu laughed towards Sophia. And swallowed up the words he was about to say. Don't worry, I have a friend. Hansu then looked towards a location around the tail part of the Gragos. Kukukukuku. The sky was split and the ground flipped upside down. Damn it. Hey. Are you crazy? Why are you standing there? It's dangerous. We need to get below. Arkmarayank shouted towards Sangjin. Shit. I'm the crazy one. Why am I worrying about him anyway? Arkmarayank then looked at her surroundings. Kyo. The tail of the Gragos smashed through the earth like a whip of the gods. No, even without the tail the simple shockwave from the collision of the two Gragos made her whole body feel like it was just getting crushed. She needed to get away as fast as possible. And hide somewhere very deep within the Gragos. While the heaven and earth were in flames, Sangjin laughed at Arkmarayank while looking towards the forest of horns. There's something I need to give to my friend. He's going to need this, so go ahead without me. Sangjin then looked at the countless runes gathered on his wrist. Chapter 125, Lazar, 3. Kurururu. Some things fell from the skies like meteors. Trees, boulders, and margots that were on the skin of the Gragos which had fallen from the Gragos shaking its body. A person was standing in the midst of the heaven and earth getting destroyed. Arkmarayank. Why is this woman not leaving until the end? The relationship between Hansu and him had not been found out, at least not yet. Well. I do want to stay by his side too. Everyone else had run away. Sangjin was lost in thought as he looked at the falling skies in the distance. When he was young. He had always spent his time watching hero movies. And thought to himself. One day, he wanted to become somebody who shined light upon others. Even if nobody knew about it? Well. Isn't that cooler? Sangjin smiled. The world he used to live in, it would be impossible for such a thing to happen. Since such things wouldn't be possible for a cog. And since he was a cog that didn't even matter. While he was thinking of numerous things, something charged through the falling debris. A bright golden light. With a dark aura surrounding it. Woo. That's fucking cool no matter how many times I see it. I should get something like that when I get the chance. Violet is a bit tacky. Sangjin laughed at the charging golden line that was approaching him through the earth which was getting smashed apart. He didn't know what Hansu was running towards at the very beginning. But he thought that he now had a slight idea of what it was. It's amazing. Thank you. Sangjin smiled. While thinking that he had gotten on a very nice boat. Hududududuk. But why? Dodge it. Fall back. Get back deeper. Damn it. This much was still not safe. The Okanelli clan who were hidden deep within the buttocks of the Gragos freaked out. Since the ant tunnels they were in started to get ripped apart as a whole. Udududuk. The dark ant tunnels collapsed as they disappeared. And Jikin almost fell down onto his knees from the sight that appeared in front of him. Kyuyung. Crunch crunch. The flesh of the Gragos where their ant tunnels were had been chewed off as a whole. And it was disappearing into the leopard's mouth which was easily few kilometers big. Ayayok. Uaya. The thousands of people who hadn't been able to escape from the Gragos' flesh started get sucked into the leopard's mouth. But these were all adventurers who roamed around the other world. Everyone had a few tricks up their sleeves. They used numerous skills to fly or jump in order to get onto the bull-shaped Gragos. Few pondered for a moment since the distance was too great and just jumped into the leopard instead, in order to just live upon the skin of the leopard. But in conclusion, both of these decisions weren't good ones. Kuagugigam. The bull-shaped Gragos couldn't handle it any longer as it raised its front legs and smashed the leopard. It had gotten angry after having a chunk of its buttock flesh getting chewed off. Boom. The leopard, which had been hit by the bull, fell into the lava. The problem was after this. Splash. A shockwave rang out with the location where the leopard fell as the center. The shockwave from the leopard created numerous splatters of lava which flew into the skies and assaulted the bodies of both the leopard and the bull, as well as the people above them. Aok. Quaok. The people who were swept up by the lava only left behind echoes of screams as they disappeared into the Harrington. And it wasn't much different for those who survived through it. No, it was actually worse for them. Chiaeniak. Wawak. These people died as their whole bodies were burnt by the lava as they petrified along with the lava. Like those who couldn't escape the volcano's eruption in Pompeii. The people who had barely survived within the ant tunnels looked at the scene with dumbfounded expressions. Since they realized how small and insignificant they were. They weren't even at the level of a parasite. Damn. The area which we tried so hard to take over just got chomped up by that thing in a single go. The second area for the dispute between the clans for the past 5 years, which was full of body fluids and was quite safe from the Blades, had disappeared in an instant. Along with around 6 smaller clans who had taken over this area recently. Deeper. We need to get deeper. Chicken clenched his teeth as he started to run deeper. This place was dangerous. Since the leopard was preparing to pounce again. The moment Chicken prayed that the leopard bit onto another location as he started to run. Something came into Chicken's view. Ook. Something was charging towards him at extreme speeds while shining with a gold light. Chicken unconsciously took a step back from the oppressive aura. And then a chill ran down his back from that aura. Chicken turned around instinctively in order to search for a location to run away to. A cliff was behind him. Though there wasn't anywhere to run, the aura of the golden thing was vicious enough to make him forget that. But Chicken regretted looking behind him. Since he saw the leopard opening its mouth widely towards the area where he was standing at. Quaia. The bull raised its hind legs in order to kick away the leopard. The ant tunnel started to vibrate intensely as if an earthquake occurred. Whoosh. Chicken lost his balance while going back and forth between the golden existence and the leopard as he got flung out from the vibration. Chicken fell as he made a dejected expression. The most prominent memories ran by his head while he was falling towards the Harrington. He had fought the people charging towards him desperately and killed them. He had fought battles in order to gain the lacking body fluids. Since he didn't want to die and the environment was too harsh for him to not be selfish. Damn. I wanted to find my father. At that moment. He felt his body being lifted up. Though his body was already in air, he felt something lifting up his body. A single voice was heard in Chicken's ears. Go in. Whoosh. Chicken had been flung back into the ant tunnels. Quajaduduk. Chicken caught his balance and desperately grasped the walls of the ant tunnels. Since the sensation of the fall was still running through him. Huuk, Huuk. Chicken caught his breath as he got suspicious of his own eyes at the person who had flung him. The golden line, which had thrown him, was flying towards the mouth of the leopard in the distance. Insane, hey. What are you doing? Where are you going, man? Chicken hurriedly shouted, but the golden line had long disappeared into the mouth of the leopard. Boom. Hansu landed on top of the leopard's teeth as he plunged his hands into the white teeth and stabilized himself. Though it was a very sturdy teeth that could easily chew up the flesh of the giant Gragos, but it was smashed apart like tofu in front of Hansu's strength. Koong. Hansu repositioned himself as he looked around. The whole world was in chaos. Lava was clashing from all around as numerous debris that fell from the Gragos rained down while ablaze. And they constantly smashed onto this body. The extremely hot lava rain, which had killed hundreds of people, smashed onto his body, but he withstood it. Tudadododong. It's nice. Hansu nodded at the strength of the completely filled up runes. The difference between 20% and 100% was like heaven and earth. Power was overflowing from every part of his body. The mana, which he always lacked, made the thickness of the demonic dragon's reinforcement like a castle's walls. He felt invincible no matter who he went up against. Except the problem was that humans weren't his opponents. Chiik. The strengthened demonic dragon's reinforcement blocked off the heat from the lava. The 1,000 soldiers' armor seemed like it was proving to be the best armor in the world as it kept its shape despite the countless debris smashing into it. But he had to withstand the projectiles of lava with his own strength. Kudududuk. Hook. Hook. The leopard's mouth was constantly moving in order to chew up the bull. Due to this, the rocky skin of the Gragos and the lava was swirling around its mouth constantly. A force which would have easily turned him flat smashed onto Hansu's body. Roar. He felt like a small fly being blended up with numerous other things within a giant blender. But Hansu wasn't flung off as he intensely clenched onto his teeth, smashed his legs into the teeth and climbed up towards the top of its mouth. If I didn't receive the body enhancement surgery, then I would have been flung off numerous times, huh? Thunk. Kuthunk. The 3 hearts ruthlessly pumped blood throughout his whole body. The golden scales and the black mana melted and deflected off the flying debris. Hansu withstood the storm as he went past its mouth and headed towards its nose. Huong. Huong. The vibration was still the same within the nose, but he could at least dodge the storm of lava. I wonder if this is what the adventurers feel after dodging a giant storm. Well, his situation was a bit worse since one's legs and arms wouldn't get broken from getting hit by a bit of rain. Hansu caught his breath as he looked at his broken right arm and left leg. A result of him deflecting a flying debris. Who up? Kududuk. Hansu used a bit of strength and fixed the position of the broken arm and leg. Then the silvery liquid started to madly fill up the broken location. Hansu got up after his legs and arms healed to the point where he could move them. No time to rest. Chiik. Hansu flung off the lava burning on his body as he cut through the humidity that was coming off from all around as he headed deep into the leopard's body. Suyuk. Hansu, who had been running through the nose where its breath was storming like a hurricane, touched the surface of the wall. The inner flesh and turned completely black. Calamity of death. All the Akarans thought of this disease as the side effect of creating the body enhancement surgery. But he knew. Since he had read Elkadian's memory crystal. He knew why the calamity of death had appeared. Elkadian. An Akaran who roamed the abyss in order to atone for his sins. Hansu ran through the already dead inner parts of the Gragos. Through the hole devoid of Blades and parasites, that only had huge vibrations and sounds rushing through. His goal was seen after a long run. Found it, it's as it was written down. Soul telautograph. The capsule-shaped object on the insides of the Gragos where nothing else existed looked a bit different from what Guanye saw. Since it was still working very well. At that moment. Boom. Hansu blocked a powerful blow and then smashed the thing which had attacked him. Kaiaak. You came out. Hansu muttered as he looked at the Tyradus which he had turned more than halfway black with a single attack. The final obstacle. And a guardian created in order to defend the calamity of death was not created because of the body enhancement surgery I made. It's just that I woke up something I should not have. Hansu started to think of the things written down in Elkadian's memory crystal. Chapter 126, Lazar, 4. After the great patriarch, Mekido, killed the Tyradus. I gained the chance to study and research the Tyradus that no one else had been given the opportunity to. But the more I researched the more I found out that something was strange. It was not a life form which could be created naturally. This was closer to an artificial being than a life form. Something created for war. I realized that I didn't have enough information as I went deep within the Lazar in order to find the remnants of the Tyradus. Then I found a strange machine called the Soul Telautograph. Since nobody could get into this place before, nobody had known about this. The Tyradus seemed like it had been created to defend this. No, I was sure of this. Since the locations of all other telautographs were shown on the telautograph and that location was the same as the location where the unique Margoth, Tyradus, had been standing by for a long time. I couldn't hold in my surprise after looking over the machine under Mekido's guard. There were clear instructions on controlling the essence of the giant creature, Gragos, stored within it. Priceless information that even I, who had researched countless things, had never seen before. I was extremely excited after I gained this intel. Since I would be able to create and perfect the body enhancement surgery that I had dreamt of and only hypothesized. Once I complete the body enhancement surgery then we wouldn't get chased around by the Margoths and the Akarans will reach a golden age. From the mindset of a researcher and the hope of strengthening the clan, I searched around the machine more in order to gain more information and researched the essence of the Gragos. And then I completed the body enhancement surgery. But even before I saw that result helping the clan, the calamity had hit. Since the machine had started to work after my endless fiddling. And then I finally realized what this machine had been created to do. There was only one thing this machine did. No, it wouldn't matter even if it was the Gragos. This machine had the ability to automatically analyze life forms with huge amounts of energy or highly important information. So it could pull out something from the target efficiency. And the reason why the information regarding the essence of the Gragos was within it was the machine's automatic process over the countless years. My greed for information had started up the machine and every machine that was spread around started up at the same time. I smashed apart the machine as soon as possible but it was too late. The telautograph had already inserted the toxins into the body of the Gragos since it had already analyzed the giant beast. The toxin to paralyze it in order to pull out the essence from it efficiency. And then the calamity of death which led to the downfall of us, the Akarans, had started. I tried to smash the other telautographs in order to slow down the process but this wasn't easy as well. Since the Tyradus were tremendously strong opponents even for the Akarans who had their bodies enhanced. And the Black Tyradus, which was the final barrier that guarded the machine, was. The Akarans had been massacred by the Black Tyradus and the Gragos had suffered from the toxins from the machines as they fell one by one. Oh God, what have I done? Just for some powerful body. Because I touched that machine, our race embarked upon a path of extinction. I must atone for my sins. This is why. Hansu shook his head. There was only a single reason why the bull-shaped Gragos had survived. It had survived because the telautograph had been broken. A few more Gragoses had survived the same way as this but they slowly died out from the attacks of others. There was a reason why the Tyradus killed off the Margoths. They had done so since the telautograph may get broken if the Gragos rolled due to lack of body fluids. It was an order given to it after the telautograph had analyzed the patterns and habits of the Gragos. Get rid of that Tyradus and insert the liquid into the core of the telautograph. Hansu then looked at the transparent liquid in his pocket. The moment this is inserted the telautograph will send out a counteracting formula to the calamity of death instead of it. It would work without the machine but the machine will hasten the process of it. Hansu finished his thoughts as he looked at the completely black Tyradus. I need to hurry. Kikiguguum. The inner parts of the Gragos where Hansu was standing was vibrating much more aggressively than before. Kiriririk. The black Tyradus which had turned into a killer machine without any emotion stared at Hansu expressionlessly for a moment and then shot out a ray of light. It didn't use this usually due to its high energy usage but once it got into assault mode then it would focus everything it has onto destroying its opponent. There wasn't a need for it to be scared either. Zoom. Speed of light. It wasn't dodgeable. The ray of beam penetrated through Hansu and even the darkened inner wall of the Gragos. Chiik. There weren't any sounds either. The location where the ray went through melted down due to the extremely high temperatures and soon an endlessly long and dark tunnel was created from the ray. At that moment, the golden spear flew through the light and then smashed into the Tyradus. Boom. The Tyradus and the spear, which could penetrate through anything until now, collided and created a loud sound. Hansu frowned as he looked through the steam and the dust. As I expected, it's a bit hard without the suppressing stone. The assault mode simply would burn the yearly amount of energy within a single hour. The mysterious energy floating around the body of the Tyradus instantly dispersed the mana reinforcement upon the golden spear. Hansu felt his golden scales which had melted slightly from the beam, clicked his tongue and then jumped up. The Tyradus saw this and started to assault Hansu with endless amounts of rays. Boom! The black nails of the Tyradus smashed through the 1,000 soldiers' armor. And it had even smashed through the golden scales and penetrated into Hansu's enhanced body. Kuduk! Amazing! The black Tyradus really lived up to its fame. Hansu grasped the hand that was digging into his body and smashed it with the forked lightning. Dududuk! It had such a powerful protection aura around it that it still maintained its shape after being smashed by the spear head-on. But even if it wasn't broken, it couldn't absorb all of the force. Crack! The nails got pulled out from the hands of the Tyradus from the force. Kirik! The Tyradus saw its nail get pulled out, judged Hansu to be formidable and then backed off. Black fiber-like materials grew out from the location where the nails got pulled out from, but they started to entwine and crisscross as they created a new set of nails. At a speed visible to the naked eye. Hansu clicked his tongue. It would take an hour for it to run out of energy. But if he were to fight against this thing for an hour, then almost half the people above the bull would die out. He needed to insert the cure quickly. End it quickly. Hansu started to gather all of his mana onto the tip of the spear. He pulled back the mana which he had sent into the 1,000 soldiers' armor and instead poured it into the pandemic blade. He also pulled back the mana which was reinforcing the dragon scales as he used it to sharpen the tip of the spear. The fortress of defense around Hansu's body started to disappear. Hansu prepared himself and looked at the Tyradus which had regenerated its nails and was charging towards him. The nails which had penetrated right through the 1,000 soldiers' armor and the scales. Hansu clenched down onto his teeth as he saw this. I just need to keep my life. Hansu swung the forked lightning on his hands the moment he finished thinking. Puyuk. Though it was small compared to a Margoth, the Tyradus was still 10 m tall. The Tyradus started to focus all of its energy on its body onto the tip of its nails. Most adventurers would get smashed apart by this. But the Tyradus felt as if it wasn't enough as it poured the year's worth of energy within its core onto the tip of the nails. This almost 2 m long spear of a nail flew through the air and smashed into Hansu's body. Quajadududuk. Q. He tried to dodge the attack from getting to his heart, but simply being grazed had smashed one apart and half of another. His innards had melted and got stuck to each other from the energy within the nails. But Hansu just laughed. Since he had seen his spear reach his target. Crackle crack. The spear which had flown above its nail smashed onto the small gem located in between the center of its chest and its head. Its greatest weakness. The location where the core and the neural control system intersected. Udududuk. The forked lightning, which had upon it all the energy from Hansu's body, smashed apart the 3 defenses outside of the Tyradus as well as the 7 alloy walls created to defend its weakness. The pandemic blade was a vicious mana parasite that ate up anything, including things that weren't alive. Whoosh. As the pandemic blade exploded out, it melted down everything within the body of the Tyradus. Pajijijik. Kiyiyiyiing. An extremely loud noise came out from the insides of the black Tyradus. Thankfully the Tyradus which had its nails skewered through Hansu and was making minced meat out of him stopped moving. This is why mechanisms are very nice to go against. Living things will try to finish off what it had been doing even if its weakness had been smashed apart. But mechanisms will have something in its body which will allow someone to stop it immediately in case something went wrong. Hansu chuckled as he looked at his current situation. I almost got chopped apart in two. Hansu clenched down his teeth and pulled his body out from the nails. Then the silver liquid poured out and started to fill up the mess of a hole. Good, it's healing. This is why he received the surgery. The human body wouldn't be able to heal itself after a certain moment and instead continue to get worse. But the body of those who received the body enhancement surgery was different. Though they weren't immortal, they would get better as long as they were still alive. The body enhancement surgery and the hearts were slowly turning Hansu's body back to normal. That's done then. After he healed enough to be able to walk, he pulled out the cure from his pockets and walked towards the soul telautograph. He then dropped a single drop of the cure onto the core of the telautograph. Soon the machine started making loud noises and went into work. The darkened inner wall started to quickly turn white with the telautograph as the center. Now this Gragos will fall into slumber. Until its body was completely healed. Almost there. Just a single stage was left. Curing Lazar. But it won't be easy. Hansu looked at the soul telautograph and the corpse of the Tyradus. Kururu. It's backing off. Whoa. Sophia and Enbairan, who had been looking at the leopard with worry, sighed a breath of relief along with everyone else. You did it, Hansu. Their whole body was full of injuries. They had turned into a mess just from standing atop of the bull while it had been fighting. Though they didn't show it, everyone was prepared for death. Actually there were some people who had questions while everyone else was cheering. Ariel and the clan leaders who had been caught as a hostage. Due to what Hansu had told her before he left. There's going to be a lot of things I would need to do. What could I do? What could she during the moment when this giant Gragos was fighting with another giant Gragos? At that moment the priestess, who had been standing at the highest location on the Gragos, shouted out. It's Lazar. We've arrived at the location where the divine beast Lazar has fallen to slumber. Everyone looked towards the location where the bull was heading towards from Odion's shouts. At that time Hansu landed near them with a huge shockwave. Sophia looked at Hansu with a worrisome expression. Since his entire body was a mess. But Ariel giggled as she looked at Hansu and spoke out. You're suffering a lot by yourself, huh? Thank you for the work. Hansu looked at Ariel with a confused expression. I told you earlier. That there's a lot of things you would need to do. What? Ariel made an extremely uneasy expression from Hansu's reply. Chapter 127, Crown of Thorns, 1. Kururururu. A giant statue was standing in the middle of a sea of lava as if it were a continent. A now slumbering Lazar. Though its entire body had turned black unfitting of the title of White Lion, its prideful and majestic look had still remained. Though it was slumbering flat on the sea of lava, its size was so large that not even half its body was submerged under the lava. Kyo. The Gragos slowly approached the black lion with Odion's guidance. Though the bull was on the bigger side out of the Gragoses, the lion was so huge that the laying eye level of the lion and the standing eye level of the bull were similar. As if it had felt the bull approaching it, the black lion opened its eyes with a lot of effort and stared at the bull with its huge eyes. Everyone gulped down their saliva with nervous expressions. The bull had withstood most of the assaults from other Gragoses with its pure size. But this one was different. If that lion, which was staring at them with its full moon-like eyes, smashed them with just its single paw, the Gragos they're standing on will have its head blown off and they will fall down onto the lava. And the lion was also a carnivore. But that was all. The lion closed its eyes again as if keeping it open was tiring. While everyone was sighing in relief, the giant head of the bull approached the neck of the lion, which was sleeping with its head on its front legs, and touched it. Kyurururung. The two giant Gragoses had connected. Odion shed tears of joy. She had never even dreamt of being able to return to the kingdom of which they had been driven off. Odion and the Akarans, who were crying out in joy, calmed down and started to focus again. Since they knew that this wasn't the end but rather the beginning. Enbyaran slightly frowned as she looked at the Akarans and Hansu, who were moving around non-stop, and spoke. Aren't you going to heal the ones approaching us over there? If you need help then we will help you. Enbyaran then looked at the tens of mountains approaching them from the distance. No, the mountain-sized Gragoses. Ones who were approaching them in order to chew down the bull-shaped Gragos. If they don't heal those guys then the Gragos they were standing on will get destroyed by the zombie-like Gragoses who were approaching them. There's no time. What? Hansu looked around. Cross Clan, Enbyaran. Rirarari Clan, Kim Guanye. And Ariel and the other who were leaders of various other big clans. Most of the large clans' leaders were here. Hansu looked at them and spoke. There's something you need to do. What? A big migration. We need to get everyone on this Gragos onto the Black Lion, before those things get here. There's not enough time. A single Tyradus per telautograph he needed to put the cure into. Even Hansu would take quite a bit of time to deal with them and heal afterwards. While he kills each and every one of those and heals the Gragos, the bull will get attacked. So we give up this place. Hansu finished his thoughts and looked at Odion. Odion thought of giving up their divine beast, Gragos, and felt her insides being ripped apart but she nodded as she gave up. We need to clutch onto this chance. If Hansu hadn't brought the Gragos here then they would have been able to live a bit longer. But in the end the bull will have fallen to the ground due to the always increasing Margoths or the infected Gragoses. And the living things above it will die off of course. They couldn't wait on the bull for an eternity. They needed to move when they had the time. They needed to live upon a powerful existence that couldn't even be compared to the bull. You need to hurry. It wouldn't even take 3 days for those guys to get here. Ariel and Enbyaran nodded as they started to send carrier pigeons in numerous directions. Koong. You damn bastard. Don't push. Fucking bitch. Wanna have a go at it? The thousands of carrier pigeons which had originated from the head were sent to almost all of the nervous clansmen at the same time. The carrier pigeons which had spread to the large clans such as Cross and Rirarari were then sent to the middle and small-sized clans and then the middle and small-sized clans sent them to lone adventurers whom they were friends of or had some form of a connection with. Soon a giant march from the tail of the Gragos to the Forest of Horns and finally to the Black Lion had been created. Though the atmosphere wasn't that great. It's chaos. Enbyaran, who had been leading the Cross clan, clicked her tongue. Everyone had been on edge due to the clash of the Gragoses. When they had gathered the people who were usually enemies and tried to send them across, numerous clashes occurred from all around. And there was another person who was actually creating a problem. Yo, Ariel. Aren't you going to control them properly? What do you want me to do? Though they bickered, most of the Margoth levels knew each other. As the usually kind Enbyaran called her out, Ariel complained back. At the end of Ariel's side, the person who had taken the leadership position of the Okanelli clan while Ariel had been caught, Akon, was there. Akon shouted out from the middle of the Okanelli clan. Why are you making us cross? What would happen when we go over there? Previous leader. Akon then mumbled inwardly. How can we trust a weakling who had been caught by the enemy? The Black Lion on the other side did not look like it was in its normal condition. The skin was dingy compared to the usual healthy skin and there were no living plants unlike the bull which had numerous forests and jungles all around. But the most terrifying thing were the corpses. Damn, people told me that the corpses that had starved to death are the most unsightly. Akon frowned as he looked at the corpses which he could see from multiple kilometers away. Tens of Margoths which had starved to death. That giant body had been impoverished to the point where the leather had stuck to the bones. If those things, which went crazy for the body fluids, had starved to death then humans wouldn't have much chance. Akon sweated profusely as he shouted towards his surroundings. Listen. Those guys are definitely thinking of throwing us on the Black Lion and leaving us. Then we would have to starve over there. Everyone frowned. Since that Black Lion definitely looked like a land without hope to them. Is that it? That seems like it. Everyone started to mumble. Ariel, who had been listening to this, finally realized what it felt like to die from high blood pressure. For him to act like this when they had saved their lives and were working this hard. This bastard. I can kill him with a single strike. But she didn't dare. Margoth levels weren't invincible. The clansmen who were swarming over on that side were people who she had trained well. They were not easy opponents. And most of them were thinking that his words made sense. If she were to attack that guy then it would be like adding fuel to the fire. Damn. This is really embarrassing. Every other clan was heading towards to the other side without a single problem but why was her own clan doing this? Ariel frowned and then used a skill and shouted out extremely loudly. You bastards. Look at the Gragos approaching us. If you stay here you'll die anyway. Do you know how much those zombie guys tried to chew up the bull? If you stay here then the Gragos will sink as a whole. Everyone nodded at those words. Though most people were skeptical of migrating, there was a reason for the crossing. They might die from hunger if they go over there, but if they stay here then they will definitely die by sinking onto the lava. But it wasn't that Akon didn't think this far. Akon mumbled inwardly. Those guys have a method of getting rid of the Gragos who are approaching. Why would the leopard suddenly back off from the bull's buttocks? The Akarans would have done something. Those guys even know how to control the Gragos. Of course they know how to get rid of them. But one of the people nearby talked to Akon with a worrisome expression. I heard that the person who fell the Gragos was a single person. And that he is making us move because he can't deal with them all. Akon clicked his tongues. This useless kid. He believed such words. Akon pointed towards the mountains approaching them from afar. So you're saying that a single person went inside of that, did something and the Gragos backed off? You think that makes sense? Well, true. The man nodded. That thing was not something humans could deal with. The logic of the adventurers and the knowledge of the Akarans spread like wildfire. Suddenly there were people who started to abandon the march. Aren't these guys actually just setting us up for a trap? Hey. You guys go ahead first then. The people who had broken off gathered with the Okanelli clan as the center. Arnie looked at the scene and frowned, as it even felt like a clash would happen from the Cross clan and the other adventurers. Well. This should be happening anyway. It was an obvious result. They had to make a decision that would impact their lives within a short amount of time with limited information. Who would want to abandon the Gragos they had been living upon and go on top of the suspicious black lion? The problem was that this may cause thousands of lives to die off. They had pulled out everyone from the corners of the Gragos. They just needed to cross to the black lion, but for a problem to occur here. This won't do. Let's first kill off those guys. This wasn't the best solution, since there would be a lot of deaths. But Enbyaran's method was that finishing things off fast was better rather than delaying time. While Enbyaran poured strength upon her fists, another hand stopped her. There's no need. What? Enbyaran looked at Hansu, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, with a confused expression. Didn't you go somewhere? Enbyaran muttered while looking at Hansu. This guy said that he had to do something important. Hansu nodded. I did prepare something. I don't have much talent in persuasion, I'm going to make them cross forcibly. What have you done? Sophia asked with a nervous expression next to him. Though she had seen him do his work since the red zone, this guy never did things normally. It was destruction or mega-destruction. She didn't know what kind of life he had lived, but even a terrorist would be nicer than this guy. Well, if the results weren't good then he would just be a terrorist. Hansu shrugged his shoulders while looking at Sophia's nervous expression. Well, it'll be a bit wasteful if we don't use the things that remained. At that moment the bull-shaped Gragos started to cry out. Q-o-o-o. And soon the bull-shaped Gragos started to tilt its body very slowly into a position of rolling on the lava. Ay. What is this? What's going on? Everyone freaked out, since they didn't know what caused this. But Guanye realized what caused this and made an expression of disbelief, since he knew what Hansu had done. You crazy bastard. The remaining graphite. Hansu nodded as he shouted out loudly. Loud enough that everyone within the Forest of Horns could hear. Emergency. The Gragos is going to roll. Escape. We have to escape to the Black Lion. Boom. The giant voice resonated over the people who had gathered. And the people who had been in a chaotic situation realized what happened, as well as what they would need to do in order to survive. Oya. Damn it. The members of the Okanelli clan, Akon and everyone else who had been gathered, started to madly dash towards the Black Lion. And like people who had survived the other world for 5 to 6 years, they were successfully escaping to the Black Lion despite the vibrations. Damn, they're running the best. Hansu laughed as he looked at the Okanelli clansmen who were running towards the Black Lion at extreme speeds. Let's go over as well. You're really insane. As long as the results are good. Hansu looked at Guanye, who was sighing as the thought of his next goal. Go on to the Lazar and retrieve the Crown of Thorns. Elkadian's relic, Crown of Thorns. But this wasn't for him. There was something else for him. The legacy of the great patriarch, Mekido, that Elkadian had prepared. The treasure that allowed Mekido, an Akaran, to fight the Tyratus and win on a 1 versus 1. Hansu finished his thoughts as he moved towards Lazar. Chapter 128, Crown of Thorns, 2. Kurururu. A giant bull was rolling back and forth in the sea of lava. Streams of lava flew around and powerful earthquakes roared. The remaining Margoths above the Gragos were crushed between the Gragos and the Harrington and got massacred. If Margoths got killed off like this, it wouldn't be much different for humans. Everyone felt cold sweat running down their backs as they watched the scene from the head of the Black Lion after barely having escaped. Since they could imagine what would have happened to them. Phew. But the sigh of relief was just a moment. Everyone looked around with worrisome expressions. A land of death. No other words fit these lands better. It's much worse than what I'd seen from afar. The leader of the Okanelli clan, Akon, frowned. Dried and cracked skin. Dried up corpses of Margoths who starved to death from lack of body fluids and had dried from the heat of the lava. It was a bit obvious, but there was nothing they could drink. They had been forcibly dragged into these dead lands. Fuck. What? What do you want us to do? By dragging us here? What are you going to do? There were numerous complaints arousing from all around. Though they had to escape due to the bull having rolled, they could only curse out loud from the current situation. At that moment Akon shouted out. Rirarari clan. What are you bastards thinking of? Did you guys make the bull roll? What? As everyone turned around to look at Akon, he shouted out even louder. I read it before that the Gragos will roll once it starts lacking body fluids. Apparently you guys did some crazy things recently, huh? Motherfucker. You really want to trap us like this, huh? Guanye made a bitter expression. Since those words weren't exactly wrong. If everything played out the way the great priest wanted it to and Hansu hadn't blocked his plans, the Gragos would have long rolled on the lava from what Guanye had done. With all the humans on top of it, everyone's expression started to turn grim. The fact that they had to cross over to the side did not matter that much. The important thing was that they were currently in a grim situation and they needed someone to take responsibility for this. And somebody for them to vent their rage on. You crazy bastards. What are you thinking of? What happens to the ones who would come after us then? And how are we supposed to go get to the next zone? Numerous enraged shouted were heard from here and there. Everyone clutched onto their weapons and started to make enraged expressions. The impatient ones had already pulled out their trump skills and were aiming at where Hansu and Guanye was standing there. An extremely dangerous situation. At that moment, the air ripped apart as something popped out from it. A very small hole that had appeared in the air. But the people who had been watching this all froze simultaneously. Since it was a scene they could never forget even if they hadn't seen it for a long time. Fairy. Fuck. When did that thing that we haven't seen in years? While having had been grinding their teeth, the fairy which had popped out from the air smiled. Hello everyone. Anyways, I don't know why you tiredly crawled all the way here when we created a pretty and comfortable place for you to live on, ha 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 ha. If the fairy was describing the top of the Gragos as a pretty and comfortable place to live, then it was definite that it lived in hell. Since if somebody envied a location where the Margoths rampaged and where there was always an uncertainty of them falling to lava, then the place they lived on must be hell. Everyone grinned at their teeth. But countless amounts of people had gathered. Of course there would be people who wouldn't just stop at grinding their teeth. And even more so if they had been enraged this far. Good. You fucking bitch. It's been a while. One of the Okanelli clansmen who had been preparing their trump skill. Balls it. Akon clicked his tongue. This guy was definitely somebody who was confident in his skills and was quite impatient. Since he was ready to charge in first in a situation where a warlike battle was about to occur. And befitting of a person like that, his method of shooting an arrow of rage at the fairy was ruthless as well. Fucking bitch. You think we're still bugs like back then? The man, McCarlin, grinned at his teeth. He couldn't forget when that thing had killed his friend like he was a bug back in the tutorial. But the current him was not him of the past. He could now easily destroy tens of thousands of people from the tutorial. McCarlin's trump skill that he had been mastering for over 7 years and had been collecting in his hand, shot out into the air. Boom! A single red beam of light smashed into the fairy which had been floating in the air. A fearsome power that would smash apart any adventurer it hit. Everyone's expressions brightened up. It hit. The fact that the godlike fairy could not dodge the skill encouraged them. And McCarlin, who had seen this, also turned around to the people as he laughed proudly. You saw it? Let's do the same for that. But McCarlin knew something had gone wrong instantly. Since the people were slowly backing away. Precisely speaking, they were backing away from him. At that moment McCarlin felt a chill run down his back and tried to turn his head in order to see the fairy. But he soon realized that he didn't need to. Since the voice was heard in his ears. It's a bit of a push yet. Hee. What? Yet? McCarlin made a confused expression as he turned around. And he froze. Since something was much different than before. The always laughing eyes had been raised up and the leisurely ends of the mouth had a vicious smile upon them. But it does piss me off a little. You see, I'm still an existence that has emotions implemented. I've been allowed to vent off my emotions as long as it doesn't step over the line. You should take responsibility for your actions, right? The fairy finished speaking as it started to rip apart McCarlin, who had attacked it. From head to toe. One bit at a time. The fairy was barely the size of McCarlin's palm, and so the amount it could grab a hold at a time was barely the size of a thumb. And it was even more horrifying because of this. Since the fairy had steadily shredded McCarlin apart one part at a time while keeping him alive as much as possible. Fuck. Holy shit. Every adventurer gulped down their saliva at seeing a person getting shredded apart. McCarlin tried to retaliate madly, but it was meaningless. Since the fairy kept on working on his body no matter what kind of attack it received. Fu, CK. McCarlin left a single cursing word as he disappeared from the world. The fairy, who had erased McCarlin from the world, opened its mouth while being covered in blood from head to toe. While showing off that brisk smile that it always had from before. Anyways, the reason why I came here was to tell you to not worry about the dimensional portal. Since the dimensional portal and the beasts for your growth had been set for you guys. Since the place you guys are living on change, we can just change that too. Then as the fairy snapped its fingers, a grinding noise resonated throughout the body of the black lion. Squirm squirm. The ground was dug out as caves that looked like dungeon entrances occurred, lakes were created and beasts filled the lands. Kaaak. Newly born beasts rose from the ground and things started to crawl out from between the mane of the black lion. A godlike power. Everyone who had seen this grinned at their teeth. Not an opponent we can go against. But the changes didn't stop there. As the fairy snapped its fingers again, a giant lake appeared from the ground. A similar passageway to the mirror they had used to get up here from the red zone. Since there are no Margoths here, we will use this temporarily. I've made many numerous lakes like this. They would come through this for now, they're quite lucky, aren't they? Since they won't have to worry about getting chewed up inside the Margotha's mouth. Somebody shouted out. Since the people who would come over here weren't the important part. Wait. Coming here is settled, but what about leaving this place? The fairy laughed at those words. Didn't you know that you're supposed to find it? You just took advantage of it after your seniors found it, look for it diligently since it's somewhere on the black lion. Oh yeah, you know that you can't eat this monster, right? Then the fairy disappeared. And everyone who had been listening to the fairy were enraged. Fucking hell. It wouldn't matter much if everything was how it had been. Since they weren't weaklings who had just gotten to the orange zone. Since they just needed to hunt and look for the portal. But the situation was much different. They were about to die from starvation. They couldn't even survive 5 days at this rate. The temporarily suppressed rage rose back up to the point of exploding. Rirarari clan, you bastards. What are you going to do? Nothing changed. Clan leader, what happened? Are those words true? At that moment Akon, the leader of the Okanelli clan, shouted out. Wait. What do you mean there's nothing to eat? Of course there are things to eat. Akon then pointed towards Guanye, Cross, and the Reincarnator clan. Those guys are the culprits. We just need to eat them. We can hold on until we find the portal. Everyone made reluctant expressions at those words. Since the idea of eating people was a bit too much even for them. And they weren't that hungry yet. Akon made an annoyed expression at these scenes. You dumbass. It would take at least a month to find the portal. And do you think those guys can live for a whole month without eating anything? What would those guys try to eat? Everyone's expressions changed at those words. If that happened then they would constantly get hunted down. Since the individual abilities of the Cross and Reincarnator clan were much higher than theirs. And, others might be different but the Reincarnator clan might really do it. Since those guys were crazies even out of crazy people. Everyone started to slowly gather around the Okanelli clan. At that moment the leader figure of the Akarans, Odion, shouted out. Calm down humans. Do you think we came here without any plans? 3 days. We can heal the divine beast, Lazar, in just 3 days. Then body fluids that we can drink will come out. Everyone's expressions brightened up. Since then there wouldn't be a need to fight. And since it was the Akarans, who were natives, speaking it felt quite persuasive. While everyone was mumbling to each other, Akon got nervous. Damn. This won't do. He felt the eyes of Enbyron and others who were glaring at him. If all the adventurers moved away then he would get destroyed. No, getting destroyed would be the better end of the deal. Since the previous clan leader, Ariel, was not a benevolent person in any shape or form. Ariel befit the leader position of the third largest clan in the Orange Zone, the Okanelli clan, and had the toxicity and coldness. I need to kill them first no matter what. Akon shouted out loudly. Don't trust them. Why would they do such things for humans? Wake up. That bitch. Enbyron felt her strength and agility skyrocketing. Tainted emotion, her trait, was turning the rage into runes. Because of that crazy bastard, a war was about to happen. What are you going to do? You should deal with this before you go do your thing. Hansu looked around the surroundings and then shook his head. No, I can go now. Enbyron frowned at the words she couldn't quite comprehend. Akon laughed as he looked at Enbyron who was glaring at him. You can't attack, right? No, them attacking him was the outcome he wanted. After creating this atmosphere, Akon called out the person who he had newly recruited. As if he had been on standby nearby, the guy instantly came to Akon after receiving the carrier pigeon. And laughed as he spoke. It seems quite urgent. Akon quietly mumbled at those words. Yeah, you're right. You asked me before, right? That you wanted to come into our clan. Akon then thought of when he had met this guy. A person who had come to find him at the head of the Gragos when he himself was replacing Ariel's position. It seems like you have a lot of dissatisfaction, count me in as well. I don't really like those guys either. He had ignored this guy back then. Though this guy looked quite useful, he wasn't dumb enough to invite in a mysterious and random person. But this was the chance to use this guy. Oh, has the time for letting me in come already? Akon nodded as he mumbled very quietly so that others wouldn't be able to hear. You have a guy called Wang Yung that you control, right? Order him to pretend that they're from the Reincarnator clan and attack us. If you do this job well then I'll let you in as quite a high position in our clan. There are a lot of spots that need to be filled anyway. It would be troublesome if there are any more people who side with the Akarans. He needed to ignite the fire when he had quite a large force and collide now. If the Reincarnator clan fight first then it'll be perfect. He can just cut off this guy afterwards. Sangjin laughed as he spoke. Very well. I just need to attack Okanelli clansmen, right? Yes. One happens to be right in front of my eyes. You should have held on a bit longer. What? Boom. Akon, who had been confused from the words he had heard, suddenly felt a weird sensation that he had never felt before. The whole world was spinning with him as the center. Well, more like his vision as the center. And his vision quickly blurred out. What the hell happened? Akon focused. And then he realized despite the blurred vision. The sword that had cut his throat. Fuck, ER. Akon's head spun through the air, landed on the ground and rolled away. Chapter 129, Crown of Thorns, 3. The head of the person who had been rallying the whole situation flew off and the people started to calm down for now as Enbyron and the other previous clan leaders controlled the situation. But only for now. Everyone was uncertain of what would happen since the situation itself was rather grim and they only had limited information. They were all like a barrel of gunpowder that was about to explode. I need to deal with the situation before that happens. Hansu took a glance at the temporarily calm adventurers as he continued his preparations. Clunk thunk. Crunch crunch. A sound of something constantly being devoured. As Hansu fed the 1,000 soldiers armor with weapons and armor, the armor itself acted like a hungry baby bird and constantly chewed down the gear. The clans would have a surplus of weapons in their base just in case the weapons they had been using broke. Hansu had taken all of these, which the people had left behind in a hurry, on the way back from dumping the graphite. Since it'll be better for him to use it than letting it sink. As it ate the gear the missing parts grew back and holes were mended back even thicker than before. Soon, Hansu's entire body, which towered at around 2 m tall, was surrounded in armor. Hansu, after completely fixing the 1,000 soldiers' armor, checked the status of the Nirmaha's ring as he grasped onto the forked lightning. Good. Though I haven't healed all the way. It hasn't even been a day since he had almost been chopped apart in halves from the Tyradus. Expecting a complete recovery after the racial metamorphosis being released was not a good bet. But I'll move out since I can just about fight. Trying to fight at his peak condition was pushing it a bit too much. Since one would need to fight as long as they were alive within the abyss. His current goal of utmost importance was acquiring the Crown of Thorns. Hansu finished feeding the 1,000 soldiers' armor as he stood up. Enbyron asked as she saw Hansu preparing to move out. Where are you going to go? Hansu pointed towards the center of the main in the distance. Aten saw this as his eyes shone. Since he knew what Hansu had pointed towards. Holy land. Holy land. Land of the gods. The location where the most amount of essence flew through upon the Lizar. The location where the great patriarch's residence, Taobao, and the great temple existed. At that moment numerous shouts were heard from all around. What the hell? Something is crawling out from the ground. Get into formation. Something is here. Kiruyururuk. Kiwaduduk. Something was crawling through the hide from beneath. The people made nervous expressions but then started to loosen up. Since they could guess the identities of those things. The fairies' tricks are quite harsh, aren't they? To spread them beneath the ground. Everyone laughed as they looked at the squirming hide beneath their feet. In their thoughts, the only thing that could come out from beneath the hide of the Gragos was a beast that the fairy would have made. And those beasts weren't much of a problem to them. It might be a different story if they were all separated, but countless amounts of people were gathered here due to the mass relocation. Let's see what the beasts around here look like. Ha ha ha. There were actually people who were happy about the beast showing itself. Since the common enemy that had suddenly appeared loosened up the situation when they have been all on guard against each other. Soon the thing that had been making the noise beneath showed itself. Kairuaruk. About 3 m tall. And its appearance was something they were all too familiar with. Everyone freaked out as they saw this. What the fuck? Is it a baby Tyradus? Aok. The silver beast that had crawled out from the ground was very similar to the Tyradus that had caused a massacre against the humans in the past. Though it was small and silver-colored, it was basically a weaker version of the Tyradus. The people would only freak out since they had seen a disaster caused by the Tyradus. But soon the people calmed themselves down and shouted while grinding their teeth. Damn it. We have the numbers. Just attack it? Yeah. It's small too. A much smaller size than the 10 m tall Tyradus from before. And the fact that everyone was together gave them confidence. Soon a massive assault of skills were sent out. Towards the existence that had made them scared in a situation where they had been all nervous. Ba-ba-ba-boom. The thing that had crawled out from the ground was worthy of looking like the Tyradus as it withstood the assault of the skills quite well. But their numbers made a difference. The overwhelming amount of skills had turned around 20 of the silver Tyraduses into Razg. Wahahaha. This is amazing for stress relief. Damn. It doesn't look like this thing is a beast. It doesn't drop anything. Everyone laughed as they looked at their target, which had been killed off way too easily. But Hansu just shook his head. This is just the start. What? At that moment Sophia frowned. The ground started to rumble and shake as if an earthquake happened. UFH. What the hell? Is this thing going to roll as well? Everyone freaked out. But soon they found out the cause of the earthquake. Kayarararik. Unlike the people's worries, the earthquake wasn't caused by the movements of the Gragos. But it was about the same level of danger. Fuck. The expressions of those who had smashed apart the silver Tyraduses and were laughing turned grim. Kirararik. Tremendous amounts of silver Tyraduses popped out from the ground as they charged towards the humans. A number that caused an earthquake just by simply coming out of the ground. Holy, what is that? I've never seen this before. Odeon frowned as she looked at the silver wave that was approaching them. This place, the White Lion Lizar, was their hometown. They had lived upon these lands for countless years, and someone at the level of a priestess can say that they knew everything about this place. But this was the first time that Odeon was seeing this. As Odeon looked at Hansu with a serious expression, Hansu replied very quickly. They're the leftovers of Elkadion. We need to deal with them. Elkadion's masterpieces. One was that they knew very well about. And the other thing was that. Unmanned weapons. Hansu thought of Elkadion's memories from before. I completed the body enhancement surgery with the various amounts of information I gained from the telautograph about the Gragos. At that moment I got greedy on another topic. There's nothing that would do more harm than fighting in the front lines. And another problem. The enhanced body had played a huge role at driving off the Margoths. But after a powerful common enemy had been driven off, the Akarans couldn't control the overflowing amounts of power within their energy and started to fight against each other instead. Like the first great war from the past. When tribes fought each other and when patriarchs and priests opposed each other. In the end I made a conclusion. That I needed an absolute power in order to control and end all oppositions. Something that could reduce the casualties of Akarans from the Margoths and at the same time controlling the Akarans so that they wouldn't fight with each other. There was a need for a powerful force to suppress them until the enmity inside the Akarans dispersed. Thankfully, I had a tremendous amount of information and materials. Material and information that I gained from dissecting and researching the Tyradus. This thing had been created by somebody. Why can't I make it? If I could use the information of the Tyradus and create a powerful soldier that could fight instead of the Akarans and have the power to control these soldiers, then my plan would succeed amazingly. But I must think and choose very carefully and wisely to whom I will give this power over to. If this power were to fall in the hands of someone evil, then a disaster will happen. Sadly everything failed even before he could use it. Hansu frowned. An extremely powerful unmanned soldier, Akadus. And an unmanned factory that could constantly pump out these Akadus. And the symbol of the power that could control the Akadus, crown of thorns. Though they were much weaker than the Tyradus, there were much more of them. As if Elkadion was proving to be the best researcher in the history of the Akarans, she had created a force that could control the entire Akaran race with huge success. But it was too late. Even before the factory went into work to create countless amounts of Akadus, the calamity of death had hit the Gragoses and Elkadion had to leave to another world before the crown of thorns could even be used. The problem was that the automatic factory that created the Akadus, had constantly created the Akadus even after Elkadion had left. And these Akadus hid around and then attacked the humans when they got near. Since they were set to attack every form of life the moment they detect them. Don't we just need to deal with it in the front then? First pillar, Tarahal spoke out cautiously. If those unmanned weapons were created to protect the Akarans, then it made sense that they wouldn't attack the Akarans themselves. But Hansu shook his head. It will attack you too. When Elkadion had created this, the Great Patriarch and the Great Priest were opposed of each other, and Elkadion had set the Akadus to attack every life form since she was afraid of the Crown of Thorns being stolen. It would shred apart anything including the Akarans. Odion made a depressed expression as she heard this story. What, hasn't the Great Elkadion left behind the Crown of Thorns? Hansa read out the fact within the memory crystal. It seems that back then he couldn't hand it over due to the opposition between tribe side and priest side being too harsh. In the case where one side acquired this strength, they would annihilate the other. And it didn't really help that much in solving the Gragos problem anyway. Odion sighed at those words. Since it was all true. She had lived through those times. If that crown had been given to one side, then that side would have used it to destroy the other side. Since that time period was full of rage and hatred. And they had failed at acquiring the trust of Elkadion. There are no words I can say. What are you going to do then? It was impossible to cut through the giant wave of the Akadus. One would turn into Swiss cheese from the countless amounts of them attacking. Though they would be able to hold on for quite a while since all the humans were gathered together, they couldn't win over an army. Hansu very simply answered. Go through the secret tunnel. Get to the unmanned factory beneath the Holy Land, Arcladiuri. We just need to take back the crown of thorns that is located there. Everyone clicked their tongues as they looked at Hansu. There's nothing he doesn't know about her. He really prepared well. Odion, after being grateful of Hansu being on their side, spoke with a much more comfortable expression. It would be very tight, but it'll be better than fighting that thing head on. Hansu shook his head. The secret tunnel won't be easy as well. Is that so? Odion frowned. Since there actually wasn't a reason for the hidden tunnel to be easy and comfortable. No, it would have much tighter defenses since it would need to hide something. We would have to divide our forces then, who goes and who stays. Enbyron mumbled as she looked at the Margoth level people around her. Most of the Margoth levels were gathered here. But not all of them could go together. Since the Margoth level people were also very capable commanders along with their strength. Someone had to remain behind and command the fight against the Silver Army. Others had to follow Hansu, help him and retrieve the Crown of Thorns. At that moment Ariel, who had been listening quietly, spoke out. I'm going to go with you, Hansu. What are you planning? Enbyron frowned as she looked at Ariel. Chapter 130, Crown of Thorns, 4. Ariel blushed a little as she spoke. Is following a problem? The Okanelli clan is out of my control anyway. Somebody else already ate it up apparently. Crazy bitch. Enbyron clicked her tongue while looking at Riel. But it wasn't any of her business to butt in that far. And there really wasn't a reason for her to stop Ariel from doing so. Guanye grinned at his teeth as he shouted. Damn it, there's no time to argue around. This is just the start, decide quickly. Ariel refocused and then looked around her surroundings. And then let out a voice of despair. Oh god. That wasn't all of them. The wave that was heading towards them was just the start. Countless amounts of Akadus had surrounded the humans atop of the Black Lion and were charging towards them. Some people had already given up in despair and were thinking of ways to escape. Hansu spoke towards Ariel and Enbyron. You guys stay here and command the people. I'll go with the Akarans. There was a huge difference between having and not having a commander during when defending. And the Akarans wouldn't be able to mingle well with the humans well anyway even if they stayed. It would be of great help if the Margoth level stayed here and held down the Akadus. Ariel and the others nodded as they started to send out carrier pigeons in all directions. Let's go. Hansu, after seeing the situation starting to fall under control, breathed in and out and then plunged with his spear. Boom. 3 of the Akadus, who didn't even receive a scratch from ability levels constantly hitting them, had their hearts pierced and fell down. But that amount didn't even count for a drop among the huge waves that were heading towards them. The emptied spots had been quickly filled with other Akadus. They were approaching them from all directions. But Hansu wasn't alone. Hwee up. Boom. Tarahal charged out from next to Hansu and then kicked away the Akadus that was charging towards them. The Akadus flew back after having its chest caved in and then smashed into the others. Odion shouted out loudly from behind Tarahal. Run. We have to get through them no matter what. Odion took something out from her pockets as she shouted. A scent which had a forbidden technique activation applied onto it. The moment the Akarans, who received the body enhancement surgery, smell this, their silver liquids inside their body will go on a rampage and they would be able to showcase a strength numerous times greater than usual. It was very effective, but there was a reason why Odion hadn't used this until now. Once the duration of the scent ends, then they would have to go through that extreme amount of pain that Hansu went through. Odion clenched her teeth as she spread out the scent. Since she could imagine the scene of these warriors after the duration having ended. Damn it. But this wasn't a time to be conservative. We need to get through this, and recover the Holy Land. Only then would we be able to treat our descendants with a glorious land. The current generation of Akarans were all sinners. They had fought against each other despite their whole race falling in danger from the calamity of death and worsened the already horrible situation. The degree was so harsh that even Elkadion couldn't save them. Despite the crown of thorns having been created for their protection. Due to this they fell to the position where they ran from humans and were afraid of the Margoths. They could not let their descendants live a life like this. We will do our best to help you. In return, you must keep your promise that you made with us. This was Hansu and his, humans and Akarans contract. Odion looked at the young Akarans who weren't affected by the scent due to not having received the body enhancement surgery as she inhaled the scent as well. Alan, if something goes wrong with me then succeed after me. She found out recently. That Alan's potential was beyond her expectations. She had finished all the work for her successor already. Odion looked at her young successor momentarily and then jumped out as well. The forbidden technique worked the best if the priestess was in the very front. Kawaii. Priestess. An existence that should have been at the very back had stepped onto the front lines. The other Akarans saw this and then clenched their teeth as they jumped out. And Enbyron, Ariel, Guanye, and the others also jumped in front of the clans. If those guys succeeded then they would live. If those guys failed then they would all die. And that is partly dependent on how well they block the Akados here. Block it no matter what. We cannot let the Akados follow those guys. Boom. The people who were still standing pushed out every bit of strength they had in their body as they started to push back the silver waves. The moment the silver wave stopped, the thousands of surviving started to cut through the sea of Akados. Behind Hansu and Odion. And soon sounds of smashing and explosions filled up the quiet neck of the lizard. Oh, we're here. Huff, it's here. Odion dragged her mess of a body and stumbled towards the location Hansu was pointing towards. 30 minutes since they had ran crazily after getting through the waves. They smashed apart the Akados, ran through the main and towards the giant hole on its skin. Almost a fourth of us died, huh? Odion made a depressed expression. But if Hansu hadn't bought them time and they hadn't activated the forbidden technique then the casualties would have been many times higher. I shall guide your souls towards the lizard after the temple gets rebuilt in the future. Odion offered a simple ritual towards those who had died and then looked around. An underground lake which was so far below that the Akados had stopped their chase. The giant lake had been dried up and a giant hole of around 40 m in diameter was on the bottom of the lake. Odion mumbled as she looked at the tunnel what was still in good shape despite nobody having taken care of it. It seems like this is a tunnel where the factory gathered materials. I can sense remnants of the essence. Correct. The lake that had been full of essence when the white lion was still roaming in the past had dried up as the lizard lost its strength. Odion mumbled as she looked at the energy barrier that separated the bottom of the lake and the tunnel in two. It's a structure that denies life forms, huh? Breaking it would be easy. Let's hurry. The energy barrier was still intact despite the long period of time as if it was proving Alcadian's skills. But it seemed quite weakened due to the lizard, the source of its energy, losing its strength. There would be defenses on the insides as well. The moment the forbidden technique gets released then the Akaran warriors wouldn't be able to fight anymore. Since a huge amount of pain will rush over them. They needed to smash apart the Akados that would be protecting the crown of thorns before that happened. Hansu shook his head and stopped Odion who was trying to start acting. Wait. We can't break it? Breaking it wasn't the problem. But Alcadion, who had been scared of someone forcibly entering and taking control of the factory, had set it so that the crown of thorns would get destroyed if somebody tried to forcibly get through the barrier. Then nothing would be able to control the released Akados. Then how? Odion made a complex expression after hearing Hansu. How would they go in if smashing it wasn't allowed? As Odion tried to think of another way in, Hansu approached the energy barrier and placed his hands on a small marble next to it. A mechanism that was created so that the administrator can use it in case of an emergency. This mechanism was set that only Akarans would be able to enter by only reacting to the silver liquid used in the body enhancement surgery. Hansu breathed in and out and started to carefully pour the silver liquid in his body onto the marble by following the code within Alcadian's memory crystal. Shururark. The silver liquid drew a circuit board-like image as it flowed in. The moment the lines created by the silver liquid aligned with the password code. Chijijijik. The energy barrier made a strange sound as it disappeared. Let's go in. We'll be right at the factory the moment we get through this tunnel, it will not be easy. Okay, we will take the front. And. Thank you. Odion looked at Hansu and then breathed in and out. They had been able to get all the way here thanks to Hansu. But this was, in the end, a work for the Akarans. They, the Akarans, had to lead and solve the problem. Hansu, who had been looking at the Akarans slowly moving out, looked towards the battlefield that they escaped from. Please hold on well. You need to block them there no matter what. The tunnels here was as dangerous as the battlefield back there. So if one side were to get broken through then both of them would be in danger. Hansu mumbled quietly towards the battlefield in the distance and then rushed towards the factory, Arcladiuri. Damn it. Boom. Rongwian, captain of the scout teams of the Rirarari clan, cursed out loud as he cut through the head of the Akados that was charging towards him. An axe that no other person, other than the Margoth levels, had blocked. And his precious weapon, golden hatchet, hadn't failed him this time either as it completed its task. Since it had split the head of the one charging at him in two. The problem was that this crazy thing was still charging at him even after its head being cut in half. Wian looked at the monster that was using its spliced head as a shield and was clawing at him with a disgusted look and blocked the attack with his axe. Kagagagak. Aok. He had survived but it didn't seem like the person next to him had. The moment Wian clenched his teeth at seeing another person get killed by the Akados. A carrier pigeon flew into him. A red carrier pigeon that the clan leader had sent to him. Just hold on for half a day. If you hold on for just half a day then the escaped Akarans will stop these guys. And other than that there were specific orders on how to and where to block. Kim Guanye, he really lives up to his name, huh? Their leader had the whole battlefield in his brain, analyzed it and was commanding this giant clan properly in the midst of this chaos. But another carrier pigeon flew into him at that moment. We are completely prepared. What are you going to do? Wian received the carrier pigeon from Okaneli clan's captain of the shock troopers, Mekong, and pondered for a moment. And then nodded. I don't want to die yet. Of course there wouldn't be anything bad about blocking at this location and sustaining until the Akaran solved the problem like Guanye and the other clan leaders told him. But Rongwian was a captain of the scout team. He always accounted for the worst case scenario and was proficient at finding a way to live in the midst of that. The worst case scenario in Rongwian's head was this. Everyone knew that the Akarans could control humans any way they wanted. And because of this, he could not trust any of the Margoth level people who were with the Akarans. Since they had been held hostage by the Akarans before. And the fact that only the Akarans left was the deciding factor. The dimensional portal didn't appear at random places. It was beneath the world tree in the red zone and near the heart of the bull in the orange zone. If these guys were the natives of this place then they would also know where the portal would exist at. If that scenario is correct that all the Akarans would have escaped and we would die just like this. He was a human. He didn't want to die for nothing just because of the Akarans. And Rongwian always found a way for himself to survive within the worst scenarios. If the Akarans escaped through the portal then they would follow. If they really had gone there to solve the problem then he could just help them. Though the casualties here would rise, nothing I can do. Quite a lot of people who had similar thoughts as him had gathered already. The amount of casualties would rise depending on the people who leave here, but it would be easier for them to get through the waves. And since this many people had gathered, even if he were to push that we had betrayed them, they wouldn't be able to act out easily. Rongwian finished his thoughts and looked around. They had to escape before the hole the Akarans made in the wave closed back up. Rongwian, who had sent the carrier pigeon, looked for a situation and then moved away from the defensive formation. Captain. Captain, where are you going? Hey you crazy bastard. Where are you going? Emergency. They're escaping en masse. Rongwian left behind the desperate cries of the defensive formation as he and the others started to crazily run for the hole the Akarans had made. Boom. Hansu, who had been fighting a golden Akaduas, felt the vibrations in the ground and then frowned. Somebody came in. Chapter 131, Crown of Thorns, 5. Hansu frowned as he felt the minute presence of people transmitted through the ground. Though there was quite a distance, they would arrive very quickly. But I can't leave this place yet. Hansu finished his thoughts and smashed his forked lightning against the Akaduas that was charging towards him. Boom. The tens of thousands of silver Akaduas, who were protecting the factory, charged in madly and were cutting apart the Akarans. Wawayak. Kahua. The giant factory, that had long stopped producing the Akaduas due to lack of resources, had turned into a mess from the shockwaves and sound waves of the battle. And a capsule-shaped something was located in the center of this factory. And a black crown, which seemed to be made of a thorny tree, was placed inside it. I wondered where it was here huh? Odion clenched her teeth as she looked at the telautograph. They needed to get over there and take over the black crown. Great Patriarch Mekido shall protect us. Fight. Odion shouted out loudly and squeezed out the remaining power of the forbidden technique as they charged towards the Akaduas. Crack. It hadn't even been an hour since they started to fight with the Akaduas who were protecting the factory. Though they had been able to get near the factory, almost half of the Akarans had died off. And the living ones weren't in that good of a shape either. Kua. Uaok. Akarans who had been turned into a mess were making painful expressions and were rolling around the ground. The moment the forbidden technique got released, a tremendous amount of pain rushed over them. But even during the suffering, the eyes of the Akarans were fixated on the crown of thorns in the distance. Tarahal suppressed the pain that was jumping around within his body. The side effects will die down eventually. The important thing was activating that crown and stopping the Akaduas. Tarahal smashed his fist onto the chest of the Akaduas. Boom. The Akaduas, which still moved despite receiving damage to its head, stopped working as the core got smashed apart. Kiiying. Tarahal clenched his teeth in order to suppress the pain and then shouted towards Hansu who had been fighting next to him. I need to wear that crown. Yes. The Akaran with the strongest physique must take it on. The crown of thorns wasn't something created for humans. When he sees Tarahal acquiring the crown of thorns and see him using it properly, he will implant a soul fragment onto him. And then create an alliance between humans and the Akarans. Since the humans wouldn't be able to easily do much to the Akarans if they have the Akaduas along with the crown of thorns to control them with. And I will obtain Mekido's holy weapon, Dragon Essence Blade. It was written in the memory crystal that the Dragon Essence Blade would come out when they acquired the crown of thorns. As Tarahal heard Hansu's words, he made stomping noises as he crazily headed towards the soul telautograph. Guard him. Help the first pillar so he can arrive there intact. The numerous Akarans who had been crying out in agony pulled out the remaining bits of their strengths and slowed down the Akaduas. And Tarahal ran even more urgently after seeing this. The amount of casualties will rise tremendously at this rate. He would need to acquire the crown of thorns as quick as possible before casualties rose too much. Boom. While they were constantly moving up, Hansu suddenly stopped fighting and backed off. Odion, who had been fighting near the tunnel along with hundreds of other Akarans, shouted towards Hansu. Where are you going? The formation would break down and the casualties would rise even more if Hansu left. Hansu shouted towards Odion. Wait for me. There's something I need to deal with. Hansu then felt the humans, who had gotten quite close, as he rushed towards them. Let's go in quickly. We don't know what they would do. Rongwian found the remnants of those guys, befitting of his position and role, as he shouted. A tunnel which did not look simple even from a single glance. And the traces of Akarans existed all throughout the tunnel. Rongwian felt urgent after realizing that it had been quite a while since they went in. It would be a disaster if they escaped through the portal. The people who had escaped along with Rongwian started to run madly. And they looked at the surrounding tunnel as they ran. A strange tunnel that was artificial even from a simple glance. And a small amount of excitement started to fill up the minds of the adventurers. It seemed like a relic site of the Akarans, another reward might be prepared in a place like this. But their expressions turned grim after a bit of running. Powerful shockwaves and sounds of clashes came through the tunnel and rushed over their head. Despite them being quite a distance away from the battlefield, they didn't know what was inside, but this told them that it was dangerous. Do we have to continue? What are you going to do, Rongwian? It doesn't seem easy over there either. Are we going back? Rongwian pondered for a moment at the words of Madel, another captain of the scout team who had the same idea as him. It would be dangerous if they continued. But then both the battlefield they came from and the one they were heading to were dangerous. Shall I have a look? Rongwian, after checking the battle with his skill, laid down a decision. Let's just wait here, we don't need to fall in danger by going in. And it seems like they would win anyway. If one side lost then they would all die. They would return if that was the case, but there wasn't really a need for them to if they weren't going to lose. It'll be better if there's more casualties. Rongwian laughed. And escapees' sins were hard to forgive no matter when. It would be hard for them to dodge the aggression they would receive after the battle ending. Which meant that the more casualties both sides had, the better it would be for them. At that moment a strange existence came into his view. A bright golden light. What is it? Rongwian freaked out as he looked at the person who had arrived before him. An entirely golden existence that was closer to a dragon than a human. This guy. It was the guy who had risen to fame recently in just a few days. Rong Wian breathed in and out deeply and then turned around. The one who always had the upper hand was not the desperate side but the leisurely side. And they, the ones resting and charging up their power, had much more leisure than the ones who were fighting. That side is urgent too, he shouldn't be trying to make us into enemies at this point. His mind was at ease as he looked at the hundreds of adventurers who had been gathered here. Rong Wian shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. It seems you're busy, why did you come here? That idea was solidified even more as he saw Hansu who was covered in blood from head to toe. His voice sounded tired and that location seemed way too vicious to follow this guy's word and fight. Hansu just spat out a short sentence. Choose quickly, as to what you will do. What? Sadly for you. You only have two choices. Come with me, or remain here. One person smirked as he spoke. Aren't you a bit too cold? We can just fight the silver Tyrannos if we go back, right? We aren't that unfriendly, you know. You guys lost that chance already. Hansu spoke out coldly. He hadn't brought the Akarans here. The Akarans had risked their lives and came here of their own accord. To this place which was much more vicious than the silver battlefield back there. It was too late for these guys to go back. I don't know what you're saying. I guess we'll just stay here then. Rong Wian felt uneasy from the threatening words but he made a smile as he denied the offer. Hansu heard these words as he looked around. It seemed like everyone agreed. No, they had escaped the silver battlefield since they agreed with this guy anyway. Why wouldn't the others escape? They had the ability to as well. This is the end for you then. Hansu quietly mumbled as he poured his power into his spear. Rong Wian raised his weapons with a nervous expression from that. You want to have a go at it? That moment. Hansu used a tremendous amount of strength and swung the spear. Boom! Rong Wian freaked out but he laughed as he looked behind him. You're a bit of a coward, huh? Hansu hadn't thrown the spear at them. Actually he had thrown it towards where he had come out from. Just say you're scared if you are. Boom! At that moment. A tremendously large sound was heard from the battlefield in the distance where Hansu had thrown the spear to. Goddamn. Boom! Tarahal grinned at his teeth and smashed the wall in front of him after getting to the soul telautograph. An extremely powerful energy barrier was surrounding the soul telautograph. But Tarahal didn't give up as he continued to smash it. Since it wasn't impregnable despite its strength. At that moment. Tarahal was surprised as he looked up. Ki-ying. The moment he smashed the wall with his energy, the ceiling located right beneath the Holy Land made strange noises as it opened up. Along with the sound of something activating. Ki-ying. Tarahal unconsciously cursed out loud after seeing this. God fucking damn it. He didn't know what was coming down within the energy barrier and the white steam. But he knew just from its aura. The thing that was coming down was extremely dangerous. It wouldn't be much of a problem if they fought it but they would get massacred since they were being pushed back by the Akados already. At that moment. A single line of lightning smashed into the thing that was descending from the sky. Boom! Ugh! Tarahal looked towards where the lightning had come from. It hadn't come from within the Akarans but from the tunnels that they came in from. The spear which flew in through the tunnel cut through the skies and smashed into the thing within the steam. Kyrak. At the same time 12 golden beams exploded out from the steam. Towards where the spear came from. Ki-ying. A sound of something approaching them at a tremendous speed could be heard. What the hell have you just? As Rong Wian made a nervous expression at the thing approaching them, Hansu laughed quietly. If you don't want to do your part then I will make you do it forcibly. What? The moment Rong Wian was about to reply to those words. Kwajijijik. Something flew in from the tunnels as it turned 6 people into minced meat. The people who had been charging towards it freaked out as they stopped in place. What? Fucking hell. What the hell is this? The bright golden existence which had flown from across the tunnel started to turn everyone into minced meat. Kwajijik. Kwajik. Uaaok. Ah. It was so fast that they couldn't even see it. But as their eyes got used to it, they could see what it was. A similar look as the one of the silver Tyrannos from the outside. But its color and size was different. 12 golden Akados that towered 5 m tall. Boingig. God fucking damn it. The adventurers started to madly attack the Akados flying towards them but it was useless. They were getting hunted down one by one. Rong Wian shouted out in fury from this scene. You crazy bastard. Why did you bring this thing here? Are you still human? Everyone here is going to die because of you. If he had left it then it would have attacked the Akarans. But he had purposely brought it here. In order to make them fight it instead. Hansu coldly mumbled. This is a better choice than a failure. What? Hansu thought of the past. They had thought of a lot of things and voiced their opinions to each other. Ares, Kangti, Keldian and his opinions were all different. Ares always wanted to save people as long as they weren't completely insane. Since humans could change. Keldian wanted to kill everyone who even had a possibility of coming in his way. Quite similar to how Ares thought, since Keldian also thought that humans could change at any moment. Kangti would cut off their necks if they got in his way but would usually leave them be and not care about them. Hansu was in between Keldian and Kangti but respected Ares' opinion since his goal was saving the human race. And he was also seeing the positive sides of the humans. Hansu thought of the report of the young Tekkalan, who was ruling over the red zone. But this was really the limit. Ares, it seems like you were a bit wrong. This place doesn't have that much leisure. What if they were to fail because of this? All of them might die just because he tried to save 1,000 lives? No, for success he was willing to sacrifice tens of thousands if not hundreds of thousands of people. His thoughts, which were usually in line with Ares' ideals, jumped across Kangti and reached Keldian's level. Change the benchmark. The ones who would go up and fight along with us in the abyss will only be those who deserve to live. If these guys had fought with him then they would have been able to decrease the amount of casualties and acquire the crown of thorns together. But since these guys refused, this was the only option to acquire the Crown of Thorns. By distracting the final guardian of the Crown of Thorns, the 12 golden guards. Uaaak. Aaak. Hansu heard the screams that were ringing from all around him as he threw them away as bait and discreetly flew back towards the Crown of Thorns. Damn it. It became even harder because of those bastards. Guanyi clenched onto his teeth as he looked at the Akadus that were charging from all directions. The emptiness of those who had ran away could not feel any heavier than this. Damn it. I want to run away too. He wanted to get away from this damned place along with his wife. Most humans would die from the silver Akadus, but people at his level would survive. No, most of the Margoth levels were probably thinking this. If they are able to escape her and hide, then they would be able to find the portal by eating the corpses of the dead humans. They could definitely survive with their power levels. But what about after that? Guanyi thought of his wife. Fuck, I cannot let my wife live such a life. Living like a scumbag was enough for himself. Hansu, you fucking bastard. Hurry the hell up. That guy would only survive if he and the others held on here. Guanyi thought of the bigger picture that Hansu was drawing as he clenched his teeth and smashed the Akadus that was charging towards him. At that moment, Kijadudududu. A sudden sound rang throughout the battlefield as all of the Akadus suddenly stopped moving. They succeeded. Guanyi made a joyful expression as he crumpled onto the ground in a sitting position. Oh, goddamn. That was hard as hell. Guanyi muttered as he looked at the silver Akadus that had fallen in front of him. Chapter 132, Infection, 1. When Hansu returned, Tarahal was making booming noises as he was smashing the energy barrier around the soul telautograph. Boom. The final attack of Tarahal smashed the barrier as Tarahal quickly opened up the capsule. He had heard the method already from Hansu. Sit on the seat of the soul telautograph. Place the crown of thorns on his head. Then all the authority will fall under Tarahal. Urgent. The Akarans who were suffering in agony and had their battle prowess deeply lessened were receiving tremendous amounts of casualties because they were holding back the Akadus. The humans as well. Hansu sighed in relief as he saw Tarahal enter the capsule from afar. Good. Is the orange zone completed for now then? The orange zone is basically over once the process of achieving the crown to control the Akadus has been completed. Since healing Lazar and the other Gragos would be a piece of cake with the crown of thorns in his hands. He would just need to get the Akadus to kill the black Tyradus inside the Gragos and just insert the cure like that. Tarahal sat upon the soul telautograph. And then he placed the crown onto his head with a joyous expression. With this, we will be another step closer towards the recovery of the Akarans. The moment Tarahal placed the crown onto his head, a change occurred. Quararuruk. The thorns on the crown of thorns extended out explosively. The hundreds of thorns pierced into the head of the Tarahal which it was sitting on. Kahook. Tarahal's skin, which had the strength of a Margoth level person, couldn't handle the thorns as the thorns pierced straight through. A tremendous amount of pain. But Tarahal clenched onto his teeth and held on. This is nothing. At the same time the soul telautograph Tarahal was sitting on started to react. Quiaaaaaa. Something came out from the bodies of the dead Akarans and got sucked into the soul telautograph. One by one. Keying. The soul telautograph acted up and vibrated with a strange noise, and the black crown of thorns upon Tarahal's head started to slowly turn red. Hansu saw this as he frowned. I haven't heard of a stage like that. Do we need to take more caution about this? Such things weren't written down in Alcadian's memory crystal. When Hansu was pondering whether to stop the process or not, a huge noise was heard from the tunnel Hansu was standing in. Quiaaaaaa. Crap, already. The golden Akadus who had already handled the humans were charging as 10 golden rays. It seems like 2 had been smashed apart while fighting the humans, but 10 was still a formidable number. Hansu held tightly onto his spear and blocked their path. And then smashed them as they flew into him. Boom. All 10 golden rays suddenly turned their ways and charged at Hansu from the huge shockwave. Hansu pulled up all the mana within his body and started to fight them. Tisk, there was nothing to ponder about. Hansu mumbled from the force that had smashed onto his side and was penetrating through the scales. If they couldn't use the crown, then they would die by the Akadus anyway. Hansu's right arm was deflected up from the attacks of 3 Akadus. A completely defenseless state. 2 of the Akadus took advantage of the situation and charged towards Hansu in order to smash apart his heart and intestines. At that moment, Kairurark. All the silver Akadus that were causing a massacre from all around suddenly stopped. At the time the 10 golden Akadus which had been assaulting Hansu all stopped and fell down from the skies like powerless moths. Hansu nodded as he saw this. It's done. Hansu mumbled as he looked at Tarahal, who was standing up from his seat with the posture of a king with the completely red crown of thorns upon his head. Oh my. Tarahal's body shook from the countless amounts of information that flew into his head. This is why Hansu told me that the Akaran with the most powerful body was needed. Information from hundreds of thousands of Akadus. And the energy that needed to give various commands and orders to these. There was a tremendous amount of stress upon his body and his brain. At this command all the Akadus returned to the place they had come out from. Hansu looked at Tarahal and asked him as Tarahal approached him. How do you feel? Tarahal laughed as he replied. It's amazing. It really feels like I've become a king. By the way, there's something I want to talk about: the contract. Hansu started to prepare for an emergency situation just in case from Tarahal's words. There was one thing about the contract between him and the Akarans. Hansu would give them the crown of thorns. And the Akarans would provide humans the body enhancement surgery. And he would place a soul fragment onto the person with the crown of thorns as a safety measure. The Akaran with the soul fragment wouldn't side with the Akarans or the humans and instead act as a mediator between the two. Like Alcadion, who wanted to stop all aggression with absolute strength. But thoughts could always change. No, that God made living creatures this way from the start. The Tarahal before and after attaining the crown of thorns could have different thoughts. And the final scene that wasn't in the memory crystal kept on bugging him. If he were to break the contract. But unlike Hansu's thoughts, Tarahal simply laughed as he spoke. Hurry and plant that soul fragment onto my head. It's finally time for me to pay you back. Anyways, you aren't gonna make me do anything weird, right? Hansu loosened up from Tarahal's joke and spoke. Don't worry, there wouldn't really be a need for me to meddle in much. Hansu pulled out a small soul fragment from his head and then shoved it into Tarahal's body. Quirararik. Tarahal made an uncomfortable expression from the sensation of the soul fragment going into his body. It's not really the greatest feeling in the world, huh? But if the Akarans and humans could coexist with this, then Tarahal was content with that. Since there wouldn't be a need to fight anymore. The Margoths would now get blown away by the Akarans as if they were leaves, and once they heal the other Gragos, then there would be plenty of food and land to live upon. If one didn't like another, then they could just go live on another Gragos. Soon, there will be peace. Finally. Tarahal, who had been uplifted from the thought of peace, hurriedly asked Hansu. You need to finish your job, what are you going to do? Hansu handed him the cure as he spoke. Use this cure to heal the Lizar and the other Gragos. We will organize this place while you do this. Odion nodded at those words. There was a lot to do. They needed to get to the Holy Land, rebuild the Great Temple, and prepare living spaces for the Akarans. Similar things for Hansu as well. Since the aftermath of a war was more important than the war itself. Tarahal took the Akatus and headed off as soon as he heard this. And the remaining Odion laughed as she spoke. There's something we need to do before that. The final part of the contract. Hansu nodded at Odion's words and slowly walked towards the soul telautograph capsule. Kiiying. Hansu placed his hands upon the location on the capsule where the crown used to be. And as he controlled the liquid metal with the monocodes from the memory crystal, a secret compartment inside the capsule opened up. This is it, huh? Hansu pulled out the short sword from the compartment. Oh. The holy artifact of the Akarans. And the symbol of strength that only the person who had become the great patriarch could use. As a tradition, the guard Barongs would prove their strength by taking out the hardest part of the Margoths they killed and fuse them together with the technique of the temple. This alone would create a formidable artifact, but this went a step further. One would insert the dragon essence blade in the center of the great temple where the essence of the white lion, Lizar, stormed, and make it absorb the energy. The moment one puts the completed dragon essence blade into their body, they would receive the energy of the Margoth's body and the Gragos' essence. It was the first time Odion was seeing this as well, since it was always within the body of the great patriarch. Though it's the Akarans' holy artifact. Odion, who had been making a slightly regrettable expression, shook off her emotions and spoke. Take it. We should at least do this much to the savior of our race. The dragon essence blade was a necessary artifact for the great patriarch to have absolute strength and authority. Since the great patriarch needed to use his strength to control his subjects from time to time. But in that regards, the crown of thorns and the Akatus was even beyond that. Having both these artifacts after attaining the crown of thorns was a bit too much. Hansu, who was going off to the next world, would use it much better anyway. But Hansu made a slightly dejected expression. It's not as good as I expected. It wasn't bad. Since it seemed like a high ranker even out of the double numberings. But it was a step down from his forked lightning, Nirmaha's ring, or the 1,000 soldiers' armor. Tisk. Maybe it's because all the essence from the Gragos has been emptied. Of course it wouldn't have all the essence remaining inside since it had been in this place for hundreds of years. Hansu quickly recovered in order to not show his emotions as he spoke to Odion. Thank you, I'll use it well. Nothing I can do about it? Hansu chuckled. He wasn't too stressed on getting strong all by himself, and an artifact of this level could be gained from other places as well. He completed his task very well. Since he had cured the Gragos and created an environment where all the humans who would come after would be able to live and receive the body enhancement surgery. I should go out and organize as well. Soon Hansu and the Akarans moved away from the soul telautograph, headed towards the battlefield that would have calmed down by now. Kiiying. Tarahal moved the numerous golden Akatus he was flying on towards the holy land of the Lizar. The most urgent task of healing the Lizar. The cure of the Lizar was a necessity in order to supply the countless amounts of survivors upon the Lizar. We would be able to let the kids eat to their fill. The humans would be happy as well. Tarahal smiled as he flew down with the 10 golden Akatus. And then looked at the Taobao, the place where the great patriarch used to live upon, with tremendous amounts of emotion. Along with the soul telautograph on the center of this location. O great Mekito. Your descendants have returned. The 3 soul telautographs that had infected the Lizar with the calamity of death. The first soul telautograph has been moved to the Holy Land by the Elkadion for research, but the other 2 had still remained on the body of the Lizar while being protected by the Tyradus. And the 2 had injected the poison onto Lizar at the same time. And the great patriarch, Mekito, who had thought that destroying these things would do immediately destroy the one Elkadion, was researching and headed towards the other 2, but was instead assaulted by 2 black Tyradus. He had been able to kill the 2 Tyradus with the strength of the holy artifact, but also died in the process. But Elkadion realized that destroying the telautographs wouldn't do anything, moved the 2 soul telautographs to the Holy Land and researched them in order to move on to the next world. The soul telautograph in front of his eyes was that exact soul telautograph. One was in Arcladieri and the other in the Holy Land. Let's see. He said, I just needed to put the cure in here, right? As he dropped the cure onto the soul telautograph, a sound of activation rang out as a white light exploded out. Soon something white started to spread out from the telautograph and into the Lizar's entire body. Tarahal made a content expression as he looked at this. It's easy. This current work upon the Lizar was too easy. Since the 2 Tyradus had already been killed from the heroic efforts of Mekito. Tarahal started to move towards the other black Gragoses which were approaching them from the distance, but then suddenly stopped. Since his head started to ache the moment he thought of Mekito and the dragon essence blade. The crown of thorns upon his head reddened even deeper as it bore into his head a bit more. At the same time another bit of information flew into his brain. The dragon essence blade is somewhere else. A slightly disturbing sensation was felt inside his head, but Tarahal shook off the sensation. Since the information about the dragon essence blade was much more important than some discomfort. The crown of thorns had informed him that the dragon essence blade upon the soul telautograph was something to distract the invaders just in case. The real one was hidden somewhere else. Tarahal pondered for a moment at the location of the dragon essence blade and then nodded. Good. It felt like our gift was a bit lacking anyway. I should find it and give it to him. Hansu would be shocked as well. Once he received the real one after being dejected by a crappy present. Tarahal finished his thoughts and then flew up upon the golden Akadus with a joyous expression. Chapter 133, Infection, 2. Tadak. Guanye and Nbayaran made welcoming expressions at Hansu who had just arrived. You succeeded. Hansu nodded at Guanye's words as he looked at his surroundings. The damage isn't as great as I thought it would be. The clansmen were laid out in between the destroyed remains of the Akadus and were resting. In one way there had been less casualties thanks to the ones who had betrayed this group and came to him. If those guys hadn't bought time for him from the golden Akadus then he would have had to go against all 12 of them. Then it would have taken much longer to acquire the crown of thorns. Somebody shouted out loudly at Hansu as he arrived. What's going to happen now? Everyone focused on their hearing after the loud shout of the man rang throughout the battlefield. Though they had survived through the danger, not everything had been solved. Hansu shouted out loudly in reply. Don't worry. The problem of the body fluids has been solved. At the moment Hansu shouted. The entire body of Lazar trembled, a perfect timing. At the same time something spread out from the Holy Land and started to extend throughout the surface. A huge wave that was turning the black land white at a rate visible to the naked eye. Hansu nodded as he saw this. Tarahal is doing his job well. Everyone's expressions turned positive at this sight. Since they wouldn't need to worry about the body fluids once this Gragos heals up fully. Though the body fluids won't come out instantly, waiting a few days was a piece of cake. But the man who had shouted out earlier shouted out again as if he wasn't satisfied. I wasn't asking about that. As Hansu gazed at the man shouted out. Even using a skill this time. It seems like the relationship between us and the Akarans isn't that bad. Can't we receive the body enhancement surgery then? They couldn't do anything to the Akarans with strength. Since they had seen it with their own eyes. A single Akaran who flew into the distance with several shining golden Akadus. It seemed like the Silver Army has fallen under the control of the Akarans. But the body enhancement surgery was too enticing for them to give up. Since everyone had seen the Akarans who had smashed through the silver waves before. A vicious amount of strength which came out from their huge bodies. The Akadus, against which they had to use high-level artifacts and skills to destroy, had been smashed apart by those guys with their fists, feet, and crappy weapons. Since it didn't seem like they were on bad terms with the Akarans, it'd be very good for them to receive the body enhancement surgery before going up. Hansu shouted out again in reply. Of course, as much as you want. I never had the thought of taking it all to myself anyway. Everyone's expressions brightened up. But the expressions of Guanye and the others darkened. I expected this already, but only chaos would be created if strength was given to those who couldn't be controlled. Why would a guy, who knew this better than anyone else, make such a choice? But Hansu added another word to the end. Except, it won't be given to anyone. If they gave a large amount of strength to somebody who would act on their own, they would just use that strength for themselves. So he would create a new clan in the Orange Zone. A clan to distribute the responsibility and power properly. Not a clan which moved at the wishes of the clan leader or somebody strong, but a clan which would act according to their laws and rules. They would provide the service of protecting and making the people inside the clan strong, but in return they would need to follow the rules and bear responsibility for the clan. The previous clan leaders Nbayaran, Guanye, and Ariel all made doubtful expressions at those words. Not sure if that'll work. Setting up rules was good. Controlling it wouldn't be hard since the Akadus existed. But a deciding factor was missing. They looked at the mumbling adventurer surrounding them. Quajajajak. Epitros, one of the adventurers who was hunting around the Lazar, spat out onto the ground. Damn. For it to be this hard to kill a wimp like this. Moreover, the sight of the Akarans fighting was still fresh in his mind. And because of this he had even more complaints. Damn it. The Akarans are the ones working this hard, but why is he making the decisions? As Hansu tried to bind them instead of giving it to them for free, it made him feel even angrier. Even the giant clans had failed at controlling all the members in their ranks. They just simply lent the name of the clan to those people. Like a game. Since we have a clan like this as a backer, don't touch us without thinking. And if there was profit they would go along, and if there wasn't then they would just leave. Since there wasn't much attachment to their clan, the clan leader couldn't lay down or implement rules that easily. Since they worried about the countless amount of adventurers, who had been living in freedom until now, just leaving them. But this guy was different. Since he had obtained both the Akadus and the body enhancement surgery into his hands. Don't speak to us, go talk to Hansu. We have nothing to discuss with you. Damn it. He had disregarded speaking to Hansu and had visited the Akarans personally, but the fact that he had been denied made him enraged. These things that I could kill off easily in the past. He couldn't even do anything to the Akarans anymore. Since the silver Akadus were glaring at him from the side. And the clan leaders all went in as well, fucking hell. Hansu had something that people could profit off of, unlike the clan so far, and he even had the strength to suppress and control them properly. Since there was nothing in its way, the clan was expanding at a frightening rate. At that moment Karen, one of his comrades standing next to him, asked Epitros. Hey. How about just going in as well? It didn't seem like most people had a lot of complaints, why do you have so many? You damn bastard. We will become kind little kids if we follow the rules. Do you want to live like that? Karen chuckled at those words. If it was a problem like that then just say it. Do we really need to follow it then? Don't you think that they're expanding too fast? Yeah, that seems to be the case. Epitros mumbled. The clan was very enticing. But the people who had been living in freedom were all joining without a single complaint. What could they do even if they had rules and robots to deter people from breaking the rules? There aren't enough people to monitor everybody. We can just do whatever we want where they can't see us. Nice. Epitros made a very content expression at those words. This seemed to be the case. The final judge of somebody following the rules or not was a person after all. How could a brand new clan be able to raise people who would look over the others that resolutely? Then this becomes much more attractive. Let's have a look then. Epitros, Karen, and the others headed towards the headquarters of the clan which had been built in front of the land which the Akarans called the Holy Land. There's enough body fluids for people to feed themselves. Our power is increasing fast. The search project for the portal is going well too. But controlling them is a bit hard. Guanyi frowned at the countless amount of carrier pigeons that were flying in from all around. The sweet fruit to lure and the whip to control them had been obtained. But the most important thing. The people who would judge whether to give or whip them were extremely lacking. What are your thoughts? This is a critical problem at this rate. The rules not being followed despite them existing was the same as them not being there at all. Since the people will prefer the choice of not following them if they could. Guanyi firmly believed that the environment was the final factor in whether it was 1 person out of 10 that would turn into a thief or 5 out of 10. Tisk. I can't really say anything since he seems busy as well. Guanyi made a discontent expression at Hansu who was moving back and forth between places and preparing a lot of things. Hansu spoke as he looked at Guanyi. You're working very hard, huh? Guanyi replied with a cool expression. If everything goes according to your plan, there wouldn't be a need to do anything anymore. His goal wasn't getting strong. No, that was his goal in the past, but he realized after living without his wife while she was away from him. What the most important thing to him was. A situation where he didn't know what would come to him if he went up. If this place was to calm down, then he would decide to stay here with his wife rather than going up. And would strive his best to keep the peace in this place. But this is not even close to being enough. They had too little manpower. Guanyi asked with a confused expression at first. Why are you trying to give the body enhancement surgery to so many people? Do we really need to go this far? We can just give it to the ones we trust. He was confused as to why this guy was giving out body enhancement surgery even whilst recruiting them. It might be different for people whom he can trust, like the Cross clan, but why was he expanding his strength in such a dumb manner? The difficulty of controlling them had been multiplied by several times thanks to this. And the biggest problem was the flies. Most people were accepting the clan without a problem, but the minority of flies who were just trying to suck out the sweet water and were mixed within the majority was the problem. A negative precedent will remain if they couldn't control such guys properly, but they didn't have nearly enough manpower to filter out such people. Hansu mumbled inwardly at Guanyi's words. Because then we wouldn't be able to fight with the abyss. If there were only humans, then Guanyi's words were right. But he had to prepare for a great war. They would get smashed apart if he only gave strength to those whom he could trust and which he liked. But oh well. There's still a method. Hansu finished thinking and looked towards the worrying Guanyi and spoke. I'll filter them all, so don't worry. I'll start to call out people to help us. Guanyi chuckled. He had long recruited everyone he could trust. Where are they then? Below. What? The moment Hansu finished speaking, he activated his trait, 7 soul fragments. And then connected his soul to the younger Tekkalan who would be in the red zone. It'll be okay for you to send them up since there's enough fluids now. Please send them up. Understood. They're asking that you're making them wait too long despite it being so long not seeing each other's faces. Understood. They're asking why you are making them wait that much despite it being so long not having seen each other's faces. Hansu laughed quietly at the younger Tekkalan's reply and then mumbled. Slowly. 1 step at a time. He would go up once he found the portal. He needed to calm this place down before he went up. Evening. The lake that had been created as a tunnel by the ferry started to shine brightly. Guanyi flinched as he saw this scene. If people from below come up and help. But Guanyi shook his head right away. It's not something that can be solved with 1 or 2 people. We can't do much with your networking. Guanyi frowned and squinted his eyes at the scene in the midst of his speech. It wasn't that 1 or 2 were shining. The thousands of lakes all over the Lizzo were shining. How many are coming up? What the hell have you done below? Guanyi squinted his eyes and made a dumbfounded expression as he saw the scene. Epitros and Karen were scared stiff after reaching the headquarters of the clan in order to gobble up some benefits on the side. Chook 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 chook. Countless amounts of adventurers were coming through the lakes that were connected to the red zone. Unlike the chaotic situation where they all came up of their own volition, the tens of thousands of people were lined up and were marching like an army. I wondered why the newcomers weren't coming up for the past few days. What happened below? Karen frowned. A large-scale controlled movement like this meant that somebody had gobbled up the entire region below. No, just eating it up wouldn't be enough. Karen's brain couldn't comprehend how such a thing was possible. Such a number was abnormal in the first place. And the fact that such a number was being controlled was even more impossible. There was a lot she wanted to ask, but one thing was clear. What are you going to do? Those guys are definitely people the new clan leader guy called up. If those guys all join up, then we won't be able to do anything. Shut up for a moment, I can see as well. Epitros pondered deeply for a moment and then made a decision. Let's not go in. Think about it, people live in the world above as well. The fairies aren't obsessed in killing humans or anything. If it was an environment in which one needed the body enhancement surgery to live, then they would have publicized it themselves already. Well, it's not that we would die by not going in. There was no worry of the Gragos rolling, and there weren't any Margoths either. And the only possible danger, the Akarans, were their allies. Since there was no danger factor, they didn't have a reason to join up. Karen pondered at the rules that had flown into her again and then nodded. No murder allowed. Fair distribution. What fun would there be? Others might be afraid of the lawless otherworld, but she liked it a lot. She didn't want to become a cog by following such rules. As long as nothing major happens, it wouldn't be a problem. The two finished their thoughts as they turned their back to the headquarters and walked away. Chapter 134, Infection, 3. At the moment Epitros and Karen turned around and were about to head towards the hunting grounds. A voice called them out. Hey. Over there. Come here for a bit. MMM. Epitros's guard skyrocketed at the sudden voice that called him out. And even more so after checking the number of those who had walked out from the bushes. There are hundreds of them, why were these guys hiding? The man standing in the front saw Epitros being on guard on them as he spoke out. Don't be so guarded. We're just here for a proposition. Proposition? Yeah, I want to give you guys a chance as well. Then the man standing in the front stared at the headquarters of, with an expression that wasn't quite friendly. Epitros took a glance at the hundreds of people behind the man. Everyone was on guard against each other. Which meant that it hadn't been long since they had met. Which also meant that these people also had received the proposition and gathered. What kind of proposition does he have? Epitros focused and approached the man. So this is what you were counting on. Guanyi muttered as he looked at the countless amount of people swarming in. With this many people they would not need to worry about manpower anymore. And even more so if these guys could be controlled this easily. The woman standing at the very front spoke out as she laughed. It's been a while, Hansu. You're, Hansu, right? Mihi, a college acquaintance whom Hansu had spent the first tutorial stage with, looked at Hansu with a strange expression. Though she had said this, there was no way that she could have forgotten about his face. It was just that his current physique was extremely different from that of her memories. Hansu's physique, which had been like the one of a normal college student, had turned into that of an American football player. Well, this looks much better. She didn't say it out loud, but Mihi's preferences were men who were like beasts. Hansu nodded as he looked at the slightly blushing Mihi. I had some things to do. Are you leading the first team? Mihi nodded. It seems I was quite talented in management. And the other people are the ones who use their strength. I've even brought the one. Hansu nodded at those words. Since the manpower had come up, the process of stabilization will be quickened greatly. Though they were much weaker than the people of the Orange Zone, this wasn't that much of a problem. Since the Akitas are the ones using the strength and these people only needed to be on the lookout properly. And once the temple is fully recovered, then the people who had come up from below would receive the body enhancement surgery first, so it wouldn't be too problematic. The gap between them and the people of the Orange Zone would get shortened in just a bit. Mihi tapped the silver Akitas as if it was very fascinating. These guys will be the ones helping us? Quite a strange thing you've got here. The world tree was fascinating as well, but this was just as fascinating as the world tree. A battle life form that moved on its own. I don't know who made it, but it's really intriguing. At that moment the three silver Akitas which had been standing still made keen noises as they looked at Mihi. Mihi flinched at the sudden movements and backed off. And then asked Hansu. This is safe, right? Guanyi answered instead. It probably is, miss. Since the Akarans left after leaving a bit of authority to Hansu. Tarahal, who had the crown of thorns, had something else to do, so they had left behind an order which said to follow Hansu and then departed. As long as Hansu doesn't go crazy, nothing would happen. The moment Mihi sighed in relief. Pudududuk. A carrier pigeon flew to Guanyi. And Guanyi's expression turned ugly for a moment but then returned back to normal. I'll be right back after I take care of something. Then Guanyi quickly disappeared. Come out. Guanyi, who had arrived at the newly dug ant tunnels within the Lizar, searched for the one who had called him out. Suppressing the rage which made him want to charge at them this instant. At that moment somebody slowly walked out from the darkness. A man who was walking towards him with a mask on. Which bastard is he? It was hard to even see the insides through the eye gaps, as if he had done something to the mask. And he wasn't alone. One of the people who had the mask laughed as they looked at Guanyi. Whoa. Don't come too close. Your wife is held hostage? You didn't get found out, right? As we told you. Guanyi grinned at his teeth as he looked at his wife, who was being held by the man while being unconscious. I seemed quite easy to you, huh? No, not really. Who would find Margot levels to be easy? It was just that you were the only one nearby that we could hold someone hostage against. You know as well that there aren't many people who still have something they hold dear more than their life, right? How did you get through the defenses? The man laughed out loudly at those words. Wahahaha. Do you think that there is only a few people who hate the crazy plan that Hansu guy you're following has? There would be people who would lose out and those who gain things once rules are created. The weaker people who had been suffering would receive great benefits. And the predators would lose out a huge amount since they wouldn't be able to use their strength the way they wanted. And people who Guanyi would trust to guard his wife were of course on the level of the predators. What do you want? Do you think that you can flip the whole situation with me alone? The masked man laughed. No way, I know as well. How could we beat the Akidus? The Akidus were the reason why they couldn't go out and fight. Since the memory of the Akidus which had almost massacred the entire Orange Zone's adventurers was still fresh in their head. Then what do you want? Information. What? Don't play around. The man moved his blade against the neck of his wife, Miyang, a bit closer. And then mumbled. You think we're stupid? Those Akidus things. What is controlling those things? The man had been quite keen of the situation up until this point. The crazy Akidus had been calmed down the moment Hansu and the Akarans arrived somewhere and did something. They didn't just stop and instead followed the orders of the Akarans well and were acting voluntarily. I don't know what it is, but once I can acquire that, then I would be able to get enough power. Power to smash apart Hansu, who was trying to repress them with a huge amount of power that seemed very unfair. No, it would be much more than that. The person with that strength would become a new king. Guanyi quietly looked at the man and then replied. Why are you doing this? Suddenly. The man laughed coldly as he spoke. You don't know? Look at what that crazy bastard is doing. We were living very well. New rules are needed in the new world. We had been living in the other world for over 5 years. This is what is normal and this is the way we should be living. But a bastard who hasn't even been here for a year is trying to train us. Guanyi grinned at his teeth as he spoke. We never told you to join us forcibly. He has the good stuff and is saying that he will only give it to those who follow him. Isn't that trying to train us? Don't people usually do that when they're training dogs? To follow their words since they have something tasty. He's trying to tame a wolf which had been living very well on its own into a dog. Don't we have the right to bite back once at least? Are we in the wrong? Crazy bastard. Whoa, your words are too harsh. The man brought the blade right up to the neck of Guanye's wife. Guanye made a cold expression as he looked at the man. Since that guy was going past the point of no return. I don't know the details either. Only Hansu knows the answer. Kong Hansu. He doesn't tell me everything either. How would I know? I didn't follow him during the battle. The man nodded. But it's clear that he has the method. Why would the Akarans ally with Hansu? They would have no reason to fear Hansu if they had the Akadus. It seems like we need to catch him then. Guanye looked at the man who spoke of this with ease and smirked. Do you think you will be able to accomplish that? He has a new army. The ones who came up from below. He also has the Akadus. The man laughed coldly. Why would he fear the newcomers who had just come up? Though they would be able to work as lookouts, they were just chicks who had just come up from the red zone. We will deal with the Akadus, so. You just do what we ask of you. The Akadus were scary. But once they catch the king called Hansu, then it wouldn't be scary anymore. Hansu would have made his army in the red zone since he wasn't invincible himself. Don't worry that much, Mr. Guanye. There are quite a lot who agree with us. You just need to help us. The people who opposed the change. From the people who had refused to come into the clan to those who were hiding in the clan and were looking for a chance. All of them will participate this time. It'll be an amazing fireworks show. The man laughed beneath the mask. Guanye clenched his teeth but then shook his head. Get lost, you crazy bastard. You think I'm retarded? He didn't even know how many would die if everything went according to the man's plan. And there was no guarantee that his wife would get released. Since they know that they will get killed by Guanye once she was released. And betraying Hansu after this long was a very despicable action. The man just shrugged his shoulders. Too bad. I guess we should just do this our way. Hansu nodded as he looked at the clan that was being organized step by step. I should be able to shorten the time for me to go up quite a lot at this rate. He would be able to filter those who were against him if everything continued at this pace. But it's still slow. It would still take quite a lot of time at this pace. At that moment Guanye's carrier pigeon flew into Hansu. Pudududuk. Come here. I think I found the portal, but it has a strange mechanism. I'm only sending this to you in case you know something about this. Hansu nodded at Guanye's message as he flew towards the direction the carrier pigeon came from. Hansu flew his body to the outskirts of the Lazar and then went into the area where quite a lot of people had been stationed. Quite a few people who used to be in the Rirarari clan and had moved to the Unity clan could be seen. Hansu went past them as he went into a very deep location where Guanye had sent the carrier pigeon from. The moment he stepped into the promised location. Kiiying. Hansu's surrounding space started to crazily distort and twist. Formation. A special orange skill that was hard to acquire. Tens of formations surrounded Hansu. Multiple layers of walls were created as air started to get isolated. Quirrik. The surrounding environment changed instantly. From the back of the Lazar to somewhere very familiar. This place is. Hansu frowned. How is it? A new sensation? We have someone very good at formations on our side. We changed the scene to the most impressive thing you've seen until now. A man looked around as he spoke. Anyways. Was there a place like this in the red zone or the tutorial? The man frowned slightly. Hansu chuckled as he looked at the man. It does feel a bit sensational. The gold dragon tribe's treasure that had allowed him to return to the past. Hansu looked around at the dragon temple where the treasure was located. And at the people who had walked in from all around. Quite a lot for a single person to kill by himself. The man laughed as he looked at Hansu, who was looking around his surroundings. You didn't know we were hiding, right? Hiding one's presence completely is possible if you use formations properly. Try calling the Akadus, it'll only be fun when we have an equal number of people. Hansu took a glance at the formation and then read the mono waves. A formation that clearly showed that they had no intentions of letting him go. They set it up quite well. This wasn't something possible with just a large amount of formations. There was somebody who was very good at controlling the core. He then looked around. Bloodthirst. Hate and rage. Greed. He could understand what their rage and greed was about. I don't think the thing I'm doing is this hateful. Hansu laughed inwardly. The time these guys had been in here was at most 7 years. But they had lived in the real world for at least 20 years. It seems like they had changed quite a lot within those 7 years. Well. It's not that bad. There isn't as many as I thought there would be. What? I thought there would be many more people who hated me than this. I don't think you understand what kind of a situation you're in. The outside should be in a chaotic situation. One of the women who had been standing next to the man walked out and smirked. But mister, is it true that you don't kill anyone? Is that for real? After researching for a bit, it seems that you hadn't killed anyone. Why did you come alone then? Hansu spoke towards the woman. I trust in myself. And that policy changed a bit. What? I changed my policy a few days ago, you see. I feel like I should be a bit more direct. Boom. But why? It's a sneak attack. The moment Hansu was caught in the formation, countless explosions occurred from all around. Boom. Boom. The adventurers who had trusted the Akadus were swept off at the sudden attack of the high-level adventurers. The Akadus would have acted if the adventurers tried to attack the Akaran, but they didn't when they attacked other humans. Since Hansu had locked them in case of excessive repression on the people. The man who had the mask on him made an extremely content expression as he saw the scene from above. I see my orders aren't transmitted that well inside the formation. Hee. Play with them for a bit in there. The man who had abducted Guanye's wife laughed as he looked at the black marble who was made of tens of formation layers in the distance. Quite greedy fellows. People rushed and fought each other and got into the formation after finding out that Hansu had the king's power. It wasn't that weird since the one who finished Hansu off would likely receive it. Well. It doesn't matter who wins. The masked man looked next to him and spoke. Everything going according to plan, right? The tens of formation users all nodded. No matter what happened inside, he couldn't come out. The man spoke with relief. Good, good. Then we will now kill all those pretty ones who came up from below. Resistance means death. Cut off the arms and legs after trapping the head. Since they trapped the one who could order the Akadus would be useless for quite a while. The man sent a message to the formation users. The formation users all nodded. The power of the formation wasn't double just because two formations were layered. Only when the formations are mixed well and synergized would the power increase by numerous times. They had tens of these people. They could trap anybody they wanted. Good. As everything went to his plan, the man made a very content expression. At that moment, doo-doo-doo-dook. The core of the formation the man was looking at, the black marble, suddenly vibrated while making trembling noises. The man frowned as he saw this. I said not to activate it yet. Use it when he weakens a bit more. If it's activated too early then the people inside might all resist together. At that moment the formation users made confused expressions. We didn't do it? What? Kududuk. Yududuk. During the moment the man was shocked, the vibration of the black marble intensified. Motherfucker. Just blow it apart. The moment the man shouted. Crack. A crack appeared on the surface of the madly trembling marble. And a golden light came out from the cracks. And then a huge explosion. Boom. God damn it. The man covered his head with his arms as he cursed out. And Hansu walked out from the exploded marble. No, he wasn't the only one who had come out from the marble. Wayayak. One of the formation users screamed as he looked at the thousands of pieces of body parts. The man grinned at his teeth as he looked at that. You crazy bastard. Did you really kill that many people? The man mumbled as he looked at Hansu walking out. I didn't come unprepared, you see. Hansu calmed down as he looked around. A sea of flames. The casualties were increasing due to the sudden attacks. Hansu stared at the man in front of him who was looking at him in confusion. A fly. Just a fly. These guys were just flies, as Guanyi said, and worried about. Things which would land upon a normal piece of meat, lay eggs and make it rot so others wouldn't be able to eat it. Infinite possibilities of humans. I don't know about that shit. The important thing was that he would be able to unify everyone much faster once he dealt with these guys. And the fact that the people for which he would have needed to spend a huge amount of time to filter out had all come out like this. Everything will be done very quickly, huh? The man looked at Hansu with a fearful expression but then laughed confidently as if he had thought of something. There are quite a bit of your friends who we have caught while you were in there. You should think of your friends. Can I kill them all then? Hansu had raised them carefully below. And he was quite friendly with the woman in front of him. He should at least have a bit of feelings about them. Can you really throw away that many people's lives? Hansu laughed maniacally as he looked at the man. Don't decide things too quickly. What? You can decide after you see what happened to the others. Kwajaduduk. Wayayak. Look carefully and decide. Hansu grasped the neck of one of the formation users next to the man in an instant, looked at the man and mumbled. Chapter 135, Infection, 3. Kwajaduduk. Q. Guanyi, who had been laid out on the ground after having been turned into a mess, tiredly shook his head as he heard something breaking apart. The sound of the person guarding him getting smashed away. Guanyi spoke with a dumbfounded expression after finding out the identity of the originator of the sound after raising his head. It ended, huh? The silver Akadus covered the skies as they were suppressing and capturing the people who participated in the event. Guanyi, who had been looking at the scene in front of him which reminded him of the blade of judgment that reprimanded the sinners, stared at Hansu who had appeared in front of him to rescue him. This quickly. It hadn't been long since those guys had started moving around in order to cause the damage. What happened to the hostages they had? Did they all die? Though it hadn't been that long, it was more than enough to capture hostages. Hansu replied in a simple manner. The really important ones aren't useful as hostages anyway. One couldn't use somebody who they knew were important as hostages. Since they knew what would be coming their way when something happened to those hostages. The wrong move of this event's mastermind was the reality that they couldn't change that fact. Guanyi quietly mumbled in reply. That's only possible because it's you. What Hansu had done was only possible when one could smash apart their enemy's whole. Since I rescued you, I'll leave the cleanup job to you. I'm not really good at these things. Destroying the one who caused the chaos and cleaning up the chaos were two completely different things. Guanyi hugged his wife, who had been kept here along with him, lifted her while clenching his teeth and then made a strange expression after seeing that nobody was behind Hansu as he asked him. Did you come and rescue me first? What about that cute lady who came up from below? Hansu replied in a simple manner as he turned around. Someone of your caliber is very precious. You're one strange fellow. Guanyi made a strange expression after feeling a very peculiar sensation rising up from deep within him from Hansu's words. He then spat out a few words while gazing at Hansu. The Gragos has been cured, you've gained the body enhancement surgery. Are you going up now? This single blow was very large. They would be able to work without any collisions from this point on. Hansu nodded at Guanyi's words and spoke. After solving one more thing. I'll go up right after that. It won't take long. Guanyi made a confused expression as he looked at Hansu who was about to set off. What's left? Hansu cracked his neck. There's another fellow who worries me a bit. Someone who wasn't in the memory crystal but had caused the final thing that happened to Tarahal. Shall I start preparing then? The ones who we caught this time would be very helpful. As I expected, it's a huge drain on my stamina. It's not easy to handle these guys. Tarahal held onto his aching head after having inserted the cure in the final Gragos. The crown of thorns above his head to be precise. Well. It's all done at least. Tarahal mumbled quietly after kicking away the Tyradus which had been shredded apart at the hands of the golden Akadus. And since all the Gragos had been cured, the urgent fire had been extinguished. Since these things won't charge at Lazar to gobble him up anymore. My god. Does this make me the new great patriarch then? Though his head hurt, his mind was full of excitement. Since he had accomplished the task of finding their holy land where they had been away from for hundreds of years and had saved the Akarans with his own hands. Shall I go get the dragon essence blade then? Damn, for it to be this hard to get a simple present for a friend. According to the crown of thorns, the dragon essence blade was in the deepest part of this place, the dragon-shaped Gragos. It wasn't weird for it to be here. Since this was the Gragos with the second largest colony after the one on the Lazar. If the Lazar was the capital city, then this place had the qualifications to be called the second capital. Tarahal touched his aching head and then lead the golden Akados into the deep regions of the Gragos. Tarahal walked in a manner as if he was spellbound for a while with the crown of thorns upon his head, and then walked into the temple located deep within the Gragos. And then opened a hidden space inside that temple. Rumble. A very small piece of bone appeared from within that space. A dagger which looked extremely puny and crappy even in comparison to what Hansu had gained. But Tarahal knew the moment he saw it. The aura that had remained despite hundreds of years of time having passed, the energy that was in it. This was the real one. This was the holy artifact handed down over generations of Akarans, the... Tarahal raised the dragon essence blade very carefully as if he was dealing with Mekido, the great patriarch. The strength to smash a Tyradus is in here. Tarahal mumbled. Black Tyradus. A powerful entity that could only be balanced when 3 of the golden Akadus charged at it. The moment one puts this inside their body, they will gain the strength to even smash apart the black Tyradus. Tarahal, who had been gazing at the dragon essence blade in a daze, chuckled as he brought it towards his inner pockets. Since this was a present for his friend. Where would I even use this? At that moment. Phuik. Tarahal made a confused expression as he stabbed the dragon essence blade onto his body. Why did I stab this into my body? Tarahal realized something was wrong as he looked at his right arm that had stabbed the dragon essence blade onto his body without his control and tried to pull the blade back out. But it was too late. Quararurark. The dragon essence blade made crackling noises, broke apart into thousands of fragments and then bore into Tarahal's body. The bright marbles that were inside the dragon essence blade, which had broken apart into thousands of fragments, started to get larger and larger as they covered Tarahal's body patch by patch. Crack. Crackle. The skeletal structure changed as a whole due to the dragon essence blade, and the essence that came out from it restructured every corner of his body. A tremendous amount of strength which overflowed from his body. Though he should be happy as a warrior, he was not. This fucking body. By itself. Roar. Tarahal's roar resonated throughout the entire temple within the Gragos. Tarahal realized where all this change originated from in an instant and quickly grasped a hold of the crown of thorns upon his head. And then started to tear it up. Quay. Snap. Snap. Even the crown of thorns, which had bored deep within his head, couldn't handle the strength of Tarahal, which had been greatly enhanced due to the dragon essence blade. But at this moment a different train of thought came into Tarahal's mind. If I take this off, then who will control the Akadus? And what about the humans and the Akarans who are with them? He could only ponder. Since a massacre would happen. And the sensation he could feel from the crown of thorns which was boring into his head was not that of hostility. Desperation. Desperation about something. Tarahal knew what the sensation was. Feelings about one's race. Desperation about the Akarans. Tarahal flinched at the extremely familiar feeling which he had carried for hundreds of years. Then got curious. Who is it that is this desperate? But then Tarahal knew the answer in an instant. Ah. A nostalgic name. The moment he realized who it was. Tarahal gave up resisting as he handed over his body to the one boring in from the crown of thorns. Quajadudk. In that moment where he stopped, the newly grown crown of thorns bored into Tarahal's head again. Squirm squirm. Tarahal's entire body constantly changed from the dragon essence blade, and his head got covered by the crown of thorns. When every movement stopped and quietness filled up the temple. Tarahal opened his eyes again. And made an extremely confused expression. Why am I here? I should be in the abyss. Tarahal's soul which had fallen into slumber. And her own soul which had pushed Tarahal's soul out. Tarahal made an extremely confused expression at the body, and he touched around his entire body. Crown of thorns. And the dragon essence blade. These two things were definitely things she had arranged and left behind. But this shouldn't have happened. No matter what. I don't understand. Tarahal searched around his memories as he found someone inside his memories. A person who caught the eye in an instant. Kong Hansu. This person may know something. Kiyayaing. Tarahal got atop of the golden Akadus and flew towards the Lazar. Hansu looked at the golden Akadus flying towards him from the distance. Hansu, who had been gazing at the golden Akadus, looked around his surroundings. There weren't many people. Since there were only people who could fight against the golden Akadus and stood at the peak of the powerhouses upon the Gragos. Those below the Margoth levels would only increase the damage anyway. But there were others than the Margoth levels as well. A very special group. Hansu spoke towards them. Prepare. At those words the formation users, who had barely survived from the mass massacre, all nodded. Not a single bit of resistance was shown. Since they had seen what that man did with just his body. The man who was covered from head to toe with scales as if they had the armor of a heavenly god. When they had first seen him, the aura and pride radiating from him was so huge that they felt like the villains. But they knew now. Evil god. He's an evil god. The man who had massacred until the golden scales got dyed in crimson. The formation users clenched their teeth, tied and mixed up numerous formations and prepared the formation they had created earlier. Soon the golden Akadus and Tarahal got close enough to the point where they could see them. Along with the larger and redder crown of thorns upon the head of Tarahal. As I expected. Hansu activated the soul fragment just in case. Just to check if the soul fragment within Tarahal's soul worked. But Tarahal, who was flying in from the distance, didn't even budge. No, it wasn't that the soul fragment wasn't working properly. It was just that Tarahal's soul, in which he had implemented the soul fragment, was no longer the owner of that body. The one controlling that body was somebody else. Hansu ruthlessly looked at Guan Ye after confirming the situation and spoke. Tell the others to smash everything. Everything. Yeah. Every remaining Akadus. Damn, this is a huge waste. Don't worry about it. We can always make more. This wasn't time to be frugal. If that guy flying in from the distance had strange thoughts, then the calamity of the past will happen all over again. Guan Ye nodded as he started to send carrier pigeons into all directions. Soon small and large sounds of destruction rang throughout the Lazar. Boom. Clang. Sounds of the silver Akadus, who had been standing calmly and upholding the peace, getting destroyed. Thankfully the others caused a ruckus. Hansu mumbled inwardly. Controlling the rules will be much harder without those things. But since he had lured out the ones who would cause trouble once already, the next waves would be much weaker. Hansu gazed at Tarahal, who had gotten quite close to him, and then suddenly shouted at the formation users. Now. Trap us all in there. At those words the formation users activated the Black Jade. Koong. Space distorted as it took in Hansu and the other Margoth levels near him. Along with Tarahal and the golden Akadus. There might be some hidden Akadus, so disconnect everything from the outside and deal with it from the inside. But surprisingly Tarahal didn't respond at all as he obediently came into the formation. Koong. A scene appeared within the vast white space which had no decorations whatsoever. The scene of the 10 golden Akadus, Tarahal, and Hansu's group. But Tarahal didn't do anything. Tarahal moved the Akadus back a bit as he smiled, looked at Hansu and moved his mouth. I have no thoughts of hostility. Kong Hansu. Can we talk by ourselves? There's nothing much I can do in a situation like this. And I have so many things I'm curious about. Hansu nodded at those words. They spoke only by moving the mouth so others couldn't hear. Sure. There's a lot of things we need to talk about, Elkadion. The change which had occurred due to the crown of thorns and the memory crystal. Who else would it be other than the one who made it? Hansu shrugged his shoulders and looked at the savior of the Akarans who had borrowed Tarahal's body, Elkadion. Chapter 136, Elkadion, 1. Enbyaran braced herself after seeing the people in the distance. Since she knew what kind of strength the Akadus had. And it wasn't the Tarahal of the past. He came back as a monster. What the hell did he pick up out there? While Enbyaran was confused, the 4 other pillars of Akaran made distressed expressions. Since they knew the reason of that strength. Dragon Essence Blade. How does Tarahal have the Dragon Essence Blade? The people could only feel tense. But contrary to the worries of the people around him, the two's conversation actually flowed quite peacefully. Hansu and Elkadion grabbed each other's hand as they communicated. With the special language of the Akaran race that sent messages using muscles. Elkadion laughed as she spoke. Insurance. Just in case, for those who had left. Soul Telautograph. Elkadion, who had been making the Crown of Thorns and the Akadus with the information within it, found out about a special power of the Crown of Thorns. The power to summon the soul of somebody of one's choosing. Then Hansu made a confused expression. At least such information wasn't listed in the memory crystal Hansu read. At those words Elkadion laughed and spoke. That's what I want to ask. The fact that I'm here is something unbelievable. Elkadion had roamed around the abyss for quite a long time. The extremely vicious and dangerous land that was beyond human imagination. And Elkadion had created the memory crystal and left behind all her memories as insurance just in case. She wanted to put in the location of the Crown of Thorns as well as the mana code for controlling it. So if Hansu had obtained her memory crystal, then the fact that she was here wasn't impossible. But there was a reason why she was completely baffled. Since Hansu obtaining her memory crystal was impossible. Elkadion looked at Hansu with a meaningful smile. You see, I haven't even made the memory crystal yet. I've only made plans for it. She had only made the plans, she hadn't even started to make the memory crystal. But she was here. Elkadion thought of a lot of possibilities that would explain this current situation. But no conclusions were made. If she were to exclude one very impossible hypothesis. A person who had obtained the Crown of Thorns with the memory crystal that I had only planned but hadn't actually made. I've thought of a lot of possibilities, but there is only one that could make sense with my imagination. This man had obtained the memory crystal that she hadn't even made. And had summoned her. Elkadion relayed her hypothesis to Hansu. With an expression of utter disbelief. Did you perhaps come from the future? Using the treasure of the dragon tribe that was only told as a legend, the space-time crystal. What the hell happened? Did everything work out? The conversation ended and the formation was released. Guan Ye, who had been gazing at Elkadion who was leaving along with the Akarans, asked Hansu who was walking towards him. And Hansu nodded at those words. For now. He had told her that they couldn't speak about the abyss. I thought as much. I shall keep the fact that you came to the past as a secret then. Anyway. You must be quite tired. It seemed like Elkadion, who was looking at him in such a way as if she was asking if he wasn't lonely, knew what he was doing here. Well anyway, for a warrior that could slay the dragon race to come back. The humans who have you as their leader are very lucky. I believe we can become very good allies. An extremely courteous tone of speech. Hansu realized something from this. A leader, huh? Hansu knew. When one roamed around the abyss for a long time, a certain idea gets unconsciously nailed into one's mind. Are you really Elkadion? The priestess, Odion, asked Tarahal who had finished talking with Hansu and had approached her. It wasn't just Odion. All the Akarans who were rebuilding things in the Holy Land had gathered around Elkadion. In order to meet their hero who had left in order to save them but had now returned. Elkadion looked at the surrounding Akarans and smiled as she nodded. I am. Dear Lord. The priestess, Odion, and everyone else made expressions of utter disbelief. For such a character, whom they had so revered, to appear in front of their eyes. My return here is also a gesture of the gods. To recover the Akarans. Elkadion looked extremely confident. The main reason for this was because Elkadion had been the best researcher as well as a pioneer even before she had left. And that Elkadion gained countless unimaginable amounts of new information as well as saw marvelous sights that could only exist within dreams. In the current head of Elkadion, countless plans and methods for the Acarans were stacked up. And she was really looking forward to put them in motion. What are your plans? O mighty Elkadion? Odion carefully asked Elkadion. And Elkadion made a slightly dejected expression as she answered. Well, my actual goal was the cure of the Gragos. Odion flinched at those words. Since the endeavor to cure the Gragos had already been completed. Elkadion made an amused expression at Odion's reaction as she continued to speak. I know that it has already been completed. I had roamed all around the outside world for this and it does feel a bit in vain. Odion and all the other Acarans now looked at Elkadion with complex expressions. Elkadion and the 13 pilgrims had given up everything they had and embarked on a harsh journey to solve the Acarans' problems. But how would they feel if the problem had already been solved when they returned? Elkadion took note of their reactions as she continued to speak. Don't make such expressions, everyone. Isn't it good that we can go straight to the next stage since the Gragos are all cured? Everyone looked at Elkadion with confused expressions at those words. Next stage. For another stage to exist after healing the holy beast, Lazar, and removing its suffering. Elkadion made a benevolent expression as she spoke. I've realized something much more important while roaming the outside world. No, should it be called a new goal instead? Marvels and wisdom wasn't the only thing she had seen in the outside world. Danger. A tremendous amount of danger that nothing else could compare to. Them, the Acarans, were mere frogs trapped in a well. Elkadion gazed upon everyone as she made a resolution. That she would not be satisfied with just the body enhancement surgery and the Akadus. That she would need to raise up much more strength for the collision against the races she had seen that could happen at any time. Elkadion pointed at the humans. Look at them. It hasn't even been 10 years since they started to improve in strength. But there are those among them who can even kill Margoths. If we, the Acarans, are satisfied with our current situation then we may get beaten at any time. Odion was shocked as she slowly and cautiously spoke out. Oh Elkadion, those are not our enemies. Ha ha ha. I'm just saying it as an example. I also believe that we need to keep a good relationship with the humans. But we shouldn't lose out in strength, right? We Acarans have much more potential than them, since I am here now. The Acarans made strange expressions at the confident words of Elkadion. Since it was a bit different from the Elkadion of the past which they knew. The part where she emphasized getting stronger wasn't the weird part, since she had always claimed that weakness was the greatest enemy of peace. But the way she was saying it was different this time. While Odion was gazing at Elkadion. ALLA, the priestess in training, carefully asked Elkadion while staring at her. Then what is going to happen to the first pillar, Tarahal? Is he gone? Elkadion made another benevolent smile as she shook her head. No, he is merely asleep within me. But it seems like the one you need right now is me. Do not worry. Once I hand over all the wisdom and plans I have gained to you then I'll just fall back asleep. Since you are the ones who will lead us in the next generation. Elkadion then spoke out loudly to every Acaran around her. Let's hurry and rebuild the great temple first. It would be better the faster we do it. Yes, O holy Elkadion. The Acarans shouted out loudly in unison after having met their great leader and spread out in all the corners of the Holy Land. Elkadion stood at the highest point of the Holy Land and stared at the great temple that was being rebuilt at a tremendous pace. And at the humans who were constantly building their camps. It's nice here. The Lazar that she had returned to after a very long time was too peaceful. And even more so compared to the hell-like environment of the abyss that she had been in the day prior. Elkadion woke herself up the moment she felt like she was going to get complacent and refocused. No, it'll be bad if I become like that as well. Peace was very good for the warriors. And because of this they had to maintain it as best as they could and she needed to do everything she could in order to maintain the peace. Tekalan looked at Elkadion with a strange expression. She didn't really like high places in the past. But Tekalan shook his head. Hundreds of years was more than enough time for anything to change completely. But the tiny amount that Elkadion had changed was enough for anybody to say that she hadn't changed at all. As if Elkadion had felt Tekalan's gaze, she straightened herself and asked about what she had heard earlier. You said that there was a thing called the World Tree in the world you had gone to, right? That it could multiply the numbers of a race very quickly. Tekalan nodded. Yes, O holy Elkadion. The world is large and there are a lot of magnificent things. Is there no way of bringing that World Tree over to this world? Tekalan made a bitter smile at those words. If it was possible then I would have brought it here already. The World Tree can only live in that world. Pity. Elkadion made an extremely sad expression. Having a lot in numbers was a very good thing. The crustacean race of the abyss who laid 2,000 eggs at a time and only took 4 days to grow into an adult, the Dechuals, would destroy the enemy's entire land even if one of their immeasurable amount of numbers had gotten killed by that enemy. Elkadion finished her thoughts and looked at the human territory in the distance with a jealous expression. Humans were endlessly coming out from beneath the lake. And those humans were killing the beasts that were crawling out from the Gragos and were constantly getting stronger by gobbling up the runes. The Acarans were stronger than humans for now. Since they had the Akadus and the body enhancement surgery. But this gap would close up and that was not very far in the future. Since we supply them with the body enhancement surgery for the alliance they would close the gap even faster. God is really unfair. Why doesn't God give us a chance to get strong like that? Elkadion mumbled inwardly. Weakness was a sin and the chance to get stronger was a blessing in itself. Those who haven't been to the abyss do not know the truth. Elkadion was actually a bit unsatisfied with the current speed of progress. There was no urgency within the minds of the Acarans. The Gragos was no longer in existence they feared and had turned into a motherly land which supported them like in the past. And there wasn't much to say about the Margoths. The Acarans sang songs blessing the peace and raised flags praising Elkadion. This is all because they do not know about the world called the abyss. Elkadion felt a chill run down her back after thinking about the powerful races that lived in that place as she shook her head. This won't do. The time of the Great War where Mekido had led them was not like this. Their race had done everything in their power to survive and get stronger, so they had gotten strong very quickly. The body enhancement surgery and the Akidus wouldn't have been made if they weren't desperate from the battles. As I expected, the only person who can really understand me is Hansu. He is the only one. He knows about everything. She could see with just a single glance that he was preparing all he could for the abyss. He's working really hard. He should be very lonely. Would a person be lonely even if their entire race was next to them? Elkadion could confidently say out loud that it was possible, one could still be lonely with their entire race next to them. Since she was like that currently. She had met countless people from her race and the loneliness she had felt down to her bones had disappeared in an instant. But only for a moment. The loneliness had returned to Elkadion. They couldn't see the same things and walk on the same road as her despite being next to her. She couldn't discuss things with them even if they wanted to. And something else that hadn't existed when she had been roaming in the abyss currently pushed down on her. Responsibility. Not knowing is not a sin. I must lead my race. I must train them to be more powerful. Elkadion mumbled. Hansu was the only person thinking along the same path as her. I must go and talk a bit more with him. It seemed like there was a lot he hadn't told her yet. Well, it was the same for her too. Elkadion got up and headed towards Hansu. Chapter 137, Elkadion, 2. Hansu stared at the human territory that was settling at a rapid pace from the headquarters of which was in front of the Holy Land. Not having the Akidus wasn't much of a problem. Since the story of those who had rebelled spread out from person to person. Good. Anyways, I wonder where the hell that portal is. Hansu frowned slightly due to the portal which hadn't been found despite them searching all around the lizard. The fairy wouldn't have put the portal inside the mouth of the lizard that was gulping down the lava even as a joke. Since they had some common sense at least. It should be somewhere reachable but it won't come out. But Hansu put away his worries for now. It would be found sooner or later since the Akidus and the humans were searching for it together. Even if the lizard was extremely vast, it would be hard to hide from the eyes of the supernatural beings who could see things from 1,000 miles away. Hansu looked towards Guanyi, who was constantly sending out carrier pigeons, and asked. It seems something good has happened. Anybody would realize it? Since his expression was too happy for him to be sending messages about work. Guanyi nodded. My wife is pregnant. What good news. Congratulations. Hansu nodded his head. Birth was possible in the other world. They, who had reached the levels of superhumans, could find out even if a woman was only a week into the pregnancy. He must be thinking about his daughter. Though it was news that deserved congratulations, Guanyi's expression was a bit bitter as he spoke. Guanyi looked at Hansu who was staring at him and spoke after changing his expression. I won't lose it no matter what this time. Anyways, there was something I wanted to ask. Is the current situation really fine? Guanyi asked with a worried expression. All of Guanyi's recent inquiries was focused in one area. The race of the Akarans. It's extremely unstable. Could we really call this an alliance? He wasn't worrying about useless things because of his child and his wife. Since the problem could be seen in his eyes while observing the entire lizard as his job. The current alliance was very ill-formed. An alliance cannot be held together with just trust. Of course trust was the basis for an alliance. Guanyi wasn't worried about this. But trust was like a bridge made from hay, extremely hard to create and maintain, but falling out was easy and would only take a moment. Trust wasn't enough to support an alliance. We don't have the two most important things for an alliance. A need for the other. And a way to deter the other. There was a lack of this in between the Akarans and the humans. No, it was actually the humans that were at a disadvantage. The Akarans don't really need us. And we don't have a way to deal with them right now or anything. On the other hand, the humans really needed the Akarans and they clearly had a way of dealing with them. Since the Akidus and the body enhancement surgery were both in the hands of the Akarans. This current situation was the same as placing their lives in their hands. The Akarans could engage in a war against them and not lose out on anything. The chances of this happening were very low since the laws of the Akarans valued trust highly and clearly treated their saviors properly, but how could he feel at ease when their lives were in the hands of the other? At that moment, a powerful voice was heard from behind. Along with a very mannerful tone befitting of the voice. It's a bit depressing if you can't trust me that much. Then how about trusting your leader instead of me? Who's leader? Did we have a vote? Guanyi grumbled at Elkadian's voice. Damn. I didn't even feel any presence. For there to be such a large difference in strength. The Tara Hall of the past was at the same level as him. But Elkadian, who had eaten up the thing called the Dragon Essence Blade, had risen to the point where he couldn't be compared to her anymore. Only someone like Hansu could maybe contend in a 1 versus 1 situation. Even that couldn't be guaranteed. Since Hansu and Elkadian both were much stronger than him. The weak could not judge the strong. Elkadian approached him and smiled while speaking. I'm very sorry, but could you leave us alone for a moment? There are a few things we need to talk about. Pushing me away, huh? Whatever, have fun playing together. Guanyi grumbled as he walked outside. He wouldn't be able to understand them anyway if they started to use their strange methods. As Guanyi walked out, Elkadian spoke towards Hansu. It's better to send him off in order to speak freely. Since the topic about the abyss may come up. Elkadian finished speaking and then touched the surroundings. Wee-ying. 4 translucent crystals floated up into the air and soon those crystals created a barrier that stopped sound from escaping past them. Her formation techniques are incomparably better than Odion's. Hansu praised her in his mind. It was almost at the level of a skill at that point. Elkadian spoke towards Hansu. First of all, I apologize about the Dragon Essence Blade. I didn't make the memory crystal yet, but if everything went according to my plans, then the Dragon Essence Blade should have been the reward. As Hansu nodded, Elkadian continued to speak. I cannot give you the Dragon Essence Blade for now. Since there are things I must do for my race as well and I need the Dragon Essence Blade to sustain my body. But a promise is a promise. I am willing to give you a reward that you would definitely be satisfied with. Elkadian laughed quietly. Hansu, you would definitely be satisfied with this. Instead of a treasured sword, I shall give you 10,000 spears. All creatures created by God wanted themselves to get strong. Since an eternal ally didn't exist, they would prefer to have one treasured sword for themselves instead of giving 10,000 spears out to their allies. This was also the only way to survive in the abyss. But Hansu would be different. Since he was like her. I hope you are interested in history. Do you know how this world was created? No I don't. Follow me. Let me guide you to the forbidden area of the Great Temple. Forbidden area of the Great Temple. A place where only Karbana, the previous great priest who had died in the hands of Hansu, could enter. The entire history of the Akarans was written and kept in this place. Since one of the most important jobs of the great priest was to record the Akarans' history and relaying it to the next great priest, so that the other patriarchs and the priests don't make the same mistake as them, there would probably a lot of curses written down. The previous great priest, Karbana, didn't really have a positive view of us, you see. Hansu shrugged his shoulders at those words. Wasn't it a place where only the great priest could enter? It seems I've even written down about that in the memory crystal, huh? Anyways, since there are no great priests, wouldn't that mean that I'm the great priestess? I'm thinking of taking the spot of great patriarch as well. Elkadion spoke out confidently and walked towards the temple. As Hansu and Elkadion walked towards the great temple, the crystals and the soundproof barrier floated around them and followed them. She deserves to be confident. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the expressions of the Akarans who were staring at Elkadion after having entered the Holy Land. And soon a giant white lake appeared in front of their eyes. A giant underground lake where the essence of the Lazar was gathered in. Along with the giant orb-like structure floating above it with a radius of a kilometer or so. The giant structure was constantly sucking up the essence of the Lazar and tried its best to restore its original functions. It seemed to have gained back most of its functions as it scanned Elkadion and Hansu who were approaching it with a white light. Kurururu. And as if it allowed them in trance, a white bridge crossed over the lake towards them. Hansu and Elkadion continued into the sphere after crossing the bridge. Kurururu. White guards that seemed to be made from the bones of the Margot ruthlessly raised their blades up against the intruders but instantly calmed down after feeling the waves radiating out from Elkadion. And soon they reached a giant door in the deepest part of the temple. Elkadion opened the door. Kurururu. A giant room was located behind the door. Elkadion pointed towards the giant black boulder that was located in the center of the white room. A giant cube of which the sides reached over 100 meters in size. Let me introduce this to you. This is the obsidian we wrote our history on. It's a bit big, right? This is why all the great priests need to have good stamina. You would need to climb at least 100 meters to read this, as you see. Elkadion touched the tremendous amount of white thumb-sized letters written down in the giant black stone and then looked towards Hansu. There is information for our and your race written in here which will be your gift. Something that would give you a new form of strength. Elkadion laughed as she spoke. Guanye went to find Enbyaran who was busy managing the entire Lazar along with him. Are you busy? Let's have a talk for a moment. Enbyaran, who had been in a chaotic rush due to organizing and distributing the countless amounts of new people, looked at Guanye with a blunt expression as she replied. What is it? Enbyaran didn't really have a good opinion of Guanye. Since this guy was the person who hid the criminal Kale Dawson, who had caused a crime against her sister, and who had been able to raise his own strength thanks to the protection of the Rirarari clan. Why would she be on good terms with him when he had gone against her openly from the start? She was only holding it in since her and Guanye's position were not that low for them to bicker over such things. As the United Clan was being controlled by Guanye and Enbyaran who had led the top two strongest clans, the Cross Clan and Rirarari. If the two of them fight then it wouldn't just end as individual battles. Guanye went straight to the point. Since she would understand. This cannot continue this way. We need to create a way to deal with them. Something the Akarans would need that they could offer and a way to deal with them. There was nothing the humans could give to the Akarans for them to feel as if they needed the humans. Maybe if a common enemy existed. And because of this they needed a deterrent for the alliance to be stable. Enbyaran realized what he was saying instantly. Creating a method of deterring them is provoking them in itself. Do you think that the USA kicked the asses of those who tried to create nuclear weapons for fun? We can do it secretively. It's just in case of the worst scenario. You don't trust the Akarans? Guanye shook his head. No, personally I trust in the Akarans. There is a much higher chance of a problem occurring because of the humans than the Akarans causing trouble. Then do you not trust Hansu? One of the main reasons why they hadn't tried to create a deterrent was because they trusted Hansu. Since they knew that Hansu wouldn't create a strange alliance such as this without any plans. Guanye shook his head again. No, I trust Hansu as well. And you're trying to create a deterrent despite that. Guanye clenched his teeth. I trust Hansu and the Akarans. But I do not trust myself. Guanye trusted the Akarans as well as Hansu. Since the trust they had shown him until now was enough at least. Now Guanye wasn't sure about himself. Can I really say my personal opinions of trusting the Akarans and Hansu is the correct choice? To the point of risking all these human lives? Tisk. Enbyaran didn't rebuke Guanye's words and instead just clicked her tongue. Guanye continued to speak. I always thought that the people saying their nuclear weapons were for a defensive purpose was all bullshit. But I can really empathize with them now. Nuclear weapons were for cowards. And Guanye decided to agree that he himself was a coward. Since the peace that they were tasting after a very long time within this damned other world was too sweet. He was afraid of this peace breaking apart. Please help me. We're only preparing it. And if you use this for yourself then, it wouldn't end at you. I'm going to shred your whole family. He wasn't the only one with beloved and precious friends and family. If something goes wrong then it would be another huge battle. Guanye nodded while looking at Enbyaran who was threatening him with a vicious expression. Don't worry. Maybe because Guanye was answering in a straightforward manner, Enbyaran calmed down and then stuck out her cheek. Guanye stared at this and spoke. What do you want me to do? Smack me once before you go. I threatened your family so I deserve it? Keep it. If everything goes according to plan, then I'll smack you at that time. And how dare you try to end it with just a single slap? Fuck. Byron frowned as she quickly moved away. Opposite from Guanye's direction. Reincarnator, Chapter 138, Elkadion, 3. Hansu followed Elkadian's guidance as he read the history written down on the giant black box. A history that was composed of war, battles and a struggle for survival. It was already this much when only the impactful events had been written down. It should be at least over 1,000,000 years. Hansu found out the true purpose of the Historon after a brief reading period. There are quite a lot of explanations about the army and tactics. Elkadion nodded at those words. Historon. The record of the history of war. At the same time the information was recorded, the method of creating the tools of war that had been used was recorded as well. The scent that activated the berserk mode for the Ikaran and the scent that made the Margoths go insane were among these as well. Information that was so dangerous that it was only written on the Historon and only the great priest and a few other chosen priests could read it. Elkadion laughed as she saw this. It's funny, right? We wrote our people's history of war and battle upon the Historon in order to not make the same mistakes. Of course this Historon is now filled with tactics and methods for war. Is this the gift for us? Elkadion shook her head. No way. Though it's very effective, it is too dangerous. And all the methods here are a tier below the body enhancement surgery and the Akadus in terms of effect anyway. Elkadian's words were full of pride. She had the rights to though, since she had created something that had exceeded the legacy of all her ancestors with her own hands. It seems there's more. I should read a bit more. Hansu suddenly frowned after reading for a while longer. A whole section of the Historon had been erased. Well, it was rather destroyed to the point beyond recognition. As if it was done so something couldn't be seen. Elkadion laughed as she saw this. You're curious, right? As to what was written there, right? Well, I only learned of it while I roamed the abyss. But Hansu shook his head. Since he could guess to a degree. The Historon was full of the history of war and the methods used in it. It was written on the Historon. And it had then been destroyed. Which meant that there was only one possibility. What kind of methods were written down on this? Something that the war race of the Ikarans, who had even left the berserk scent written down, had deemed too dangerous. The ancient Ikarans had created such a method. Elkadion laughed. You already know it? You're probably quite familiar with it. Hansu stared at the laughing Elkadion and opened his mouth. The soul telautograph was something that your ancestors created. Correct. Well, the original use for it was not sending souls. It wasn't even created for war. It was actually created to receive souls. Elkadion started to talk about the soul telautograph in much more depth. Thousands of years before Elkadion, the land above the Gragos was much more primitive. Well, the methods and technology for battle had been quite advanced due to the history of struggle, but the Ikarans' culture had been much more primitive. They didn't have temples or priests. Shamanism with shamans as the core had been spread far and wide between the Ikarans. That is clearly recorded upon the Historon. It seems a tremendous genius had appeared during this time. This is my thoughts, but that person was likely much more superior to me in terms of talent. Since they had thought of creating such a thing with their technology. That person's name was probably written on the destroyed section over there. Elkadion suddenly gazed at the soul telautograph that had been moved into the temple. A clunky machine-like capsule. It was a piece of work that couldn't be found anywhere else in the Ikarans' history. Since the Ikarans were much more advanced in genetics than in machinery. Elkadion suppressed the rising jealously and continued to speak. Anyway, that person of the past had thought that sending away a soul of a valiant warrior into the sky was too regrettable. I would have felt the same way as well. The high-level Ikaran warriors who had been reinforced through war and battle. Someone who had thought that their experiences and knowledge disappearing with their death was too wasteful created a machine by combining their talent along with their shamanism power. A machine that had been created to pull back the souls of the warriors who had left behind their bodies and gained their rights to live alongside the gods. Well, it was a huge failure in terms of results. Though the idea was very good, the technology of that time wasn't as advanced as that of now, no matter how much of a genius that person was. The biggest problem was energy. It was extremely inefficient, you see. The soul telegraph used up a huge amount of energy to activate. So much that nothing else but the giant creature that they were standing on, the Gragos, could handle. No Margoths or Ikarans could handle such a huge amount of energy necessary for its activation. Hansu shook his head as he heard this. They fucked up, huh? Scientists are normally like this. They aren't good at waiting when the goal in front of them could be reached by crossing a simple line. And since shamanism ruled over the lands during that time, they wouldn't have had the Gragos as their divine beast. There wasn't anything that they could lose. Anyways, this was the reason for the first failure, but they succeeded in making up for that failure. They could just set it up on every single Gragos. The real problem was the second thing that happened. The reason for the second failure. Hansu could also figure out what that was. Since there wouldn't be a need for them to dig out the information from the Historon if the Ikarans had succeeded in creating the soul telautograph. Something else other than the Ikaran soul had been dragged here, huh? Something from the abyss. Elkadion made a content expression as she looked at Hansu. I really like you, Hansu, since there isn't a need to talk a lot with you. You don't know how glad I am that you are here when I returned. Elkadion met a strange race while roaming the abyss. A race that was extremely aggressive and loved to tear apart and gobble up other life forms. Devils, a great race that split the abyss along with the dragons. The race, who were lower tier devils, had told her about how some of their members had been dragged somewhere in the past. The one dragged were the lower tier devils, not the ones equivalent to dragons, how some weak race pulled away their souls and had even created a body for them. In a place where there was plenty of food. And Elkadion could figure out who the weak race that they were calling was. The ones who had been summoned on that day ate up the bodies of the Ikarans within the soul telautograph. A race of the abyss had been placed inside a high-level warrior's body. A low-tier devil meant that the level of their souls were incomparably high compared to those of the Ikarans. Dekuroma's soul had remodeled the body it took over almost to the point of destruction. 8 steel wings flung out from the back as the blueprint of a battle life form hidden deep inside their souls resurfaced into the world with the Acheron's bodies as the basis. The bodies turned darker as their size increased several fold. Even if the material was the same, the resulting power levels would have huge differences depending on the way it was used. Dekuroma, which had attained a body that was so strong that it was shameful to be compared with those of the Acherons, started a huge massacre upon the Gragos. And Hansu realized the identities of these things. This is how the Tyradus was created, huh? Elkadion nodded at those words. They say almost 90% of the Acherons had died by their hands. They would have all been killed if the suppression stone that they made in a hurry hadn't worked properly back then. Hansu nodded at her words. Since he could somewhat figure out what would have happened after that. Why wasn't this written down on the memory crystal? The Tyradus, which they had painstakingly shoved the suppression stones into even by sacrificing themselves, had turned white and lost their aggressive manner but still retained their primal senses. So they had started to guard the soul telautograph, which was their way back. 1 per 1. The Acherons destroyed all the other soul telautographs that weren't guarded, but they couldn't beat the Tyradus after having barely survived from them and destroy the guarded ones, so they choose the second best option. Destroying all evidence and history so no one else who would want those machines would appear. Elkadion, who had acquired all the secrets that even she didn't know were created by her ancestors who had erased the records from the Historon, smiled as she spoke. This is the end of the story? You can figure out what my gift is about now, right? Hansu answered with an expressionless face. You told me what it was yourself. You said that these were written upon the Historon in order to not repeat the same mistake. Are you going to then repeat the actions of the past? Elkadian's smile remained despite Hansu's harsh words. Instead she made a prideful expression and replied. It became a problem only because our ancestors failed. There's no fault with the idea. We can just learn from them and fix the mistakes they made. The first reason for failure was the need for a large amount of energy. This wasn't a problem for Elkadion anymore. Since she was now able to use the knowledge she had gained in the abyss as the basis and get the soul telautograph hundreds of times more efficient. There was nothing to fear either, since the cure for the calamity of death had been created already. The second reason for failure, the failure to control the souls they had called in. There's a way to plan for this as well. If we combine the crown of thorns, the knowledge I gained from the abyss as well as the information from researching the suppression stone, we can easily control them. If this succeeded, then they wouldn't just control the Akadus. They would be able to control the Tyradus. Elkadion spoke extremely excitedly. A tremendously strong army that we can't even dream of would be made. You should know as well. Though your race has a lot in numbers, they are still weak. They wouldn't even be able to beat the Acherons if we fought right now. This is why your subordinates are worrying as well. Elkadion pulled out the reason for Guanye's worries as she continued to speak. But I am very jealous of your numbers. We Acherons have too little numbers remaining. But what would happen if we can turn all the useless humans into the Tyradus? Hee. Though there was a huge difference between the Acherons and the humans, there wouldn't be much difference from the humans and Acherons who had been reformed by the Dekuroma souls. Like how 5 and 1 having a huge difference but 105 and 101 not being that different. This strength of an army would be much more favorable than just having a lot in numbers. You should understand just how much this is needed currently. She hadn't spoken of it to the other Acherons. Since they would start worrying about everything they could possibly worry about. Such a reaction was obvious since they felt there was no real need to increase their strength. But Hansu would be different. But contrary to Elkadian's hopes, Hansu shook his head with a stern expression. A gift like that? I cannot accept it? As I thought. This one cannot escape the pattern that much either. Hansu's fear had come true. Everyone starts to go mad for one single thing when they roam around the abyss. Strength. But there was nothing free in the world and there was a risk involved in gaining power. Like now. The problem was that if they didn't have power in the abyss, which was unlike the peaceful orange zone, then they would have a tremendously large chance of death over there. No matter how big the risk of obtaining that strength was, it was better than dying. And because of this all the people who roamed around the abyss think of such risks too lightly. Like Elkadion in front of him. Hansu denied the offer with a resolute expression. Where is the guarantee that a Dekuroma would get dragged here? There's no need for the soul telautograph anymore since the cure has been accomplished. It is too dangerous. The control was one thing, but there was another problem. Since the Dekuroma were a weaker type that lived on the upper regions of the abyss. Destroy all soul telautographs before going up. He needed to go up. But he couldn't leave behind such time bombs in a place where he wouldn't be in the future. Since this place needs to be one of the 7 steps for the humans. Elkadian's expression dimmed down at Hansu's reaction. Reincarnator, Chapter 139, Elkadion, 4. Elkadian's expression quickly turned into that of disappointment. I expected you, Hansu, to understand at least. Wouldn't she also know of the dangers of this plan? But they needed strength that badly. It seems you've lost your edge after gaining a lot of things you needed to protect. Hansu mumbled inwardly after seeing Elkadian's expression. She won't give up no matter what, huh? Hansu laid down his decision as he opened his mouth while looking at Elkadion. It seems you have a bit too many thoughts inside your head. How about giving that body back to its original owner? Are you telling me to leave this body? Hansu nodded. Our race will win even without that power. Since I will make it happen. Be at ease and just leave. Even if Elkadian's plan went ahead without any problem, there wouldn't be that many benefits for the humans anyway. Since if Hansu's plans were to progress the way he planned it, then the humans would get strong enough to the point where they would be able to crush things like the Dekuromas with just their thumbs. Like how Hansu had gotten strong enough to kill the dragon race. Hansu looked at Elkadion, who was looking back at him, and spoke out. We will do our best to help your race how your race had helped us. But if your plans exist, then we wouldn't be able to hold such an alliance. A tremendous pressure that pushed down on her soul rushed towards Elkadion. He did say he killed the dragons, right? Elkadion grinned at her teeth. There wasn't that much of a difference in strength between them. Since the dragon's essence blade was that powerful. But the pressure did not come from his strength. It came from the depths of the soul of the person who had roamed around the abyss endlessly to the point where they had gotten strong enough to even kill those of the dragon race. Elkadion frowned slightly as she shouted out. At this point the gap that was between them was not something that strength alone couldn't close up. How can I trust the humans? Can you trust them? Hansu shook his head. Don't trust in the humans, trust in me. The soul fragment in that body. With that soul fragment the original owner of that body will become one of the 7 kings who would have saved our race in the end. Of course the Icarans, which that king leads, would be treated well as an ally. Give up on that plan. Hansu started to gather his strength as he spoke. If you won't go out then I shall do it for you by force. The dragon essence blade and the crown of thorns. Those two things combined their strength to push Tarahal out and allowed Elkadion to take over. If he were to pull out the dragon essence blade from within the body then Elkadion would disappear and Tarahal would come in control again. Elkadion sighed as she looked at Hansu. And then mumbled with a benevolent expression. I cannot leave yet. There's a lot of information I must hand down. And the Icarans need a leader more than anything else right now. I know that you're saying this because you're worried. But I shall show you. Your thoughts may change if you see me succeed. Hansu clicked his tongues as he saw the resolution within Elkadian's 2 eyes. These types were even harder to deal with. Since they weren't doing this from greed or profit. It was the eyes of those who believed that their ideas were completely correct and acted in order to change what was around them to fit that idea. I guess our talk ends here. Hansu swung his spear as soon as his words left his mouth. Elkadion aggressively smashed her right hand towards the spear that was flying towards her. Go-ong. Though a hand and a spear had collided, a large sound of 2 bells colliding was heard instead. Kururuk. The dragon essence blade's bone fragments had climbed up Elkadian's body and had already created a small shield in front of her hand. Elkadion kept her smile as she spoke. Well. I understand if you cannot comprehend. Then we must do our best from now on. And in addition. It's already in progress. Tisk. Hansu clicked his tongue again as he started to slash his spear even faster. Boom. Soon the room where the great temple's legacy was started to fill up with extremely loud sounds. Kurururu. Odion and Alan who had been researching the Akadus within the Arcladiary below the Holy Land slightly frowned at the sudden vibration that could be felt. What happened? Such a large collision shouldn't be happening. The Icarans and humans had formed an alliance and there weren't any Tyradus or Margoths upon the Lizar. Well. We should just continue our work. A request that their leader, Elkadion, had asked of them. If we can succeed with this. Then we will be able to gain a new power. A power that could defend our race. Odion finished her thoughts as she looked at the soul telautograph in front of her eyes. Kiyayayaig. The soul telautograph that Elkadion had set up was letting out a blinding white light as it sucked up energy from the Lizar. The soul telautograph is ready. It was now time to prepare the next level. Preparing the material for the soul telautograph as target. Odion looked at the unconscious man in the corner of the Arcladiary. A normal human. A human who didn't have anything outstanding about him. That was why he was very important for this experiment. The procedure from the soul telautograph was something that needed to work with the majority as the target. Since there wouldn't be much meaning to it if it worked on a special target. Well, they aren't really just ordinary. Odion ground her teeth while she looked at the man on the ground. This is him, right? Yes, he is the one who got in while taking advantage of the situation where the Akadus had been destroyed and tried to mug us. Fucking trash. Odion mumbled quietly. The fact that this thing is of the same race as Hansu is very shocking. Well, there wasn't anyone who would mourn this guy if he were to die. And because of this he was even more suited for this job. Odion sat the man upon the soul telautograph. And the final step. Alan, give that thing to me. Yes. A orangish stone that was emitting light in Alan's hand. A gem that Elkadion had applied a few more layers on compared to the suppression stone. Odion carefully shoved the gem inside the sitting man's head. Kududuk. The gem got easily inserted into the pre-made hole in the man's head. Odion then started the soul telautograph up the way Elkadion had taught her after finishing all the steps. Kurururu. Soon the soul telautograph started up as red liquid started to get pulled into the man's body. Alan, who had been helping Odion, mumbled as she looked at the scene. Is this okay? To use a method that sacrificed others for strength. The Icarans had not created any methods or techniques that used sacrifices for strength before. Since it was something that went against their pride. Most of the Icarans' techniques were those that sacrificed themselves for more power. Though this man deserved death, if this experiment was to succeed then there was no guarantee that the ones undergoing this experiment would only be criminals. At that moment. Do-do-do-do-do. Arcladiary ceiling shook aggressively. As Odion and Alan looked at the ceiling in shock, the ceiling exploded out as something fell down. That is. Odion shouted out in confusion as she saw the identity of the ones fighting. Why were they fighting? Elkadion crazily utilized the dragon essence blade to stop Hansu no matter what and shouted out loudly. Finish the test no matter what. The dragon essence blade with Tarahal's powerful body as the basis was rather formidable so much that even Hansu who had the forked lightning and the 1,000 soldiers armor could not handle it. Hansu, who had been pushing Elkadion back by using the pandemic blade and Nirmaha's ring, shouted out aggressively. Stop the procedure. Hansu didn't know whether it would succeed or fail. But it would be problematic no matter what happened. If it succeeded then Elkadion would be able to confirm her choice and try to perform the procedure at a much more intense rate. Odion fell into a chaotic situation as she saw the two who were pushing each other back and shouting at her. Who should I listen to? The fact that one was human and the other was an Icaran wasn't important. Since the Icarans owed this too much for such a thing to be important. The one who had allowed the Icarans to stand up on their feet by themselves. And the one who had pulled the Icarans out when they had been stuck in a hole of despair. Elkadion looked at Odion and smiled. Isn't it obvious? She was working this hard for the Icarans. But Hansu was in the end working for the humans. There was no way an alliance would come before one's own race. Odion, who had been pondering, quickly made her decision. A bit different from Elkadian's expectation. Qaap. Boom. Odeon shouted out as she smashed the soul telautograph. Elkadion made a sound that was almost a shout as she saw this. Why? Elkadion made an expression that was full of incomprehension and hurt while she stared at Odeon, who was smashing the soul telautograph. Odeon, following Hansu's words, hurt much more than the pain she received from getting beaten down by Hansu. But Odeon hadn't smashed the machine because she thought that she needed to listen to Hansu. There was a slightly different reason. I understand what has been bugging me this whole time now. And as she saw the two benefactors fight, she clearly realized which side she needed to take. Odeon clenched her teeth and shouted. Oh Elkadion. This is not the path for us Akarans. What? Elkadion mumbled with a dazed expression. Even with strength, it wouldn't be our race. Wake up. When did our race preserve our own bodies by sacrificing others and borrowing strength from others? Odeon crazily smashed the soul telautograph apart. If they lose their pride, then they wouldn't be the Akarans anymore. Power and intelligence wasn't the thing that discerned whether one was a human or a Margoth or an Akaran. Their rules and the pride that sprouted from those rules made them into the Akarans. Elkadion flinched just as she was about to attack Odeon. And during that short moment, boom! The soul telautograph made a huge noise and blew apart from Odeon's final attack. Elkadion, who had been fighting with Hansu, made a dull expression. The fact that she had been denied by her comrade and betrayed by her race bored into Elkadion. I did all this for your future. And the final words of Odeon had hurt Elkadion too much. Did I get twisted towards the wrong direction instead of improving in the abyss? Elkadion shook her head while making a bitter expression. No, I can't be sure whether it was a failure or not. Though she couldn't make another soul telautograph, there were still many left. If she were to show a good result during the next test, then the thoughts of Hansu or the Akarans may change. If using the body of a human is an issue, then I can find another method. The important factor was the strength of the souls those races had. Hansu smashed Elkadion again. Since he knew that Elkadion hadn't given up. Boom. End it all here. He needed to pull the dragon essence blade out from within the body. Kududududk. Soon a battle of strength occurred between Hansu and Elkadion. During the time when the two held each other's hand as they were trying to push each other down. Koom. A dark aura permeated out from somewhere. Hansu frowned during the fight from the strange aura that had suddenly spread out. And Elkadian's expression brightened up. It succeeded. If she could show that she could control this, then persuading the others would become very easy. Koom. Something pushed through the debris of the soul telautograph and walked out. And Elkadion looked at the man who had walked out from with an expression of hope. Then aggressively pushed Hansu away. Boom. Elkadion quickly got up after pushing Hansu away and approached the man. A rather formidable aura permeated out from the man who was surrounded by a dark aura. The man didn't budge a single muscle despite Elkadion having approached him and instead stared at her. Swoosh. Elkadion stood next to the man and then spoke. Lower your head and kneel in front of me. Swoosh. The man listened to Elkadian's words without hesitation. Did it succeed? Odeon, who had been making a very worried expression, felt at ease for now. Since it would be hard to control that person who was radiating such a fierce aura. Anyways, she should be in a good mood. Since the experiment succeeded. While Odeon was looking at Elkadion looked at Hansu after making the man kneel. And then shouted out loudly. Hansu. I beg of you, please. She then smashed the head of the man kneeling in front of her. Boom. What is this? Odeon was shocked as she saw this scene. Why did she suddenly hit the head of the soldier who was listening to her obediently? And what was she begging him for? At that moment. Whoosh. Odeon and Ailin freaked out at the sudden hands of somebody who had grasped their waists and was quickly carrying them away. Hansu. What are you doing right now? What's going on? Hansu frowned at those words. I'll tell you on the way. We need to prepare while she buys time for us. What? Hansu made an annoyed expression at the tremendously formidable aura, which couldn't even be compared to that from before, which had exploded out from behind them. Something that shouldn't have crawled out actually crawled out. What is this? How did you find out? Kududududuk. The man looked at Elkadion with a strange expression after having attacked her. While grasping tightly onto Elkadian's hand that had smashed into his head. Kudududuk. The hands of a normal adventurer was causing the dragon essence blade around Elkadian's fist to crack. Elkadion clenched her teeth. A normal resident of the other world might have not known, but Hansu and her were people who once roamed the abyss. How would they not notice that this guy was acting? Elkadion thought of the dialogue they had with the Akaran's special communication when they held hands earlier. She would block him here and Hansu would go and prepare. I will risk my life to stop him here. Please hurry up. After everything ends. And if we're alive, then I will give you my sincerest apology. About my arrogance. UAA op. Boom. Elkadion clenched her teeth and attacked the man in front of her. Reincarnator, Chapter 140, Dark Cloud, 1. Elkadion clenched her teeth while staring at the man charging towards her. A member of the Dark Cloud race. The man looked at Elkadion with amusement, who was attacking him even whilst risking her life. What is this? You seem to know a bit about me. What are you? His real body was not this physical self but the black clouds floating upon the ground. The body would quickly regenerate no matter how much it was attacked as long as no damage was given to the black cloud. But she clearly seemed to know about this as she was crazily slashing at the black cloud above the body's head. Well. Even if she knows, it doesn't matter much anyways. Boom. Just because it was meaningless for his body to be attacked did not mean he could just ignore it. The human body which had been enhanced by the dark cloud's real body attacked Elkadion. Crack. Crackle. The dragon essence blade surrounding Elkadian's entire body got smashed apart and her ribs also broke. Kyok. Boom. The 5m tall Tarahal's body which Elkadion was controlling flung out into the distance after getting hit by the fist of a human who wasn't even 2m tall. The man looked at Elkadion, who had been implanted deep into the walls in the corner of the factory. Why are you holding on so resolutely? You should know that continuing to resist is futile if you know about me. Elkadion spat out and then muttered out loudly after hearing those words. Shut up. Someone who's much more formidable has left. Somebody who can crush the likes of you. Heh, I already saw him fight with you to a standstill. How could somebody who was on similar levels with the one in front of him beat him? The choice the man who had ran away made was a wise one. Since he would have just gotten ripped apart along with this person in front of him if he had stayed. The man smirked at Elkadion. But still. This is a bit troublesome. His strength was continuously decreasing as if the air here wasn't quite fit for him. But he could just fill it back up. Let's see. There's a lot of food here according to this human's memories. There wasn't a need for his original body to go at all. Something popped out from the dark cloud's main body. It then went through the ceiling and continued upwards. Well. That should be enough for above. Time to play with this thing in front of me. Somebody who knew about himself who lived in the abyss. Of course it would be fun to play with her. The man, who had sent numerous small clouds upwards, controlled the body he took over and started to attack Elkadion. Guanyi looked at the in the distance and made a satisfied expression. The preparations are going well. Anyways, finding the portal is really a great boost of morale. Guanyi nodded. Since his mind was much more at ease after finding the portal. Though he had no thoughts of going up, quite a lot of people were distressed from having no exit path. Since the Akitus and the Akarans could attack them at any moment. They weren't all stupid. They all knew that the current alliance was a very unstable one. This is why. We need to complete the suppressive measure as soon as possible. Actually the suppressive measure wasn't much. It was something he had done in the past. A large amount of graphite. The humans, could leave through the portal but the Akarans couldn't. Which meant that this would be used as a threat. If you attack us then we can't just die off like that. We will pour all of this graphite onto the main organs of the lizard all over its body. Though they hadn't collected that much, it hadn't been long since the lizard woke up. It would be very effective since it wouldn't have enough body fluids. Though it'd be better if we didn't have to use it. We must take into consideration unexpected circumstances. At that moment. Boom. A large explosion was heard in the distance. What? What happened? Are they attacking already? Guanyi freaked out and looked outside. Like a child who had been caught in the midst of a mischievous act. Guanyi's expression turned grim after coming out from the simple headquarters and having looked at the territory of the Unity clan. Boom. Uaak. Are you crazy? Why the hell are you doing this? Numerous shouts and explosions were heard from all around. Those damned Akarans, did they strike first? Guanyi ground his teeth as he looked at the Akitus that were assaulting the humans. Oh god. What the hell is this? Guanyi was flustered as he was shocked again. The Akarans' holy land is also getting attacked. Such a thing wouldn't happen if the Akarans had betrayed them. And looking at it closely, the Akitus didn't look that normal. Guanyi instinctively knew that something was wrong after seeing the Akarans' territory that was set ablaze. At that moment a carrier pigeon flew into Guanyi. Hansu. He would be able to find something out about the situation if he found Hansu. Guanyi clenched his teeth and then quickly moved towards the location the carrier pigeon came from. You're all here. Damn. What the hell happened? Guanyi panted as he looked at Hansu in front of him. He had run here in that much of a hurry. Leaders of the previously existing clans such as Enbyron and Ariel, Odion, and the Four Pillars had gathered in front of him. One could say that all the representatives of the humans and the Akarans had gathered with this much. Hansu started to explain as people gathered. What just happened? Someone from the Dark Cloud race has come here through the Soul Telautograph. A member of the Dark Cloud race. It didn't care if the target was formless or had form, it would just infect it with the Black Cloud and control it. It would then suck up the energy from the things it had infected and gain strength. The Dark Cloud race was a satanic race that even the powerful races of the Abyss avoided. Damn, that's why the Akitus are like that, huh? Guanyi cursed out as he saw the blackened Akitus on the way over here. Enbyron was quietly listening to this but suddenly spoke out. What about humans? Can it not infect humans? Hansu shook his head. It wouldn't go for living things since they have a powerful defensive instinct. It hasn't been long since it came here. But that possibility wasn't that far off. Though it was too weak currently to eat up life forms, but once it gains more strength by eating the Akitus at this rate, then sooner or later the Akarans and the humans would get infected by it as well. Then it would all end. We need to deal with the main body before that happens. Are you saying that we need to get through that thing over there? Guanyi looked at the Arcladiary that was swarming with the Akitus. It was slowly infecting the Akitus one by one without a bit of hurry and was gathering them around the Arcladiary. Thankfully the collision between the humans, Akarans, and the Akitus had subsided, but everybody already knew that if this was to continue then the situation was only going to worsen. Arcladiary was within its hands already and it would only get stronger by the minute by infecting and draining the energy from the Akitus that came out from it. Enbyron sighed as she mumbled. Damn. Why did this happen so suddenly? Where the hell did that thing? Aten suddenly spoke out with a cold expression. It is our mistake. Odion then retold the story. Enbyron spat out with a dumbfounded expression after hearing the story. What the fuck? Isn't Elkadion your leader? Yes she is. And we have to clean after the shit she made. With our lives on the line. Enbyron spat out curses. Odion couldn't say anything. Since the current events were extremely stupid the way she saw it as well. Guanyi made a grim expression and then asked Hansu. Hansu, are you perhaps going to go through that thing? Hansu nodded. Guanyi's grim expression turned even worse. If we hadn't found the portal, and hadn't prepared the suppressive method. Guanyi sighed and spoke out. About the portal and the suppressive method he had created. And added something after the story. We humans can just run outside the portal. And the final person could just make the Gragos roll with the suppressive measure we prepared. Oh my, not bad. Alan made an impressed expression while hearing it. When did he prepare such things? Guanyi looked at that Alan pathetically and then continued to speak. Which means, there won't be any damage done to the humans even if we don't partake in this fight. There's no reason for the ones who come after to die either. Hansu nodded. Since those words were very correct. But he could not give up like this. He hadn't come back to run away like this. He had come back to save the people and save the world. The Akarans would all die then, the body enhancement surgery will disappear as well. He hadn't come here to maintain his condition and be safe. He could not give up the legacy of the Orange Zone no matter what. Guanye looked at Hansu with a much more grim expression. And then asked just in case. What do we gain from helping out in this situation? Nothing. That's really damned. Guanye sighed out in despair. There was no reason to help even if they wanted to. They weren't gods, they were merely the old clan leaders. How could they lead the people and shove them into that factory over there which was swarming with the Akadus? Odion spoke out with a grim expression. Don't worry. We didn't call you over here for that. We just called you so we can tell you about all this. What? We will solve it so. You just watch and escape from here if something goes wrong. What? How are you going to do this? Hansu then took something out from his pockets and held it up. One of the greatest techniques that he had taken from the Historon on the way out. Odion looked at that item with a heavy expression. A liquid that allowed one to gain the power of a crazy emperor. The scent that activated Berserk mode in the past allowed one to gain a huge amount of strength with a harsh side effect. This was way beyond that. All the silver liquids in the body will start to boil and explode the moment it was used. Death could not be avoided. A liquid that only the great priests could use and no one else. Of course this would give a tremendous amount of strength. We're planning to use this. They would go ahead and break through the Akadus. Then Hansu, who had made numerous preparations to attack the weakness of the Dark Cloud race, would go inside and deal with the real body. This was the current plan. You're going this far? You'll all die. Odion laughed at Guanye's words. As you said before, this is all the responsibility of leader Elkadion. Something that she cannot shoulder herself. Many had lost their lives already. How could Elkadion shoulder all of this by herself? Odion continued to speak. But it was something our leader did for us. How do we have no responsibility in this matter? We are planning to share her burdens and shoulder them for her. Okay, they're going for that reason, but why the hell are you going? Hansu chuckled at Ariel's words. Don't worry. I'm not working for free. You see, Elkadion told me that she'd give me the Dragon Essence Blade but didn't. I'm going over there to get it back. What crazy nonsense. As Ariel looked at Hansu spewing out random words, she made a dumbfounded expression. Someone of his level could gain tons of artifacts around that level up above. But he was going in there just to keep the body enhancement surgery. Enbairan and the other clan leaders stared at Hansu and the Akarans who had turned around after finishing their preparations. Well, they were looking at Hansu's back to be precise. What the hell is inside this guy's head? At first they thought that he was crazy for battles and then they thought that he was hiding something. But they knew now. No, they could feel it now. Every action Hansu made was for them, the human race. He had his life on the line for them. A tremendous amount of emotion sprang up from inside them. Godamnit. Enbairan and the other clan leaders clenched their teeth. What the hell were these feelings that were springing up from the depths of their chests while looking at the back of somebody else? Why did that guy's back seem so broad? Why were every single cells they had shaking? No, seriously, what the hell are you? Are you really like the human race's savior or something? They all muttered the same words. I cannot force this on you. There's a lot I will gain, but there isn't anything I can give to you. I can't ask you to risk your life either. I hope you can deal with unexpected outcomes. Nothing, to give us. Enbairan stared at Hansu and the Akarans who were dashing towards the factory in the distance. Since he was saying those words that confidently, he would definitely succeed. Since they said that they were going to use the Berserk Emperor's fluid. They'll all die for sure. Would only that guy survive then? This just doesn't quite feel right. She didn't feel this way because of the Akarans. It was because of Hansu. That strange guy worked even when there was nothing going for him. He didn't expect any rewards or compensations either. She didn't believe this at first, but she did now. Since he was showing it clearly. Enbairan. Someone who couldn't live with debts to repay. Let's see. That guy saved my life, once. Was it twice? Once before she almost got killed by the Tyradus. Another one when he had stopped the battle between the Gragos. Well, he didn't just save me. Enbairan decided to stop counting. Since she wouldn't be remaining in this current world without Hansu anyways. As her thoughts got organized, she realized that she couldn't just stand still. She felt like she couldn't just stand doing nothing. Enbairan looked at Guanye and spat out. Did you send all the carrier pigeons? Guanye nodded. Enbairan asked Guanye. And you're just going? Guanye chuckled. Well, I don't really feel like I owe my life to him. To be honest, he did something he needed to do. He didn't do those things to save me, you see. Enbairan looked at that Guanye with a confused expression. Why did you get armed if you aren't going to go? Guanye laughed at those words. You see, my wife owes hers to him. That's the problem. Guanye then sent out the final carrier pigeons into the sky. They hadn't realized that Hansu had slowly started to turn into a pillar supporting them within their minds. The member of the Dark Cloud race laughed in satisfaction. It's going well. He had read the current situation through the man's memories. The relationship between the humans and the Akarans wasn't great, and instead they were afraid of each other. Quite lame fellows. How could they win like that when combining their strengths wouldn't even be enough? And it would be even better if the humans tried to run away. I already found the location of the portal. Dealing with the enemies one by one. It was his favorite method. If they run away while he's raising his strength, then he could just cut them off in the middle and eat up everyone left behind. He could then follow them up and eat the rest of them up. The man finished his thoughts and then looked at Elkadion, who had turned into rags, as he laughed. Why didn't you run away? Weren't your strengths quite similar? It wouldn't have mattered much if either of you ran away. The man didn't catch the one running away on purpose. Though he could. Because he wanted to see the one in front of him fall into despair after realizing that her sacrifice was for naught. Since the most amusing thing in the world was crushing the final remaining bit of hope. El-Qadian laughed and replied to the man's words. That's because I have debts to repay. And Hansu is the exact opposite. The difference between us is very clear. At that moment, something was caught within the sights of the Akadus that he was controlling. The man confirmed what it was and then frowned. God fucking damn it. El-Qadian muttered inwardly as she looked at that man. You should have caught Hansu no matter what, even if you had to ignore me. Since power wasn't everything. The important thing was the magnitude of one's influence. It seems he really worked hard. El-Qadian mumbled as she looked at the flustered man and the huge army that was charging towards them in the distance. Reincarnator, Chapter 141, Dark Cloud, 2. Boom, 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 boom. A humongous army composed of both the humans and the Akarans was marching towards Arcladieri. Enbairan, who had been at the very front of the army, looked at the people who were walking besides her. The cross clan that she led. Guanye's Rirareri clan. Ariel's Okanelli clan, one of the top 3 clans prior to the creation of Unity. Well, I didn't expect these guys to come. Enbairan chuckled as she looked at Alan. Why did you guys come? Why would somebody who had suffered miserably after being held hostage by Hansu come here? And she had even arrived before herself or Guanye as well. Ariel mumbled quietly in reply. Mind your own business. What? Alan didn't continue to reply to Enbairan and instead mumbled quietly inside. I can't miss this golden opportunity. She had to acknowledge it now. That the humans had started to spin with Hansu as the center after he appeared. She could tell just by looking around her right now. Boom. 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 Members of Unity who were swarming towards the factory in huge numbers. It would be quicker to find those who hadn't joined than counting who were here. For so many to have come voluntarily. Ariel smacked her lips. Ariel knew very well about herself. Though she was female, she was more ambitious than males when it came to authority, and she wanted her opinions to be stronger than anyone else's. There were 2 ways to achieve this. Be amazing by oneself or line up behind someone who is doing amazing things. Though it damaged her pride a bit, Ariel decided to acknowledge it. The latter option is the better one here. This is why Ariel joined in on this fight even before Guanye or Enbairan in order to help Hansu. I want to get closer to that guy. A relationship would progress quickly by owing and repaying debts. It's the same with banks. Borrowing and paying the fees month by month diligently raised one's credit scores much faster. This is a chance. Though I wasn't one st. I should have caught his eye at least. It'll be good if I get a bit closer to him. Ariel escaped her delusions while slightly blushing and came back into reality. Anyways. Can we win with this? Though she had bet because she thought they could win, her confidence trembled when she saw the Arcladieri in the distance. If everything in the world could be resolved by people combining their strength, then there wouldn't be anybody searching for a god. Solving problems with courage and friendship was only something that happened inside comics. People searched for gods when something that is impossible, in any way, shape or form, came up. It feels extremely grim. If there was a palace of an evil god, it would probably radiate an aura like the one she was feeling right now. Ariel looked at the Arcladieri in the distance where that dark cloud member would be and made a nervous expression. Were their choices correct? Ariel thought of Rizium, her right arm, who wasn't here anymore. Fuck. Everyone's crazy. Who the hell is he? I'm leaving towards the portal. She had told people to leave with him through the portal since she didn't have any authority to stop them anyway. There were probably quite a lot from the other clans as well. Well. It makes more sense if they didn't follow. The number of people who had run away was quite high. They would be able to leave through the portal without much problems within this chaos. At that moment. A message flew towards Ariel. Uaak. Fuck. Clan leader. Save us. Ariel was flustered at the extremely urgent message she had just read. Aak. These bastards. They won't die. A member of the Dark Cloud race, Gakima, laughed like a maniac as he saw the massacre the Akaduses were performing. Since there was no need to save those who ran towards the portal due to a change of events. Yeah, this is what should be happening. Everyone fought the Akadus with every bit of their remaining strength, but it was all useless. This bastards. They move even after we smash them. Quayuk. The cloud. Attack the cloud. As long as the black cloud controlling the Akadus remains, then the soldiers it controlled wouldn't stop. Of course the calmer ones attacked the cloud above the heads of the Akadus, but this was also useless. Since his body, Dark Cloud, was made in a way completely foreign to the knowledge and the energy of this world. It wasn't easy to break it. Gakima, who had been watching the massacre, turned around and looked at the humans who were charging towards him. The ones who hadn't run away and instead decided to fight with him. Insects. He was merely momentarily surprised at the humans and the Akarans who were charging in from the distance. He was shocked for a bit since the ones who shouldn't have been able to group up actually did, but they still wouldn't be able to beat him with their combined strength. Since the Dark Cloud race of the Abyss was too strange and weird for the creatures of the other world to go up against. This is nice. Gakima made an arrogant expression as he watched the things that would soon become his food. A scene where every bit of manpower within an entire world had grouped up and were coming to fight him. A scene where everyone feared him and wanted to drive him out. A sensation he had never been able to feel in the Abyss. Though he was strong, there were too many strange and unique beasts in the Abyss. Hee. The dragons and the devil kings always live with a sensation like this, huh? I'm really envious of them. Gakima looked at the man standing in the very front of the group called Hansu. I need to really thank you. Gakima muttered inwardly. Since he wouldn't have been able to feel the sensation if the Akarans and the humans hadn't gathered with him as the center. Everyone fearing him and treating him as a nightmare wasn't that bad either. But this much was not enough to fulfill his desires. Eating up those guys one by one while they run around in fear without any resistance. That would only be enough to fulfill his desire for control and power. It wasn't enough to fill up the other desire the ones living in the abyss had as a must. The sensation one received after crushing the body and the will of the ones resisting, making them fall into despair. I should infect Hansu in a special way and treat him well. It was much more fun to snap the neck of the ones with the last bit of hope remaining in them than playing with those who already fell into despair. Gakima finished his thoughts and got up. And then muttered towards Elkadion, who was tied onto the wall. Anyway, I really like these toys. I shall use them well. Gakima finished speaking and then looked towards the now blackened 10 golden Akadus. These guys should be enough. Swish. The moment Gakima gave his orders, the 10 Akadus led the smaller Akadus, like generals, and started to fly towards the humans at a rapid pace. Elkadion made a slightly pained expression as she saw this. Hansu, please be careful. You might have been able to prepare things perfectly if you had a bit more time. The time given to Hansu was nowhere enough for him to create something to deal with the dark cloud race by himself. Elkadion looked at the Akadus that were flying away with despair in her eyes. Boom. They're coming. They're coming. Get ready. Get into formations quickly. Everyone started to shout in a hurry as they saw the Akadus that were flying in from the distance. A humongous amount of Akadus that one might mistake for a large cloud. Mihi showed a complicated expression as she looked at Hansu and the Akadus that were flying in while she was managing her own people. I thought that I'd finally gotten the capital to stand next to him, but... Mihi mumbled as she looked at Hansu. She didn't say it, but she had been extremely envious of Sangjin when Sangjin had followed Hansu up. Since Sangjin had gained the rights to stand next to Hansu. Though she was envious, she didn't cross the line. She acknowledged her own limits, worked hard and climbed up after gathering a large amount of strong people the moment Hansu called her. Thinking that she'd be able to help out Hansu now. But she realized the moment she came up. Hansu hadn't called her because he needed them. In that short moment they had been separated, a large amount of people were swarming around Hansu already. He had called her and the others after he had secured a safe land for them to live on. And this is why she had been slightly happy when the dark cloud incident broke out, despite knowing that she shouldn't be. Since a chance to help had finally come. But she felt her confidence breaking apart as she saw the Akadus flying towards them from the distance. We have to fight with those things. Mihi stared at the army of Akadus that were flying in from afar. The originally silvery body had been invaded by something black as it was constantly going through changes. The claws had become sharper and the angel-like wings had been dyed black as well. But ironically it didn't look like a devil. Since the blackened wings of the angel had gotten more agile and even more beautiful than before. Mihi looked at the army of Akadus, gulped her saliva and then asked Hansu. We can do something to right. Mihi looked at the adventurers she had brought up from below. Adventurers who held a blue pouch and a spear while staring at the fallen angels approaching them from the distance. Though they had gotten quite strong in a short amount of time, the enemy they had to face was a bit too much for a slightly grown chick. These were enemies that even the ones who had been in the orange zone for quite a while had to focus everything they had against. Mihi suddenly remembered the old memories and sensations that she had forgotten about. Memories of when they had first arrived at the tutorial and barely survived through it by clinging onto Hansu without a single bit of knowledge about that place. The powerlessness she had was the same as back then. It's annoying. I thought that I'd be able to help finally. Mihi made a depressed expression inwardly. Hansu chucked at her words. This isn't something that will be determined by strength. It all depends on what you guys do. Strength could not determine what an army could do. An army's strength was pure in itself and very stable, one could trust on it until the end. But this was in the end just a tool. Someone who can solve everything with just the strength of an army is a god of war. They were humans and not gods. So they could only try their best. Hansu spoke towards me. I was able to finish my preparations against them because you had come very quickly. If we win then it's all thanks to you. Ariel's forces arrived second. Then Guanye's and Nbairen's. But the ones he brought just wordlessly grouped up with him and helped him out. And this was the result. Hansu looked at the blue pouch that was in his hands. Small pouches that were filled with tiny blue spiders the size of nails. Kyo. While Hansu and Mihi had been talking, a large black cloud composed of Akadus had arrived right in front of the humans. And Ariel made an expression full of fear as she saw this. The silver Akadus could be dealt with, but the golden Akadus were out of her expectations. And it seems they have gotten much stronger and more aggressive after getting infected. Even she would get destroyed if she fought against just one of those things. Hey. Hey. Kong Hansu. They're coming. What the hell do you want us to do with these? Ariel shook the blue pouch that Hansu had distributed around before coming here and shouted. Hansu chuckled as he saw Ariel acting this way. How did she think to participate in this when she has this little faith? But it wasn't that bad. Since she was here after all. He had the responsibility of decreasing the damage done to them as much as possible. Since they came here and placed their trust in him. Wait for me. I shall kill you. Hansu mumbled with a cold expression while staring at the Arcladieri in the distance where the Dark Cloud member would be, then shouted out loudly. Fire. A huge shout that resonated throughout the whole battlefield. The moment this noise shook the battlefield. Swish. Everyone either tied the blue pouch onto the distributed spears or used their own skills and threw the pouch all over the battlefield. The pouches exploded in midair as they dyed the completely black Akadus's blue. 4, 3, 2, 1. After Hansu had counted to 10 while watching the scene. He shouted out loudly again. Attack. Boom. The human army, which had been backing off, suddenly charged aggressively towards the army of Akadus which had arrived right in front of them. What the fuck? What the hell is this? Gakima was shocked and got up from his seat while he had been playing with Elkadion and singing through his nose. No fucking way. How? His clones that were controlling the Akadus, the black clouds, were constantly getting devoured. From the blue spiders thrown into the air. Gakima made an expression of pure disbelief. He knows something about me? And he created such a thing in that short amount of time. The spider itself was an average spider. Except a few things had been done to it. He didn't know what they had done to the spiders, but the hundreds of thousands of spiders that had been thrown into the air were eating up his dark clouds, which even Elkadion couldn't break, as if it was cotton candy. Elkadion, who watched Gakima make a flustered expression, made a similar expression as him and then mumbled to herself. To create a way to deal with this in such a short amount of time would need a tremendously larger amount of information than the extent of her knowledge. Since the abyss had more useful and efficient information, the further one went in. Kong Hansu. Which floor have you reached in the abyss? Elkadion muttered with an expression of disbelief. Reincarnator, Chapter 141, Dark Cloud, 2. Boom, 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 boom. A humongous army composed of both the humans and the Akarans was marching towards Arcladiuri. Enbairan, who had been at the very front of the army, looked at the people who were walking besides her. The cross clan that she led. Guanye's Rirarari clan. Ariel's Okanelli clan, one of the top 3 clans prior to the creation of Unity. Well, I didn't expect these guys to come. Enbairan chuckled as she looked at Alan. Why did you guys come? Why would somebody who had suffered miserably after being held hostage by Hansu come here? And she had even arrived before herself or Guanye as well. Ariel mumbled quietly in reply. Mind your own business. What? Alan didn't continue to reply to Enbairan and instead mumbled quietly inside. I can't miss this golden opportunity. She had to acknowledge it now. That the humans had started to spin with Hansu as the center after he appeared. She could tell just by looking around her right now. Boom. 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 Members of Unity who were swarming towards the factory in huge numbers. It would be quicker to find those who hadn't joined than counting who were here. For so many to have come voluntarily. Ariel smacked her lips. Ariel knew very well about herself. Though she was female, she was more ambitious than males when it came to authority, and she wanted her opinions to be stronger than anyone else's. There were 2 ways to achieve this. Be amazing by oneself or line up behind someone who is doing amazing things. Though it damaged her pride a bit, Ariel decided to acknowledge it. The latter option is the better one here. This is why Ariel joined in on this fight even before Guanye or Enbairan in order to help Hansu. I want to get closer to that guy. A relationship would progress quickly by owing and repaying debts. It's the same with banks. Borrowing and paying the fees month by month diligently raised one's credit scores much faster. This is a chance. Though I wasn't 1st. I should have caught his eye at least. It'll be good if I get a bit closer to him. Ariel escaped her delusions while slightly blushing and came back into reality. Anyways. Can we win with this? Though she had bet because she thought they could win, her confidence trembled when she saw the Arcladiuri in the distance. If everything in the world could be resolved by people combining their strength, then there wouldn't be anybody searching for a god. Solving problems with courage and friendship was only something that happened inside comics. People searched for gods when something that is impossible, in any way, shape or form, came up. It feels extremely grim. If there was a palace of an evil god, it would probably radiate an aura like the one she was feeling right now. Ariel looked at the Arcladiuri in the distance where that dark cloud member would be and made a nervous expression. Were their choices correct? Ariel thought of Rizium, her right arm, who wasn't here anymore. Fuck. Everyone's crazy. Who the hell is he? I'm leaving towards the portal. She had told people to leave with him through the portal since she didn't have any authority to stop them anyway. There were probably quite a lot from the other clans as well. Well. It makes more sense if they didn't follow. The number of people who had run away was quite high. They would be able to leave through the portal without much problems within this chaos. At that moment. A message flew towards Ariel. Uaak. Fuck. Clan leader. Save us. Ariel was flustered at the extremely urgent message she had just read. Aak. These bastards. They won't die. A member of the Dark Cloud race, Gakima, laughed like a maniac as he saw the massacre the Akadises were performing. Since there was no need to save those who ran towards the portal due to a change of events. Yeah, this is what should be happening. Everyone fought the Akadises with every bit of their remaining strength, but it was all useless. This bastards. They move even after we smash them. Quayuk. The cloud. Attack the cloud. As long as the black cloud controlling the Akadises remains, then the soldiers it controlled wouldn't stop. Of course the calmer ones attacked the cloud above the heads of the Akadises, but this was also useless. Since his body, Dark Cloud, was made in a way completely foreign to the knowledge and the energy of this world. It wasn't easy to break it. Gakima, who had been watching the massacre, turned around and looked at the humans who were charging towards him. The ones who hadn't run away and instead decided to fight with him. Insects. He was merely momentarily surprised at the humans and the Akarans who were charging in from the distance. He was shocked for a bit since the ones who shouldn't have been able to group up actually did, but they still wouldn't be able to beat him with their combined strength. Since the Dark Cloud race of the Abyss was too strange and weird for the creatures of the other world to go up against. This is nice. Gakima made an arrogant expression as he watched the things that would soon become his food. A scene where every bit of manpower within an entire world had grouped up and were coming to fight him. A scene where everyone feared him and wanted to drive him out. A sensation he had never been able to feel in the Abyss. Though he was strong, there were too many strange and unique beasts in the Abyss. Hee. The dragons and the devil kings always live with a sensation like this, huh? I'm really envious of them. Gakima looked at the man standing in the very front of the group called Hansu. I need to really thank you. Gakima muttered inwardly. Since he wouldn't have been able to feel the sensation if the Akarans and the humans hadn't gathered with him as the center. Everyone fearing him and treating him as a nightmare wasn't that bad either. But this much was not enough to fulfill his desires. Eating up those guys one by one while they run around in fear without any resistance. That would only be enough to fulfill his desire for control and power. It wasn't enough to fill up the other desire the ones living in the Abyss had as a must. The sensation one received after crushing the body and the will of the ones resisting, making them fall into despair. I should infect Hansu in a special way and treat him well. It was much more fun to snap the neck of the ones with the last bit of hope remaining in them than playing with those who already fell into despair. Gakima finished his thoughts and got up. And then muttered towards Elkadion, who was tied onto the wall. Anyway, I really like these toys. I shall use them well. Gakima finished speaking and then looked towards the now blackened 10 golden Akadus. These guys should be enough. Swish. The moment Gakima gave his orders, the 10 Akadus led the smaller Akadus, like generals, and started to fly towards the humans at a rapid pace. Elkadion made a slightly pained expression as she saw this. Hansu, please be careful. You might have been able to prepare things perfectly if you had a bit more time. The time given to Hansu was nowhere enough for him to create something to deal with the dark cloud race by himself. Elkadion looked at the Akadus that were flying away with despair in her eyes. Boom. They're coming. They're coming. Get ready. Get into formations quickly. Everyone started to shout in a hurry as they saw the Akadus that were flying in from the distance. A humongous amount of Akadus that one might mistake for a large cloud. Mihi showed a complicated expression as she looked at Hansu and the Akadus that were flying in while she was managing her own people. I thought that I'd finally gotten the capital to stand next to him, but... Mihi mumbled as she looked at Hansu. She didn't say it, but she had been extremely envious of Sangjin when Sangjin had followed Hansu up. Since Sangjin had gained the rights to stand next to Hansu. Though she was envious, she didn't cross the line. She acknowledged her own limits, worked hard and climbed up after gathering a large amount of strong people the moment Hansu called her. Thinking that she'd be able to help out Hansu now. But she realized the moment she came up. Hansu hadn't called her because he needed them. In that short moment they had been separated, a large amount of people were swarming around Hansu already. He had called her and the others after he had secured a safe land for them to live on. And this is why she had been slightly happy when the dark cloud incident broke out, despite knowing that she shouldn't be. Since a chance to help had finally come. But she felt her confidence breaking apart as she saw the Akadus flying towards them from the distance. We have to fight with those things. Mihi stared at the army of Akadus that were flying in from afar. The originally silvery body had been invaded by something black as it was constantly going through changes. The claws had become sharper and the angel-like wings had been dyed black as well. But ironically it didn't look like a devil. Since the blackened wings of the angel had gotten more agile and even more beautiful than before. Mihi looked at the army of Akadus, gulped her saliva and then asked Hansu. We can do something to right. Mihi looked at the adventurers she had brought up from below. Adventurers who held a blue pouch and a spear while staring at the fallen angels approaching them from the distance. Though they had gotten quite strong in a short amount of time, the enemy they had to face was a bit too much for a slightly grown chick. These were enemies that even the ones who had been in the orange zone for quite a while had to focus everything they had against. Mihi suddenly remembered the old memories and sensations that she had forgotten about. Memories of when they had first arrived at the tutorial and barely survived through it by clinging onto Hansu without a single bit of knowledge about that place. The powerlessness she had was the same as back then. It's annoying. I thought that I'd be able to help finally. Mihi made a depressed expression inwardly. Hansu chucked at her words. This isn't something that will be determined by strength. It all depends on what you guys do. Strength could not determine what an army could do. An army's strength was pure in itself and very stable, one could trust on it until the end. But this was in the end just a tool. Someone who can solve everything with just the strength of an army is a god of war. They were humans and not gods. So they could only try their best. Hansu spoke towards Mihi. I was able to finish my preparations against them because you had come very quickly. If we win then it's all thanks to you. Ariel's forces arrived second. Then Guanye's and Enbairen's. But the ones Mihi brought just wordlessly grouped up with him and helped him out. And this was the result. Hansu looked at the blue pouch that was in his hands. Small pouches that were filled with tiny blue spiders the size of nails. Kyo. While Hansu and Mihi had been talking, a large black cloud composed of Akadus had arrived right in front of the humans. And Ariel made an expression full of fear as she saw this. The silver Akadus could be dealt with, but the golden Akadus were out of her expectations. And it seems they have gotten much stronger and more aggressive after getting infected. Even she would get destroyed if she fought against just one of those things. Hey. Hey. Kong Hansu. They're coming. What the hell do you want us to do with these? Ariel shook the blue pouch that Hansu had distributed around before coming here and shouted. Hansu chuckled as he saw Ariel acting this way. How did she think to participate in this when she has this little faith? But it wasn't that bad. Since she was here after all. He had the responsibility of decreasing the damage done to them as much as possible. Since they came here and placed their trust in him. Wait for me. I shall kill you. Hansu mumbled with a cold expression while staring at the Arcladieri in the distance where the Dark Cloud member would be, then shouted out loudly. Fire. A huge shout that resonated throughout the whole battlefield. The moment this noise shook the battlefield. Swish. Everyone either tied the blue pouch onto the distributed spears or used their own skills and threw the pouch all over the battlefield. The pouches exploded in midair as they dyed the completely black Akadus's blue. 4, 3, 2, 1. After Hansu had counted to 10 while watching the scene. He shouted out loudly again. Attack. Boom. The human army, which had been backing off, suddenly charged aggressively towards the army of Akadus which had arrived right in front of them. What the fuck? What the hell is this? Gakima was shocked and got up from his seat while he had been playing with Elkadion and singing through his nose. No fucking way. How? His clones that were controlling the Akadus, the black clouds, were constantly getting devoured. From the blue spiders thrown into the air. Gakima made an expression of pure disbelief. He knows something about me. And he created such a thing in that short amount of time. The spider itself was an average spider. Except a few things had been done to it. He didn't know what they had done to the spiders, but the hundreds of thousands of spiders that had been thrown into the air were eating up his dark clouds, which even Elkadion couldn't break, as if it was cotton candy. Elkadion, who watched Gakima make a flustered expression, made a similar expression as him and then mumbled to herself. To create a way to deal with this in such a short amount of time would need a tremendously larger amount of information than the extent of her knowledge. Since the abyss had more useful and efficient information, the further one went in. Kong Hansu. Which floor have you reached in the abyss? El Kadian muttered with an expression of disbelief. Reincarnator, Chapter 142, Dark Cloud, 3. Hansu shouted while watching the charging Akadus. No need to worry about the clouds above them. Just break the joints of the original body. Boom. And as if he was demonstrating, the forked lightning in his hands flew through the air. Boom. Hansu's forked lightning pierced through the air and through the black Akadus. The Akadus that had been constantly regenerating from the black clouds couldn't regenerate like they had done until now and instead fell down from the air. Hansu nodded as he saw this. It's working well. The members of the dark cloud race were quite annoying to deal with since the ones they controlled would be close to immortals if one didn't deal with the black cloud behind the body. But there was no need to worry about the clouds since the spiders which had been empowered with spells were destroying the dark clouds. Since the spell empowering the blue spiders caused all spiritual entities to be restricted within where the physical body was. Which meant that the dark clouds wouldn't be able to do anything as long as the main body is damaged. The people who had been watching this suddenly felt invigorated from the sight and then started to attack the bodies. Boom. Oh. It's working. Nice. These things don't regenerate anymore. Everybody refocused and started to aggressively attack the Akadus that had been charging towards them. Though they had followed Hansu here, they were being overwhelmed by the black clouds that were controlling the Akadus. They would constantly regenerate if the clouds weren't dealt with. But even the cloud was hard to deal with since it was also surrounded with a strange energy. But as those two things had disappeared, the Akadus were very familiar and much easier to deal with. They were just like the beasts they had been dealing with in the other world up until now. Guanyi sighed as he saw this. That's a relief. Though he had followed Hansu here due to the debt in his mind, he was stuck on how to deal with the enemies. Since immortality was a terrifying thing to go up against. But he realized that this wasn't the end for him and the others. Boom. The golden Akadus came down from the skies. Kairuruk. Though the blue spiders were constantly gnawing on the clouds, the already enhanced bodies wouldn't change. The black and golden Akadus looked at the surroundings. As if they weren't interested in the weaklings. Damn. Is it really? They were clearly looking for the commander or the leader. During that moment when Guanyi was questioning their actions. Boom. They smashed onto the ground with a loud explosion and then flew towards Guanyi. Yuaok. Dodge it. The surrounding clansmen had tried to help but it was useless. There was a huge difference between the normal adventurers to Baladi levels and from the Baladi levels to the Margoth levels. And that fallen Akadus was much stronger than a normal Margoth level. It ignored all the other people who were trying to stop it and smashed into the sword he was holding on his right hand. Clang. Guanyi, who had barely stopped its nails in time, felt his bones creaking inside his body. A single attack. That single attack had caused his entire enhanced body to make sounds of breaking. A fatal opponent that he hadn't met for quite a while. This won't do. We need to group up. Guanyi, who had collided with it once, decided to look for a safe route out and hurriedly looked around at his surroundings. It would be too much for him to handle by himself. Numerous Margoth levels would need to group up and smash it down in one go. But Guanyi realized that the others didn't have the leisure to do so. Boom. Boom. Hansu, who was fighting three at once, was quite busy himself and the other people around his level, like Enbairen, were fighting with the golden Akadus that had charged at them. All the other adventurers were fiercely fighting with the Akadus as well. The moment he realized that there was no one to help him, Guanyi suddenly felt scared. And was befuddled at himself for being so. God. How long have I roamed the other world, for me to get scared after all that? A position of a clan leader. Commanding from the back was much more efficient than fighting in the front lines. It had really been a long time since he had met someone who he had to put his life on the line while fighting with them. Especially an opponent who didn't care for a compromise nor a negotiation and solely focused on killing him. Kwaaa. Guanyi clenched his teeth after blocking the claws of the Akadus again. Damn it. I'm just making excuses. Enbairen. Though she was also the leader of a large clan and had a similar power level as him, she was pushing back the golden Akadus like an enraged lion. He was merely scared. But a thought instinctively ran by Guanyi's head after he had fallen in danger. Shall I maybe escape now? With my wife. They had found a portal. Though the silver Akadus were blocking the path, they were merely a threat to normal adventurers and not to him. But he had thought for a moment too long. Oh crap. During that short moment he had been pondering, the blackened sword of the Akadus flung off the shield Guanyi was holding. Clang. The Akadus that was staring at him could be seen after the shield had been flung off. Damn. Right at the moment Guanyi shut his eyes as the Akadus arm was swinging towards him. Boom. The golden Akadus in front of him received a powerful blow from behind and rolled onto the ground. Guanyi was flustered as he saw this scene. Who? Everyone who could deal with the golden Akadus were busy. But Guanyi soon realized who had come to help him. Your body, is it okay? Hansu took a glance at the giant gaping hole in his stomach and then shrugged his shoulders. This is nothing. It'll heal up pretty quickly. If you could kill your enemies then it's a profit even if you get a hole in your stomach or even if your legs and arms break. And he was in a much better position than others from the start. Since he had 3 hearts. One's gone. This much wouldn't even be considered as a big injury in the abyss. Fighting with the races of the abyss makes me think of the past. He also had half of his body destroyed in order to beat the Dark Cloud race in the past. Hansu took another glance at the huge hole in his stomach and then was about to run off to another direction. We'll arrive at Arkladoroi after a bit more. Guanyi clenched his teeth while looking at Hansu and then shouted out. Damn. Let's retreat. We don't need to go this far. Let's go back. Don't you have people you care for? There'll be things left for us only if we are alive. Why are you going so far? Is this a game or something? In a game it would become one's goals to go further than others. But in reality one's survival is the highest priority. The enemy's battle prowess was much stronger than they had expected. And the difference between being able to run away to the portal at any time and the enemy blocking off the passageway to the portal made was huge. Like being trapped in a cage with a poisonous snake, this sensation made Guan Ye very uneasy. Hansu spoke out. I'm doing this because I have people I care about. What? Hansu muttered inwardly. There'll be nothing left if we lose. A single member of a race from the abyss. This single entity couldn't even utilize all of its strength properly but was still causing this much chaos. Things like these are what they would need to go up against in the abyss. And he knew too well what happened to the human race who wasn't prepared at all. Since he had felt it with his body. Hyung died back then as well, asterisk. Guan Ye was finally able to sense the difference between him and Hansu that he hadn't been able to as he saw Hansu who had no thoughts of backing off. Hansu was looking at something very large. Something that they couldn't see. What are you looking at? Why won't you tell us about it? The reason why he had to continue forward even with a hole in his stomach. Guan Ye was curious about this reason. Hansu spoke towards Guan Ye. There is something I was wrong about. What? You crazy BAS. Guan Ye made a shocked expression. For him to say such things after all this. Hansu shook his head at Guan Ye's words. Don't worry. I'm saying that my expectations of not having anything to give you was wrong. Whoa. A member of the Dark Cloud race is a bit too much to just ignore. Do we need to do something for you? There's a lot of other things you did as well. Hansu thought of the words the fairy had whispered to him from before. Gakima muttered despondently while looking at the outside situation. God. This is really a disgrace. What the hell? Though they were toys that he was controlling. They weren't things that would get beaten by those insects. As I thought. I need a body. There was a limit with toys and clones. The Dark Cloud race was battle race. He needed a powerful body for his main self to control. I just need to control this thing. Gakima grinned at his teeth while looking at Elkadion in front of his eyes. His plans were quite simple. Throw away this currently weak body and move into another one. This weakling of a body could barely use 0.5% of his original strength. But he had suppressed this Elkadion in front of him with that much strength. If he were to take the body of Elkadion then he may be able to use up to 5% of his strength. Then his toys outside being smashed apart wouldn't matter at all. He would just need to chew them up with his main body and that would be the end of it. And he had been quite confident. Though the ones outside were smashing their way through in joy, he had confidence that he would be able to take Elkadian's body before they arrived. But her resistance was beyond his expectations. I don't know what kind of person this is. At this rate, it seems like my body will get destroyed and I'll be forcibly exiled. What kind of a disgrace is this? No, being exiled would be a relief. Those blue spiders outside. If his soul were to get suppressed by those and at the same time have his body destroyed then he would just die right here. A place where he had come for a feast would become his grave. Gakima felt a chill run down his back. And then was enraged. At himself who was feeling threatened to this extent by those insects. Gakima, who was pondering where to channel all his rage, suddenly grasped the head of Elkadion who had been resisting him so far. And then whispered into her ear. Good. I will acknowledge that you're quite skilled. For you to resist this much, I also have to acknowledge the guy outside. I didn't expect for myself to get pushed back this far. Though he was pissed, he decided to acknowledge what he had to. Since he never expected that two life forms could push him back this far. At this rate eating up Elkadian's body before the ones outside reached here was impossible. But he had other methods as well. It seems that you care quite a bit about your race. Though completely taking over her mind was too much, he could find out what was in her mind most of the time. Caring for her own race. He will target that. I will say this now. Hand over your body and agree with the contract. Then I'll allow your race to live. I will swear upon the name of the glorious king, Barbadoi. Elkadion was shocked at those words. He, a member of the demon race, had sworn upon the name of his king. Which meant that he would definitely hold up his promise. Since his entire race would get dragged into the hellfire furnace and get burnt for sullying the demon king's name if he didn't keep the promise. Gakima spoke while staring at Elkadion. But, if you deny this then I don't have to hold back. I will show you, who has dragged me into this place, what true hell is. As he spoke the black clouds behind him wavered up and down. Which signified that he was extremely enraged. He was that urgent. The entire Arcladiary trembled from the rage of Gakima. Gakima bit down onto the molars of the human he had been controlling to the point where they blew apart and added in a few more words. I promise. No matter what happens I will make sure to eradicate your entire race no matter what before I go. In front of you while you watch, with the toys that you made yourself. I will say this one last time. Hand over your body. Now. Gakima kindly stroked the back of Elkadian's head after finishing his speech. She wouldn't be able to deny his offer due to her extreme love and caring for her race. I need to deal with it carefully since it'll become my body soon. Gakima's ultimatum. Elkadian's expression stiffened at these words. Reincarnator, Chapter 143, Dark Cloud, 4. Klangalang. Guan Ye and Hansu were slowly smashing their way towards the Arcladiary through the intense battlefield. Since they knew instinctively that they needed to deal with the leader instead of wasting time here. We need to get Hansu in there. More and more Akadus started to charge towards them the closer Hansu and his party got to the entrance. In order to block Hansu from getting in. Block them. Guan Ye shouted out loudly as he ordered the adventurers to block the Akadus. Boom. The Akadus who were trying to block them from the entrance and the humans and the Akarans who were trying to block those Akadus collided fiercely. Guan Ye clenched his teeth and charged forward as if he was trying to redeem his cowardice from before. Kududuk. A silver Akadus got smashed apart from Guan Ye's kick and flew up into the sky. Then a tunnel could be seen behind that Akadus. A path that lead inside of the Arcladiary. We've arrived. Guan Ye was extremely excited. Well, there might have been a large amount of casualties without Hansu. The damage they had received was little enough to conclude that they had dealt with the situation without that many casualties. Guan Ye finished his thoughts and looked at Hansu and asked. Anyway, you're sure that you can beat him after you get in there, right? The other people didn't have the strength to help Hansu even if they went in. Allowing Hansu to deal with the Dark Cloud member after sending him in and blocking the entrance to the factory was hard enough already. Since the viciousness of the Akidus had remained even though they had pushed their way all the way up to the entrance. And the total number didn't seem to get lowered that much as if the Akidus that were being newly produced by the factory were coming here after being infected. Hansu was the one to deal with the issues in the inside. Hansu nodded at Guan Ye's words. Don't worry too much. I prepared quite a lot of. Before Hansu could even finish his words. Boom. A tremendously evil aura started to get radiated out from the Arcladieri. Q. A dark aura that nothing up until now could come close to. Guan Ye felt a chill run down his entire body. A dark aura that radiated throughout the entire battlefield. Guan Ye clenched his teeth and muttered with an expression of disbelief. Why was he dealing with us using the Akidus, when he was this strong? If he himself could wield such a tremendous amount of strength then he wouldn't have played around with the Akidus in the first place. He would just come out and kill them all off at once. And the aura he was feeling right now was that powerful. The adventurers throughout the battlefield also felt an aura and all made fearful expressions because they didn't know how to deal with this. The simple aura that had exploded out had driven out the thought of battle from their heads and instead replaced it with fear. During that short moment they had flinched at the aura. The movements of the surroundings Akidus changed. What's going on with these things? Why are they only attacking us suddenly? The target of the Akidus changed completely. Their main targets had been the Icarans who had taken the Berserk Emperor's fluids and were charging towards them. But after the vicious aura exploded out from the inside of the factory, they didn't even take a glance at the Icarans as they only attacked the humans. Guan Ye clenched his teeth at the sudden change of events. Hansu analyzed these events that had suddenly occurred. She lost the body. Hansu spoke towards Guan Ye. Take care of this place. Make sure nobody can come in. Hansu then flew into the tunnel. Guan Ye clenched his teeth as he saw the scene play out. Control the situation. Everyone was stealing glances and were caught in a chaotic situation due to the sudden explosive aura. How could they not? Even Guan Ye himself had wanted to run away. At that moment a carrier pigeon flew into him. Pudududuk. Guan Ye turned solemn as he read the message. And then muttered with a very heavy expression. Hansu, you told me that you were fighting because you also had someone precious and dear to you. Then him choosing to defend his precious person was the right choice. The current chaotic situation was the best moment to escape. Guan Ye clenched his teeth and carefully disappeared from the battlefield discreetly so others wouldn't realize. Kukukukuku. Hansu quietly muttered as he sensed the aura that was radiating from the distance while charging through the tunnel. He's doing it on purpose. He needed to ruthlessly charge forward. After a bit a familiar scene unfolded in front of his eyes. Soul Telautograph. El-Kadian who was standing next to it and the collapsed body of the human. Gakima, who had taken El-Kadian's body, looked at Hansu and laughed out loudly. Ha 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 ha. I can figure it out to a degree now. As to how this one and you knew about me. He couldn't read her memory since it hadn't been long since he took over the body. But reading the most recent and vibrant memory that she had wasn't that hard. To return from the future after killing the dragon race. This was why he was able to stay calm despite the difference in strength. Why would he fear someone like him if he had killed those of the dragon race? But you are just but an insect at this moment. Let's see if you can remain calm after hearing this story. Gakima finished thinking and spoke with a leisurely expression. It seems there was somebody with a very interesting memory out of the ones who had been running towards the portal. Do you know as well? That one of your underlings was creating a suppressive measure. Hansu frowned at these words. Suppressive measures. Of course he knew. But why did this come up right now? And he had already told Guan Ye to demolish the plan before he had come here. Gakima made an amused expression as he looked at Hansu. You see, I kind of found it first. Someone like you or me could probably survive even if this beast rolled. But I wonder how many of your race can survive. It had already been quite a while since he had sent away a golden Akidus along with numerous other silver ones. He could make this giant beast roll whenever he wanted. Using the suppressive method the humans had prepared. If I knew that I'd find something like this then there wasn't even a need to steal this guy's body. Keeping the promise would be a bit tedious. Well, he could just take all the Icarans up into the sky with the Akidus. Gakima's expression, which had been smiling proudly, turned extremely cold quickly. You insect. I shall salute you for pushing me this far into a corner. But this is far as you go. Surrender now. Actually with his current strength controlling everyone outside even without making the Gragos roll would be a piece of cake. Since the endlessly produced Akidus along with his powers was enough. But the man in front of him made him feel uneasy. If that guy had run away after feeling his strength then there would be nothing to fear. So he had let loose his aura on purpose. In order to test him. But he hadn't run away despite feeling the difference in strength, appeared in front of him and even continued to remain vigilant the whole time. So, you killed the dragon race, huh? Dragon race. A terrifying top-tier ruling race of the abyss whose name in itself struck fear into others. Though he was playing king in a place like this, if he were to get in the way of a dragon race member then he would merely get used to wipe their toes. For him to kill such existences and to come back. If he didn't fear the dragon race then what in the world did he fear? Surrender. And cut off one of your arms and both your legs. Otherwise your entire race wouldn't be able to prevent getting destroyed. Actually him killing everyone wouldn't profit him in any way. Since the ones he needed to control would get turned into corpses instead. But the man in front of him made him feel too uneasy. To the point where he had to threaten him. At that moment. Pudududk. A carrier pigeon flew towards Hansu. A carrier pigeon from Guan Ye. I'm sorry. For the last time, I'll be in your care. This dumbass. Hansu frowned as he read the message. Guan Ye, who had been crazily heading towards somewhere, made a depressed expression as he saw something on the way. People whom he had sent to destroy the suppressive method. But their bodies had long turned cold from the ambush. Guanyi clenched his teeth and headed towards the location where the suppressive method was after seeing the corpse of the man who had died right after sending in the message. And then cursed out after seeing the scene of the place. Damn it. He could see the silver akadus that were crazily pouring in the graphites in the distance. And a blackened akadus that was standing in front of them. The golden akadus, no, Gakima who had been controlling the akadus made a surprised face. Since he had never expected that somebody would come all the way here. But the golden akadus realized who had come here and then laughed as it spoke. You're quite brave, aren't you? Aren't you the one who shook after getting hit once from before? It was making fun of him and laughing at him despite being a machine. Guanyi grinned at his teeth at the words of the golden akadus. Was there another one? There had been 10 in the battlefield. But originally there had been 12. It seems that it had succeeded in fixing one of the 2 broken ones. And that guy had come here after figuring this location out. The akadus continued to speak as he looked at Guanyi. Where did your underlings go? Why did you come alone? I can still see the image of you struggling around and looking for your underlings. The akadus was full of leisure. Since the one in front of him could not beat it no matter what it did. Guanyi replied expressionlessly at those words. They have to guard the entrance. Guanyi wanted to take all the forces he could and come here as well. But he could not. Since then he would get caught in the eye. He was barely able to escape the battlefield using his Margot level skills. But for a clan leader to take all his members and try to run away? No matter what excuse he would give, it wouldn't look like anything other than them escaping. Then the already nervous group of adventurers' formations would break down in an instant and a huge chaos would be caused. Then it was obvious where the remaining akadus would head into. And by Aaron. I hope you lead them well. At this point the golden akadus expression turned from ridicule to regret. Which means that you're alone. How are you going to do this? Guanyi clenched his teeth and breathed in and out. If he couldn't block that guy here then they would all die. Due to the suppressive method that he had prepared. I should not have prepared something like this. Guanyi was filled to the brim with regret. This wasn't because everyone was going to die because of his mistake. Since he wasn't going to let such things happen. Guanyi, who had been pondering with a heavy expression, gulped down something that was in his hands. Gulp. The moment he swallowed it, his blood in his entire body started to boil. The silver liquid inside the blood to be precise. A power level that was merely at the Margot level started increase explosively. And then an irreversible change started to surround his entire body. Kurururu. Guanyi made a sad and depressed expression as he saw his flaming body. Am I really going without even being able to see my daughter's face? He wasn't in the position to make Elkadion hold responsibility. Since the mistake he made was much bigger than the one she had made. And this was why he was going to take responsibility for it. Kiiying. The golden akadus was shocked at Guanyi who had started to shine with silvery light. You. Did you really? It knew that medicine well. Since it had seen the Akarans take it in order to deal with it. Berserk Emperor's fluid. A secret measure of the akadus that burned up one's life and allowed them to have the might of a crazy emperor for a short moment. Guanyi looked towards somewhere in the distance with a bitter expression. Dying wasn't that bad. Since he would have died already at the hands of the great priest if it hadn't been for Hansu. He was just extremely sad. That he wouldn't be able to see his wife's face anymore because of a single mistake he had made. Hansu, I believe you can make this place truly peaceful. Then his wife and his daughter inside his wife's stomach would be able to live in happiness at least. That's why you are going out with me here, you fucking bastard. Guanyi, who had started to shine with a smoky silvery light, felt his heart burning up and muttered out. TL note, is it his physical heart burning or his emotional heart? Or both? Reincarnator, Chapter 144, Dark Cloud, 5. This damned insect. Gakima frowned as he watched the scene of the golden toy he had sent out getting destroyed through the cloud. With this he would need to deal with each and every one of them one by one. He won't surrender either. Gakima looked at Hansu in the distance with an annoyed expression and grinned at his teeth. There was no reason for Hansu to get scared right now. Gakima looked at the golden akadus that was standing next to him suddenly. One that had just recently finished its repairs. It would be quite useful in the fight. Though it was a toy, it was enhanced from his abilities. And it was a special one. But Gakima felt uneasy again after seeing the golden akadus. Since it felt like it was proving that he was scared of Hansu. For me to rely on a toy like this. Gakima clenched his hands into fists and then quietly raised them. Then he smashed the golden akadus in front of his eyes. Boom. The golden akadus that was hard even for Hansu to break had crumpled up and got destroyed. The entire torso blew apart as the core turned into dust. Chichichichiak. Gakima finally made a content expression after destroying the golden akadus with his own hands in an instant. Strength was overflowing from his entire body. Though he had killed the dragon race that was only back when he was strong. Which means that the important factor is strength. Strength. A law that ruled over the abyss. And the guy in front of him was clearly weaker than him. I should take the chance and use this place as a farm as well. Gakima smirked. The greatest luck that could befall their dark cloud race was being summoned by some weakling. Since then they would be able to take control of all the life forms in this place and convert those souls and energy into food for themselves. And if he returned to the abyss after gobbling that up for a while then his rank in the abyss would rise up quite a bit as well. To go from a deadly jungle where one may get eaten if they didn't eat the opponent to a livestock farm where there was no danger whatsoever. How amazing was this? I need to deal with this guy fast. The moment Gakima, who had taken over Alcadian's body, put his eyes upon Hansu. He flinched. Because Hansu's expression, which used to be expressionless, had stiffened up. Hansu played around with the blue spider pouch in his hands and then spat out a few words. If you come out from that body and fuck off right now then I won't kill you. There was nothing to gain from fighting him. Though there was a reward it didn't matter much to him whether he received it or not. It was best to end things without a conflict occurring. Gakima was dumbfounded as he was about to open his mouth to speak but then just closed it. since babbling on wasn't his style in the first place. I'll leave your head intact at least. Since he, Gakima, was also truly curious as to how this guy will react after getting his entire body broken apart. And the head was needed to see this reaction. Crackle. As Gakima applied strength onto his entire body. Quaaaaa. A tremendously large sound rang throughout the entire insides of the Arcladiary. Elcadian's body, which had been further enhanced by the dark cloud, disappeared from the spot it had been standing on with an explosive speed and appeared in front of Hansu's eyes in an instant. Then a fist was swung out. Boom. The fist he had thrown had smashed into Hansu's chest above his armor as Gakima expected. A fist with the strength of someone from the dark cloud ray smashed into Hansu's body. Gakima was confident as he was aware of the explosive strength that could be felt throughout his entire body. That this one blow was the end. If your strength was around the same level of this body's original strength, then even blocking this one attack would be hard. There was quite a difference between Elcadian's body that had been enhanced by the dark cloud and the one that had not. A single fist was enough to deal with someone who fought to a standstill with Elcadian. Boom. Hansu's body flung backwards like a meteor and then slammed onto the wall of the Arcladiary. At the same time the giant factory suddenly trembled as if a meteorite had struck it. Kurururu. A single attack. Though a quarter of the giant factory, which was even larger than hundreds of sports fields combined, had been destroyed by that single attack, Gakima's expression was still very dark. Yeah, so your experience is still there despite having a weaker body, huh? Gakima grinned at his teeth. At the moment Hansu was attacked, he had used all the strength in his body to send his body backwards. And due to this the tremendous amount of power that should have smashed his body had instead dissipated. And, did he get hit on purpose? Kairururuk. Gakima grinned at his teeth as he looked at the blue spiders that were eating his true body, the dark cloud. When he struck Hansu, Hansu had left behind a spider pouch on his hands and had gotten sent backwards. And thanks to this there were now spiders all over his body. Kurururu. Hansu walked out from the falling rubble as he mumbled. If you don't have any thoughts of returning then I shall gladly make you so you won't be able to. Gakima muttered as he popped one of the blue spiders that were eating away at him. You damn insect. I don't even have thoughts of returning now. Actually his soul being constrained within the body made him feel at ease. Since there was only one way for this to play out no matter what Hansu planned. Hansu shrugged his shoulders, pulled something out from his pocket and inhaled it. There is too much of a difference in physical strength compared to what I expected. The tactics he wanted to use would only work when he was capable enough to. Hansu ruthlessly inhaled the berserk mode scent in order to level the playing field. Kududuk. Though not as much as the berserk emperor's fluid, this was still an Acaran product that could allow one to showcase a tremendous amount of strength in a short period of time. Silver liquids inside Hansu's body started to bubble. Oh. Gakima smirked at this, bounced up from his place and then smacked Hansu once more. Boom. A powerful shockwave rang throughout the entire Arcladiary. And then another part of the Arcladiary was broken again. Kurururu. Gakima flew up to Hansu, who was embedded in the wall, and then laughed at him. The Acaran's technique, huh? That's pretty nice. But don't you think it's a bit lacking? And I know that it has a time limit as well. Gakima then looked at his physical body. This existence of the other world, who he hadn't even heard of from the abyss, still had quite a nice body. And the techniques of the Acarans who had made such a body like this were worthy of praise as well. But there was a limit. The difference between Hansu and him were astronomical. Gakima looked at the small injury on the surface of his right leg. A small scratch that Hansu had made in the previous collision. In order to create this scratch Hansu almost had his left arm smashed apart. At these words a loud shout was heard from the distance. Don't worry since it wouldn't take that long. Anyways, you made things easy for me since you ate up an Acaran's body. What? At that moment. Kururark. You. Gakima freaked out as he looked at his leg's current state. His whole leg was rotting away. What the hell? What is this? Poison? Bacteria? He knew that Hansu had a strange skill that spread spores. But if the gap could be closed with a single skill then it could not even be called a gap. Since injuries caused by those skills could just be healed right back up. A single skill shouldn't be threatening to him since there is a large gap between them both, a gap that can't be closed with just a skill. Gakima hurriedly looked around the area of the injury. There was a tiny amount of black liquid on his skin. This liquid came in through the scratch, flowed through his veins and was eating away at his body. No, it wasn't really eating away at his body. The black liquid was disassembling the silver-colored body and the essence which filled his body step by step as it was climbing up. At the atomic level. As the silver liquid's molecular structure was disassembled it turned black and the transformed black liquid infected more of the silver liquids inside his body. Gakima clenched his teeth as he saw this. At this rate he would die by getting his entire body infected. Quaaap. Quajaduk. Gakima raised his right arm and chopped off his rotting leg. Chiik. Thankfully for Gakima, the rotting stopped after he cut off the leg. At the same time new flesh started to grow out from the area on his leg that he had cut. At this rate his leg would be recovered in a short amount of time. But at that moment. Where are you looking? Boom. Hansu jumped out from the rubble and approached Gakima like a bolt of lightning and attacked him again. A pain which was inflicted upon himself with his own hands. Gakima flinched at the pain that he felt from the body he wasn't quite used to yet and allowed Hansu to attack him once more during that short moment. You fucking insect. Gakima was enraged at Hansu who had attacked him again even before his injury had healed and attacked him with his right arm. Boom. His strength was so strong that a typhoon was blown around where he had attacked. Receiving it is too much. At the moment Gakima's attack hit him, Hansu raised the forked lightning in front of him like a shield and then smashed the floor with all his strength. Boom. Hansu, who had diverted away most of the power that flowed through the spear and onto him, shot back like a meteor again and then got implanted into the wall again. Kurururu. The shockwave from Hansu getting embedded into the wall made the whole underground area shake. But Hansu ignored the pain which could be felt from his back and instead checked his arm. Though he could withstand the pain, he at least needed an arm to attack. Thankfully only a crack this time. Hansu looked at his right arm which had a long crack running through it. It was still this much after he had dodged, diverted, and shielded it. And Gakima's body was so tough that even with the forked lightning he was only able to leave a scratch. But Gakima's body proved that this much was still enough. This bastard. Quaaaaa. Once when he flinched from his own injury. And once when he had retaliated with his right arm. 2 scratches, one on his neck and one on his side, were done by Hansu's spear that had struck his body like lightning. Very small scratches. But Elkadian's body that Gakima had taken over were rotting away with those places as the center. Quajaduduk. Quaaaak. Gakima could only rip his body off again with his own hands. He had to. Since he would die by having his body rot away if he didn't. Hansu spoke quietly as he saw this. Your greatest mistake was taking the body of an Akaran. The Akaran's history was definitely not peaceful at all. Repetitive war and more war. They had created numerous techniques to raise their strengths in order to go up against the Margoths. But if half of the Akaran's history was going against Margoths, then the other half was filled with internal disputes. This fratricidal history is so long. Of course there are a lot of methods to deal with their own race. It was hard to create a medicine that would raise one's strength by even 10%. Since they had to worry about the side effects. But creating a deadly toxin that would destroy the opponent in an instant was a piece of cake. As they found out more about their own body, the techniques to deal with the opponent developed more and more. And Mekido, who worried about the might of these techniques, stopped all production of weapons and techniques that were harmful against their own race. But Mr. Hansu. Specimens for those things are next to the historon just in case. Make sure you take it while you leave, the Dark Clouds member will definitely target my body. I'll try to buy time as much as I can. Use it as a final trump card. Hansu thought of the conversation he had with Elkadian and then mumbled. If you were in a human's body then you wouldn't have suffered from such a fate. You probably wouldn't even have thought of crawling in there if you considered the situation for a bit. Ugh. Gakima's expression was filled with fear. With time his body would be able to get used to this. Since his body was analyzing the black liquid climbing through his body even as of now while the injuries he had cut away were healing back up. But why would Hansu give him time to do so? Which means that he would need to smash that Hansu guy apart without receiving a single scratch. And Gakima knew that such a thing was an impossible feat. Gakima stuttered as he backed off slowly. Wait. I'll go back. So please remove this blue spiders. Wouldn't Hansu have made those offers for a reason? Hansu laughed coldly. You should have taken the chance back then. There was a simple reason why he gave that proposition in the beginning. Since it was better to avoid the fight if there was even 1% chance of losing. And even more so if such a large thing was at stake like this moment. Though he had prepared to deal with him, battles didn't always play out the way one wanted. He would fall into a tight spot if that guy ran around and bought time. And this is why Hansu offered Gakima a way to leave back then. But the leg has been cut off like he had planned and he wouldn't be able to run away anymore. Why would he let the fish go when it had been caught already? Since the fairy would only give him the reward if he killed Gakima. I told you before, right? That it wouldn't take that long. Is it okay for this person to die? If I die then this person dies as well. According to the memories of this body, the real owner of this body, Tarahal, was quite precious. Was this Tarahal dying not mattering at all? Hansu spoke with an expressionless face. I'll deal with that on my own so you can just die now. God fucking damn it. Hansu raised his forked lightning, which was covered with a large quantity of the toxin, and then smashed it towards Gakima who was screaming and charging towards him as if he had gone crazy. Reincarnator, Chapter 145, The Hunter's Plateau, 1. Ugh. Hansu looked at Elkadian's body which had been turned into a mess. A body that had turned completely black the Akaran's toxins. Hansu breathed in and out while watching that body and then moved his hands towards Elkadian's head. Then he proceeded to pull the crown of thorns out from the head. Doo-doo-doo-dook. As the crown of thorns got pulled out, Elkadian's soul was also pulled out. Along with the existence that had infected Elkadian. Gakima's small bit of consciousness that was still left spat out a groaning sound. He knew instinctively that the soul he had taken over was being taken out from the body. Damn, I should have eaten the guy below instead of this Elkadian. Once the crown was ripped away from the head then his soul, which had taken Elkadian's soul, would disappear as well. Since his soul could only be maintained when both his soul and a physical body existed. Fuck. To die like this in a place such as this. The Dark Cloud race member, which spat out a string of curses with its last bit of remaining strength, got pulled out whole and then disappeared. Kurururuk. As the crown of thorns got pulled out, the dragon essence blade implanted inside Tarahal's body started to make noises as it started to come out of the body. It couldn't stay inside since there wasn't any consciousness to sustain it any longer. Hansu pulled out the handle of the dragon essence blade that stuck out from Tarahal's stomach. An artifact of the dragon essence blade's level would only harm Tarahal in his current situation anyway. Since he would have no way of dealing with the overflowing energy. Soon Elkadian's soul, Gakima's soul, and the dragon essence blade were pulled out. The only remaining thing was Tarahal's body which had a fragment of Hansu's soul. First the detoxification. Hansu carefully poured in the cure to counteract the toxin in Tarahal's body. The toxins that were destroying Tarahal's body slowly got neutralized and soon the black liquids that were constantly taking over the silver liquid slowed their invasion. But Tarahal would die if he was left like this. Since most of the silver liquids that would heal his body has been destroyed by the toxin. That was why Hansu needed to help him. How could I leave him to die, when he trusted in me and followed me? Hansu started to move his soul fragment inside Tarahal's body. And then Tarahal's body started to move according to Hansu's will. Hansu's skill, which was implanted within the soul fragment, started to activate. Hansu's signature reinforcement appeared on Tarahal's body and started to quickly heal up the body. Kurururu. The demonic dragon's reinforcement helped the recovery of the silvery liquid and that silvery liquid helped the healing process of the body. The two worked hand in hand as the blackened body of Tarahal started to regain its color. Good. This should be enough. Hansu looked at the crown of thorns he was holding in his hands. The crown of thorns which still had Alcadian's soul in it. I don't know if I can heal her. If everything goes according to his plan, then she might be able to live. But the chances were half and half. Since you trusted in me and helped me, I should do my best to help you as well. Hansu quickly moved towards the location where Guanyin had fallen, the place where the suppressive measure was prepared. Ugh. Guanyin slowly opened his eyes. And then looked over his body with an expression of disbelief. I'm not dead. He had clearly beaten down the golden Akadus and then collapsed, feeling the silver liquid burning up his entire body. But he was alive. The silver liquid, which had been acting as if it would explode and was burning up his entire body, was surprisingly being controlled by something and had calmed down. His body had turned into a mess, but it was slowly being healed from the silver liquid's power. Who can control the silver liquid to this extent? As Guanyin was confused, a sudden voice was heard in his head. Guanyin frowned at the sudden voice which could be heard in his head, since it wasn't somebody whom he had good feelings towards. Why is this Alcadian in my body? Guanyin tried closing and opening his hands just in case he would get control of his body taken over as well. While he was moving his body, he moved his hands towards his head after feeling something strange upon it. The crown of thorns could clearly be felt on his head. Guanyin looked at Hansu in front of his eyes and frowned. Did you plant this on me? Hansu nodded at those words. Alcadian's soul is preventing the silver liquid from burning up. You would probably have to live your entire life like that. It would be impossible for Guanyin to control the silver liquid by himself. But Alcadian's soul, which had invented the body enhancement surgery, could do so easily. Hansu nodded as he looked at Guanyin, who had woken up. It was successful, huh? The chances were half and half. Since he didn't know if Guanyin could handle the crown of thorns, as well as not knowing how much Alcadian was capable of. But since Guanyin had woken up and was in command, it seemed like everything worked out well. Guanyin, who had been frowning from the fact that Alcadian was in his head, just sighed instead. Since it really wasn't his place to curse Alcadian. And the fact that he was alive when he thought that he had died was to be grateful for as well. Phew. I have no idea how the situation is. Did you deal with that monster? Hansu nodded and then handed something over to Guanyin, who had woken up. Guanyin frowned as he looked at it. What is this? It's called a soul fragment. Hansu then started to explain what it was. Guanyin, who controlled a large clan himself, instantly understood Hansu's explanation. Guanyin, who had been making an uncomfortable expression, asked just in case. Is there a way for me to not receive this? Can't you trust me, man? Of course, the fact that somebody would be able to control him and read his memories could not feel good. Hansu shook his head at the words, which had a slight amount of humor within it. No, it cannot be done. He could not allow a single chance of mistake, nor a single possibility of failure. Though he approved of Guanyin's abilities, there was a fatal weakness to Guanyin. His wife. And because of this, he really needed to implant the soul fragment. Since he needed to stop Guanyin from going crazy and going on a rampage. Guanyin pondered for a moment at Hansu's firm attitude and then just nodded. Since there wasn't really another way. I'll take it then. If Hansu was thinking of doing something weird, then he would have worn the crown of thorns himself. Guanyin still didn't know a lot of things about Hansu. And Hansu wasn't a person who explained everything kindly. But there wasn't a need to explain anymore. I'll follow the path you take from now on. And the crown of thorns was actually very good for him. Since there was no need for him to be afraid of the Akarans anymore and create suppressive measures for them. Guanyin suddenly thought of Alcadian after thinking to this point. Are you fine with this? With all that's going on? Alcadian replied at those words. In a depressed tone. I shouldn't be here anyway. The sins I've caused is enough for me to have died already. My existence alone will get in the way of the unification of humans and the Akarans. But the knowledge that she hadn't been able to hand over yet was too precious for her to leave like this. Hansu and Guanyin would be able to control her well. And now she was willing to stay in the darkness and help the humans to improve. Hansu looked at the new king of the Orange Zone, Alcadian, and Guanyin, as he nodded. Though it's a bit different from my original plan. Everything went according to the plan. He had pulled out the soul fragment from Tarahal and put it into Guanyin. The work here was done as well. Now only the final part was left. Come out. I'll receive that reward now. As Hansu spoke out, the space split apart as something came out. You've done well. Hee. I've been watching from a while back and I heard Alcadian making quite a remarkable statement. As I expected, they were watching. As Hansu and Guanyin looked at the fairy, it spoke out. 10,000 spears or one treasured sword. Will you receive the rewards together since you all work together? Or will you eat it up all by yourself? Hansu frowned as he looked at the fairy. To play such a trick. It probably didn't tell the others about the reward and had only told him. Since he wouldn't even be able to choose the option of taking everything by himself if the others knew about the reward. Receiving something while not expecting it and not receiving it were completely different. And he had made his choice already anyway. I can't let the people go empty-handed when they have come to help. Hansu answered the question almost instantly. Damn. Did it finally end? Phew. Enbyron sighed in relief as she looked at the Akadus which were suddenly rolling around the ground. Since though she had destroyed 2 golden Akadus, she herself had become a mess. And as the battle ended, there were people who slowly crept towards them. Enbyron clicked her tongue as she saw these people. Tisk. People who hadn't participated in the final battle. But Enbyron didn't blame these guys as she instead just sat on the ground and focused on recovering. Since there was nothing for these guys to eat up anyway. Actually them simply not attacking Enbyron and the rest who were resting was enough. Something that would never happen in the past. If it was the orange zone of the past that Hansu hadn't organized, then a second war would have broken out already. Against the hyenas who were aiming for the runes that would drop by killing the tired people. Wow. There's really nothing. One of the adventurers who had been fumbling around the golden akados made an annoyed expression. Though they hadn't participated, they had seen it from afar. For there to be no reward, then the battle had been so fierce. At that moment the air above split apart as something appeared in the sky. Huh. The expressions of the adventurers brightened up. Usually it was an existence they disliked, but it was different now. Since there was only one reason for its appearance. Reward. Whoa. Will I get to gobble something up even without lifting a finger? And as per their expectations, the fairy spoke out the words they all wanted to hear. Hello everyone. Congratulations for surviving until the end. You could have all been massacred, but you got quite lucky. You know why I came out, right? It's for your reward. The expressions of the people were split. The ones who participated in the battle were happy, but they were a bit uncomfortable. And the ones who hadn't participated just wanted to eat up anything as profit. And of course the fairy brought this up first. The benchmarks for receiving the reward this time around was very vague. The standards for the reward was very vague, since it didn't come out like runes where the one who killed it will get it. But the fairy made a very delighted smile as it spoke. But receiving it for free is a bit troublesome. The present I have for you is the dark cloud. Dark cloud. The moment the fairy's words ended, something rolled out from around the bodies of the adventurers. Kururururu. Huh. Fascinating. Enbairen looked at the black-colored cloud life form that was floating around her body after spontaneously coming into existence. The same cloud that had fallen to the blue spiders after fighting with her and the others crazily. But no vicious auras could be felt, unlike before. Actually, it was following Enbairen's will quite well, almost like a pet, and was floating around her body. Around all the bodies of the ones who had participated in the final battle. But it hadn't appeared on everyone's body, and their sizes weren't the same either. In Enbairen's case, it was a few times bigger and darker than the other people's. Some didn't even receive it at all. One adventurer complained. What is this based off of? Though I only got a little, I still participated in the final battle. The fairy giggled. It's really fair, you see. The amount given is in accordance to how much of the dark cloud you got rid of. Oh. The final battle. People who had participated in the final battle against a member of the dark cloud race. The ones who had fought most valiantly in the front line and had destroyed a large amount of the dark cloud race's doppelgangers obtained a large amount of clouds, and the ones who had stayed back or stayed around in safe spots couldn't receive any. And at these words the people who hadn't participated in the final battle made extremely regretful expressions. God damn it. I saved my life because they said there was no reward, but for them to give out such a thing. Though they owed their life to Hansu, it wasn't really that direct, and the one life they had was precious. And they hadn't participated because they said there was no reward but for such things to have been given out to the participants. Tisk. It'll be nice at least if the effects suck. If another's possessions was also something amazing, then there was nothing else that could make them feel even more jealous. Asterisk. Damn. I should have taken the right choice. Anyways, where is that Hansu guy? Since that guy had taken the leader out on his own, he should have a much larger cloud than all of them. But Soon shook his head. Well, he'll return soon. Where could he go even if he wanted to? He would definitely come back here, since it seemed like he would need their help to go up anyway. But Hansu was acting in a completely opposite manner to their expectations. Guanye looked back and forth at the portal in front of him and Hansu, and then asked once more. You're really going up by yourself? Hansu, who had a cloud which was much larger and denser than Enbairen surrounding him, nodded. Yeah. I leave this place to you for you to organize. And don't let anyone come up until I allow them to. Make sure you control the portal well. Guanye asked with a confused expression. Isn't it more helpful for us to go up together? There might be friction between you and the already existing powers. Numbers were always helpful. Hansu shook his head at those words. Since Guanye had received his soul fragment, he knew about Hansu's identity to some degree. There was a reason to explain. It's a bit wasteful for you guys to just get killed like that. You guys are too inexperienced. Raise your strength and get organized to the best of your ability right here until I call you. The above world, humans are no longer the owners of it. Red zone. Humans took over instead of the fallen race, the Elvenheims. Orange zone. Humans pushed away the weakened Icarans and took control of the Gragos back. Though the five calamities and the Gragos were supernatural existences, they weren't interested in humans at all. But the yellow zone was different. A land where humans were hunted and eaten as well as treated as slaves, the Hunter's Plateau. Having a lot of people up above was basically allowing them to gain more targets. So, I'll go up first and prepare. Please. Hansu left behind his last words with Guanye as he stabbed the dragon essence blade in his hands into his body and then jumped into the portal. Translator's note, asterisk, this was originally a Korean saying that I have altered into English to make more sense because the literal translation sounded stupid. Het. Poor Gakima, het. Reincarnator, Chapter 146, The Hunter's Plateau, 2. Kururururu. Hansu's body got sucked into the depths of the portal. Bubble bubble. Hansu's body, which had been flowing through the currents of space-time, suddenly entered a space filled with a sticky fluid. This space, which was full of a sticky liquid, was extremely dark because no light could reach into this location. Hansu repositioned his body within the sticky liquid. Since he had arrived here, he needed to get out. It has really been a while. Kangri worm. Kangri worm. A giant larvae that lived in the depths of the great jungle while gobbling up the soil. At the same time, it was the portal that the humans came in through. In the past he had accidentally drunk a large amount of this liquid, but the current Hansu was not him of the past. Hansu used his body, which had been further enhanced by the dragon essence blade, and smashed down the forked lightning. Ryip. The liquid sack that was surrounding Hansu got ripped apart along with a desolate cry. Kiyayayi. The sack had been ripped, but no signs of light entering could be seen. Only an extremely agitated scream could be heard from the liquid sack. Well, this was obvious. Any creature would scream in such a manner when their stomach suddenly gets ripped apart while sleeping peacefully in the depths of the ground. It'll heal up soon anyway. Kwayak. Hansu raised himself up but didn't exit the kangri worm right away. Hansu started to fill up the overflowing liquids of the kangaroo worm, which was over 6 m long, into the pouch by his waist. This is useful in many ways. As an abnormally large amount of body fluid started to exit out, the kangaroo worm screamed out in panic. Hansu only then finally closed up the sac, which contained the body fluids, carefully existed the kangaroo worm and started to slowly dig his way up. Bajajajajak. As he moved the dirt away, a familiar yet strange scene appeared in front of his eyes. Tremendously large trees that he hadn't seen for decades. Trees that towered over tens of meters in height surrounded the location Hansu came out of. The great jungle. Thousands of kilometers was nowhere close to the actual size of this place. A giant jungle filled with mysteries that nobody had searched in their entirety. At the same time a place where the humans had to struggle in order to survive. Hansu needed to turn this place into a land that is beneficial towards the human race. First, find the ceasefire zone. This was a land where countless predatory races roamed around. But there were still areas divided up clearly between these guys. He needed to find the human villages hidden between these territories. It would take a long time for Hansu to search through the jungle by himself and gather the materials, but a lot of the things he needed would be at the villages. Let's take it slow since I'm not in a hurry. The process of getting through the great jungle, uses, needed to be executed quite carefully. The predators didn't like the smell of the kangaroo worm, so they weren't present in these areas, but once Hansu exits the territory of the kangaroo worms, then he would constantly encounter and fight against the predators. Time wasn't the important part in this zone. He needed to deal with the predators carefully but still achieve a clear result. He didn't know where he had arrived in the tremendously large territory of the kangaroo worms, but once he can find the correct direction, then he would be set. At that moment, a voice which was calling over Hansu was heard. Hey. Over there. Newcomer. What happened? What's going on below? Hansu looked towards the location where the voice that was calling him came from, up above the trees. A group of around 10 people were looking at Hansu. Altair sighed in relief as she looked at the person standing below the tree. Thank God. There are still survivors. Altair thought of the incident from 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. When she was roaming around the ant tunnels of the bull. A giant earthquake swept through the Gragos. Thankfully her and her comrades were in front of the portal, so they escaped through the portal without a single moment of thought. But Altair was shocked after coming up here. Since there wasn't anybody who welcomed them. This has never happened before. Altair mumbled with an ominous expression. In the red zone the Helper clan existed in the beginning area. In the orange zone the raiders had appeared before them, but they were able to meet humans the moment they came out. No, there were humans everywhere actually. But weirdly not a single trace of humans could be seen in this place. Excluding the ones who she had come up with, the man she was looking at down below was the first human they found in 3 weeks. Of course they aren't quite the best ones to be with. While Altair was looking around her and frowning. Hanti, the leader of this group who was standing next to Altair, spoke out with a frustrated expression. Altair was somehow scared of something as she continued to roam around the surrounding jungle and could not venture out for the past 3 weeks. Damn it, we aren't a rescue squad or anything. Let's hurry up and go. Don't be willing to take in some random person you find. Damn. Her danger sensing powers or whatever. It's really annoying. Hanti clicked his tongue. If they didn't need her trait then he wouldn't even be talking to her like this. Altair frowned at Hanti's words. You're getting more and more brave, huh? Even Hanti couldn't do whatever he wanted down below. Since clans and loose rules still existed. But after the thought of only 10 of them remaining and the fact that no one was around him, the strongest person in the group, Hanti, became more and more ruthless. He had even looked at her with lustful expression a few days ago as well. Altair sighed deeply as she spoke out. Don't be like that. He might be helpful to us as well. Who knows, he might be somebody strong. Altair maintained her position as she ground her teeth. Her, a vice captain of the scouting team, and Hanti, vice captain of the shock troopers, were at the same level in terms of authority, but she could not do anything without her clan due to the vast difference in personal strength. Damn. I might really get raped at this rate. That guy over there really needs to be somebody strong. But Altair didn't really have much hope. Though Hanti was a bastard of a person, he was very strong. Unless one was a Margoth level, they could not beat him. But Altair could not remember any Margoth levels with that man's face. This was the reason why Hanti was still acting with leisure after seeing that man as well. No, I think another person was added to the Margoth levels. But Altair soon shook her head. It's probably just a false rumor. On average it took around 3 to 4 years to reach the Margoth level. How could rumors about such a strong person not spread during that time? Unless they became so strong in such a short amount of time that rumors didn't even get to spread. That's even more of an impossibility. Hanti, who had been looking at that Altair, clicked his tongue as he walked out. You deal with this place. I'm going to scout around this place. You, come with me as well. Hanti then picked out a rather pretty girl from the group. Altair grinned at her teeth as she saw this. This bastard. Is this really the time for that? The girl he had pointed to, Ellis, was not even part of the shock troopers' Hanti lad. She was someone under her authority. Ellis was somebody she cared for because she didn't really run away quickly in times of danger and was quick to catch on, but Hanti was getting more and more blatant in his actions. As if he was trying to set a clear example as to who was the boss between him and Altair. Hanti grinned at his teeth and growled as he saw Altair's frown. What? Are you saying I can't? What do you think I'm going to do? And it's obvious that a shock trooper and a scout gets paired to go. Even before Altair could say anything towards Hanti, Ellis acted out first. Since it was clear who would get hurt if this continued. And the beasts here were very strong despite their small numbers, as if they were trying to prove the power of a small group of elites. And the reason why everyone quietly set Hanti as the leader was because of a few sneak attacks they had encountered. They had realized that Hanti's power was a necessity in order to survive in this giant jungle. If this group of 10 got divided in half, then it would become even harder to survive in this yellow zone which was full of some mysterious aura. I need to end this here. Ellis spoke out towards Altair. I'll be back, Vice Captain. Don't worry too much. We'll just scout around the surroundings. Be careful. Altair looked at Ellis's back disappearing into the distance with a sorry expression. And firmly made a resolution to herself. I must get stronger and recruit more people. That guy was acting this way because they were low in number and weaker than him, but once their numbers increased and stronger ones appear, then her position will rise due to her unique ability. If some bastard like Hanti got a hold of the boat's control, then they would all sink. Altair finished her thoughts and then approached the man who had come out from the ground below. Welcome up here, newcomer. First time at the yellow zone, right? Altair constantly examined the man in front of her during the whole time. I can't tell with just my eyes. But her danger senses weren't warning her about this guy at all. Which meant that this guy wasn't screwed up in the head at least. Altair leisurely spoke to Hansu. This area is much more dangerous than below, you see. So we were recruiting the newcomers while roaming around this place. Since it'll only hurt us if the newcomers just get killed off randomly as well. You know the Helper clan, right? There's something similar here as well, that is us. Anyways, how is the situation down below? No newcomers are coming up. There wasn't really a need to show their disappointment even if they were letting him in. Since it was clear who was stronger. What would a newcomer know? Joining us won't hurt you. Altair mumbled inwardly. The reason why she was lying was not because she wanted to order this guy around. There are just too many people who are too proud. If they don't clearly set the grounds as to who is the alpha, then those guys would rebel. And it was easier for them, who had been here for 3 weeks, to set the mood and lead the newcomers. Hansu quietly stared at Altair. Quite an amusing bunch of people. Well, there wasn't a need to tick them off by telling them to stop lying. Hansu spoke out while staring at Altair. There's no one to rescue. At least for now. There won't be anyone coming up for now anyway. What? Why? The zone below has been united, with the control of the new clan leader, Guanye. Nobody will come up for a while. Altair made a surprised expression. Huh, that fellow really caused a ruckus, huh? She knew that their clan leader of the Rirarari clan had some ability, but for him to unite the entire zone below. During the moment in which Altair was lost in shock, Hansu quickly turned around and headed into the depths of the jungle. He's just leaving. Altair frowned while she looked at this and then spoke. Where are you going? I said it's dangerous, are you quite confident or something? Hansu shook his head at these words. The ones in danger isn't me but you guys. What? It's coming. There. The moment Hansu pointed towards a direction. Altair was shocked. Since that direction was the direction Hanti and Ellis disappeared towards. Altair perked up her ears and focused her senses towards that direction. Boom. Boom. Loud explosions were heard as the giant trees of the jungle blew apart. And one could tell that noise was getting closer and closer. Altair frowned deeply as she saw this. Since that thing was something they were familiar with. Damn it. Let's get the hell away from here, newbie. Altair shouted towards Hansu. Since this guy would just get shredded apart if he went against that leopard. Even if he was somebody who did whatever he wanted, she still didn't prefer seeing somebody getting killed in front of her eyes. A leopard that was 3 m long in size. It didn't even look like a monster, but blades and skills didn't really work against it. And its stealth abilities were amazing as well. Damn it. It got all the way here before showing itself. They had barely been able to run away a few days ago after losing a comrade when they had been attacked. Hansu chuckled as he heard her words. Aren't you guys a bit too weak to be called a rescue squad? What? Hansu stared at the black leopard running towards them from the distance. This is a good start. To meet this thing before the predator races. Black leopard, Kalikron. Predators that were at the top of the food chain. Humans who were located at the very bottom of this chain. And one of the beasts that were located alongside the humans. There was nothing to throw away about that thing. Shall I try it out then? Hansu's body started to get covered with the dark cloud he had gained as a reward from below. Ellis, who had come out to scout the area, shouted out loudly. We have to hurry back and help. Of course they could hear what was going on since they were still quite close by. But Hanti frowned as he looked at that Ellis. Be quiet for a moment. Hanti shut Ellis up and looked towards a corner of the jungle. Well, actually at a woman who was standing in between the trees of the jungle like an image. What kind of woman? Why is she here? She was a tremendous beauty as well. Hanti carefully approached the woman who was standing in the corner of the jungle. Reincarnator, Chapter 147, The Hunter's Plateau, 3. Hanti carefully approached the woman. And the woman was weirdly covered from head to toe in scars. Hanti saw this and was felt a bit at ease. No matter how I see it. She doesn't seem strong. But I should still be wary. And there was a suspicious and faint blue light radiating around the woman's body. Hanti moved his chin towards Ellis. You go and deal with her. What? You don't want to? Ellis sighed quietly, raised all the senses she had to the brim and slowly approached the woman. I still must approach her. She needed to find out the thing that has caused those scars on the woman anyway. Since she arrived before us. There's a high chance of her knowing. At that moment. The woman, who was standing in a daze, suddenly made moaning noises and turned to look at Ellis. As Ellis flinched from her actions, the woman made a very sincere expression and then ran to her. Thank God. Thank God. What? Ellis almost subconsciously accepted the hug from the woman who was running towards her with an extremely sincere expression. But Ellis woke up from her stupor, raised her blade and pointed it towards the woman. Don't come closer. What's going on? The woman flinched at Ellis pointing the blade at her and then stopped in place. She then smiled. You thought I stopped, right? An instant. The blue light radiating around the woman exploded out. Quiet. A destructive torrent swept the surroundings. What? As Ellis flinched, the woman who was surrounded by the blue light disappeared in that instant. And with movements that couldn't even be compared to those she had until now. Kuduk. The woman who had disappeared appeared right in front of Ellis in another instant. Crunch. The woman grabbed onto Ellis' neck and then smashed her abdomen. Smack. Kuhuk. Alice couldn't even resist as she simply fell unconscious. Since this strength was not something she could resist. Though she was prepared to a degree, all her skills were smashed apart as she simply fell unconscious. The woman raised the unconscious Alice up high and then shouted out loudly. 10. I filled it up. Ahahahaha. In another instant. Kiyeyeyeyeing. Alice, who had been caught in the woman's hands, got surrounded by the blue light and started to disappear. As if she was being teleported somewhere. Soon only the woman and Hanty were left in the area. Hanty was shocked at the scene as he shouted towards the woman. This crazy bitch. The woman made a smile and she replied. Don't be like that. I need to survive as well, right? It was really urgent because I didn't fill up the quota. Phew. Now, the final part is important. Hanty flinched at the words of final part but the scene he expected didn't occur. Kiyeyeyeing. As the woman concentrated her power, the blue light surrounding the woman landed down onto her palm. A gem that was created from the compression of the blue light. Hanty frowned as he looked at the strange gem. The woman glanced between the gem and Hanty and smiled. How was my strength from before? It was quite nice, right? Hanty, who had been looking at the woman with a dumbfounded expression, was about to shout out something but then simply nodded. Since the power was beyond nice and was quite amazing. The woman spoke while looking at Hanty. What would you do if you could gain this power? Well, it's not for free though. The woman started to explain. Grrrr. Hansu's fist, which had been enhanced by the dragon essence blade, smashed onto the face of the black leopard which had been charging towards him. Smack. Kyuong. The black leopard got deflected backwards and smashed into the jungle. No, actually it was beyond a simple smash. Since it smashed through 3 trees the width of a house and continued on. Koruru. The black leopard, which had been laying on the floor, stood up and then growled quietly towards Hansu. The bluish skin of the leopard, which didn't even have a trace left behind when Altair had hit it, had cracks on it from Hansu's bare fist. But Altair made a confused face rather than a surprised one. What? Why? Why? Altair couldn't hold it in and shouted out. Why aren't you using the spear? There was clearly a shiny spear on his back. She didn't know what that was, but it was obvious it would be more effective to use that weapon than his bare fists. Strength that could smash away a 3M large leopard like that. If he used the spear with that strength, then a hole would be created on the skin of the leopard no matter how hard it was. But this guy was using only his fists from a while ago. And the black clouds that he took out didn't really do anything as they just floated around his body. This was basically throwing away every play one had in their hands and just going at it. Though it was quite effective. And as evidence, the black leopard which had left with their comrade couldn't even do anything as it stumbled around. Whatever, we need to do our task as well. Though they couldn't butt in, there was still a lot to do. Altair shouted towards the people around her. Hurry and set up the air barrier. We need to muffle the sound. If the sound of the fight resonated out, then the others would swarm towards this location. One was enough for them. Altair's group followed her words as they quickly spread out and set up the barrier. Sound used the air as a medium to transfer. The air barrier they made by gathering up the surrounding air was quite shabby in terms of defenses, but if you made it 2 layers and left the space between as a vacuum, then an amazing soundproof barrier would be created. Good. Hansu, who was watching the scene, suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. Boom. In an instant. Hansu appeared right above the black leopard and smashed down onto the leopard. Kyuong. The black leopard couldn't resist the tremendous power smashing into its body and fell down onto the ground. While leaving behind a small crater which made it seem like a small meteor had crashed there. Kirururu. Hansu lightly landed on top of the black leopard which had turned into a mess. At that moment, a change occurred in the dark cloud around Hansu's body. Swoosh. The black clouds disappeared into the leopard's body as if it had been sucked in. And soon the bluish skin of the black leopard started to undergo a change. Kuduk. Kuduk. The fur clumped up as if it had been infected by something and keratinized. And the bluish skin turned black as it started to shine. The muscles also made snapping noises and got enlarged. In just a moment the 3M large body turned twice as large. The leopard was nowhere to be seen and instead a black female lion was born. Hansu nodded as he saw this. I like this reward. It's made quite faithfully to the true powers of the Dark Cloud race. Dark Cloud. Infect living and non-living organisms, get them under one's control and enhance them. The infected monster now will probably win against 3 of its previous versions. At the same time the infected black leopard, Kali Crown's 5 senses and its rudimentary memories flew into his mind. Good. The surrounding area is set up like this, huh? The surrounding area that the black leopard was roaming around was inputted into Hansu's head. He would need to turn a living organism half dead in order to control them, but this was good enough for him. And since he had quite a large amount of dark clouds, he would be able to control a few of them at once. To him, who would need to do quite a lot of things from now, a skill that was very versatile such as this would increase the rate at which he could progress in his plans by a large amount from now on. Move. And he was able to use it right away since he hadn't made any holes in it or anything. The black leopard fiercely jumped up according to Hansu's orders and disappeared into the jungle. In order to look around the surroundings, Altair mumbled with an expression that showed others that she had figured it out after she had been watching the scene for a moment. A monstrous amount of strength and a power that they couldn't even have imagined. So the rumors of a new Margot level being born was not fake, huh? Altair's head quickly spun around. That strength. It would be of great help in this mysterious place. I need to stick with him. But how am I? But there wasn't enough time for her to plan things out. Since Hansu started to move right away. No. Altair panicked as she hurriedly shouted towards Hansu. Let's go together. Hansu laughed as he spoke. You said you're a rescue squad, right? Just go to your headquarters. Altair bit down onto her lips. But throwing away her pride was nothing. They had a hard time dealing with that one leopard. And if they didn't stick by this guy, then even more of them might die. I'm sorry. It was a lie. Actually, it hasn't been long since we came here as well. But we have no thoughts of dragging you down, so let's travel together. We'll be of great help, we're a scout team. But even before Hansu could say something in reply. Rumble. The ground shook and quaked. What is it? The moment Altair checked her surroundings in shock. An explosion came out from the location Hanti and Ellis disappeared from. What? During the short moment Altair was shocked. Somebody walked out through the dust clouds. And Altair spat out curses while looking at this. Hey. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Where did Ellis go? Why would anybody who had ran over here crazily and turned the surroundings into clouds of dust be pleasant to look at? But Hanti didn't reply at Altair's words as he focused onto the strength that could be felt from within. Kiyeing. A tremendous amount of strength which radiated out from the gem and onto his body. Amazing. It's really amazing. Hanti exclaimed at this strength. He thought of the conversation he had with the woman from before. After receiving it and falling unconscious for a short moment, he woke up and the woman was nowhere to be seen. But he didn't regret it at all. An explosive amount of strength rose within his body. And, filling the quota doesn't seem that hard. Hanti looked at the people in front of his eyes and laughed. Exactly 10 people counting the one who had just come up. He just needed to fill up the quota with these guys and go through the jungle with this strength. Towards the place the woman had told him before he fell unconscious. The higher race, Aragon. Hansu poured strength into his fists as he looked at the hunting dog the hunter race had created. Reincarnator, Chapter 148, Village of the Tired. 1. Boom. The blue light surrounding Hanti's body ruthlessly clashed with Hansu's dark golden reinforcement. Kududududuke. Tisk. Though it's only a game the higher race bastards made. Hansu shook his head as he felt the mana reinforcement of his demonic dragon's reinforcement being shaken quite a bit. Though this Hanti guy was quite strong, he was nowhere strong enough to even crack the demonic dragon's reinforcement surrounding his body. But if he has the dog collar of the Aragon race, Blue Jade, the story changes a bit. It bestowed upon a tremendous amount of mana and power onto the user. But at the same time that person will have made a slave contract. Since they would need to live for the higher race the moment they decide to live their life as a hunting dog. There were 3 ways to escape the fate of a hunting dog. Dying, not being able to fill up their quota and getting dragged to the birdcage, or making another hunting dog. Well. It seems he's quite content with his status as a hunting dog. Hansu looked at Hanti who was clashing around with him while making an extremely joyous expression. You ha 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 ha. You're next Altair. I'll play with you for a bit before I send you. You'll need to fill up the void of Ellis as well. As he had heard, the time limit for filling up all 10 people was 2 weeks. There was no need to fill them all up right away. Altair grinned at her teeth while listening to this from the distance where she was throwing skills at him. They had heard his talk about the higher race so much to the point they'd gotten fed up with it. It seems like you're quite content with being somebody's bitch since you were already a bitch to begin with. You ha ha ha. What about it? People need to adapt and act accordingly to the situation. Of course there's a chance that humans are slaves when the whole other world is screwed up. There was a stronger race than the humans. What about it? Even in a society where only humans existed, there were ups and downs in authorities. Like the predators above him in the Orange Zone, Guanye, or Nbairan. Nothing changed. Which made everything simpler. Go up as much as one could go up. What if I'm a dog? People who lived well under rules still lived well. The exit always exists. And being a pig or a dog with a full stomach was better than a hungry human anyway. But Hansu shook his head at Hanti's words. Yes, you can be a slave. But there's no need to follow it that resolutely. A world where humans acted as slaves. He was going to flip this world around. He would then take the origins of the strength of the higher race and give it to the humans. Like how Prometheus gifted humans with fire. Let's end this. He read out the code. There was no need to drag things out any further. And in the next instant the black clouds expanded out and surrounded Hansu's body. Yuck. Hanti, who had flinched for a moment, soon realized that nothing had happened to himself and was about to smirk. Did he even do anything? Kahihihi. But Hanti couldn't actually laugh. Since the blue light that was surrounding his body had disappeared. Hanti was extremely confused as he looked at his own body. The blue jade's powders that surrounded Hanti's body, which were the origins for the blue light. All these powders had turned black. You bastard. What have you done? Hansu stared at the blue jade powders that had turned black from the dark cloud at those words. The blue jade was in the end a tool and a machine. So it could be infected by the dark cloud. It took a bit of work since the code was a bit complex, but figuring it out during the fight wasn't that hard. It's not time for me to go against the hunter races yet. So there was a need to deceive them. Boom. Kwaeok. Hanti's body had been smashed by Hansu's kick and had been flung off. To where Altair and the others were at. Ugh. And there were countless kicks which had greeted him. Smack. Smack. You bastard. Say it again. For me to call you our fucking vice captain. One of the shock trooper members was kicking Hanti without holding back. He was somebody who had followed Hanti's words more than those of Altair's. But he was currently extremely enraged at the enmity that Hanti had showed them. Ugh, you bastards. Hanti moved his body in order to resist, but he didn't have the power to do so after losing the power of the blue jade and being hit by Hansu. And even more so since he had been surrounded by 9 people. While the 10 people solved their issues with each other, Hansu had focused all his senses onto the dark cloud. Well, actually at the blue jade powders that the dark cloud had devoured. I need to hurry and send a signal. The black powder that had been floating around Hanti's body got sucked onto the top of Hansu's hand and turned into a marble form. The extremely bright light was nowhere to be seen, and instead there was an extremely black marble, which looked like it could devour anything. Hansu looked over this marble for a bit and then used the dark cloud to send a signal. A fake signal saying that the hunting dog was doing well. Though it was very simple, it was more than enough to fool them. They shouldn't really be caring about 1 to 2 hunting dogs. The blue jade was nothing but them playing around. against the newbies who had just come up. Though the number of people who got dragged to the birdcage was tremendous from this. Well, since they don't kill them right away, they can wait for a bit. Rescuing the people caught in the birdcage was work for another time. Hansu pocketed the infected blue jade, the black jade now, into his possession. Since he would need to use this in the future. Hansu thought of his next destination as he pocketed the black jade. Ceasefire Village. One of the villages that lived between the races and balanced each sides. He would start the fire that would devour everything from there. According to the Kali Crown's memories, traces of humans are within 2 days' worth of travel. But it was hard to find the location of the village even with the Kali Crown. Since the villages were located in places where it was hard to find them as well as having lots of mechanisms to hide them as well. He would need to follow the signs in order to find the village. Traces that could not be found with senses but only with search skills. Signs that could be followed with the senses had a chance to drag in beasts as well. Signs that were designed to drive away the beasts and drag in the humans. A search skill. Hansu looked towards Altair in the distance who was beating the hell out of Hanti. Altair touched the extremely small gem embedded within the tree and activated a skill. Kiying. The gem, which was linked to a search skill, showed Altair the location of the next gem. Amazing. So the village will come out if we follow it like this, right? If there weren't any gems like this, then they wouldn't even have known about the existence of the village. The gem had showed the direction of the village as well as an overview of the village. As if it wanted to be found as soon as possible. Phew. I really want to find it fast. Altair made a tired expression while walking. Usually she would have been suspicious of the gem which was luring in the humans in an extremely direct way over and over. But she didn't even have the chance to do that anymore. Since this damn jungle didn't give anybody a time to rest. Damn. It's coming again. Altair grinned at her teeth after sensing something in her detection area and then shouted out. 3 o'clock. Just one this time. Hansu clenched his fists tightly at Altair's warning. As I thought, I do need at least one detection type skill. He had gained a physique that was strong beyond the imaginations of normal people with the demonic dragon's reinforcement, body enhancement surgery and the dragon essence blade. But of course there was a difference between Hansu, who couldn't use any detection type skills, and Altair, somebody who had polished the detection skill of a scout team to the extremes, in terms of their detection range. Hansu lifted up his forked lightning and threw it into the midst of the jungle. Boom. Roar. The very loud sound of an explosion was heard from the depths of the jungle. At the same time something enraged rushed out from that jungle. Altair grinned at her teeth as she looked at the giant lion-shaped beast which was charging at them. The attacks of the beasts were becoming more and more frequent the deeper they went in. As if they were proving that the area she and her group roamed in for 3 weeks was nothing. It might have been different if they had a lot of people, but this was not something that 10 of them could go through. If this guy wasn't here, then we would have been long dead already. In return for them showing him the way, he would accompany them until the village. This was the agreement. But no matter how much Altair thought about it logically, there should not be somewhere where people lived in a place like this. Until when are they going to keep popping out? Can people really live in a place like this? Altair shouted out in anger. It exists. Altair stared at the city that was standing in the direction the final gem was pointing towards in a daze and muttered to herself. They had walked through valleys and waterfalls and continued to walk. Around the time the attacks of the beasts had started to lessen, the hidden village had appeared in front of them. Extremely tall fences and a gate made of wood that were at least 30 m tall. Altair's expression brightened up as she saw the giant village that was between the size of a large town and a small city. They had finally escaped this damn jungle where they couldn't find even a single trace of humans and had arrived at somewhere that they could live at. But Altair's expression turned slightly dark. Along with the members of the group behind her. They had searched for humans from the anxiousness they had felt due to not being able to see a trace of humans, but once they had found it, numerous thoughts that had been buried away started to make their way into their heads again. That the people of the other world were not as friendly to other humans as those in the real world. In some cases they were even more dangerous than humans. At that moment, Hansu walked out from the group and made his way towards the village. Altair pondered for a moment at Hansu's sudden actions but then also moved towards the village. Yeah, there shouldn't be that much of a problem. My danger sensors aren't really telling me anything either, so. And the fact that Hansu was next to them made them feel a lot more at ease. Muffled sounds. As they got closer, the outpost tower located on the top of the fence got noisy. Altair used her skills and tried to listen onto what they were saying, but she couldn't for some reason. But one thing was clear. That they didn't have any enmity against them. No, it's more like welcoming us. Soon a rope ladder had been thrown down from the top of the fences. And then a loud shout was heard. Come up with that. Altair's pride was a bit hurt at this. Why the hell would they use a rope ladder to climb a fence that was merely 30 m tall? Are they looking down on us because we're newbies? Altair focused her powers into her feet. And then activated, a necessary skill for the scout team that made one's body lighter. Boom. The lightened body of Altair easily jumped up the 30 m tall fence and landed on the space above the fences. Same with the rest of the group. Somebody clapped as they saw this. Clap clap clap. It seems I've underestimated the newbies a bit too much, ha 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 ha. Anyways, welcome. Finally newcomers after a whole month. Altair looked towards the person who had thrown the rope ladder to them from above the outpost tower. Though he was a bit small in stature, the tightly packed muscles all over his body told them that his life wasn't an easy one. His eyes were actually shining like the eyes of a tiger as well. The man looked towards Altair and shouted out loudly. Welcome to the oasis, you baby chicks. I am Kareem, the captain of the guards here. Kareem looked over at the guards who were on a watch from above the fences, turned back to Altair and her group and smiled. You've worked hard to get here. Now. Since you've reached here, let me tour you around the village. Amazing, right? Kareem then pointed towards to the village that was inside the fence. And a sense of pride could be felt in that Kareem's face. How much could it possibly? Altair took a glance at the village inside the fence because she had gotten curious from Kareem's expression. Numerous buildings that were made of wood. Altair's expression brightened up as she saw a decent-looking market along with the plaza. The buildings weren't important actually. The important thing was the attitude of the people. There were smiles on the expressions of people and they were full of vigor. Which means that the people here were feeling quite at home and stable. Wow, this is indeed worthy of being proud. This much is amazing. Altair nodded. Their pride was worthy enough just from being able to create such a village in the middle of the jungle where countless beasts roamed around. As Altair sighed in relief as she took a step into a place where it was full of people's scents, Hansu also nodded while looking around the surroundings. Numerous items entered Hansu's vision from the market. He would be able to save more time with this. Finish my preparation in here. Karim clapped as he saw Hansu and Altair and then pointed to the inner parts. Well, let's move on from the chit-chat now. Let's talk about the details after we get in. Since the outpost isn't really the greatest place to have a conversation. Altair looked towards Hansu and spoke back to Karim's words. What are you going to do? Are you going to stick with us? Karim smiled as he looked at Altair. That won't work the way you want it to work. As Altair made a nervous expression, Karim chuckled as he spoke again. Don't be scared. I'm saying that the living quarters of the newbies are set separately. Come this way. Just calm down and rest. Phew. Altair sighed in relief. A new space. She could only feel nervous at this point, but the atmosphere here didn't seem really bad. Too good for a place like the other world. But Altair shook her head as well as these thoughts. Yeah, since the humans aren't the owners of this world, they might be combining their forces. Combining their strength was obvious if they had a common enemy. Not fighting with each other is already much better. Altair's expression turned much brighter. An extremely beautiful woman was listening to a man's report from the deepest part of the village. You say newcomers have come. A woman whose striking features was her blonde hair and red eyes. Karim, who had welcomed Altair and her group before, nodded at the question of the leader of the village located in the safe zone, Ikiju. It's a relief. There wasn't much time left until the offering but for them to come in at the right time. Ikiju frowned at these words. Until when are we going to? Ikiju made a tired expression as she sunk into her chair. And Karim urged as he looked at that Ikiju. This isn't the time to ponder. The tremendous amount of newcomers has stopped coming in since 3 weeks ago. Are you thinking of sending us, who have stayed here for over a year and fought with the beasts? Us who have fought with you? Instead of the newcomers who have just come in. Do not forget. As to how the peace in this town is being sustained. Ikiju nodded with a heavy expression at those words. Since all of that was correct. I need to buy time. How long do we have? Until we have to send the offerings. 1 week. Don't worry. I'll take care of it all. Karim finished with those words and moved outside. Reincarnator, Chapter 149, Village of the Tired. 2. I'm the guard in charge of you guys, Hillam. I'll give you the extra details you need to know. Guard. Altair looked at the man who had suddenly come to their living quarters. His black hair was the prominent feature. But since she couldn't determine their real strength from their outwardly image, she could only somewhat guess where this man was positioned in the village in terms of strength. I need to be careful. We're the weakest of all here. The one thing Altair had felt on the way here. They couldn't see anybody who was weaker than them. Well, that's to be expected. The bigger problem was that their living quarters was located in the deepest parts of the village. You think this place looks safe? This is a place where the beasts attack numerous times a day. Newbies like you would probably get killed within a day if we set you up on the outskirts. These words of the guard captain, Karim, weren't wrong. Since the deepest part was the safest. But the deeper they went in, the more nervous she had felt. The worst thing was the expressions of the people. The village was divided into 3 different sections. Unlike the bright and happy expressions of the people on the outskirts that they had seen at first, the expressions of the people in the inner parts weren't all that bright. Hillam started to explain while looking at Hansu and Altair's group. You guys have 2 options. What is it? Hillam explained the options very simply. You can be a guest or a resident. It is your choice whichever one you choose, but once you do you will not be able to change it any way you want. What do you mean? Hillam continued to explain. First, becoming a guest. If you become a guest then we won't stop you from leaving. But there is a time limit to staying here. You cannot stay here more than 3 days. Altair frowned at these words. 3 days. Hillam chuckled. You should be thankful that it's that much at least. Do you think that this is a charity? Running this place isn't free. Oasis, a village built in the midst of the ceasefire zone. Just because it was the ceasefire zone did not mean that it was peaceful. Though it was hidden, the perception of the beasts was very well developed and they were in constant collision with these beasts. The fact that somebody was being protected meant that somebody else was working hard and protecting them. This first choice isn't that bad either. You see, we still treat our guests pretty well. We still have that much humaneness. At least to humans. They would not those who are just visiting the village shoulder any responsibility. They could just leave after taking a break. And they would even give basic survival information about this place so they wouldn't get killed off in an instant. Though it was just 3 days, the true value of this was not that small. We will even supply you information to get to the next zone. Be thankful to Clementine. If Clementine, the adventurer from the 2nd year, hadn't set up this village then this whole thing wouldn't exist in the first place. Altair made a confused expression at Hillam's words. Clementine? Who is that? They had heard about Ares, Keldian and the others. Since the names of these people were widely spread in the lower zones. But the name Clementine, this was their first time hearing it. But unlike Altair, Hansu heard that word and muttered quietly to himself. That's a name I haven't heard in a while, really. A name he could not forget. The second choice is becoming a resident. But once you become a resident you won't be able to leave whenever you want. For 6 months at least. You will need to fulfill your duty within these 6 months. Once you become a resident you would gain a lot of benefits offered by the village. They could eat in the safety of their homes and even receive nice weapons. But they would need to do their duties. The responsibility of sustaining the village and defending it. Altair slightly frowned at these words. Though it seemed to a free choice, the answer had been chosen already. I won't be able to leave this place in just 3 days. The beasts here felt strongly like a small group of elites. Of course there might be some weaker beasts that they could get some runes out of, since they had met quite a few on the way. But when they fought with those things, the stronger ones would hear the ruckus and appear as well. She would probably get massacred not long after she left this place. Damn. No choice. 6 months isn't that bad at least. She would need to use this place as her base to become stronger. She would be able to go on to the next zone in about 6 months. Hillam seemed to have guessed Altair's motives as he chuckled and spoke. It seems everyone is willing to stay here. Good. Then you are all residents from today on. You can rest now. Well, I won't need to talk about the ranks anyway. The ranks were only important to those who decided to stay longer than 6 months anyway. The ones in front of his eyes would disappear soon, so there wasn't a need to explain. The moment Hillam was about to leave, Hansu, who had been quiet this whole time, suddenly spoke out. I heard something quite amusing on the way over here. What? Hillam frowned. He shouldn't have been able to hear anything. Detection skills existed. And of course there were also skills that interfered or stopped these detections. And learning that skill was a necessity in this place, the Yellow Zone. Since there was nothing good about their personal information being leaked out. Every conversation they had was being blocked by detection disruption skills. Is his perception abnormally good or something? The disruption skills would only block detection skills. If it was somebody who had amazing hearing, then they might have been able to hear a few things. Hillam's expression slowly turned colder. He didn't hear something that he shouldn't have, right? If this guy heard about the offering, then he would need to block this guy's mouth here and now. Since it'll become tiring if the other offerings hear this guy's story and get shaken. But Hansu spoke something that was much more different than his expectations. I just think I'll be better as a hunter than a farmer. I'm applying for a promotion. A farmer's activities were extremely restricted. He would not be able to finish his prep with just that. Huh? He heard about that. Hillam's expression turned into one of shock and then turned condescending. There's a guy digging his own grave despite us being nice to him. Hillam pondered for a moment and then chuckled as he spoke. Well, whatever. Come this way. Hillam dragged Hansu towards a place and then shouted towards Altair's group. You come too. Since we'll need to explain about it eventually. Altair pondered for a moment and then nodded. Since intel was power. I need to learn as much as possible as I can within a short time. Soon Altair's group and Hansu started to follow Hillam. Along the road they had come on. Beyond the deepest location of the village and to the outskirts of the village. Hillam started to briefly explain the details. Tisk. Tedious. But since it was something they had to explain to all newcomers, it was a bit unfair to not do it now. If you decide to be a normal resident, then you will become a farmer. Farmer. Yes. You call the ones who grow crops without being in much danger farmers, right? That's the rank. You're in charge of dealing with the weaker beasts, increasing your strength and bringing in the necessary food and materials into the village. Without much danger. Altair replied. How the hell would they be able to hunt and gain things to eat when stronger beasts rush over when they fight with the weaker ones? Hillam chuckled at those words. Yeah, that's why the hunter rank exists. The hunter rank. People who have stayed in the village as farmers for 6 months fall into a crossroad choice again. Either they get kicked out. Or they can stay by fulfilling the duties of a hunter. The job of the hunters was very simple. Dealing with the dangerous beasts that would be of danger to the farmers around the village. This was why they were hunters. So this is why they stay in the outermost part. Since they need to stop the others from getting massacred if strong beasts charge in. It doesn't really seem like a place where one can just eat and play. Does this place look that laid back to you? This zone. Roar. I know that it's not. Altair frowned as she heard the loud roar of a beast beyond the wooden walls of the village. In conclusion, one needs to work really hard in order to stay in this village. If one person out of the 100 decide to do nothing, then more pressure is applied onto the others. They had to choose one of two options. Either work your worth or get kicked out. Well, according to the rules it should be 6 months before you get promoted, but if you are already strong then it'd be a waste to keep that person down there. This is why the promotion system exists. Hee hee. Hillam smirked while speaking. Altair frowned at that smirk. Well, that's obvious. The level that one could reach after 6 months of fighting is not something a newbie could reach. But, is there really a need to go up to the hunter rank? The fact that the job was given to the strong meant that it was that much more dangerous. It didn't really seem like there was a reason to become a hunter. But even before Altair could work out her question inside her head. We're here. This is the place the hunters live. The area where the happy and vigorous people were living that they had seen from above the fence. This place really does have a much better atmosphere than the inner parts. While Altair was looking around the surroundings, Hillam brought somebody who seemed like he was at the hunter rank and was roaming around a wooden building. Karen, come over here. What? Why? Karen complained for a bit but then made a content expression as he saw Altair standing behind Hillam. Oh, if it's work then you're very welcomed. I can't win. Altair felt cold sweat running down her back from the aura of the man who was looking up and down herself. 6 months of difference. At least. She knew ever since the lower zones, 6 months was a huge difference. But Hillam blocked that. Karen. Stop. It hasn't been 3 days. Your opponent is over here. Damn, 3 days. Then they seem to be the newbies who recently came. Anyways, what opponent? Karen, who had glimpsed over Altair's group with a worrisome expression, was filled with questions as he saw Hansu whom Hillam was pointing towards. And then muttered to himself from befuddlement. Promotion? With a newbie? Isn't this going too far? Even if our strength isn't that great these days, this kind of trick. Hillam replied abruptly at those words. 2 ND level free pass to 2 farmers. With a 2-day limit. Oh. Okay, then that's quite a bit of profit. Though the 2 days were quite short of a time, he could just use them to let off his annoyance at the brat in front of his eyes. For a newbie to be this arrogant. Altair frowned as she looked at the man whose attitude changed in an instant. Not from the man's change of attitude but due to a word that she didn't really like the sound of. Free pass. This was not something used on other humans. Something is twisted here. Altair slowly started to feel uneasy. The village was divided into 3 sections. Near the wooden wall that divided the first and the second section, Ikija looked at the newcomers from the outpost tower built on the highest location there and then frowned. Promotion? This Hillam guy, what the hell is he doing? In 1 week these guys would become offerings anyway. Why was he playing around with them? I told him to treat them well. She knew that she was being a hypocrite right now. But playing around with them like that was simply going too far. I need to stop that. Ugh, this is tiring. I really need somebody who can take over the position of the village leader. I should not have taken on this position. The choice of saving a large amount of people was not always the correct one. And that fact had always bugged Akitas and weighed down her mind. Akitas, who didn't really know of the situation unfolding below, frowned slightly and then jumped down from the outpost. Reincarnator, Chapter 150, Village of the Tired. 3. The hunter, Karen, looked at the brat in front of his eyes and was smirking at him, but he was quite impressed with 2 things. The fact that he had gained information about the hunter in this short amount of time despite landing in a whole new world. And the fact that he had decided to become a hunter with that information as the basis. Whether it was luck or his own skill, the decisions up to this point were quite amazing. Since living as a farmer here was not a very good way to live. But you should think about the outcome as well. Hillam chuckled at Karen, who was smiling evilly, and explained the rules briefly. Well, it's simple. You don't really have to win. You just need to show us that you are qualified to be a hunter. Simple, right? He just needed to show some skills. Well, that side doesn't seem like he has any thoughts of losing anyway. As moment Hansu poured strength into forked lightning in his hands while looking at Karen, who was smashing the gauntlets against each other, everyone turned to look towards one direction. And Hillam, who was about to ready the fight, clicked his tongue. Tisk, Ikiju. Ikiju. When Altair was frowning at the unfamiliar new name. Cease. Tata-tatak. A person jumped out from between the buildings, landed right in between Karen, Hillam, and Hansu as she shouted out loudly. Wow, what a beauty. While Altair was admiring her beauty, Ikiju, the woman who had jumped down, looked around at her surroundings and spoke. Sorry, it seems someone on our side has made a mistake. Hillam slightly frowned and shouted out. Ikiju, I didn't make a mistake. That guy asked for a promotion first. Ikiju's beautiful expression turned into a slight frown at those words. Don't lie. How would a newbie know of such a? But Ikiju realized that it was the truth after seeing the expressions on Hillam, Hansu, and Altair. Hillam replied out confidently as he saw Ikiju getting flustered. I told you, I'm not doing anything. They're going to leave soon anyway. It's still a bit too much. Why is Karen going out? Karen's been here for over 11 months. Hillam couldn't reply as he didn't have anything to say to this either. Hansu merely shook his head as he watched this scene. I can't watch this any longer. He didn't have any time to bicker around here. It might be different if the time left for the offerings was more than 7 days, but if it's lower than that, then just preparing for it is going to be hard enough. As Hansu prepared himself. Kududududuk. A tremendous aura exploded out from Hansu's entire body. Kururu. His body had puffed up the point where it was about to explode from the silver liquids inserted into his body from the body enhancement surgery. The dragon essence blade within his body reinforced his bones, and the essence that was inside the blade stormed throughout his entire body. The demonic dragon's reinforcement covered over the 1,000 solidars armor as pandemic blade spores started to slowly seep out from above that. Kuruararn. Silver, gold, black and yellow lights constantly swirled around Hansu's body, and the surrounding ground trembled as it blew apart. And Hillam made an expression of disbelief as he saw this. What the fuck, no way. He's just a newcomer, how the hell? The reason why adventurers couldn't determine the other's strength with physical looks was very simple. Since the runes were a mystery of nature that the 5 senses could not sense, they would not be able to figure out how strong one was unless that person went full out. On the other hand, it meant that if the user wanted others to see, then they'll show it however much they wanted. And Hansu's artifacts didn't look simple either. A shiny armor set and a spear that seemed like it could pierce through anything with just its aura. It seems his ring has something as well. It hasn't been long since he came up, he gained such items in the beginning areas of the yellow zone. Hillam, who had been searching for an answer at the strange scene in front of him, suddenly reached a conclusion. Oh god, is everything on this kid's body a growing artifact? Unique ones as well. Hillam rubbed his eyes. Unique. Every skill and item had different values for their worth. They called the especially valuable skills and items due to them being very special. Some people said that if they found all of these uniques, then they would be able to number them from 1 to 1,000 according to their might, but this was a story for another time. The one thing that was clear, that the unique skills and artifacts had mights that were monstrous in comparison to those that could be gained from normal beasts. And their worths would be much more if they were growing artifacts as well. Hansu, who had shrouded his entire body with light, spoke towards Karen. Come out. Fuck, I feel like a beggar, damn. Karen raised the strength in his body to the brim from the sudden words of Hansu and focused his senses. At the same time he put away his gauntlets and pulled out his precious weapon. He thought it'd be a walk in the park, but for it to suddenly become a heavy-duty job. No, the harshness of the job wasn't the important part. Wait, will I perhaps lose to this newbie? But Karen erased the anxiousness that was slowly crawling into his head. No way, no. It hasn't been long since he came here. Even if he has unique artifacts, he shouldn't have been able to grow them that much. In conclusion, the unique artifacts would only grow properly if they ate yellow runes. And Hansu and his artifacts' growth should be around the bottom. His rune growth was almost 40%. With this much, even if Hansu had reached 1% from 0, there was still a difference of heaven and earth between their strength. And the artifacts he had were special ones only supplied to the hunters of the village. Yeah, no need to be scared. God damn it, let's have a go at it. If he got pushed down here then there wouldn't be a greater humiliation than this. And Karen, who had finished his preparation, took a very slight glance at Akiju. With a small hope of Akiju stopping this fight. But Karen just spat out curses inwardly. Since the expression of Akiju was bright and filled with joy. You damn bitch. Does me losing make you feel that good? But unlike Karen's thoughts, Akiju wasn't feeling like this because of how Karen will get destroyed by Hansu. No, her reason was much more different. I found him. Someone who is worthy of this village's leadership position. But she couldn't figure it out completely by just looking at him like this. Hurry and show me, please. Akiju felt her beating heart as he looked at Hansu with an expression full of expectation. Hey, Karen. Ha 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 ha. I heard all about it. That you lost to a newbie. Ha 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 ha. As Minchul asterisk, the team leader of the team that covered the 11th area, laughed. The surrounding 11th area hunters all laughed at Karen with him. They could only. To get beaten by a newbie. What kind of humiliation was this? It was such a funny story that Karen's defeat spread out throughout the entire village in an instant. Karen, ha 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 ha. Was the newbie that strong? Ilum, Akiju, and even the other newbies had all been quiet about what happened in the fight. Just the simple story of a newcomer being promoted to a hunter had spread. Tisk. I'm curious as to how he got destroyed, but there's no way to figure it out since everyone who witnessed it is being quiet about it. Karen looked at Minchul making fun of him and then replied with a heavy expression. You try fighting him as well. Why would we? Ha 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 ha. He's a hunter like all of us now, so why? Hee 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 hee. And why the hell would we touch someone who's going to killed in a week? Ha 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 ha. We have no intentions of becoming like you. It might be different if that guy shook the entire village and was going to clash against them. Then it might be better to crush him right now. But that guy was going to be an offering with a 99.99% certainty. Why would they risk getting humiliated for no reason? The Karen over there will probably become the source of jokes after the new contracting period starts, in a month, and for about an entire year after that. He shouldn't apply for an extension. Not after this kind of humiliation. Once a hunter became a first year in the yellow zone, they will be placed in front of another crossroad where they have to make a choice. Either get promoted. Or get kicked out. But most left. Since most people who were first years could go explore the, which led them to their next destination, and unlike being a hunter the rank above it wasn't really that great. Well, shall we stop making fun of him? Minchul slowly started to stop the sneering. Since the eyes of Karen shaking back and forth told them that provoking him further wasn't a good idea. The fact that he, who usually walked around cursing off everything around him, was standing quietly proved this. That he was just about to blow up. Tisk, he was quite proud of his power. He's probably quite pissed right now. Unlike them, who were in charge of the 11th area, Karen hunted in the first area. First area. The most dangerous area around the village and the place the strongest people were in charge of. Of course Karen was a powerhouse who was fitting to fight there. And as he lived in the first area, his character turned more vicious and aggressive. Minchul decided to throw some final words and finish it off. Well. I heard that you at least got the reward. You can vent off your anger there then. You know, those girls who you like usually. Were they called Emily and Katriki? Since he had completed the task given to him, he was still awarded. Karen looked at the two small medallions in his hands at Minchul's words. Though they looked simple, these two medallions were created by skill so they couldn't be counterfeited. 3 days of second level free pass against 2 farmers. Though originally it was 2 days but Hillam gave him 3 instead. And this made Karen even angrier. Since he knew the reason why Hillam gave him another. Kudududuk. Karen clenched onto the medallion on his hands as if he wanted to break it. Emily and Katriki. 2 girls who he would have ran off right away to if he gained the medallion. But the current him wasn't in a situation where he would do that. Since another sensation was driving away all his sexual desires out. Crunch. Karen grinned at his teeth, pocketed the medallions and then proceeded to walk towards where Akiju lived, which was halfway from the center of the village and where the hunters lived. The office of the village leader. Before the sensation of a place with gravitas where they had to pay respect was quite strong, but this feeling disappeared after Akitas became the village leader. Muddle-headed bitch. She doesn't even have any desires over power. Is it because she's a girl or something? But she was still the village leader. She still had a large amount of authority. Akiju. I have something to say. Come in. Akiju's residence was quite high up but her office was below it. Karen reached the office in an instant and spoke out very directly after smashing open the window. That newcomer from before. Dispatch him to the first area. Well you see. Karen got angrier as he looked at Akiju, who was making a perplexed expression. Why are you hesitating? You know the village's rules. The strong are assigned to dangerous places. And the weaker ones paid. This was the rule of the village. If nothing had gone wrong, she probably wanted to dispatch him to some random place that isn't that dangerous. Akiju probably wanted to let this bastard live happily for a week since he was an offering, but he could not let that happen. Fuck, I didn't lose yet. This guy needed to be dispatched to the first area no matter what. Karen grinned at his teeth at the thought of the battle from before and asked Akitas. You're not saying that it can't happen, right? Even if it's you. But Akitas shrugged her shoulders. No, even if you didn't say that. He said that he would go to the first area with his own mouth. What? He'll be with you starting tomorrow. Kururururarng. Hansu stood above the wooden barricades on the outermost parts of the village and looked towards the especially dark first area. First area. A place so dangerous that even the villagers carefully pried through the past 19 years. And a place that had been left as a mystery because of this. Just wait. Hansu glanced between the residents of the hunters and the jungle of the first area multiple times, left behind those words that seemed to be directed at someone and then jumped down from the barricades. TLN, * Minshul is probably the same one mentioned before in Chapter 6. https://reincarnator.wikia.com/wiki/Minshul is the Wikia page.